Madman of the Sword chapter 44-41 to chapter 45-25. Not good. What happened? Lin Xian asked. Xueqi said that there were some changes in that place and it was discovered. Now, many experts were going there. Since this is the case, let's not waste any time and go. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Xueqi shook her head. I'm afraid that with our current strength, we can't go there. We have to borrow the power of the Grotto Heaven. How about this? Wait for me and I'll report this to the Grotto Heaven. Then, we can go there together. To be honest, Xueqi was unwilling. After all, she was the one who discovered that place. No one else had discovered it. She wanted to go there alone. That way, she could get as many treasures as she wanted. But now, she couldn't. The experts of the other Grotto Heavens and families had also discovered it. If she went there alone, she wouldn't have any advantages. So, she could only borrow the power of the Grotto Heaven. Although she would get fewer treasures in the end, it would be better than going there alone. But it would be safer. When the Grotto Heaven heard the news, they were shocked. They hurriedly sent people to investigate. Sure enough, they found that it was a strange place. Furthermore, many experts had already begun to move out. The Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven also gathered a group of experts, led by the Sage King. They were ready to go. Among them, Xianxia was also there. He also brought his powerful battle servant. Besides him, there were also some top geniuses. They all brought their battle servants and prepared to go there. Xueqi only brought Lin Xian with her. A group of people gathered at the square. Then, they sat on huge spirit boats and sage weapons and soared into the sky. They set off towards that strange place. At the Mount Han. Here, ice covered everything. It was very cold and ordinary sages didn't dare to go there. Because they would be frozen into ice. On this day, there were countless rays of light that streaked across the sky above the Mount Han. The terrifying aura shone on Zhaoyao. This place was really strange. On a spirit boat in the distance, a figure sighed. Lin Xian and the rest were also in this team. It was the team from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. They had finally arrived. If I'm not wrong, this should be a place left behind from the Antiquity Age. We've already flipped through the ancient books. It's very likely that the residence or inheritance of an ancient expert is buried here. At the very least, he was at the level of the great sage. Was this a cave left behind by a great sage? When the surrounding people heard this, they all took a deep breath. The great sage was an existence that everyone had to look up to. Even their Grotto Heaven did not have many great sage, and they were all living fossils. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Now, if they could obtain the inheritance of the great sage, their martial path would improve once again. Everyone was extremely excited, and even Xueqi was the same. Lin Xian was also surprised, and a smile appeared on his face. The ancient great sage? I hope you don't disappoint me. At this moment, quite a few people had already arrived at Mount Han. These people stood on different sides, exchanging greetings with each other. Then, he became vigilant. After all, after coming here, everyone was a competitor. At this moment, someone below exclaimed, "Look, more people are coming." It should be the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. Many people looked over, and their gazes were like divine lamps that illuminated the world. Lin Xian and the rest of the people's spirit boats were also descending. When they finally arrived at the bottom, they could feel the powerful icy aura around them. Many people gasped. It was really a terrifying place. No wonder ordinary sages did not dare to come here. After the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven arrived, other experts also came. Even the people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven and the Green Hill Grotto Heaven came. In addition, the people from the Howren Grotto Heaven were also here. These people were not weaker than the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. Therefore, when they arrived, their powerful aura suppressed the entire area. In addition to these Grotto Heavens, there were also some other families. In short, there were many people who came. After all, a great sage, and something left behind by the great sage from the ancient times, was enough to tempt these Grotto Heavens. Lin Xian looked around and found that those families were very strong, and even stronger. For example, the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven had sent 8 Saint Kings. The weakest ones left were Saint Venerables in the later stage. There were even more Saint Venerables and half-step Saint Kings, and most of them were of the younger generation. One could imagine how powerful they were. And the other Grotto Heavens were similar to them. However, the Xiling Grotto Heaven sent 4 Saint Kings, which surprised countless people. The people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven looked at the Xiling Grotto Heaven and snorted. After all, they knew that the Xiling Grotto Heaven had attacked their disciples before. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven looked around. They also knew about the death of Sir Ling Su and the others immediately. Later, they also went to investigate and even found out about the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven. However, the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven did not give in. In the end, when they found out that it was the Xiling Grotto Heaven who attacked first, the Xiling Grotto Heaven had no choice but to put this matter aside for the time being. However, they also did not give up on the mysterious person. They felt that someone seemed to be targeting them, so this time they sent the 10 great sage kings. They thought that it should be foolproof. On their spirit boat, there was also a young man who looked somewhat similar to Sir Ling Su. His aura was even more terrifying. Although he was also a half-step Saint King, he was much more powerful than Sir Ling Su, and his aura was similar to Xueqi's. He should be at least at the level of Sir Yanjiao. This person was Sir Ling Su's elder brother, Sir Ling Tian. Feeling the gazes of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, the people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven also turned their heads. The leader of the group, an old man, laughed and said, "Friends from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven, you are quite early, you are not slow either." The leader of the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven was an elder. Elder Tian's cultivation had reached the middle stage of Saint Venerables. On the other side, the leader of the Xiling Grotto Heaven was an elder. He was called Elder Jin Peng, and he was a rare beast. His cultivation had also reached the middle stage of Saint Venerables. As he spoke with a smile, he looked at Xueqi and the others. Then, he smiled and said, "This must be Princess Xueqi. I heard that she cultivated the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven's unique skill, the Dark Ice formula, and she has already cultivated it to the 6th level. Now that I have seen her, she is indeed extraordinary." It seemed that the laws in this cold mountain had also improved. "Senior, you are too polite," Xueqi said flatly. The people from the Xiling Grotto Heaven all looked over and stared into the distance. Many people's eyes immediately shone with a cold light. This person was the legendary Heaven's favored daughter. Many people had heard of her name, but this was the first time they had seen her. Among them, Sir Ling Tian naturally saw her. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. This was because their elders had praised the other party to remind them that the other party had cultivated the Black Ice technique, which was a terrifying technique. In this cold land, the other party was extremely powerful. They had to be extremely careful if they encountered him. The people from the other Grotto Heavens also came over to greet each other. They were all investigating the other party's information. At this moment, a beam of light streaked across the sky from afar. It was a demonic beast with its wings spread out. There were 2 people standing on top of it. They were like gods and demons. They were extremely powerful and even stopped above the Grotto Heavens. The experts from the surrounding families were all shocked. Who are they? They didn't even put the Grotto Heavens in their eyes. Are they from another Grotto Heaven? They were all discussing this. The people from the 4 Grotto Heavens also frowned and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. The Sage King elders also flew up into the sky. They even bowed respectfully to the 3 figures when they arrived above them. This shocked countless people. They were all stunned. The Grotto Heavens were the overlords of this land. There were actually people who could make them so afraid. Then, who are these 2 people? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. It was a man and a woman. Their bodies were shining brightly, blocking all soul detection. It was obvious that they had treasures on them. However, these 2 people looked very young, but they were both Sage Kings. This was really shocking. However, it wasn't enough for the elders of the Grotto Heavens to curry favor with them. At this moment, Xueqi said that she didn't expect the people from the Misty Peak to come. The Misty Peak. Lin Xian frowned. What is this? Is it more powerful than the grotto heavens? He asked in a low voice. Xueqi looked at him and said, you just came here, so you might not know about our land. The grotto heavens were the overlords. There were a total of 6 grotto heavens. In addition, there were many powerful families. Most of these families were from the 10,000 ancient races. However, their strength was still weaker than the grotto heavens. This was because the experts of these families had joined the grotto heavens. Therefore, the grotto heavens were stronger. The strength of the 6 grotto heavens was about the same. Above the 6 grotto heavens, there was another supreme existence, and that was the ethereal peak. If the grotto heavens were the sacred cultivation grounds of the 10,000 ancient races, then the ethereal peak would be the sacred cultivation grounds of the grotto heavens. Hearing this, Lin Xian understood. It must be an even more terrifying existence. As expected of the buried Emperor Star, even its heavenly grotto heaven was so terrifying. How terrifying was the misty peak? Xueqi didn't mention any specific information, so it seemed like Lin Xian would have to investigate this matter himself in the future. However, he did learn another piece of news, which was that many geniuses from the heavens had joined the Misty Peak too. One of Xueqi's goals was to join the Misty Peak. The Misty Peak? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. If he could join them, would he be able to break free from the suppression of the heavenly abode? At that time, he would descend as a disciple of Ethereal Peak. Thinking about it, those grotto heavens wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Even if he wanted to kill the Star Sage King, it would be even easier. As if she had guessed Lin Xian's thoughts, Xueqi said, don't think about it for now. You should stay by my side and help me set up the array. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Indeed, the most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. The others were also whispering among themselves. For example, 9th Young Master Yan, Young Master Ling Tian, and the others' eyes shone with a sharp light. Their goal was to join the Misty Peak and become a supreme existence. In the sky, the elders who had left also returned. The 2 figures stood in the sky and didn't seem to have any intention of coming down. As for the other 4 grotto heavens, they gathered together and discussed. Alright, let's begin. Everyone took a deep breath. They knew that they would enter Mount Han next. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. His eyes shone with a sharp light that pierced through the void. Xueqi, who was beside him, was shocked. Even 9th Young Master Yan frowned. Many people looked over and Xueqi frowned. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. However, the killing intent in his eyes didn't disappear. He stared at the Violet Spirit Grotto. To be exact, he was staring at Young Master Ling Tian. There were many figures beside Young Master Ling Tian. They were all battle servants. These battle servants were wearing purple robes. Their faces were covered by cloaks and couldn't be seen clearly. However, Lin Xian still took a glance at them. He realized that there was one person among them whom he was extremely familiar with. It was Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya was caught as well. It seemed like she had also become a battle servant. Damn it, he couldn't stand it. If Fu Hongya was captured, what about the others in Peerless City? Were they going to become battle servants? He looked around and checked. When he found that the others weren't around, he calmed down a little. Of course, this didn't mean that the others had run away. It was just that they didn't participate in this mission. Fu Hongya's face was expressionless. She didn't respond to Lin Xian's gaze. Young Master Ling Tian, who was in front of her, frowned slightly. He also turned around and looked at the battle servant. In the next moment, he sneered coldly. He saw that a battle servant was emitting killing intent toward him. He was stunned. A mere battle servant was like an ant in his eyes. He really didn't know what was good for him. If it wasn't for the fact that Xueqi was standing next to him, he would have attacked him and killed him already. Who is that person? Lin Xian asked. Xueqi looked ahead and spoke calmly. Young Master Ling Tian has a younger brother called Young Master Ling Su, and he's the one who tried to kill you. Is it him? Lin Xian remembered. It was that person's elder brother. Great. He wouldn't let him go. If he had the chance, he would send him to hell. Lin Xian removed the killing intent in his eyes and took a deep breath. He started to wait patiently. The Saint Kings of the four great grotto heavens started to work together to attack the seal. So many Saint Kings worked together and took out Saint artifacts. Some of them even took out arrays. They started to crack it. It was really earth-shattering. Even so, it took them a whole day to crack it. A big crack appeared in front of them. It spread out like a giant beast. The people in the surroundings all took a deep breath. Did they finally crack it? Great! They could enter. The people from Xiling Grotto Heaven were the first to enter, followed by the people from Haran Grotto Heaven and Xianxia Grotto Heaven. Let's go! The people from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven took a deep breath and flew in as well. Behind them were the two people from Misty Peak, who were standing in the sky. Then, it was the other families and experts. They had thought that they would find all kinds of cavern residences and palaces inside, but they found that it wasn't the case. After they entered, they found that there was a big river in front of them, which blocked all their paths. Moreover, it was just like the sea, which stretched as far as the eye could see. What was so bad about it? They could just fly. A strong cultivator soared into the sky and flew forward. The others also prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the situation changed. The strong cultivator had just left and arrived above the big river when countless frost appeared on his body, and he turned into an ice cube. He fell into the river and disappeared. This scene stunned everyone. Even those who were about to move stopped in their tracks. The strong cultivator was a half-step Saint King. He was very powerful. However, he died in an instant. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see that person appear. So, they concluded that he must have died. At this moment, everyone's scalps went numb. They didn't expect that it would be so dangerous when they just entered. Those Saint Kings also frowned. Did they have to leave? They looked at each other, and a Saint King even turned into a clone and flew out. In the end, it was frozen by countless ice cubes. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Even a Saint King couldn't do it. Many people were worried about how to cross. Even the two people from the Misty Peak frowned slightly. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked ahead. He found that there were countless ice cubes in the river. It was obvious that someone had come here before, and they all died here. His heavenly secret divine eyes also found that there seemed to be extremely terrifying laws in the surroundings. They were affecting this space. It was obvious that he couldn't take risks easily. If he had come alone, he would have been able to use his 9-yang divine body to defend himself. However, he didn't do so now. Moreover, a smile soon appeared on his face. It's here. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't know what Lin Xian meant by this. However, she also found out after a short while. Many lotuses floated over from the river in the distance. Those lotuses were blue, and they were made of frost. There were 10,000 lotuses, and they were about the size of a door. Those lotuses floated over from afar, and the people in the surroundings started talking. Could it be that they could only leave by using lotuses? Someone took a deep breath and jumped up. Sure enough, in the next moment, it continued to float into the distance along with the lotus. This scene caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Sure enough, these people began to move. Let's move as well. The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven took a deep breath. Among them, 9th young Master Yan led a few battle servants to a lotus. He turned to Xianxia and said with a smile, "Xianxia, come with me. I will protect you." However, Xianxia shook her head and said, "There's no need." She and Lin Xian went to a lotus. Seeing this, 9th young Master Yan's face turned cold again. Damn it, he actually didn't give him any face. He stared at Lin Xian, his eyes brimming with killing intent. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill this brat. In fact, he was not the only one who was surprised. The others were also surprised. This was because Xianxia was a peerless fairy, and she attracted countless gazes. Moreover, the other party's face was as cold as an iceberg, as if no one could get close to him. However, at that moment, he had brought someone with him. Furthermore, that person was a young man. It was impossible for the crowd not to be surprised. When they saw that the young man was wearing the armor of a battle disciple, they were all shocked. They knew that he was Xueqi's battle servant. Even so, many people were still envious of him. Some people's eyes even brimmed with killing intent. Xueqi didn't care about these gazes. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He had made so many enemies for no reason. However, so what, he had been fighting all this time and he had never been afraid. Moreover, these grotto heavens were too hateful. His friends and fellow disciples were all suppressed and turned into puppets. Even if these people didn't attack him, he wouldn't let these grotto heavens go. One day, he would trample these grotto heavens under his feet. When they reached the lotus, it started to walk on the water's surface. Lin Xian didn't know where it floated to. Moreover, he quickly discovered that these lotuses' trajectories were different. In other words, they were different for each person. From the looks of it, these lotuses had split up all of the huge troops. This meant that the danger they faced had increased by several folds. Of course, Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. This was because they could use their advantage to their advantage. In the end, they reached the opposite shore. Then, they walked over it. The aura in the surroundings was somewhat gloomy, and snowflakes appeared once again. An ice-cold aura pervaded the air, and as they walked, their feet were covered with frost. It seemed like even the laws were about to freeze. Xueqi didn't care about this at all. After all, the mysterious ice art that she cultivated was a peerless ice magical ability. The frost made her feel even more powerful. She was slightly worried about Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was just a middle-stage holy venerate. Even a late-stage holy venerate would have to use his full power here. This was why she shot out frost, intending to envelop Lin Xian and reduce the pressure on him. However, she discovered that Lin Xian was standing there calmly. There wasn't even a speck of frost on his body. It seemed like he wasn't affected at all. This surprised her. What's going on with this guy's body? Why isn't it affected at all? However, she still enveloped Lin Xian with a layer of laws. Lin Xian was taken aback. He glanced at her and thanked her. Although this guy was ice cold, he didn't seem like a bad person. Xueqi turned her head and said calmly, "Don't think too much. I just don't want you to freeze to death so quickly. After all, your formation is useful to me." Lin Xian shook his head. She was really cold. They continued to walk forward, and there were a few figures nearby who also walked up to them. When they saw that it was Xueqi, they wanted to invite her to form a team and explore together. However, Xueqi shook her head and rejected them. The other people were helpless, and they could only continue on their own. After a short while, the sound of fighting could be heard ahead of them. Lin Xian and the others were surprised. The two of them also walked over. Soon after, they saw that the people in front of them had been stopped. There was a black-robed man in front of them, and his aura was extremely terrifying. It was a holy king. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. No, it wasn't a holy king. The other party was a half-step holy king, but he was holding a holy king weapon. What did this guy want to do? The black-robed man in front of them raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. He then said with a smile, "More people have come. Another one is a peerless fairy. It seems like my luck is really good. Now, hand over your storage rings obediently. I can give you a chance to live." Hateful. What a joke. The people in front of them were instantly infuriated. Their storage rings were basically all of their cultivation resources. As for their secrets, they couldn't hand them over. "You've gone too far. Don't you know who we are? You have offended us. Even if you get them, you will surely die outside." The black-robed man laughed. "Do you know who I am? As for this saint artifact, don't even think about it. This saint artifact has never appeared before, so you don't know my identity. Even if I kill you here, the grotto heavens and families behind you won't be able to find me. Hurry up, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it." After 10 seconds, I don't mind doing it myself. After he finished speaking, the Saint King weapon in his hand released an extremely terrifying aura. The expressions of those people in front of him became extremely ugly. "Damn it, he's going too far. Everyone, let's attack together," as one of them roared, the 6 of them attacked together. Heaven and earth rumbled, and a terrifying aura tore the void apart. It made everyone's scalps go numb. However, the black-robed man in front of them sneered when he saw this scene. They were overestimating themselves. He waved the Saint King weapon in his hand. It was a long saber, and when the saber slashed down, the 6 figures were all sent flying, and their bodies were split open. One strike injured 6 experts, and one could imagine how powerful this person was. Of course, he relied on the Saint King weapon in his hand, but no matter what it was, no one could compete with him. Boom, another strike fell, and the 6 people's bodies, which had just healed, were sent flying again while vomiting blood. The black-robed man said, "Did you see that? You'd better obediently hand over your storage rings. Otherwise, you'll end up worse than him." The expressions of the other people became even uglier. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. "You're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can sweep away everything with a saint artifact?" When those words came out, the surrounding people were all stunned. The black-robed man also raised his head and looked forward. Soon, he sneered. He didn't expect that there would be a peerless fairy here. The others also turned their heads around. In the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. "That must be the genius of the Thousand Mountain Grotto, Xianxia." Yes, they didn't expect that she would also come. Could it be that she also has a Saint King weapon in her hand? It's possible, because it's said that her identity is not ordinary. The people started discussing. The black-robed man was also stunned. "So, you're the legendary Xianxia. Now that I've seen you, you're even more beautiful than the rumors say. You want to compete with me? Do you have a Saint King weapon? If you do, I can let you go. If you don't blame me," the black-robed man sneered. So what if the other party's identity was not ordinary? If he made a move here, the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven would not be able to find him. "I don't have a Saint King weapon, but I don't need a saint weapon to deal with you." Xianxia snorted coldly. Despair appeared in the eyes of the others once again. The black-robed man, on the other hand, laughed loudly. "No sacred artifacts? You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? You're too naive. Where do you think this is? Thousand Mountain Cave? Here, no one will give in to you." At this moment, the black-robed man's laughter suddenly stopped, as if he had been caught by someone. This was because a faint voice rang out. She was right. The Sage King's weapon was powerful, but it was not invincible. "I don't need a Saint King weapon to kill you." What? Everyone was stunned and turned to look. However, when they saw that it was only a battle servant who was only at the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm, they were all stunned. How could such a person dare to speak such arrogant words? His cultivation was probably the lowest among all of them. The black-robed man also stared at Xianxia. So it was just an ant. "Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you on your way first." He walked forward. The others retreated. They looked at Xianxia and shook their heads. However, no one helped him. Because they were not confident that they could fight against the black-robed man. Xianxia looked at the black-robed man and smiled. He said, "Are you sure you want to attack me? You can't bear the consequences." "Stupid kid, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." Facing Xianxia, the black-robed man did not use a Saint King weapon. Instead, he directly stretched out a palm and slapped forward. In his opinion, there was no need to use a Saint King weapon to kill an ant. The others also cried out in surprise. They all felt that Xianxia was dead for sure. However, in the next moment, a roar sounded, and a bloody mist filled the sky. Everyone was stupefied. Was that brat dead? They looked over and realized that he was not. The black-robed man was the one who was injured. Half of the black-robed man's body turned into a bloody mist. Xianxia stood there with a cold smile on his face. How is this possible? What just happened? They were all stunned. The black-robed man was injured. The black-robed man's pupils contracted. He could not believe what had just happened. He roared crazily, and the bloody mist that filled the sky condensed back into his body. "Damn kid, I didn't expect you to be a genius. You dared to plot against me. Die." This time, he used the Saint King weapon in his hand. As the blade slashed down, the wind and clouds swirled. Even Shuiqi's eyelids twitched. She could not help but want to attack. However, she discovered that Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast, and he managed to dodge the blade. At the same time, he stomped his foot, and countless arrays appeared in the surroundings, enveloping the whole sky. Arrays, can you contend against me? The black-robed man snorted disdainfully. Lin Xian did not intend to continue attacking. Instead, he stood there and said, "Do you want to live? If you want to live, then listen to me and cooperate with the arrays." What? A mere battle servant dares to order us around? The people in the surroundings were infuriated. They were all top-notch geniuses or powerhouses who could come here, and they were usually proud and arrogant. However, they were now being ordered around by someone. They could not accept this. However, Lin Xian said, "I will give you a chance. If you refuse, then don't blame me for not saving you." The people in the surroundings sneered coldly. What a joke, they wanted to run away. They wanted to help this battle servant. This was why some people wanted to run away. Who wanted to run away? The black-robed man shouted angrily and slashed two people in half with his blade. Their souls were extinguished. The people in the surroundings were frightened, and they did not dare to run away. The black-robed man was still so powerful. Lin Xian said, "You have already lost your best chance. Since you don't want to attack, then I will do it myself." He weaved hand seals, and a terrifying array surged out. 36 golden crows soared into the sky and shone brightly. They turned into peerless suns that illuminated the whole world. Their terrifying aura melted the ice and snow in the whole world. When the black-robed man sensed this, he roared crazily and waved his blade to contend against it. His arm was numb. He realized that the other party's array was really powerful. Even if he could get in front of the other party was extremely fast and seemed to know spatial techniques. He could not hurt the other party at all. Therefore, he roared, "Kid, I will let the two of you go. I will apologize for what happened before. How about we stop here? You go your way, and I will move my hand." The black-robed man was taken aback, but he soon understood what was going on. He nodded and said, "Fine, I was unlucky. I kicked an iron plate. I will give you half of my storage ring." Lin Xian took back the formation, while the black-robed man waved his hand and looked at the other people. "Since you don't want to hand it over, don't blame me for taking action." He attacked the other people. The other people were startled, and they all shouted at Lin Xian, "Hero, save our lives." "Yes, young master, please help us." Lin Xian sneered coldly. "Didn't you look down on me and think that I was just a battle servant? Didn't you think that you were aloof and didn't want to help me? Why are you begging me now? Did I tell you? I only gave you one chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for what happens next." The crowd despaired. Some people gritted their teeth. They had already missed their chance once, and they didn't want to miss it again. This was why they threw their storage rings at him. They immediately ran away. There were still some people who hesitated, and they were all turned into blood mist. In just a short while, those people either ran away or died. Only 3 people were left in the vicinity. They were the black-robed man, Shuiqi, and Lin Xian. Shuiqi was startled. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would have such an ability. The black-robed man took out half of his storage ring and gave it to Lin Xian. "This is for you, my friend." "How should I address you?" Lin Xian took the storage ring and said, "You don't need to know who I am. After all, we aren't on the same side. I will spare you this time, but you'd better not run into me next time. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with you with just this storage ring." After Lin Xian spoke, he turned around and said to Shuiqi, "Let's go." Shuiqi nodded and walked over. Both of them then flew away. The black-robed man's gaze became gloomy as he looked at their departing backs. He was really an arrogant lad. However, his opponent's formation was extremely powerful. He really didn't have any way to deal with him, so he had to look for other prey. After Lin Xian and Shuiqi left, he asked, "Where are you going?" Shuiqi said, "Let's find a place with the most terrifying ice and snow energy. There should be treasures there." He said, "Let's find them." Then, he said, "Let's go over there." The two of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. In front of them was an icy canyon, and beside the canyon were two ice sunflowers. These weren't ordinary sunflowers. They were two demonic beasts that were extremely terrifying. Judging from his aura, he was already a half-step holy king. At this moment, several holy venerates stood in the surroundings, preparing to attack the ice sunflower. Soon, someone walked out and used a peerless divine ability from the university. Terrifying light shone brightly, shrouding heaven and earth as it charged forward. However, the ice sunflower continued to sway, and the sunflower seeds flew out like flying swords of ice, piercing through everything. It pierced through that person's divine ability. Not only that, but that person also vomited blood and was sent flying, several bloody holes appearing on his body. His body was sealed in ice, and he couldn't even use his strength. Seeing this scene, the others were also shocked. However, another person said, "Let's join hands." These people joined forces and prepared to step forward. Stop it. However, they had still underestimated the two sunflowers. These two ice sunflowers were truly too powerful. Their sunflower seeds seemed to have turned into thousands of flying swords, sweeping through everything. Unexpectedly, half of the people were killed, while the other half were injured, and they quickly retreated. Damn it! The treasure was just in front of them, but they couldn't go over. It was too hateful. These people fled far away, gnashing their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this. Suddenly, they were taken aback, because they discovered that two more rays of light were flying toward them. Someone was coming. However, what could two people do? In this place, these two ice sunflowers were too terrifying, and they would need at least 4 half-step holy kings to suppress them. Xianxia looked ahead and spoke. That's right, there was a powerful ice element energy there. Moreover, there was someone else. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked ahead. Soon, he saw that a great battle seemed to have taken place in front of them. The two of them were very fast, and after they descended, they saw many traces of a battle on the ground. There was also blood. It was holy blood, which was extremely terrifying. The two ice sunflowers in front of them kept dancing. They even let out ice-cold laughter, which made people's hair stand on end. Foolish humans, you want to contend against us? You really don't know the meaning of death. Hurry up and get lost. The treasure here isn't something you can get. These two ice sunflowers spoke in human language. They were so arrogant. They were just two demonic beasts, yet they dared to be so arrogant. Before Lin Xian could speak, another cold laughter echoed from the sky. Shortly after, 3 people descended. It was a young man, who had terrifying purple lightning on his body. At the same time, there were 2 battle servants behind him, and they were also extremely terrifying. The 3 of them were unexpectedly half-step holy kings, which was really shocking. That's great. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. Including Xianxia, there were 4 half-step holy kings. Perhaps they could suppress the 2 ice sunflowers in front of them. This fairy must be Princess Xianxia. I am from the Purple Spirit Cave, and my name is Zilei. Why don't we join hands and kill these 2 demonic beasts, then we can take the treasure together. What do you think? The other people also wanted to join hands, but Zilei just snorted coldly and said, "Trash like you, get lost." He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning flew out and struck the 3 of them. The other people were also frightened, and they quickly retreated. This person was too strong, and he was too arrogant. He didn't even give them a chance. He was really hateful. Xianxia frowned slightly, while Lin Xian said, "We won't join hands with you." What did you say? Zilei was stunned, and he stared at Lin Xian. He laughed and said, "You are just a battle servant. Do you have the right to speak here?" Lin Xian sneered coldly. Your Purple Spirit Cave attacked our 1,000 Mountain Cave, and now you want to join hands with us? What a joke. Sure enough, Xianxia also said that. That's right, I won't join hands with you. Zilei frowned. Princess Xianxia, you better think clearly. How can you suppress these 2 demonic beasts with your own strength? Even if you are also an ice element martial artist, so are your opponents. You don't have any advantage. Moreover, you actually listened to a battle servant's suggestion. How disappointing. Don't you think it's ridiculous? If you want to take the treasure, you can only join hands with me. Lin Xian's expression darkened, and he said coldly, who do you think you are? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I will kill you. What did you say? Zilei was furious. He had never been challenged by a battle servant before. He immediately said to a battle servant beside him, go and chop off his head. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. A battle servant beside him walked over. He was also a half-step holy king, and he held a long spear in his hand. He was also an ice element martial artist. You dare to attack my people? Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? Xueqi furrowed her brows, and an ice-cold glint appeared in her eyes. Princess Xueqi, our statuses aren't ordinary. There's no need for you to get angry over a battle servant. As he spoke, the saint with the long spear had already attacked. His spear pierced through like an ice dragon. The surrounding people exclaimed. They all knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. As for Lin Xian, he took a step forward. He sent a slap over. It was as if his palm had transformed into a sun that blossomed between the heavens and earth. The ice and snow that filled the sky disappeared. Boom, after one strike, the spear shattered. The half-step Saint King battle servant also spat out blood and flew back. His body was torn apart. His body was enveloped in divine flames, which burned continuously. The surrounding people were all stunned. He had killed a half-step Saint King with one strike. This kid's strength was too terrifying. Purple Thunder was also stunned, unable to react for a long time. How could there be such a terrifying expert? In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it. No wonder Xueqi had such an extraordinary status, yet she had only brought one person with her. It turned out that she was a top-notch expert. It seems like I've still underestimated you. Princess Xueqi, you really have great means. However, are you really not going to join forces with me? Xueqi was also surprised. She knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but she assumed that if he wanted to defeat a half-step Saint King, he would have to rely on a formation. But who would have thought that the other party would be able to end the battle with a single palm strike? The strength of his physique was beyond her expectations. I told you to get lost, did you not understand? Lin Xian also walked out and stared at Purple Thunder. Since he wasn't leaving, then he might as well stay. He took a picture in front of him. Purple Thunder's pupils shrank. You're courting death, so what if the other party was strong? He was only a battle servant. Would he dare to make a move against him? Let's kill him together. Zilei roared in anger as lightning surged from his body. The other person beside him also attacked, turning into a gust of wind that tore through the void and charged towards Lin Xian. Two half-step Saint Kings attacked together. Their power was terrifying. The surrounding people were all stunned. Unexpectedly, the people from the two grotto heavens came in and started fighting in advance. In the distance, the two sunflowers coldly laughed. Foolish humans, they were actually fighting here. When the time came, they would be able to reap the benefits. The two men sneered. Xueqi also wanted to help him, but she discovered that the battle had ended very quickly. This was because Lin Xian's punch had sent that Saint King flying backwards, blood spurting from his mouth. His body was torn apart. Then, Lin Xian kicked out. There were endless flames on it. Other than that, there was no other power of law. It was the power of the divine body. On the other side, the Purple Thunder formed into a lightning spear. It was unparalleled, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning carried a destructive aura as it pierced through the heavens and earth. It collided with Lin Xian's right leg. Everyone began to worry about Lin Xian. However, this time, the crowd discovered that nothing had happened. Lin Xian was unharmed, while the Purple Thunder was sent flying backwards. His body was also torn apart, and he spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he stepped on the Purple Thunder's body. Do you think that you are superior and can look down on me? I think that you are the foolish one. Shock, everyone was stunned. What is going on with this guy's body? Xueqi also opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. The Purple Thunder's mind went blank, and he let out a crazy roar. This is impossible. I don't believe it, the three of them were actually unable to block the opponent's attack, especially the Purple Thunder, who was now being stepped on. "Damned lad, you dare to attack me? Do you know who I am?" Before the Purple Thunder's words could finish, Lin Xian slapped him and shattered his face. "Who are you? I don't care who you are. Today, even if you are a Saint King, you will still die." Boom. After he spoke, he stomped his feet, and his boundless divine body's power smashed the Purple Thunder's body into pieces. Even the Purple Thunder's soul was instantly destroyed. "What did I do? What did I do? I unexpectedly killed a Paradise's genius. Did I go crazy? They couldn't even withstand a single blow." Lin Xian sneered coldly, and he took their storage rings and weapons. Then, he shook his head. His current body was at the Saint King realm, and no matter how strong these half-step Saint Kings were, they couldn't contend against him. They couldn't even block a single strike from him. "Did you kill him?" Xueqi was also surprised. Lin Xian said. "I already told him to get lost, but he didn't want to leave. He wanted to die, so I sent him to hell." Xueqi was surprised. She felt that he wasn't a battle servant, and he was more like a top-notch genius. He was like the supreme existences of the Misty Peak, who could look down on everything. Come to think of it, the other party should also be an unparalleled genius in other worlds. However, it was a pity that he was suppressed by their paradise after he came here. No matter how strong he was, his future would be bleak. Lin Xian didn't think this way, and he didn't say anything. He just said, "Okay, let's deal with these two demonic beasts." After he spoke, he walked forward, and a ball of 9 suns divine fire appeared in his hand. It was like a golden crow, and it kept circling around. The 2 sunflowers were also taken aback. This human is so strong, and his body seems to have surpassed that of a half-step Saint King. The 2 sunflowers discussed this matter, and they snorted coldly. "Lad, you are really strong, but you are still not a match for us here." Terrifying ice and frost emanated from their bodies, and the 2 sunflowers started becoming bigger and bigger. They turned into 2 giant creatures, and their terrifying auras became even stronger. Darn it! These 2 sunflowers were hiding their power. If they joined hands, they would be as strong as a Saint King. The people in the distance fell into despair once again. Even Xueqi wore a grave expression. Lin Xian said, "It seems like our formation is about to appear. Let's attack." Xueqi nodded. Then, the 2 sunflowers started forming hand signs and setting up a formation around them. Their spell formations flew out. It was a heavenly steel formation, and it was used to suppress everything. After the formation was set up, 49 heavenly steel illusions appeared in the sky, and they suppressed everything. "Die!" The 2 sunflowers shouted angrily, and they waved their giant bodies, which seemed like saint artifacts, and they swept everything around them. At the same time, they shot out sunflower seeds, which filled the sky, and they turned into tens of thousands of flying swords. The people in the surroundings still wanted to approach them, but they were instantly sent flying. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. It was impossible for them to participate in a battle of this level. On the other side, in the boundless snowy mountain, several people were surrounded by terrifying purple light, and it seemed like thunder could penetrate everything. After killing several demonic beasts in front of them, one of them furrowed his brows. It was a middle-aged man, and he waved his hand and took out a badge. When the others saw this scene, they frowned. Purple Lay was actually killed, damn it. Who did this to him? The middle-aged man was a sage king. He formed a seal with his palm and endless laws flew into the token. The broken token started to burn and turned into a blurry image. At the same time, a purple light flashed in his eyes. He saw a figure surrounded by golden flames punching out, destroying everything in its path. Then, he said, "This is the person who did it. He should be a fire elemental sage." Moreover, he already knew the direction of Purple Lay's death. Those people shouldn't have gone too far. Let's go quickly. This was a team of 5 people, and the leader was the Sage King. They quickly flew into the distance. The others' faces were cold. However, to attack the people of the Violet Spirit Paradise, they had to be careful. They had to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xueqi were fighting against the 2 sunflowers. One had to admit that the two sunflowers were very powerful. The flying swords they shot out were very terrifying. Moreover, there were so many of them that they seemed endless. What surprised Lin Xian even more was that the power of the two sunflowers didn't weaken. Instead, it continued to increase. It seemed that there was something that was giving them power. Gong power. He used the heavenly secret divine eyes to observe as he set up the formation. Soon, he discovered that there was a stone in the canyon. The stone was as big as a millstone. After the stone was broken, it formed many pieces. The biggest one was as big as a bowl. The rest were as big as a fist, and some were as big as an apple. In short, they were scattered in a certain area. At this moment, the sunflowers were absorbing the power of the stone. At this moment, Xianxia frowned and said, "If I'm not wrong, there's definitely an Ice Soul Divine Crystal here. The two sunflowers must be borrowing the power of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. Hurry up and find it." The Ice Soul Divine Crystal was a supreme treasure to an ice elemental sage. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard that. He nodded. He naturally knew where it was. However, he didn't say it immediately. Instead, he secretly transmitted his voice to Little White. Back then, Little White, the dark red divine dragon, and the toad had come together. Whitey followed beside him, while the dark red dragon and the toad split up. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't know about their situation. After Whitey came out, she looked into the distance. His figure flickered and disappeared. Then, he hid in the void and disappeared. Not long after, Little White returned with the two largest Ice Soul Divine Crystals. The whole process was silent, and Xianxia didn't notice it. However, the two sunflowers found out, because they felt that it gave them something. Gong's Ice Soul Divine Crystal suddenly decreased. Immediately, they let out crazy roars. "Who was it?" Lin Xian said. "I've already found the location of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. Hurry up and go." Xianxia was delighted. "Is this true?" A smile appeared on her face. Then, a blue longsword appeared in her hand. He swung his sword forward. Lin Xian said, "I'll control the array. Go quickly." Lin Xian took over the formation and began to control it. The two sunflowers roared, wanting to attack. Ga. However, he was slapped by Lin Xian's palm. After Xianxia left, Lin Xian didn't hide anything in the array. His divine body appeared, and terrifying flames caused the expressions of the two sunflowers in front of him to change drastically. They became alarmed. "Is this the aura of flames? Heavens, this should be the legendary divine flame. This is an extremely powerful body." Such a person was an extremely terrifying existence on the buried Emperor star. How could he be a battle servant? The two demonic beasts went crazy. "Who the hell are you?" they asked in alarm. Lin Xian said, "You don't know who I am. If you don't move, I'll spare your lives. Also, ask her to leave a piece for you." The two sunflowers thought for a moment and said, "Fine." They didn't dare to attack. This was because this kind of body was their greatest restraint. When Lin Xian saw this, he nodded. He said, "Xianxia, leave a piece for them." Xianxia, who was below, saw the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was startled. However, she also left a piece for herself. She put away the rest of the crystals. Soon, she arrived above. When she saw that the two sunflowers weren't fighting, she became confused. "What's going on?" Lin Xian, who had already put away his 9-yang divine body, spoke. "Maybe they didn't want to fight after witnessing my strength. Since I already got it, let's go." Xianxia nodded. Then, she took out a piece of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal and said, "This is for you. Although I know that you don't comprehend the laws of ice, you still put in a lot of effort. You should take it. Perhaps you can exchange it for other treasures after you leave." When Lin Xian heard this, he nodded and took it. He didn't care about it because he had already taken the two biggest pieces of the Ice Soul Divine Crystal. After all, Xianxia's pieces weren't even as big as his. The two sunflowers put away the array and prepared to leave. However, it was at this moment that several terrifying auras appeared in the distance. A Saint King's aura even engulfed heaven and earth. At the same time, he roared, "Who dares to attack a member of the purple spirit shaking the heavens?" kneel down and accept your death." When these words were spoken, the people in the surroundings were so scared that they almost knelt down. It was too terrifying. A Saint King had come. Xueqi's expression also changed. "Oh no, let's leave quickly." They didn't expect that the purple spirit shaking the heavens members would come so quickly. Moreover, there was a true Saint King among them. No matter how strong the two of them were, they couldn't be compared to a true Saint King. The two of them soared into the sky and flew toward the distance. However, at this moment, a palm engulfed heaven and earth and sealed everything. It seemed like the Saint King had attacked directly. Xueqi's expression changed drastically. Even the apex geniuses wouldn't be able to fight against a Saint King. Or, if they possessed a heaven-defying magical power, they could fight a Saint King. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to overcome this power and the suppression of the laws. Lin Xian set up an array formation, which was a spatial array formation. He immediately left the space and appeared on the other side. Then, he said, "You should leave first." "What about you?" Xueqi was taken aback. "This is a Saint King. Do you want to contend against him?" Lin Xian said, "My mission is to protect you. You should leave first." As he spoke, he used a spatial array to engulf Xueqi. Xueqi still wanted to say something, but her body had already disappeared. Lin Xian's eyes, however, shone with an extremely cold light. A Saint King? He also wanted to see how powerful his divine body had become after it had broken through to the next level. In the sky, the Saint King from the Xialing Wonderland shouted angrily. "Do you want to leave?" He attacked again, wanting to attack Xueqi. In his opinion, Xueqi might be the one who attacked him. However, at this moment, a terrifying radiance burst out from below. It was as if a sun had descended to the world. Then, a golden figure charged out like a god of war. "Do you want to die?" When the Saint King sensed that the opponent's aura was not that of a Saint King, the palm in the sky fell down. A mere ant dared to go against him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, attacked aggressively. His fist seemed to have transformed into a peerless golden crow that soared into the sky. It collided with the opponent's palm. Boom! 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 When the two collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people in the distance knelt on the ground. Their scalps went numb, and they almost fainted. After the attack, the terrifying palm in the sky was pushed back. The Saint King's pupils contracted. His physique was so strong that it was not weaker than his. Who is he? His eyes could see through everything. However, at this moment, he saw the golden fist coming toward him again. "You want to die?" he shouted angrily and threw out two palms. He collided with the opponent again. After an earth-shattering sound, he was pushed back. The geniuses from the wonderland behind him were stunned. What the hell? Who is this person? Is he another Saint King? They did not dare to move forward. On the other side, the golden figure also rushed into the sky and disappeared. "Elder, who exactly is he? Do you know which wonderland he is from?" the people from the Xialing Wonderland asked. The Saint King leading them looked cold. He did not seem to have the aura of a Saint King, but his physique was not weaker than mine. "I don't know which side he is from. However, I think the people around us should have seen it. We should be able to find out after we collect their souls. Let's go." The four figures beside him flew into the distance, wanting to collect the souls. However, at this moment, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. They were like the eyes of a god, looking down. The terrifying eye technique was activated. Those who had watched Lin Xian's fight were instantly affected by the eye technique, and their memories were changed. Damn it, the middle-aged Sage King wanted to attack, but the pair of golden eyes had already disappeared. His expression became even colder. Could it be that there was more than one person? Not only was there a person with an extremely strong physique, but there was also an extremely terrifying soul expert. Who exactly was it? On the other side, Lin Xian also flew into the distance. Previously, he had exchanged 3 palm strikes with the Sage King, allowing him to know his own strength. His current physique was definitely not weaker than a Sage King. Therefore, even if he met a Saint King in the future, he would be able to contend against them. This made him really happy. Lin Xian didn't immediately join Xueqi. After all, it would be best for him to act alone. With his strength, as long as a few saint rulers did not join hands, he would not be in any danger. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian flew towards a direction in the distance. At the same time, an extremely terrifying law of death emerged from his body and enveloped him. In this space, the great snow mountain was vast and boundless. Within the snowy mountain was a pagoda. Ice tower. The pagoda exuded an extremely mysterious aura as great Taoists intertwined within it. Obviously, this was a martial pagoda, and there were definitely supreme great Taoists within it. It was very useful for sage venerables to raise their law of death. It was even very useful for sage kings. At this moment, there were a few figures standing near the ice martial pagoda. These people's strength and auras were unusually strong. There were young geniuses, and there were also experts of the older generation. One of them had boundless arrogance in his eyes. He was young Master Ling Tian. Other than him, people from the other grotto heavens were also present. Green Hill Grotto Heaven, Vast Grotto Heaven, and some primordial tribe experts were also present. There were even sage kings present. These people gathered together and looked at the ice martial pagoda in front of them. Their eyes shone brightly. "Let's break the array seal in front of us together," young Master Ling Tian walked out and said coldly. There were 3 battle servants behind him, including Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya was expressionless as she followed behind him respectfully. Hearing young Master Ling Tian's words, the others looked at each other and nodded. Sure. These people attacked together and broke the array seal in front of them. Then, they walked into the ice martial pagoda. Not long after they entered, another figure descended from the sky. This person had an extremely strong death aura. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the pagoda in front of him and was shocked. What a strong martial aura. The array seal had already been broken. It seemed like someone had entered. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He was not too late. His body swayed and he walked into the ice martial pagoda. After he entered, the icy aura inside became even more terrifying. Fortunately, with his divine body, he did not need to defend himself. Soon, he arrived at the front. The people in front of him had already stopped. This was because they realized that there was a huge statue there. It was emitting a faint blue light. It was carved out of ice crystals. At this moment, the statue was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was surrounded by a vast hall. Other than that, there was not much else. This shocked everyone. Could it be that there was no treasure inside? Suddenly, they heard another aura coming from behind them. Someone had entered. Who was it? They had worked together to open the treasure vault and did not allow anyone else to enter. Immediately, many terrifying gazes turned to look behind them. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent. Those who were weaker would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian naturally felt the pressure too. He frowned and shouted coldly. He threw out a punch. The black palm shone with a golden light as it tore the void apart. Then, he came to the front of the crowd. In front of them. This person was not simple to be able to avoid. The pressure of so many people. Everyone frowned. In the next moment, they saw a figure surrounded by black laws standing in the air. The cold aura on him made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Young Master Ling Tian also turned around and frowned. He asked coldly, "Which grotto heaven or family do you belong to?" Hearing this voice, Lin Xian turned his head to look. When he saw that it was young Master Ling Tian, his face darkened. This was a good opportunity. If he killed young Master Ling Tian, he should be able to meet Fu Hongya. He said calmly, "I'm a rogue cultivator." A rogue cultivator? He had no right to be here. Another person snorted coldly. This was a person from the ancient race. He had a terrifying frost on him. He was from the ice serpent race. Lin Xian stared at the person who spoke. It was a young man who was a half-step saint king. Clearly, he was a genius from the ancient race. Lin Xian looked at him and suddenly smiled. In the next instant, he attacked. Boundless death precepts formed a sword of death and flew out. "You're courting death. You dare to attack me?" the young man roared in anger and slapped out with his palm. Freezing cold covered the sword of death and froze it in midair. A cold smile appeared on his face. Do you see that? The difference between us is that. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils constricted. In the next instant, he felt a figure appear behind him. A palm had turned his body into a bloody mist. How could it be? When did the other party appear behind him? He was too shocked. However, he didn't have to think about it anymore because this palm had destroyed his astral soul. Lin Xian killed a half-step Saint King with a single palm. Then, he asked indifferently, now, am I qualified? The surrounding people were shocked. This person was very terrifying. Moreover, his strength was too strong. It was really shocking. When the other members of the Ice Serpent clan saw this, they shouted angrily, "You're courting death." They attacked frantically, ice arrows and ice blades flying over. However, Lin Xian suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a death vortex that emitted a terrifying aura. This made the members of the Ice Serpent clan extremely uncomfortable. Alright, stop attacking. He's qualified to be here. At this moment, an elder said coldly. This elder had an unusually strong aura that seemed to be able to suppress the world. This was a Saint King from Haren Grotto Heaven. Since a Saint King had spoken, the others didn't attack. Young Master Ling Tian glanced at Lin Xian and sneered. He didn't care if there was one more person because in his opinion, it didn't matter if there were a few more people. As long as there was a treasure, it would be his in the end. There seemed to be nothing on the first level. The surrounding people started to investigate and found that there was indeed nothing. At this moment, someone said, "There's a staircase. Let's go over." They walked toward the staircase, wanting to enter the second level. However, they found that there was a huge seal at the staircase. Was it another seal? One of the Saint Kings threw a punch at him. This was a Saint King from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. Lin Xian had seen him before. He was called the Earth Holy King. He was an expert of the earth element. His strength and defense were extremely strong. His punch could definitely shatter a world. However, the seal didn't budge in the slightest. Was he that strong? Everyone was astonished. It seemed like they had to work together. Another two Saint Kings walked over and joined forces to attack. However, they discovered that it was completely useless. The faces of the crowd turned extremely ugly. Even with three great sage kings attacking at the same time, they still had no chance. At this moment, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked at the ice sculpture in front of him. Don't waste your energy, you won't be able to open it. What was the meaning of this? Are you doubting our strength? The three Saint Kings in front turned their heads and emitted a piercingly cold light. The void around Lin Xian kept cracking. Even though his current physique wasn't weaker than a Saint King's, being stared at by three Saint Kings still made him feel extremely pressured. He said loudly, "I'm not doubting your strength, but I'm saying that your method is wrong. I think the key to entering the second level should be him." He pointed at the ice sculpture in front of him. The surrounding people also looked over. "That thing, are you sure?" The Earth Saint King asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. He should be right. If I'm not wrong, this should be an array, and the ranking statue is the key to the array. Since that's the case, I'll just blast it away. The Great Earth Saint King threw out a punch. His strength was shocking. With a boom, the entire world began to shake and sway. However, the statue wasn't damaged. Damn it, was it really that sturdy? The Earth Saint King frowned and took out a mountain-splitting axe. That was the Saint King Wu. At this moment, he exploded with boundless power and wanted to attack again. Lin Xian frowned. This guy was too crazy. The Earth Saint King was a very tall man, like a giant. Lin Xian looked at him and said with a frown, "I advise you not to attack. Since this is an array, you have to follow the rules of breaking the array. If you attack rashly, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Hearing this, the others also said, "Enough, Earth Saint King, stop. Let's hear what this guy has to say first." Lin Xian's entire body was wrapped in the aura of death, and when he spoke, his voice was hoarse. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, he wasn't a young man at all. He might be an expert of the older generation. Lin Xian raised his hand and conjured a formation that enveloped the area in front of him. Immediately, the ice sculpture shook non-stop. Countless laws of ice appeared around him, enveloping the surroundings. Soon, countless rays of light formed an ancient arena. It seemed like a battle was about to start. Many people sucked in a deep breath when they saw this. The Earth Saint King even said, "I'll do it." This guy's speed was really fast. Many people were surprised. In their opinion, if they won, there might be some mysterious reward. However, it was unlikely for them to go up. Because there was a change in front. After the Earth Saint King went up, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture in front of him. Then, with a crack, it cracked open. A figure walked out from inside. Roar, with a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. It was a blue demonic beast. It was covered in blue frost and its cold gaze swept across everything. It looked like a lion, but it was even more unique. Its tail was like a meteor hammer. Its body was like a small mountain, and there was a pair of blue wings on its back. When it spread out, the temperature of the entire space kept dropping. Even the half-step Saint Kings resisted with all their might. Even the Saint Kings frowned. How terrifying. It was actually a rare beast of heaven and earth. Lin Xian also looked carefully and then frowned slightly. He realized that the other party was indeed very strong. It wasn't weaker than a Saint King. And from the looks of it, this guy shouldn't be a normal rare beast of heaven and earth. It seemed to have been refined by someone. It was actually the Ice Snow Fong. This was a legendary demonic beast. It was really surprising to see it here. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian felt that it was familiar. He turned his head and then narrowed his eyes. It was a woman in a Taoist robe. She held a round fan in her hand and gently waved it. There was a mysterious aura all over her. Lin Xian had seen this person before. She was Yinsu. From Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. He didn't expect her to come too. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yinsu also turned her head and looked over. Confusion appeared in her eyes. Shaking his head, he looked to the front. There were 2 figures standing in front of him. They were Earth Saint Kings, looking like dragon war gods. On the other side, Bing Shuafeng was even more terrifying. His body was emitting an aura, especially when he swayed his tail. Just when everyone was in shock and analyzing the battle, the Earth Saint King shouted. "What kind of mutated beast is this? How many years have you been freezing this place? You must be some kind of puppet. Go to hell." He threw out a punch. The powerful force, along with a monstrous aura, awakened Bing Shuafeng. So what if his opponent was strong? He was a Saint King. He was fearless. Bing Shuafeng's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He then roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Looking at the fist that was rushing towards him, he also slapped out with his claw. Wherever the blue claw passed, it froze the world. It also carried a terrifying aura of the law. Boom. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Then, both of them retreated. The Earth Saint King was shocked. Damn it, his strength is so strong. However, take my punch. As he spoke, he used the Earth Divine Fist. The terrifying law was displayed to the extreme. A layer of armor appeared on his body. It seemed like he did not intend to dodge. He wanted to charge over with his powerful strength. On the other side, Ice Snow Teeth also roared towards the sky. Endless ice and snow surrounded him, forming a terrifying ball of ice and snow. He charged over directly. The power contained in the ball froze the entire land. Break, the Earth Saint King's attack was frozen in midair. The ice even spread to his body. His legs were frozen. Even his hands were covered in ice. It seemed like he was going to become an ice sculpture. At that moment, he took out his heaven-splitting axe and slashed forward. Boom, this attack was terrifying. It directly hit Bing Shuafeng's body. Bing Shuafeng was instantly sent flying and fell to the ground. It caused the void to crack. A huge crack appeared on his body. However, no blood flowed out from it. On the other hand, Bing Shuafeng roared. The blue wings on his back flapped violently. His speed was extremely fast. He quickly charged towards the Earth Saint King. The entire Martial Path Pagoda was shaking under his attacks. How terrifying. This guy was crazy. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces became incomparably solemn. The Earth Saint King took a deep breath and gripped the sky-splitting axe with both hands. Then, a terrifying power of law surged out. Endless laws of earth appeared on his body and enveloped him. In fact, everyone felt as if the ground beneath their feet had come alive. A monstrous aura spread out in all directions. The soul of the earth. It seemed like this guy was going to get serious. The Saint Kings of the Grotto Heaven took a deep breath. Lin Xian looked serious too. As expected of a Saint King, he was really strong. Although his physique had reached the level of a Sage King, there was still a certain gap between him and a Sage King in terms of nomological laws and other divine abilities. He clenched his fists. He had to quickly increase the power of the great dragon sword soul and let it reach the Saint King level. At that time, he would truly be a fearless Saint King. Thinking of this, he secretly gave the 2 pieces of ice soul divine crystals to the great dragon sword soul so that it could quickly absorb the energy and improve. At this moment, the 2 people in front of him clashed again. The sky-splitting axe swept out in all directions, together with the power of the soul of the earth. On the other side, Bing Shue's body was covered in endless icicles, and the great path of frost filled the sky. The 2 great paths were constantly intertwining, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were trembling. Fortunately, the Martial Pagoda was very magical. Otherwise, the entire world would have been shattered if it was any other place. It was a shocking battle. In the end, the Earth Saint King kept retreating. Endless rocks condensed on his body to form a battle armor. It protected his body. The soul of the earth even merged with him. The sky-splitting axe in his hand became dim. However, he managed to block the shocking attack. The storm in the sky was shattered by him. On the other side, Bing Shui was sent flying again. The cracks on his body were even more terrifying, almost splitting him in half. Ka, a blue ball of light appeared in his body and flew toward the Earth Saint King. As for Bing Shue's body, he was once again covered in ice and turned into an ice sculpture. What's going on? Is it over? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. The Earth Saint King was extremely nervous. In the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying power of the law coming from the ball of light. Moreover, there was no danger. His body swayed, and he grabbed the blue ball of light. Suddenly, endless great paths wrapped around his body. This was the power of the law. Defeating the sculpture meant that they could obtain the power of the law. Everyone's eyes turned red. At their level, they could destroy the world with a raise of their hand. However, it was very difficult to improve further. The resources and power needed were really too much. They might not even improve for a few hundred years. However, it was possible under special circumstances. For example, if they found some treasures in this ancient secret realm, they could save hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. This was a great opportunity for everyone. They did not expect the Earth Saint King to obtain it. Lin Xian was also surprised. He used the heavenly secret god eyes and saw that the Earth Saint King's law contained a layer of frost power. Obviously, this was the law power that he had just obtained. At the same time, the Earth Saint King saw the stairs in front of him shining. He walked forward. Everyone, I'm going to the 2nd level. The other people's eyes turned red, and they also followed. However, they were blocked. The Earth Saint King walked over. Damn it, we can't go up. The Saint Kings all turned their heads and stared at the ice sculpture. Only by attacking and defeating him would they be qualified to enter. In an instant, everyone went up the battle stage. Lin Xian naturally went up as well. However, everyone was worried. With so many people attacking together, who would be the winner? However, in the next moment, they realized that there seemed to be a barrier around them. Each and every one of them. There was a frost tooth in front of them. What a terrifying formation. Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that this did not seem to be an illusion. The power of each frost tooth was not weaker than the previous one. Boom, a great battle instantly broke out. It was very terrifying. In an instant, many people were sent flying and vomited blood. These were all late-stage Saint Venerables and half-step Saint Kings. They originally thought that with a dozen battle servants attacking together, they could at least resist. After a single move, they were sent flying and injured. This made them not dare to rely on the test anymore. They could only stay outside and wait with gritted teeth. It seemed that unless one was a true Saint King, it was impossible for others to pass. Some people gritted their teeth and turned to leave. They did not have the strength of a Saint King at all. Of course, some people stayed here. That was because their elders and experts were inside. Someone said, "No, there are still a few of us who haven't come out." "Are you talking about young Master Ling Tian? Although he is a half-step Saint King, I'm afraid his methods are far from what we can compare to. It might even be beyond our imagination." Also, Insu from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven did not come out either. Meng Hao from Haoran Grotto Heaven did not come out either. The young genius from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven did not seem to come. However, the Earth Saint King from Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven was extremely terrifying. Everyone was discussing. Someone said, "Oh right, the mysterious person from before seems to have gone in too. He hasn't come out yet." These people were all waiting. In front of them, an endless storm of laws was set off. There was also a sky full of frost, covering everything. The people could not see clearly at all. They could only hear extremely terrifying auras clashing. Lin Xian looked around and found that this barrier was very mysterious. Even a Saint King could not see through it. This made him heave a sigh of relief. This was great. This way, he would have no worries and could directly attack with all his strength. The ice fang in front of him roared into the sky. The crack that was shattered by the Earth Saint King had disappeared. This meant that the other party had indeed been refined by an even more terrifying existence. It was equivalent to a puppet guardian. Roar, the ice fang roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Its huge body charged over. It carried a storm that filled the sky. Its wings also carried a fierce aura. In an instant, Lin Xian's surroundings were frozen and covered in frost. Lin Xian was also frozen. Its terrifying claws slapped over, wanting to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian sneered. The death precept on his body disappeared and was replaced by a ball of divine fire. It was so terrifying that the 9 suns' divine fire instantly exploded. The frost in the sky melted and turned into white mist. It danced between heaven and earth. As for him, he sent out a palm strike. The 9 suns' divine palm collided with the opponent's claw. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian took 3 steps back, while Ice Snow Teeth was also knocked back. What a strong power, but so what? Lin Xian laughed heartily and charged forward. Previously, he had only exchanged 3 blows with the sage ruler of the Xiling Grotto Heaven. He then left. Now, he was truly going to make a move. His terrifying fists continued to swing as his powerful physique charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. After exchanging tens of thousands of blows, Lin Xian let out a hearty laugh. It had been a long time since he had fought someone like this. However, he also knew that it was time to end this. He took out the spear of great destruction and used the power of his divine body to complement this inherited weapon. He was probably extremely strong. A single strike pierced through heaven and earth. Endless demonic chi shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At that moment, even the people outside were frightened. Who was attacking? Even the people in the other barriers also changed their expressions. What a terrifying demonic aura. There was also a terrifying power. Who was it? Even the sage rulers were extremely surprised. Finally, Lin Xian defeated Ice Snow Teeth. A blue light came out of Ice Snow Teeth's body. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul and directly swallowed the power of the laws. The Great Dragon Sword Soul now urgently needed all kinds of power to improve. This power was amazing, great. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Such a battle should have consumed a lot of energy. However, Lin Xian could feel that his strength had become even more powerful than when he had entered. Great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. If he could reach the top of the pagoda. He didn't know how strong the Great Dragon Sword Soul would be. Thinking of this, his figure swayed as he directly walked out of the barrier and toward the stairs in front of him. At the same time, the golden flames on his body disappeared. What replaced it was the death fog again. Before him, a sage ruler had already entered. It was the sage ruler of Grotto Heaven. After him, there were also sage rulers who came out. For example, the sage ruler of the Ice Serpent clan and other sage rulers. There were a total of 6 sage rulers. Other than that, there were half-step sage rulers. Among the half-step Saint Kings, there were 3 people. These 3 people were also extremely powerful. The first was young Master Ling Tian. Although young Master Ling Tian was a half-step sage ruler, he had a sage ruler weapon in his hand. Not only him, but Meng Hao of Grotto Heaven and Yin Su of Qingqiu Grotto Heaven also had sage ruler weapons in their hands. Therefore, the 3 of them also successfully passed the first level. After obtaining the power of the laws, they continued to move toward the second level. When the 3 of them arrived, they found that there were already 7 people standing in front of them. 6 sage rulers and a mysterious person. Other than that, there were only the 3 of them. The other experts and geniuses were not qualified to enter. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them and revealed a look of surprise. As expected of the buried Emperor Star, the 3 of them should have used their trump cards. He guessed that they should be sage ruler weapons. 10 people, more than he had imagined. Including the second level, let's not be courteous. In front of them, the elder from Grotto Heaven said loudly. Their gazes were all focused on the front. There was also a large hall in front of them, and in the middle of the hall, there was also an ice statue. At that moment, as the crowd walked forward, the ice statue was constantly shaking. Then, countless cracks appeared, and a barrier was formed. Amidst the shattered ice, a figure walked out. When this figure appeared, everyone's expression changed. They felt an extremely terrifying aura sweeping over from the front. It caused everyone's bodies to stiffen. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous pressure. So powerful. The guardian puppet of the second level was probably much stronger than the guardian puppet of the first level, dragons, and 3-eyed ice dragons. Damn it, it was actually such a powerful existence. When the elder from Grotto Heaven saw this, his expression turned ugly. He said, "Hurry up and leave if you don't have the strength." After saying that, he looked at the genius from Grotto Heaven. It was Meng Hao. When Meng Hao heard the elder's warning, he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Countless barriers appeared around them, enveloping them. Not good. The elder from Grotto Heaven's expression changed. He did not expect it to be so fast. He did not know how their people were doing. There was no other way. Here, life and death were up to fate. Even if they were defeated, they should be able to stay alive. When they thought about how these people all had sage ruler weapons, they were not too worried. In the next moment, the sage rulers' expressions turned cold as they looked forward. Even if they wanted to defeat such an existence, it would not be easy. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? The guardian refined was too powerful. This pagoda had a total of 7 levels, and the second level was already so terrifying. Everyone's faces were extremely serious. Even Yin Su, Meng Hao, and the others took deep breaths. They knew that it was impossible for them to pass the trial. Hence, they decided to use all their strength to train themselves. Young Master Ling Tian's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. But soon, he broke into a grin. The 3-eyed ice dragon's aura and strength were extremely powerful. It was much more terrifying than an ordinary initial stage Saint King. Hence, no one dared to underestimate it. Dragons were the leaders of all monsters. They had the legendary bloodline of the divine beasts. They were extremely powerful. Thus, the crowd all felt enormous pressure. The Earth Saint King took a deep breath. He looked extremely solemn. He also felt a sense of danger. He was very clear about his own strength. He was afraid that this battle would be extremely difficult. However, he still made his move. His eyes became sharp and the law of earth appeared on his body. In an instant, he used the vigor spirit. Then, a giant axe appeared in his hand. He slashed the axe forward. The terrifying power could split the world. On the other side, the three-eyed ice dragon also made his move. He roared and the storm on his face turned into frost. He flew out. It collided with the mountain-splitting axe. Boom, with one blow, the Earth Saint King was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his hands. He could not even hold his own. She almost couldn't hold it in anymore. His opponent did not even come. He only shot out a ray of light and it was already so terrifying. As for the dragons, it was said that their physique was even more terrifying. If this continued, he would not have any chance of winning. As expected, he was injured even more severely. On the other side, the other 5 holy lights were also in great danger. Lin Xian stood there with a strange look on his face. The dragon clan, to be honest, if it were other monsters, he would not have any chance of winning this battle. After all, they were too powerful. They were far more powerful than the ice teeth from before. However, if it were the dragons, it would be different. Up ahead, the 3 eyes of the three-eyed ice dragon looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Clearly, in his opinion, such an ant would not even be able to block a single ray of his frost light. Buzz, suddenly, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Without waiting for his opponent to make a move, he used the dragon's breathing technique. A mysterious aura appeared between heaven and earth. The three-eyed ice dragon was stunned. He felt the same aura. Was this person in front of him a dragon? He was not sure. He roared. The light of frost came straight at him. Lin Xian used the void escape technique and instantly dodged. A black hole appeared where he had been standing and was quickly sealed in ice. Most likely, even a saint ruler would not be able to withstand this attack. However, Lin Xian used his spatial mystique breathing mystique. Coupled with the dragon clan's breathing technique, the power of the great dragon sword soul was even stronger. Dragon was dragon, Xian was dragon. The three-eyed ice dragon was dragon. The three-eyed ice dragon was even more confused now. It lifted its head and roared, as if questioning Lin Xian. Lin Xian then took out the blue dragon horn. The voice of the dragon horn could be heard. The dragon horn could command dragons. When the three-eyed ice dragon heard it, it changed. He seemed to be suppressed. It was a suppression from the soul. Although he was now a puppet guardian, he was still a dragon. Under the dragon horn, his power was suppressed. This was a good opportunity. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul and performed the azure dragon horn with all his might. There was no suspense in this battle. Sure enough, the dragon sword soul's power was fully activated. The dragon horn showed its power. The three-eyed ice dragon did not attack. The frost on his body condensed again, forming an ice sculpture. Lin Xian succeeded. He let out a sigh of relief and put away the dragon horn. Lin Xian walked out. Then he entered the 3rd level. He actually went in. Xianxia exclaimed. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. The 2 of them had been beaten out earlier. They were waiting in the distance. When they saw Lin Xian come out, they were shocked. He was the first one to come out. It was unbelievable. How could this person be so terrifying? After all, the strongest of the 6 Saint Kings was the old man from vast heavenly grotto, who was very close to the mid-Saint King level. Next to him was the Saint King from the Divine Mammoths. After him were the Earth Saint Kings. They guessed that the elders from vast heavenly grotto had come out earlier. But then, they realized that they were wrong. Was it really that mysterious person? Boom! It was at this moment that a huge boom rang out. Next, a figure was sent tumbling backward, coughing up blood. It was Saint King Ice Snake. Meng Hao and Xianxia were both shocked. Had a Saint King finally been defeated? Saint King Ice Snake was a middle-aged man, and his face was as pale as death. Damn it. Damn it. Truth be told, he was very strong, but unfortunately, he was an ice snake. He was from the ice serpent race, and when he encountered the ice dragon race, his bloodline and soul were naturally suppressed, and he could not use his full strength. And so, he was defeated. Following that, more and more Saint Kings were defeated. They weren't willing to give up, but after coming out, they were all seriously injured, and could only grit their teeth. They wondered who would pass in the end. Saint King Ice Snake frowned. On the other side was Saint King Blackhawk, who radiated boundless killing intent. My guess is that there are at most 2 people who passed. Elder Howren is one of them. Other than him, the divine mammoth sacred king might have succeeded. However, it was at this point that Meng Hao said, "Seniors, the mysterious person from just now has already passed through to the 3rd level." What? Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the Saint Kings changed. Someone had already successfully passed. Damn it, who the hell is that mysterious man? I don't seem to sense the aura of a Saint King on him. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength? This person is terrifying. If we run into him in the future, we'll have to be careful. The Saint Kings began to discuss the matter. It was at this point that Elder Howren let out a roar and charged out immediately. He did it. Meng Hao was delighted, and clenched his fists. After emerging, Elder Howren entered the 3rd level. Not long after him, another tall figure appeared. His power was even more terrifying than that of the Saint Kings in the grand competition. He was Saint King God Mammoth, who was also from the 10,000 primeval tribes, and had an extremely powerful bloodline. He also emerged from the 3rd level. However, he didn't seem to be in good condition. His blood was stained, and he seemed to be seriously injured. And yet, he had still succeeded. Obviously, he had benefited a lot. Before long, Saint King Earth King was sent tumbling backward, coughing up blood. Although he had been able to hold out until now, he had reached his limit. Damn it! The Earth Saint King gritted his teeth. If Elder Xianxia was here, he would definitely succeed. Elder Xianxia was a mid-stage Saint King. However, he was not in this area. They should have all come out. Elder Ice Snake looked around. However, Yingsu did say that there was one more person, Ling Tian. That guy was still inside. What? He was also inside. The Saint Kings were stunned. They were no match for it. How could a young man like Ling Tian block it? These people looked in front of them in disbelief. In the area ahead, Ling Tian's face was pale. His body was covered in blood, and he held a purple scroll in his hand. This was the weapon of a Saint King. He was no match for the 3-eyed ice dragon. Logically speaking, he should have been eliminated long ago. However, he was still standing here at this moment. Young Master Ling Tian was not defeated because there was a figure standing in front of him. It was a person wearing battle armor. This was the battle servant's battle armor. This time, young Master Ling Tian brought 3 battle servants. Among them was Fu Hongye and the other 2. This person was one of them. This battle servant was not ordinary because he was a Saint King. And a very powerful one at that. Young Master Ling Tian was the top genius of Xiling Grotto Heaven. His grandfather was also a supreme elder. Moreover, he was very terrifying. His cultivation had reached the great sage level, but he was 3,000 years younger than the other supreme elders. It could be said that there was a possibility of further advancement in the future. Therefore, Ling Tian's identity was naturally not ordinary. Among his battle servants, there was a Saint King. At this moment, it was this Saint King who blocked the attack in front of him. In the end, this Saint King battle servant even defeated the 3-eyed ice dragon and won. In front of him, a blue light of the Great Tao appeared again and enveloped young Master Ling Tian. Then, his power of the laws increased. Then, he walked out and walked towards the 3rd level. No way, did he really succeed? Outside, those who had failed were also very surprised when they saw the scene. How on earth did this brat succeed? No one knew. On the 3rd level, Lin Xian stood there. His eyes were shining as he looked at the ice sculpture in front of him. He did not act rashly. The 3-eyed ice dragon on the 2nd level was already so powerful. The guardian on the 3rd level would probably be even more terrifying. After waiting for a while, he noticed that someone had come up. It was an old man. The old man from the vast sky grotto heaven was stunned as well. He originally thought that he was the first to arrive, but he realized that Lin Xian was already here. Not long after that, another tall figure walked over. His body was injured. It was the statue Holy King. When he arrived, he was equally surprised when he saw the 2 of them. "Your Excellency, you're truly skilled. May I know who you are?" The elder of the Howren Grotto Heaven asked once more. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Sage King God Elephant frowned. It seems that only the three of us have passed. I wonder if the three of us can join forces. Before he could finish, footsteps came from the stairs. Then, a fourth figure appeared. The three of them turned their heads. Who was it? Was it the Earth Saint King or some other saint? However, when they saw that it was a young man, they were all stunned. It was him. Lin Xian was also surprised. It was actually young Master Ling Tian. At this moment, young Master Ling Tian had 3 battle servants behind him. There was a smile on his face. How did this guy get up here? The 2 Saint Kings were surprised. Lin Xian was surprised. He had some ability. Compared to his younger brother, young Master Ling Su, he was much stronger. However, since he dared to make Fu Hongye a battle servant, Lin Xian wouldn't let him off. Alright, let's begin. Lin Xian said coldly. He walked forward. The other 2 Saint Kings also took a deep breath. Young Master Ling Tian also walked up. When they got onto the battle platform, the ice sculpture in front of them cracked again. Then, a guardian walked out. It was a huge ant. Its entire body emitted a metallic luster. With a light wave of its claws, the heavens and earth immediately collapsed. Seeing this scene, Elder Howren sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, it was actually the legendary heavenly horned ant. It was an extremely terrifying exotic beast. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Everyone's expression became even more unsightly. The heavenly horned ant was even more terrifying than the 3-eyed ice dragon. However, since they had already reached this step, it was impossible for them to admit defeat directly. They had to give it a try. After Ling Xian arrived, his expression was also serious. He guessed that such a terrifying demonic beast was at least a mid-stage Saint King. He couldn't fight against it. Therefore, he didn't plan to continue. Instead, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked into the distance. He was looking for young Master Ling Tian. Since he couldn't defeat the guardian, Lin Xian had to see Fu Hongye. At least, he had to break the seal in Fu Hongye's body. There were a total of 4 barriers in the sky. Soon, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. These barriers were mysterious. Even Saint Kings couldn't see through them. However, his heavenly secret divine eyes weren't affected. He realized that young Master Ling Tian was actually beside him. In other words, as long as he broke the barrier, it would be fine. Lin Xian used the void escape technique. Although this was the only space-type mystic ability he knew, he had already mastered it to the acme of perfection. In addition, the power of the great dragon sword soul had increased. Therefore, he directly came to the spatial barrier where the other party was. When Lin Xian came out, young Master Ling Tian was startled. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. It's you. How did you get in? He was also very nervous about this mysterious person. Previously, he didn't care about him. However, since the other party could come here, it meant that the other party was definitely a Saint King. What? You want to attack me? You don't know the difference between life and death. Young Master Ling Tian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and 3 people walked over. The one at the front released an extremely terrifying power of laws. Lin Xian was surprised. It was actually a Saint King battle servant, no wonder you could come here. Indeed, the most powerful battle axes of ordinary top geniuses were only half-step Saint Kings. He didn't expect that this brat would have a Saint King battle servant. It seemed that he was a Saint King from another world. After coming to the buried Emperor Star, he was suppressed. Although I don't know who you are, I can feel your killing intent towards me. However, since you dare to go against me, I can only say that you don't know the difference between life and death. Kill him. Young Master Ling Tian waved his hand and the 3 battle servants directly attacked. Among them, the battle servant Saint King was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian felt the threat. He didn't take it head-on. His body shook and he directly dodged. Then, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda. He put the Saint King and the heavenly horned ant inside. Damn it, what did you do? Young Master Ling Tian was stunned. The Saint King had disappeared. That strange beast had also disappeared. Only they were left. he had to face it alone. He said, "Don't mess around. Let me tell you, my grandfather is the Grand Elder. If you attack me, you'll be completely offending the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. The consequences are not something you can imagine. If you leave obediently and release my battle servant, I can treat it as if nothing happened." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped and his entire body flew high into the air. His face was smashed. Then, he was stepped onto the ground by a foot. "Damn it, how dare he hit my face? Damn it, who are you? Why are you doing this?" he roared crazily. "Have I offended you?" Lin Xian sneered. "I just want to attack." "Why? Are you unhappy?" As he spoke, he attacked continuously and completely smashed the other party's face. In fact, he even smashed the other party's body. A bloody mist condensed in the sky and the other party was terrified. "Damn it, if my grandfather catches you, he'll definitely not let you off." "Is that so?" Lin Xian snorted and directly activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, locking the other party's soul and sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. "I'll let you suffer a little." Lin Xian did not kill him, but he did not let him off either. He spared his life because of Fu Hongya. At this moment, young Master Ling Tian could not resist at all in front of Lin Xian. His soul entered the cycle of reincarnation to be punished. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the other two battle servants and attacked them directly. He waved his hand and shot out a yin-yang image, suppressing one of them. Then, he looked at Fu Hongya. The 5 elements laws flew out and formed a 5 elements mountain that shrouded Hongya. Then, Lin Xian walked up and said, "Hongya, it's me." Fu Hongya roared crazily. His eyes were red and the killing intent on his body kept erupting. Even though he was suppressed by the 5 elements mountain, he fought back crazily and cracks appeared on his body. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sighed and waved his hand, causing the other party to fall into a deep sleep. Lin Xian discovered that there was indeed a seal in Fu Hongya's body. It was also a life and death curse, but the arrangement of the runes was different. Therefore, the way to break it was different too. That was the difference between the Grotto Heavens. However, it was all the same to Lin Xian. He directly used the Dragon Sword Soul to break it. At this moment, the Great Dragon Sword Soul had gone through the energy of the first and second layers. In addition to the Ice Soul God Crystal from before, its might had become even stronger than before. Therefore, Lin Xian was also stronger. He was also much faster at deciphering them. Of course, even so, it still took Lin Xian 2 days to completely remove the life and death curse in Fu Hongya's body. Then, he used his heavenly secret god eyes to carefully check again. After discovering that there was no danger, he used the Great Dragon Sword Spirit to form a fake life and death curse and placed it in the other party's body. He infused his power to wake Fu Hongya up. After Fu Hongya opened her eyes, she looked around cautiously and said, "Senior brothers, junior brothers, run." However, he realized that there was no danger around him. "What's going on?" But when he saw Lin Xian, he exclaimed, "Young martial uncle, it's you. Everything is fine." "That's great. Are we safe now?" Lin Xian said. "No." He told Lin Xian about what happened. After hearing this, Fu Hongya also said, "No wonder. Why do I feel like I can't remember anything? I actually became a battle servant, a puppet." He was really scared. If Lin Xian hadn't met him, he might have been a puppet for the rest of his life. "How are the others?" Lin Xian asked. Fu Hongya shook his head. "I'm not sure. The situation was too dangerous. There were too many enemies. Everyone was separated. I was suppressed by the Sage King. But I know that Shangguan Shaoxian and Lu Yuan are in Xiling Grotto Heaven too. Because the 3 of us are under the life and death curse." Lin Xian frowned. He knew the whereabouts of the 3 of them. He wondered how the others were doing. He wondered if Qingqing and Qiu'er had left. Fu Hongya asked, "Little martial uncle, how is master? Has he been suppressed too?" Lin Xian said, "No. He left. I'm in Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven now. I'm a battle servant in name, but I've removed the life and death curse. I've also removed your life and death curse." What do you plan to do now? Lin Xian asked. He looked at Fu Hongya and said, you have two choices. First, I'll kill Ling Tian. Then you'll be free. You can go somewhere else to cultivate and come back when you're stronger. Second, you can be like me and pretend to be a battle servant. You can use Xiling Grotto Heaven's cultivation resources to strengthen yourself. You can leave when the time is right. But if you do that, you won't be able to kill Ling Tian for now. Fu Hongya thought for a moment and said, I'll stay. He wasn't familiar with the buried Emperor Star. If he went somewhere else, he might be suppressed again and become a battle servant. He might as well stay here. After all, he was no longer threatened by the life and death curse. Moreover, he could use the cultivation resources here to cultivate. As for Ling Tian, he said, I'll kill this person personally. All right. Lin Xian nodded and said, I won't kill him. However, I won't let him off so easily. He waved his hand and endless laws, including a black rune, appeared. What's this? Fu Hongya was stunned. Lin Xian said, the great sage corpse poison. When I expelled the poison from those sage kings, I left some behind. Firstly, I want to study it. Secondly, it might have an unexpected effect. After doing that, Lin Xian waved his hand and injected the drop of great sage corpse poison into Ling Tian's body. Then he said, it won't take his life, but it won't make him feel good either. Alright, you should be careful from now on. He stood up and withdrew his eye technique. At this moment, Ling Tian had already fainted. His soul had been tortured for thousands of years and was heavily injured. Coupled with the great sage corpse poison, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. He might even become a cripple. Lin Xian took out the great sage pagoda and released the heavenly horned ant and sage king. That sage king was already on the verge of death. He was inside the great sage pagoda. He originally wanted to escape, but he discovered that he couldn't break it at all. This was the great sage's will. Even if he used all of his strength, he still couldn't open it. Therefore, he could only face the heavenly horned ant's pursuit and continuously dodge. But even so, he was still heavily injured. Lin Xian released a cold snort. After releasing the two, he directly left. He walked out of the barrier. On the other side, the divine statue saint and elder Howren also left. Of course, they both failed. The two of them looked forward. There were still two people who didn't come out. They wondered how that mysterious person was doing. Suddenly, they realized that the mysterious man had walked out. He did not continue to the fourth level. It seemed like he had failed. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They knew it. If the other party succeeded, it would be too heaven-defying. After Lin Xian came out, he did not stop. With a flash, he flew down. He left the pagoda. At the same time, a few other figures also flew out. It was young Master Ling Tian and the rest. However, young Master Ling Tian's situation was not good. His face was pale, and there was even a mysterious black aura around him. After coming out, the Saint King battle servant roared at the sky. Ah, damn it, young master, how are you? Damn it, the aura on his body is terrifying. However, the saint blood made one's scalp numb. Sensing the aura, Elder Howren's face changed. It was actually a Saint King. No wonder Ling Tian could come here. It turned out that he brought along such a terrifying existence. The two of them instantly understood. However, even if that was the case, Ling Tian would still be heavily injured. The Saint King battle servant raised his head and said, "Where is the mysterious man? Where did he go? He actually dared to beat young Master Ling Tian to such a state. My purple spirit grotto will not let him go." What? This guy was not beaten by the heavenly horned ant, but by the mysterious man. What kind of joke was this? How could that guy pass through the barrier? Damn it, the battle servant crushed the token on his body and quickly gathered the people of Purple Spirit Heaven. Not long after, the people of Purple Spirit Grotto arrived. When they found out that young Master Ling Tian was heavily injured and even poisoned, their faces changed. Young Master Ling Tian's identity was extremely terrifying. If he were to die here, his grandfather, the Supreme Elder, would definitely be infuriated. All of them would suffer. Therefore, These people said to take out pills to save young Master Ling Tian first. Everyone stopped searching for treasures. These people were incomparably nervous. The people of other grotto heavens were even more shocked. Young Master Ling Tian was heavily injured, especially Elder Howren and the rest, they were even more shocked. That mysterious man was too terrifying. He actually dared to do such a thing. How did he do it? In an instant, the people of Purple Spirit Grotto frantically searched for that mysterious man. However, Lin Xian had already left. After he left, he changed his aura. He had 10 types of laws. After putting away the law of death and releasing the law of 5 elements, the situation instantly changed. Even if these people turned the world upside down, they probably wouldn't know that he was the one who did it. Although he had only gone to the 3rd floor, Lin Xian's harvest was not small at all. First, the Great Dragon Sword Soul had been upgraded. Then, he had saved Fu Hongya. He was very satisfied. Next, he flew again in search of other places. It could be said that there were indeed treasures in this place. However, it was also extremely dangerous. Many people had died here. In the past few days, Lin Xian had seen quite a few battles, and there were even Saint Kings among them. He ignored all of them. There was another intense battle ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he frowned slightly. He wanted to change direction and continue flying. However, at that moment, the people below also sensed his presence. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm. "Are you from the Thousand Mountain Grotto? Hurry up and help," it shook the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was stunned and looked down. In the next moment, he saw that there were people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto among the people fighting below. Moreover, the leader was a Saint King. It seemed that it was impossible for him to escape. Hence, he quickly descended. Opposite him were Violet Grave Grotto and a few experts from the ancient clans. They were extremely nervous when they saw that someone had arrived. Are the experts from the Thousand Mountain Grotto here? However, when they saw that it was only Lin Xian who had descended, they were all stunned. Then, they sneered. It was just a battle servant, and a Saint Venerable battle servant at that. There was no difference between him and an ant. "Chen Su, are you trying to use such a person to help you? How ridiculous." The leading expert was called Elder Chen Su. At that moment, he was also frowning slightly. He said coldly, "Why are you here alone?" Lin Xian said, "I was following Princess Xueqi. However, I was chased by a Saint King from the Violet Spirit Grotto. I let Princess Xueqi go first. Later, I brought that Saint King to 2 powerful demonic beasts. Only then was I able to escape." Was it the Violet Spirit Grotto again? Elder Chen Su's expression turned extremely ugly. It seemed that he would not be able to defeat them today. "Let's go." However, the people in front sneered. "Do you think it's possible for you to escape? It's impossible for you to not hand over something today. Hand over the treasure you've found, and give me all your storage rings. I'll consider killing you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The people in front were extremely powerful. Whether it was the number of Saint Kings or the number of half-step Saint Kings, they had the advantage. It was already very difficult for the Thousand Mountain Grotto to fight for so long and still persist. Lin Xian did not plan to attack. Although he was powerful and had formations, he did not plan to show them. Just as everyone was in a difficult position, another voice came from afar. Then, the earth shook, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. "Who dares to attack the people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto?" With a roar, the earth split open, forming an endless canyon. The surrounding people's expressions changed. However, the people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto were overjoyed. Among them, Elder Chen Su exclaimed. It was the Earth Saint King. Great, a figure came from afar like a god of war. Under his feet, the earth seemed to come alive. He brought him to the front in an instant. On the opposite side, the people of the Xiling Grotto exclaimed. Even the people of the ancient race looked cold. They naturally knew that the Earth Saint King was an expert of the earth element. He was very powerful and had boundless strength. His defense was strong, and he was a difficult opponent. Now that the other side had an additional Saint King, the situation would be different if they continued fighting. Therefore, the people of the Xiling Grotto said, "You guys are very lucky. Let's go." The leading elder waved his hand, and those people quickly left. "Damn it, we can't let them escape. Hurry up and chase." Elder Chinsu shouted angrily. They had suffered a lot before. Now that the Earth Saint King was here, they could take revenge. However, the Earth Saint King stopped them. "Forget it, don't chase." "Why?" Elder Chinsu wanted to ask more, but the Earth Saint King's face turned pale. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What happened? Are you injured?" Elder Chinsu was shocked. The others were also very nervous. "I'm fine. I came across a martial pagoda and went in to look for opportunities. I was injured by the guardian of the pagoda." The Earth Saint King took out an elixir to heal his injuries. At the same time, he briefly explained what had happened. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Elder Chinsu said the same thing. "Did you say that Ling Tian was severely injured and his life was uncertain? Who on earth was that mysterious man? Regardless of who he was, it was a great achievement." The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were being arrogant now. They all laughed. They did not know that the mysterious person they were talking about was right beside them. "Hurry up and heal your injuries. Let's meet up with Princess Xueqi and Ninth Young Master Yan." Elder Chinsu waved his hand and took out a saint weapon. He led everyone away quickly. It turned out that after Xueqi and Lin Xian left, they went on their way alone. Later, they met Ninth Young Master Yan and the others. She had no choice but to stay there temporarily. Later, the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven found an ancient cave with a powerful seal. It was obvious that the treasures inside were unimaginable. However, it also attracted other experts. Therefore, the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven called for other experts to gather quickly. They were searching for the ancient cave. After flying for about 3 days, the saint weapon landed and a group of people walked out. A cold voice came from the front. "Who is it?" "It's me." Elder Chinsu took out a token. It shone brightly with the image of thousands of mountains on it. The people in front heaved a sigh of relief. Then, 2 middle-aged men walked out. They said, "You're finally here. How's the situation?" The group of people asked as they walked. "The seal is very powerful. It can't be broken in a short time. Moreover, the people of other grotto heavens will discover it as time goes by. It's not good for us." At this moment, another group of people walked out from the front. The leader was Ninth Young Master Yan. When Ninth Young Master Yan saw the 2 great sage kings, he smiled. However, when he saw a figure in the group, he immediately frowned. "It's you." "Great." A wisp of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to order the Saint Kings to kill Lin Xian, Xueqi walked out from behind. He furrowed his brows, but he didn't issue any orders. After all, he didn't want to have a falling out with Xueqi. When Xueqi arrived and saw Lin Xian, she was overjoyed. "Are you all right? That was great. How did you escape the pursuit of the Saint King?" This scene stunned everyone. Was this still the incomparably cold ice mountain fairy? Everyone was in disbelief. It should be known that Xueqi was always ice-cold and expressionless. She never worried about anything. But now, he was actually worried about a battle servant. They felt as if they were dreaming. The saint rulers all frowned. They felt that something was not quite right. As for Ninth Young Master Yan, his face turned extremely ugly, and an extremely cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He had already treated Xueqi as his woman, so he didn't allow anyone to get close to her. But now, Xueqi was actually so concerned about a battle servant. This filled him with killing intent. He would definitely not let this brat go. If he had the chance, he would kill him with his own hands. Lin Xian frowned as he sensed Ninth Young Master Yan's murderous intent. He sneered in his heart. Would Ninth Young Master Yan let him go? He also wouldn't let him go. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind sending him to hell. As Lin Xian looked at Xueqi, who was in front of him, he smiled and said, "It's nothing. I used the 2 sunflowers to obstruct the Saint King. So, I left." Xueqi didn't doubt Lin Xian's words. After all, she didn't believe that Lin Xian alone could contend against a Saint King. At this moment, Elder Chensu frowned and asked, Princess Xueqi, what's so special about this battle servant? Xueqi was taken aback. Soon after, she realized that she had been too worried. She didn't seem like someone who would treat a battle servant. Elder Chensu took a deep breath and regained his composure. He then said coldly, he's not ordinary. His formation skills are very high. With him here, we can break the seal. What? Is this really the case? The saint rulers were taken aback. If this was the case, then Princess Xueqi's behavior could be explained. Brat, are your formations really amazing? Let's quickly come and take a look. The elder in front of them couldn't wait any longer. Xianxia walked forward and observed the formation. He then frowned. The formation was very complicated, and it was built with the 5 elements laws as its foundation. The people in the surroundings were also taken aback. They had studied it for a long time, but they didn't expect that this brat would be able to see through it instantly. It seemed like he was really an expert in formations. Someone asked, is there a way? Lin Xian nodded and said, there is a way. But what? Another elder asked. His name was Golden Wind Saint King, and he was 9th young Master Yan's guardian. Lin Xian said, there is a way to break the formation. But, the process of breaking the formation and the power required are too great. With just our paradise, it will be very troublesome. Even if we break the formation, we will consume a lot of energy. When the other paradises come, we won't be able to resist them. So, I think that it's better to spread the news and let other experts use their power. Break the formation quickly. Brat, do you know what you are saying? Are you trying to give away the treasure that belongs to us? Do you want to die? 9th Prince Yan's face was cold. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Do you think that if we don't spread the news, those people won't be able to find us? We're all paradises, don't underestimate our strength. Also, I'm just giving a suggestion. As for the decision, it's up to the elders. After saying that, Lin Xian stood there and didn't say anything. The elders' eyes flashed and they started to discuss. In the end, they nodded. Alright, let's do it. Spread the news and let them come. 9th Prince Yan's face was ugly. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Even with his status, his words were useless. Instead, these elders listened to a battle servant. It really made him lose face. The news spread, and not long after, many people walked over. People from the 3 paradises came. Other than that, there were also people from the ancient race. Seeing this, the elders felt that it was about time and said, everyone, there's an ancient cave abode in front. Also, there are strong seals inside. We can only enter if we work together to break them. So, I hope that everyone can cooperate. The people who came here also knew that if they didn't contribute some strength, they wouldn't be able to enter. So, the paradises and families sent some people. Then, Lin Xian and Xueqi started to give orders. However, after a while, they discovered that Lin Xian's formation was really powerful. It was even more terrifying than some of the older generation's formation masters. As such, they had nothing to say about it. With such power and formation mastery, the seal in front of them was finally broken. Soon after, a passage appeared. It was great. Upon seeing this, everyone was delighted. The passage had finally appeared, and they could enter it. The people from the 1,000 Mountain Paradise heaved a sigh of relief. Where did Xueqi find such a formation master? Moreover, he had become a battle servant, and if they nurtured him well, it would be much more convenient for them to bring such a master along when they searched for treasures in the future. The people from the other paradises were also surprised, and many of them stared at Lin Xian. Such a genius formation master had unexpectedly been found by the 1,000 Mountain Paradise. It seemed like they would have to think of a way to deal with him after they finished searching the ancient cave. They didn't want the 1,000 Mountain Paradise to become too powerful. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to these people's gazes. No matter what these people thought, he wasn't afraid of them. This was because he wasn't controlled by the life and death curse. The reason why he was still here was that he felt like he could use the paradises to obtain resources and strengthen himself. If there was any danger, he could leave at any time. Alright, let's go and see what treasures are inside. The eyes of the elders from the Thousand Mountain Paradise flickered as they walked inside. Lin Xian and Xueqi were together, and they both turned into flowing lights and disappeared. After the people from the Thousand Mountain Paradise entered, the people from the other paradises and clans also started moving. Soon, they all entered the cave. After they entered, they discovered that there was a different world inside the cave. It was also a world of ice and snow, and all kinds of ice and snow appeared together. The ice mountains in front of them were of different heights, and it was a strange sight. Moreover, the temperature here was even colder. Everyone felt as if they were about to be frozen into ice cubes. Moreover, they discovered that there were some things sealed in the ice cubes. Some of them were demonic beasts, some were plants, and some were even spirit herbs. The people were astonished, as it seemed like this cave had been a celestial place in the past. However, later on, it was completely frozen. If they could break the ice, then the treasures inside would be theirs. They did not act immediately because they found that the deeper they went, the better the frozen things were. In fact, many people's eyes had turned red. This was because they discovered that there were some spirit herbs sealed in ice inside. In the outside world, there were even some that were extinct. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Not only was he an array master, he was also an alchemist. If he could refine these spiritual herbs into pills, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Furthermore, there was another matter. Xiaojio's lifespan was running out. He had to think of a way to find the immortal medicine or the spacetime sword, or other heaven-defying items. Only then would he be able to prolong Elder Xia's life. While he was thinking, the others couldn't wait any longer. Hurry up and attack. These people directly attacked the frost. The frost didn't look thick, but it was even tougher than a saint artifact. He punched it, but there wasn't even a crack on it. However, these people began to attack frantically as if their lives depended on it. The eyes of the Saint Kings also flickered. He didn't immediately create a cave hand because there was still a tunnel ahead. There might be something even better inside. Lin Xian didn't stop either. He also walked inside. After walking for a while, Xueqi cried out in surprise. It was the ice phoenix fruit. She looked ahead and saw a big tree sealed in the ice and snow ahead. There was a fruit on it that looked like a blue phoenix. It was the ice phoenix fruit. Xueqi, I'll go get it for you. Ninth young Master Yen smiled when he saw this. His body flickered, and he stretched out a big hand to grab the tree ahead. Boom, the ice mountain in front of them was shaking nonstop. However, it didn't shatter. Instead, Ninth young Master Yen was knocked back. Damn it! Ninth young Master Yen shouted angrily and attacked again. However, the ice mountain ahead was tougher than he had expected. He attacked several times, but he still couldn't break it open. This made his expression even more unsightly. However, at this moment, an elder attacked. The Goldwind Saint King. He waved his hand, and a golden storm flew out with a powerful law. Finally, they broke through the iceberg. He waved his hand, and the ice phoenix fruit flew out and arrived in front of Ninth young Master Yen. Ninth young Master Yen stretched out his hand and caught the ice phoenix fruit. Then, he walked toward Xueqi. Speaking of which, Xueqi, this is for you. Thank you. Xueqi received the fruit and nodded. Then, she said, if I find other precious spirit herbs later, I'll exchange them with you. Or, when we get back, I'll give you the equivalent amount of dragon marrow. Xueqi clearly didn't want to owe Ninth young Master Yen a favor. Xueqi, don't treat me like an outsider. We'll be a family sooner or later. However, Xueqi's expression was ice cold. She said to Lin Xian, let's go. After she said that, she ignored Ninth young Master Yen. Ninth young Master Yen looked at the two of them leaving, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Humph. You dare to ignore me? One day, I'll make you crawl at my feet. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was clear that Xueqi's attitude had angered him. More and more good things appeared in front of him. There were all kinds of strange flowers and strange fruits. The crowd was shocked. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore, and they attacked. Even Lin Xian couldn't bear it anymore. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of explosions echoed out, and the ice mountain shattered. Not only did spirit herbs come out of it, but the frozen demonic beasts also opened their eyes. It was as if they had come alive, and they attacked quickly. Boom, a giant black lizard appeared, and it connected the sky and the earth. It opened its mouth and spat out black fog, which turned 2 half-step holy kings into blood fog. Even their souls didn't manage to escape. Ah! A miserable shriek echoed out, and the crowd's scalp went numb. A holy king attacked and cut the other party in half. On the other side, other demonic beasts appeared. A great battle erupted, and the crowd didn't just attack the demonic beasts. They even attacked the other saints. After all, they were all fighting for precious spirit herbs. However, at this moment, the sky and the earth cracked, and a holy king was sent flying while spitting out blood. The crowd was shocked, and they discovered that it was a dandelion. However, it was extremely terrifying. The dandelion seeds formed peerless divine swords that pierced through the sky and the earth. A holy king was injured in such a way. It was too terrifying. It was the same for Lin Xian, and he stared at the fiery dragon tree. The tree was very mystical, and it looked like a real dragon. It stood there with terrifying flames on its body. The ice around it shattered. This was good stuff. Ninth young Master Yan's eyes turned red when he saw this from afar. He wanted to order Golden Wind's Sage King to snatch the treasure, but Lin Xian was faster. With a wave of the array formation, the fiery dragon tree was sealed and stored away. Ninth young Master Yan's eyes turned red. How could a battle servant have the right to take such a treasure? However, he did not attack immediately because there were still many spirit fruits around. It was worth it for him to attack with all his might. After all, Lin Xian could not run away. He would attack when he was safe. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Lin Xian attacked and obtained more than 10 spirit herbs. He was overjoyed. Ninth young Master Yan's eyes turned red. He had only managed to snatch 2 spirit herbs, which was not even 1/5 of what Lin Xian had. He could not bear it. On the other side, Xueqi had also gained something. At this moment, another Sage King was injured. This time, there were even more Sage Kings who were injured because they had provoked a plant. It was a vine. After breaking the ice, the leaves on it were drawn into the shape of a heavenly blade. It actually formed a powerful array formation, trapping everyone. Damn it. Was it really a plant? It was too scary. They did not know how long it had cultivated to know about arrays. After everyone escaped with great difficulty, no one dared to provoke the vine again. At this moment, many snowmen appeared around them. These snowmen directly enveloped everyone. Lin Xian punched out, but he found that it was useless. The snowmen melted and covered him. At the same time, they felt the world spinning. In the next moment, they found that they had been frozen. However, they were frozen in the snow mountain and could still move. These people were frozen in different snow mountains. Lin Xian found that Xueqi, 9th young Master Yan, Elder Jin Feng, and a few others were here. They were all from the 1,000 Mountain Cave. They heaved a sigh of relief. Great. At least there was no danger. Elder Jin Feng attacked the snow mountain a few times, but he found that he could not get out. He frowned. What should he do? The young master could not get out. 9th young Master Yan's face was gloomy. Xueqi looked around. We are in the snow mountain. It will be easier to get rare fruits. He wasn't in a hurry to go back, so he decided to take a look first. Everyone nodded and continued to walk forward. 9th young Master Yan followed behind, his eyes sparkling. Very quickly, his lips curled into a smile. Elder Jin, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Elder Jin Feng was taken aback. Young master, you want it? No one could leave this place for a while, and no one could enter. If something happened here, no one would be able to stop it. Xueqi will be mine sooner or later. I'm just trying to speed things up a little. I think it's nothing. Since young master has decided, I will do my best to assist young master. Since those 2 people don't know what's good for them, why not just kill them? As for the battle servant next to Xueqi, you must capture him alive. I will make him wish he was dead. It was obvious that ninth young Master Yan was about to make a move. He took out a mysterious incense stick. Then, he and Jin Feng swallowed the pill. In the next moment, he secretly lit the incense stick. He put it into his wide sleeves, and then walked up. Xueqi, if you want any spirit herbs, just tell me. I will ask Elder Jin Feng to get them for you. Ninth young Master Yan said. Xueqi was expressionless. There's no need for that. I can get them myself. Humph. You still look like an iceberg. Just keep pretending. Let's see if you're still an iceberg. A cold smile appeared in ninth young Master Yan's eyes. Lin Xian, who was next to him, furrowed his brows. Something is wrong. He stopped. Wait. What's going on? Xueqi asked. Ninth young Master Yan was taken aback. What is this lad trying to do? Lin Xian said. It seems like there's poison. Everyone held their breaths and checked. What? Poison? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even ninth young Master Yan's pupils contracted. Damn it. How did this lad know? He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul in his body. So, when the energy entered his body, the great dragon sword soul detected it immediately. Then, it killed it. This was why Lin Xian knew that the other people were checking. They didn't sense anything. However, Xueqi's expression changed. She felt that the law in her body seemed to have weakened. It's really poisonous. Ninth young Master Yan shouted angrily. Elder Jin Feng clapped his hands and created 2 golden storms. They instantly engulfed the 2 disciples of the Thousand Mountain Cave. Then, the bodies of the 2 turned into a bloody mist. Even in death, the 2 of them refused to believe that they were often killed by their own elders. Xueqi was also shocked. She asked, Elder Jin Feng, what are you doing? Are you betraying the Thousand Mountain Cave? She was really shocked. Elder Jin Feng didn't say anything. Ninth young Master Yan sneered. Xueqi, don't worry. Elder Jin Feng won't attack you. He will just listen to my orders. Damn it. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Xueqi stared at ninth young Master Yan. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows. He sighed. Is this lad finally going to attack? But it's fine. The people outside probably don't know what kind of battle is going on here. It's a good place for him to attack. Xueqi, do you know? Since the first day I met you, I've treated you as my own. We will always be together. So, I want to speed things up. Today, you will become my woman. After I go back, I will ask my grandfather to propose marriage. Don't even think about it. Ninth young Master Yan snorted coldly. Ninth young Master Yan sneered. Is that so? It's not up to you to decide. After he spoke, he walked forward. Xueqi snorted coldly. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. The law of ice surged out of his body. However, in an instant, she felt dizzy and almost fainted. She couldn't even stand steadily. Damn it. What did you do? She roared crazily. Ninth young Master Yan sneered coldly. It's nothing. I just lit the incense. Damn it. You unexpectedly have such a thing. Xueqi's expression became unsightly. It was a terrifying item that ordinary people couldn't use. But why did this lad have it? Moreover, he used it to deal with her. Xueqi didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she couldn't detoxify it. She froze. With a loud shout, she sealed herself in ice. Quickly attack, she shouted at Lin Xian. At the same time, Xueqi set up a terrifying array. Lin Xian also walked forward. I didn't expect that you would be in such a hurry to throw your life away. Fine, I will deal with you today. Lad, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Elder Jean, break this kid's limbs and cripple him. I'll teach him a good lesson later. As he spoke, he walked forward. His palm unleashed a terrifying power that swept out in all directions. The formation shook, but it did not break. At the same time, Lin Xian created a few formations that enveloped Xueqi. Damn it, how dare you ruin my plan? Yanjiu was furious. Then he said, Elder Jin, break this formation first. Then he would kill this kid. Elder Jin walked out and wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian stopped him. Your opponent is me. Humph, how dare a mere battle servant be so arrogant in front of me? Get lost. With a furious roar, thousands of golden storms swept toward Lin Xian. Yanjiu was also disdainful. After this attack, Yi Futian would not be able to fight back anymore. A terrifying storm exploded in front of him, and then it became extremely terrifying. However, when the storm disappeared, a figure stood there. What? He's not dead? Yanjiu's eyes narrowed, and his face became extremely pale. Even Elder Jin Feng was stunned. How is this possible? Did he hide his strength? He was really shocked. Even a half-step Saint King could not block his attack, unless it was a true Saint King. However, Yi Futian blocked it. This meant that Yi Futian had either hidden his strength, which was at the level of a Saint King, or he had a Saint King Wu. However, no matter which it was beyond his expectations. Yanjiu also said, Elder Jin Feng, kill him with all your strength first. Yanjiu was going to break the formation himself. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. It seems that no one will know if I kill you here. In that case, I don't need to hide my strength anymore. After that, Lin Xian roared, and endless golden flames appeared on his body. He was like a sun that shone in all directions. This sudden burst of strength made Elder Jin and Elder Jin's faces change. Yanjiu was even more shocked. How is this possible? How can his body be so strong? His body is not weaker than a saint's. Elder Jin, catch him. He has secrets. I want his body refining technique. Yanjiu roared crazily. He was truly overjoyed. If he could obtain such a secret technique, he would definitely be able to obtain it. At that time, who would be his match? Elder Jin Feng was also surprised. This kid actually had such a secret. Interesting. With a wave of his hand, an endless storm appeared in a flash, forming terrifying wind blades that circled around him. Then, he slashed out with his sword and slashed forward. So what if Yi Futian's physique was strong? So what if he had the physique of a Saint King? He was a true Sage King. Not only was his physique strong, but he had also completely surpassed his opponent in terms of precepts, strength, soul, and divine abilities. How could the other party compare to him? On the other side, Lin Xian also let out an angry roar. He took a step forward, and the golden light on his body swept out in all directions. With a palm strike, tens of thousands of golden crows appeared. Monstrous flames danced in the air, melting the surrounding ice. This attack was extremely powerful. Both of them exploded. The golden wind blades that filled the sky were actually defeated by this one card, causing them to lose their luster. It could be destroyed at any moment. Damn it. Elder Jin Feng roared. He did not expect Yi Futian to be so strong. With a roar, those dimmed golden wind blades became stronger again, turning into a peerless blade. The blade slashed down. Boom! With this slash, Lin Xian felt that his physique was under immense pressure. It was as if it was about to split open. He kept retreating, the blood in his body churning. At the same time, Yi Futian's attack came again. The golden storm that filled the sky turned into a golden lion. It charged forward. These were all formed by precepts, and they were enough to destroy everything. Its power was so strong that even a Saint King of the same level would not dare to underestimate it. Naturally, Lin Xian could also feel how terrifying this attack was. His body flickered as his speed increased to the extreme. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura spread out from his body. Then, the spear of destruction flew out, piercing forward. The terrifying heaven and earth continued to shatter. This attack was powerful to the extreme. Boom! The golden wind Saint King was instantly sent flying. His arm was trembling non-stop, and his face was incomparably cold. Damn it, Yi Futian really did have a Saint King Wu. Gee. A Saint King's physique and Saint King Wu. Yi Futian was very strong. Compared to other half-step Saint Kings, he was much stronger. Elder, are you okay? Seeing this scene, ninth young master's face also became extremely ugly. He did not expect Elder Jin Feng to be unable to defeat Yi Futian with his full strength. He also did not break the formation. He had already broken one formation, but there were still 3 more in front of him, enveloping Xueqi. He could not break these 3 formations. He could not walk in front of Yi Futian. He could not fulfill his wish. So, he also attacked with all his might, and a Saint King Wu appeared in his hand. With a single strike, he charged forward. On the other side, Elder Jin Feng also said, "Don't worry, young master. Qi has a Saint King's physique and strength, and he is not inferior to a Saint King. However, he is not a true Saint King. In terms of superpowers and soul, he is not my match at all. Lad, I admit that you are very strong, but so what, today, you will die." Elder Jin Feng sneered. "Die for me." His soul power rushed over in an overwhelming manner. It was obvious that he wanted to destroy Lin Xian's soul directly. Competing with soul power? Lin Xian sneered. He used his heavenly secret divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. They could look down on heaven and earth, like the eyes of a god. Ninth young master's soul was instantly suppressed, and he was sent flying, vomiting blood. If it was not for the Saint King Wu, Qi guard, this attack had already killed him. Damn it, how could his soul power be so strong? Elder Jin Feng's face also became ugly. He could feel that Yi Futian's soul was not weaker than his. How was this possible? This guy was just a saint venerable, not even a half-step Saint King. However, he could compete with a Saint King. Who was this guy? Damn it, Elder Jin Feng roared, and he used his soul power to attack. He used peerless superpowers, and they were extremely powerful. Now, the only thing that he could beat his opponent was these superpowers. Lin Xian used the void escape, and he kept dodging these terrifying superpowers. Elder Jin Feng seemed to have found an opportunity, and he sneered. "Aren't you very strong? Why are you still dodging? If you are so capable, then compete with me. A Saint King can't even win against a Saint Venerable like me after fighting for so long. What right do you think you have to be arrogant here?" Lin Xian sneered, and then the golden light in his eyes exploded again. Buzz, Elder Jin Feng had wanted to use his soul to suppress Lin Fan. But when the light of the soul shot out, his face changed. He tried to escape quickly. However, he had used too much of his soul to suppress Lin Fan. Hence, he could not retract his soul completely. After that attack, his soul was injured, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Impossible, damn it. How do you know the light of reincarnation? Could it be that you are from the Misty Peak? He was really too shocked. Oh, you know the light of reincarnation. Lin Xian was shocked as well. It seemed like the reincarnation guardian was from Ethereal Peak. Who are you? Elder Jin Feng roared. Ninth young Master Yan was stunned as well. Is he from Ethereal Peak? How is that possible? One must know that no matter how arrogant he was and how his status wasn't in Class 1, there was no way he could go against Ethereal Peak. But that shouldn't be the case. If he was from Ethereal Peak, how could he be captured by him and made into a battle servant? Don't believe him. He must have gotten the light of reincarnation by chance. He came from another world. He can't be from Ethereal Peak. Kill him with all your might. Elder Jin Feng came to his senses. But he was bitter. Kill him with all his might. To be honest, he was confident before. But now, he might not be able to do it. That was because the light of reincarnation had injured his soul severely. His strength had decreased tremendously. He could not bring out his best fighting strength. Coupled with Lin Fan's physique and the horrifying Sage King Wu, he was in a passive position. Indeed, after the battle, Elder Jin Feng was suppressed. As for Lin Xian, he was getting stronger. His divine body seemed to have endless energy. Elder Jin Feng spat out blood and cracks started to appear on his body. The spear of destruction pierced through Elder Jin Feng. The power of the dragon sword spirit roared out. The roar of the dragon resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Then, Elder Jin Feng's body was about to be torn apart. How is that possible? Ninth young Master Yan was stunned. Elder Jin Feng was so severely injured that he had forgotten to attack. Elder Jin Feng roared crazily. To be honest, he had never dreamed that he would be defeated by a sacred master one day. Damn it. Brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. Even if I have to damage my foundation, I will kill you. He roared, and the blood in his body burned continuously. It seemed like he was going to attack regardless of the consequences. A terrifying golden shadow appeared on his body. Endless great paths intertwined as if they could destroy a world. At this moment, it was extremely terrifying. Haha, kid, you're dead meat. Seeing this, ninth young Master Yen knew that Master Jin Fengzhang was really angry. Under this attack, any Saint King of the same level would definitely die. Not to mention, it was this kid. Amidst this crisis, Lin Xian coldly snorted. A dragon-shaped sword appeared in his hand, emitting a resonant dragon cry. Then, he slashed forward. Heaven and earth were split apart in an instant. Endless cracks spread out as the sword slashed towards Elder Jin Feng. Boom, Elder Jin Feng's body was split into two. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. How could this be? He let out a crazy roar that shook the 9 heavens. In the distance, ninth young Master Yen was so shocked that he knelt on the ground. His opponent had the strength to split a Saint King in half with a sword. What was that? That sword shadow was too terrifying. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? In front, Elder Jin Feng roared. His body was quickly healing. However, he realized that it was impossible. There was an extremely terrifying force that prevented his body from healing completely. That crack was abnormally terrifying. Who are you? I am the one who will kill you. Lin Xian held the spear of great destruction in one hand and the dragon sword shadow in the other as he walked forward. His divine body was becoming more and more terrifying. At the same time, he waved the dragon-shaped sword shadow again and charged forward. Boom! 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 The battle broke out again. Not long after, Elder Jin Feng was split apart again. In the end, he turned into a bloody mist. He was terrified and wanted to escape. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to create a sword path world that enveloped his opponent. Damn it, how dare you stop me, kid, sister-in-law, you can't kill me. He roared at the sky. Lin Xian frowned. Indeed, his opponent was very powerful. He could defeat a Saint King now, but it was not that easy to kill one. His opponent was too strong. But so what? I can't kill you? You are too naive. Give me time, and no matter who you are, I will destroy your soul. Great Dragon Sword Soul, explode. Lin Xian shattered his opponent's storage ring and let the Great Dragon Sword Soul absorb all the power in the storage ring. The sword path world that was created kept attacking. Elder Jin Feng let out a roar as he fought against the ground. Lin Xian turned around and stared at ninth young Master Yen. Ninth young Master Yen was so scared that his face turned pale. What are you trying to do? Don't come over. He kept retreating. At this point, he no longer wanted to break the formation. He did not want any wishes or restrictions. He just wanted to go back safely. Do you dare to kill me? I am your master. Life and death curse, activate. Ninth young Master Yen roared crazily as his palms kept forming seals. So what if his opponent was strong? He was just a battle servant. He had 100 ways to make him kneel at his feet. However, he realized that Lin Xian was looking at him with a cold smile. Is the life and death curse that powerful? How is it possible that you are not affected? Are you not being controlled? Ninth young Master Yen was completely stunned. Lin Xian threw a slap at Yen Jiao. Crack! Young Master Yen Jiao was sent flying with blood gushing out of his mouth. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and his blood stained the ground. He was in pain and fear. He wanted to escape. However, a foot stepped on his head. Don't you think it is too late to leave now? You tried to kill me. Time and time again. Do you think I will let you go? No, you can't kill me. My father is an elder. My grandfather is a supreme elder. My identity is very important. You killed me. If you kill me, the Thousand Mountain Grotto will not let you go, is that so? Since your grandfather is a supreme elder, I will be dead if I let you go. So, go to hell obediently. Don't worry. I still remember what you said to me. I won't kill you so easily either. I'll let you have a taste of what pain is like. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Immediately, ninth young Master Yan's soul was pulled into the lock of spring and autumn. He suffered the pain of his soul for thousands of years. Arg, an instant outside was thousands of years inside. Ninth young Master Yan went completely crazy. He was a demon king. It was too scary. Finally, when his soul came out, it touched a treasure in the depths of his soul. It was a rune. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Who is it? How dare you attack my grandson? This is great, Grandpa, save me, hope appeared in Yanjiu's eyes. His grandpa was the supreme elder, and the great sage had left something in his body to save his life. When his life was in danger, this life-saving imprint would appear. Even Elder Jin Feng laughed from afar. Haha, brat, you're dead meat. The injuries you gave me before, I will return it 10,000 times over. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light. When the voice sounded, a ray of reincarnation light shot out from his eyes. It pierced through Yanjiu's soul. Yanjiu's soul was destroyed. He did not believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. As for the seal that was left in his soul, it shattered. A frenzied roar rang out. The human figure that had yet to condense also vanished into thin air. Only a roar could be heard. Who are you? I will find you. How is this possible? Jin Feng, who was far away, had been on the verge of death. The Supreme Elder's imprint had given him hope. However, it shattered in an instant. Damn it! That ray of light was the reincarnation light. He was in despair. In the end, his soul was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He broke Yanjiu's storage ring and used the great dragon sword soul to cover everything in it. He erased all memories of Yanjiu's soul. He took some of the cultivation techniques and used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look at them. Then, he destroyed them. As for the elixirs, he did not keep them. Yanjiu's grandpa was the great sage. It would be troublesome to keep them. However, he did not waste them. He gave them all to the great dragon sword soul. Now, every time the great dragon sword soul's power increased, his strength would increase as well. Previously, he could only run when facing a sage king. Now, he could kill a sage king. Feeling the increase in strength, Lin Xian used all his strength to strengthen the great dragon sword soul. He shot out a ball of 9 suns divine fire. It enveloped Yanjiu's body and turned him into ashes. Then, he walked forward. The array in front of him shone brightly. Lin Xian waved his hand and the array cracked. Xueqi's face was pale. The situation was very wrong. As she looked at Lin Xian, a trace of fear subconsciously appeared in her eyes. What did she see? Although she had been poisoned previously, she had still seen the previous battle. The other party had actually killed a sage king. Furthermore, that person had killed 9th young Master Yan and destroyed the talisman left behind by the Supreme Elder. Everything was too shocking. Was this really just a battle servant? Especially when he saw that Chu Feng was completely unaffected by the life and death curse, he was even more astonished. The other party wasn't a battle servant at all. The other party was a genius from another world who had been hiding beside them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Then, he said, your condition is very strange. Let me help you expel the poison first. Xueqi was very scared. After all, she had seen Lin Xian's secret, and she was afraid that Lin Xian would kill her to silence her. However, she was really very weak right now. She couldn't beat him at all, so she could only close her eyes and resign herself to fate. She could feel the other party walking in front of her. The other party's physique and vitality were like a furnace of heaven and earth. His powerful strength shocked her. At the same time, she felt a biting cold aura enter her body. It seemed to brighten up her originally weak nomological laws. Xueqi opened her eyes and looked at this scene in surprise. Chu Feng didn't kill her. He was really helping her. But why? Why didn't he kill her? She already knew his biggest secret. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask something, but Lin Xian told her to shut up and focus on recovering from her injuries. After he finished speaking, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul. He wanted to destroy the mysterious aura in her body. However, this time, Lin Xian was wrong. The great dragon sword soul could indeed destroy everything. However, the poison that Xueqi was poisoned with this time wasn't fatal. It wasn't like the great sage's corpse poison. It was another kind of poison. Logically speaking, the great dragon sword soul wouldn't be afraid of any poison, and it should be able to destroy it. However, this time a strange fluctuation transmitted from the depths of the snowy mountain. Xueqi's body shivered. She felt that her ice law had become stronger, and it flew out of her body uncontrollably. Her aura, which she had already suppressed, erupted out once again. Lin Xian was also surprised. The great dragon sword soul had been ejected, and he immediately sensed the chilly aura. His divine body shone brightly, and the 9 suns' divine fire engulfed it. At the same time, he felt his blood boiling. Damn it! What's going on? Lin Xian discovered that Xueqi had already flown over. Then, his consciousness started to blur, and it seemed like he didn't know what was going on. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he did was to put up a defense. However, he discovered that he wasn't in any danger, as Xueqi was beside him. However, when he saw their current situation, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Lin Xian discovered that the armor on his body was gone. Did something absurd happen between the two of them? It can't be, right? He tried to recall carefully, but he discovered that he couldn't remember anything. He stole a glance at Xueqi, and when he discovered that she still hadn't woken up, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he quickly furrowed his brows, as his heavenly divine eyes couldn't detect the poison in Xueqi's body anymore. However, it seemed like the situation wasn't good, as there were flame marks on her body. It seemed like she had been injured by the 9 suns' divine body. Lin Xian's 9 suns' divine body was extremely tough, and it was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't use the 9 suns' divine fire, so it didn't matter if Xueqi stayed by his side. However, he didn't know what had happened before. Although he had used the 9 suns' divine fire to detoxify her, she had been severely injured. However, he was also seriously injured by the 9 suns' divine flames. From the looks of it, he was on the verge of death. Lin Xian felt quite awkward. When he was with Morong Qingqing and Xianxia, he was quite clear-headed, and he knew how to control his divine body's power. However, this time, it seemed like it had exceeded his expectations. He had to quickly save her. Lin Xian had used the law of wood to protect her life, and he had even taken out an elixir for her to consume. However, it still wasn't enough. The divine fire's destructive power was probably extremely strong. It seemed like he would have to look for an ice-based super treasure to get rid of her. Injuries. Lin Xian took Xueqi and walked forward. At the same time, he used the heavenly divine eyes. He detected an extremely terrifying aura ahead of him, and it seemed like even his 9 suns' divine body was threatened by it. The area in front of him was covered in silver, and the branches of the plants were like ice dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The ice here was even more terrifying, and Lin Xian had no choice but to use his divine body to defend himself. He had already taken Xueqi into the Great Sage Pagoda. Whitey also jumped out, and its eyes widened as it said, "This place is so cold." Lin Xian furrowed his brows. This shouldn't be the case, as even with his physique, he could still feel the coldness. What grade of ice is this place? All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew over, and it swept toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged the gust of wind, and he continued walking in the direction he had come from. After walking for a while, a terrifying gust of wind would sweep toward him, and it seemed like it was leading the way for him. Finally, he arrived in front of him. There was an ice valley in front of him, and it seemed like a giant had torn open a crack in a mountain. Inside, there was even more terrifying cold ice. Moreover, there was a stone tablet in front of him. It was made of ice, and it was abnormally cold. The surroundings seemed to be a cave, as Lin Xian didn't just discover the stone tablet, but also a table and chairs made of ice, as well as a cave. Someone had once lived here. Lin Xian discovered that the surroundings were simple and unadorned, and he didn't know who lived here. However, he was sure that this person wasn't an ordinary person. Could it be the great sage that had died before, or could it be an even more terrifying existence? Lin Xian didn't know. At this moment, a scroll on the table suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, it turned into a gust of wind, and it instantly engulfed Lin Xian. Buzz, a terrifying power erupted, and Lin Xian and Whitey were instantly sealed in ice. In the next instant, Lin Xian roared toward the sky, and the power of his divine body erupted, and cracks appeared on the ice. At the same time, the Nine Suns' divine fire also swept out, and it melted the ice into water, which dripped down from his body. He put Whitey away, and his eyes shone with a cold light. "Who is it? Why are you acting so sneakily? Even if you want to attack me, do you think that you can attack me just because you brought me here?" He also felt that the journey here was too strange. It was as if someone had purposely sent him here. At this moment, a low chuckle was heard. It was as if a crow was roaring in the dark night. It was very strange and made people's scalps tingle. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He carefully examined it and found that it was coming from the scroll in front of him. He snorted coldly and raised his hand. A beam of sword chi flew out, intending to split the scroll apart. He discovered that although the scroll looked simple and unadorned, it was actually able to deflect his sword chi. At the same time, a voice was heard. As expected of the Nine Yang divine body, it was extremely masculine. "In other words, you are the only one who can break my ice." It was a woman's voice. Lin Xian frowned when he heard it. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a soul that's about to dissipate. After waiting for so many years, the two of you are finally here." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're the one who brought me here." "Wrong, not only you, but also that woman." "Do you think that I won't know if you put her away?" Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He suddenly remembered what happened before. "You were the one who caused trouble." "That's right, kid. Don't you have to thank me? That woman can be considered a peerless fairy. You won't be at a disadvantage." Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped out. His golden hand grabbed the scroll. However, the scroll was like a swimming dragon and instantly dodged. "Kid, aren't you a little too impatient? I have a good fortune for you." "Creation? What creation?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He was very suspicious of the other party's motive. 9 yin and 9 yang, which was stronger? When yin and yang coexisted, the world would be called emperor. This was a debate that had been going on since ancient times. No one knew which of the two was stronger. As for merging the two, it was even more impossible. The simple yin-yang sect could do it with the laws of yin and yang, but it was too difficult to merge the 9 yin and 9 yang. However, I didn't expect that I would meet the 9 yang's descendant when my soul was about to be destroyed. Moreover, I met someone who was very suitable for the 9 yin's inheritance. The heavens really treated me well. The 9 yin's descendant, Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. The 9 yang divine body was the most masculine, so the 9 yin divine body was the most yin and cold. This was also an extremely terrifying physique in the starry sky. Lin Xian didn't expect that he would be able to see the 9 yin's inheritance. He took Xueqi out of the great sage's body and said, "The 9 yin's descendant is the 9 yin's descendant." "Are you saying that she's suitable to be the 9 yin's descendant?" "That's right," the soul spoke. She had cultivated the mysterious ice art since she was young, and it was a very authentic ice-based inheritance. Moreover, she probably didn't know that her bloodline was also extraordinary. This bloodline didn't come from her family, but was bestowed by the heavens. Even so, it wasn't easy to get the 9 yin's inheritance. Previously, 2 people had come here and received the inheritance. In the end, they couldn't bear its power, and their souls were annihilated. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was aware that it was extremely difficult to get an extremely powerful inheritance. In the past, he had almost died before he managed to cultivate the divine body. He looked at Xueqi and poured his power into her. Xueqi woke up from her dream, and her face instantly became red. This was because she had recalled what had happened before. She looked at Lin Xian. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Lin Xian was also stunned and did not know what to say. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't think about anything else. I have to tell you that your bloodline and the magical powers that you cultivate are suitable for the 9 Yin's inheritance. However, it will be extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that you will have a slim chance of surviving. So, do you want to accept this inheritance?" Sumo explained it to Xueqi, and she was taken aback. The 9 Yin's inheritance, she was an ice-based saint, so how could she not have heard of it? However, she didn't expect that her luck would be so good, and that she would have the chance to get the legendary 9 Yin's inheritance. Xueqi nodded and said, "I'm willing to accept it. You should think about it carefully. If you fail, your soul will probably be annihilated." Lin Xian reminded her. Xueqi said, "Martial cultivation is a path that defies the heavens. Even if there's a slim chance of survival, I won't let it go." When Lin Xian saw that she was so insistent, he didn't say anything else. After all, even he wouldn't give up such a peerless inheritance. It was worth taking a risk. The scroll in front of her shone with an unparalleled radiance. Countless runes flickered, and they turned into many characters that flickered in the sky. This was the 9 Yin's inheritance. Xueqi's expression was grave, and she had temporarily suppressed everything that had happened before in her heart. She took a deep breath and started accepting the inheritance with her full power. In an instant, those runes flowed into her mind. In the next moment, her body swayed, and boundless black ice condensed on her body. She let out a roar. It was too cold. Xueqi used the profound ice arts to resist it. At the same time, the bloodline hidden in her body erupted. Even so, it was still very painful. Lin Xian was naturally able to sense how terrifying the black frost was. He unleashed the 9 Suns' divine fire to resist it. At the same time, he pushed it far away, and his eyes flickered. On the other side, a soul floated out. Its soul light was already very dim. It was obvious that it would soon disappear. She looked ahead and sighed as well. Was it too much for her? Could it be that the 9 Yin inheritance couldn't be continued? Lin Xian asked. "Senior, you chanted a chant before, 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Which one is stronger and which one is weaker? Is there really someone who can fuse the 9 Yin and 9 Yang?" The soul sighed. "I don't know. It's just a chant passed down from ancient times. I don't know whether there really was someone who managed to fuse the two. However, I can tell you something. When the 9 Yang divine body reached great mastery, it would be comparable to a great emperor. It was the same for the 9 Yin body. In the ancient times, someone obtained 2 inheritances and wanted to fuse them together. However, he went crazy. In the ancient times, someone obtained 2 inheritances. This time, he didn't cultivate them. Instead, he comprehended them from the 2 inheritances. He managed to cultivate the Tao of Yin and Yang, and he became a Yin-Yang great emperor. In the endless years, several great emperors appeared. They were the 9 Yang divine body and the 9 Yin body. However, it was too difficult to fuse the two together. However, if one managed to fuse them together, one's physique would become extremely powerful. My guess is that it wouldn't be weaker than the Crown Prince's physique. Is the Crown Prince really that powerful? Lin Xian was surprised. Of course, that's because you haven't heard of how powerful the great emperors are. The descendants of the great emperors have the same bloodline as the great emperors. Moreover, they are the first generation. When those people grow up, they will become extremely heaven-defying. Of course, none of them will be able to become a great emperor again. This was because the bloodline in their bodies was their greatest help, but it was also their greatest restriction. Even so, they were still supreme existences that could sweep through the universe. Although the 9 Yang divine body was powerful, it could only be ranked 11th in the myriad heavens rankings. The 9 Yang divine body was only ranked 11th. Lin Xian was completely stunned. That soul had said that it was right, because the top 10 all had the physique of an imperial prince. What about the 9 Yin body? Lin Xian asked. According to the soul, the 9 Yin body was ranked 12th. However, she coldly snorted. This was only because there were less descendants of the 9 Yin body than the 9 Yang divine body. Otherwise, how could the 9 Yang divine body be ranked below the 9 Yang divine body? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. It seemed that the battle between the two godly bodies had been quite fierce. Lin Xian already knew that there were ancient clans and emperor clans. He had even seen many extreme Dao Wu. However, he had never seen the real emperor's son before. However, thinking about it, there must be some on the buried emperor star. He was really looking forward to having a battle with such a person. The soul looked at Lin Xian and said, "Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because the 9-yang divine body is ranked 11th. That was referring to the large success stage 9-yang divine body. There were many descendants of godly bodies that were killed before they could fully mature. Therefore, you should try to keep a low profile in the future." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly roared. Immediately after, she spat out a mouthful of blood and her entire body was covered in black frost. Her body fell backwards. Seeing this scene, the soul cried out in alarm. "Not good, am I going to fail?" Lin Xian took a step forward and caught the falling body. He felt an extremely terrifying cold energy coming from his hands, as if it was going to freeze him completely. What should he do? Lin Xian looked at the soul. There's no other way, it seems like it's too difficult. However, she was still persevering, unwilling to give up. If she died like this, it would only be a matter of time. Lin Xian sighed. "Is there no other way?" the soul suddenly sneered coldly. "There's a way, but I'll give you another opportunity." As he spoke, he waved his hand and released a dense fog that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt dizzy, and his divine awareness became fuzzy again. Damn it. Is this old thing using this kind of technique on me again? Lin Xian could already guess what was going to happen next. However, he was already unable to resist. Xianxia felt that she was extremely cold, as if she was going to be frozen by 10,000 years old ice. As a genius of the ice element, she was never afraid of ice. However, this time, she was really afraid. It seemed like the ice was going to seal her soul in ice. Suddenly, she felt a warm feeling coming from behind her. It was as if a sun had fallen into a snowy mountain. It allowed her to find hope. She grabbed the sun and didn't let it go. Looking at the scene before her, Soul smiled. She rushed out of the cave and said, "I wonder if my method will work." However, this was her last chance. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The people who had entered Mount Han also quickly retreated. A month had already passed. In the land of Mount Han, a storm had begun to blow, freezing everything. The Saint Kings couldn't stay any longer. They could only leave. This time, each of the Grotto Heavens and clans had suffered losses. Of course, there were also gains. Many people had obtained spirit fruits and all kinds of good fortune. Their strength had increased greatly. As for their companions, quite a few of them had also perished in there. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven gathered outside. Their faces were extremely ugly. This time, young Master Ling Tian was seriously injured and poisoned. It seemed that he was in imminent danger. After they came out, they immediately left. They had to ask the Supreme Elder for help. Fu Hongya followed them expressionlessly. However, he was relieved because he was no longer under the control of the life and death curse. He went back to get more resources. On the other side, Yin Su and the others came out of Green Hill Paradise. Meng Hao and the others also came out of Howren Paradise with smiles on their faces. They had also gained some gains. It seemed that they had to go into seclusion for a while. The others did the same. On the other hand, the people of Thousand Mountain Paradise were frowning. They had been happy for a while when young Master Ling Tian was injured. Now, they could finally give Violet Spirit Paradise a blow. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Yan Jiao and Xianxia hadn't come out yet. Not only that, but Elder Jin Feng hadn't come out either. He was a Saint King. What was going on? Could it be that something dangerous had happened? They were extremely anxious. The identities of these two people were not ordinary. Let's wait patiently. Perhaps something has delayed them. Elder Heavenly Strategies said in a deep voice. The people of Thousand Mountain Paradise waited here. Thank you for the gift from the cafe. Thank you for the gift from Destiny. Thank you for the gift from the desolate moonlight. Thank you for the gift from Su. Thank you for the gift from Xiangxiang's father. Thank you for the gift from the end of the show. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. At the same time, in the endless mountains of Thousand Mountain Grotto, there was a floating palace. This was the core area of Thousand Mountain Grotto. Ordinary people could not come here, because this was the place where the Supreme Elder was in charge. At this moment, the Supreme Elder in the palace suddenly opened his eyes and let out a crazy roar. Above the 9 heavens, thousands of miles of space collapsed, and the stars in the sky dimmed. The entire Thousand Mountain cave was shaking violently. What happened? Everyone in Thousand Mountain Grotto was stunned. The elders all flew into the sky and looked into the distance. It was the sagely heaven's old ancestor who was angry. Xianxia, who offended this living fossil, the sagely heaven's old ancestor was one of the supreme elders. He was so strong that he had reached the great sage realm. Such a person was extremely terrifying. Normally, no one would dare to offend him. Even the mansion master of Thousand Mountain Grotto would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Now that he was angry, it was really surprising. At this moment, countless streams of light streaked across the sky. The leader was a middle-aged man. He asked nervously, "Father, what happened? Is there a problem with your cultivation?" This person was the sagely heaven's old ancestor's son, Xianxia's father. His name was Elder Yan-mo. An old voice came from the palace, filled with endless anger. Jiaoer's soul jade tablet was broken. He died. Investigate this for me. I don't care who did it, I want to destroy their soul and heart. I will not let anyone related to him go. What? Hearing this, Elder Yan-mo was instantly stunned. His son was killed? How could this be? His eyes instantly turned red. The surrounding people also knelt on the ground. Old ancestor, please calm down. We will go investigate. Follow me. With a roar, Elder Yan-mo rushed out with his people. In the next moment, everyone in the Thousand Mountain Grotto knew about this, and the people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto gathered into countless groups and charged towards Mount Han. In Mount Han. At this moment, the 2 grotto heavens and the ancient race had all left. The only ones left were the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto. At this moment, these people were extremely anxious. Several days had already passed, and the power of Mount Han had become incomparably cold. Those people should have come out long ago. Why was Yanjiao and Xueqi still nowhere to be seen? Could it be that they had all died? That is impossible. The Heavenly Strategy Elder shook his head. These 2 both have the Sage King Wu on them. Even if he couldn't defeat a Saint King, he was more than capable of protecting himself. It was impossible for him to have died in there. The others were also puzzled. At this moment, they suddenly looked up at the sky. Countless figures appeared in the sky like gods and demons. Their powerful auras caused the snowy mountains below to crumble. What a terrifying team of saints! Is someone going to attack this place? The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven went crazy. They felt as if they were facing a great enemy. A moment later, they sensed that these people were from the Thousand Mountain Grotto, which caused them to be even more confused. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Tiansu and the others took the lead and flew up. They discovered that the one leading the team was the Yan-mo. He hurriedly cupped his fists and asked, "What happened? You still have the face to ask me?" Elder Yan-mo shouted angrily. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying as he charged forward. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's pupils constricted as he shot out a ray of light to block the attack. In the next moment, he was forced back. The people around him also vomited blood. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? The Heavenly Strategy Elder was also furious. Yan-mo, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your father is the Supreme Elder. I'm also an elder of the Thousand Mountain Grotto. What right do you have to attack me? The other Saint Kings were also puzzled. That's right, Elder Yan-mo. Is there a misunderstanding? We've never offended you. Yan-mo's eyes were red. You've never offended me? My son, Yanjiao, has died in there. How did you protect him? If you can't find the enemy, you'll all die. What? The Earth Saint King and the others were stunned. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's pupils also constricted. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. Although he was furious earlier, if Yanjiao had really died, the situation was not good. Yan Mo was not the only one who was furious. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was furious too. That was the great sage. How were they going to explain themselves when they returned? That was impossible. Yanjiao had the Holy Heaven's woo-woo. Moreover, he had the rune mark left behind by the Holy Heaven's old ancestor. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he should have been able to survive. The other Saint Kings were also puzzled. Who was so powerful that they dared to kill Yanjiao? The Heavenly Strategy Elder also walked up and said, Yan Mo, we don't know what's going on either. When we were in there, we suddenly realized that the land of Mount Han had become terrifying. It was as if everything was going to be frozen again. When we came out, we realized that Yanjiao and Princess Xueqi were not there, so we waited here. We thought that the two of them were delayed by something. We didn't expect Yanjiao to have died. The surrounding people were also stunned. Princess Xueqi was not there either. Oh my god, if Yanjiao had died in there, the other old ancestor would have to show his power. How would the Thousand Mountain Grotto shake then? They did not dare to imagine. Yan Mo said, I don't care what excuses you have. You'll be punished when you return. Now, everyone, follow me and enter Mount Han, he roared, and the team of saints behind him flew. They formed a terrifying formation and charged in with great force. At the same time, a team stayed behind to watch over the Heavenly Strategy Elder and the others. What should we do? The Earth Saint King asked. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's face turned ugly. What could he do? He could only wait. He had to admit that the team led by Yan Mo this time was too powerful. Even though Mount Han had become so terrifying, they still charged in. However, at this moment, it was already snowing inside. They could not search at all. Moreover, they did not know where Yanjiao had died. They could only search aimlessly. Just like that, another 5 days passed. Yan Mo and the others still had not returned. Outside, the Heavenly Strategy Elder and the others' faces turned even uglier. These days, they carefully recalled the whole incident and realized that their situation was very bad. Yanjiao had died. As the elders who led the team, it would be difficult for them to escape. The team guarding them was led by an elder. They said, Tiansu, you're really wrong this time. Don't you know Yanjiao and Xueqi's identities? You didn't follow them. Let's see how you're going to explain it when you return. This time, Yanjiao has died. I'm sure you'll be punished severely. Moreover, Princess Xueqi has not returned yet. If she dies, you'll have to face your own death. The Heavenly Strategy Elder's face was extremely gloomy. The Great Emperor, Holy King, and the others' faces were also extremely ugly. As night fell, the wind and snow continued to fall. The power of Mount Han was extremely terrifying. Even the moon could not be seen in the sky. It was extremely dark all around. At this moment, Elder Tianzi seemed to have made a decision. He roared and suddenly attacked. He attacked the elder of the team and sent him flying. Then, he roared, Why are you still not attacking? Are you waiting to die? The Earth Saint King and the others were stunned at first. Then, they said, Let's attack. We will die if we go back. Now was the best time to escape. When the Thousand Mountain Cave came, there were 7 Saint Kings. Other than Elder Jin Feng, who had died, there were 6 left. At this moment, the 6 of them attacked together and were extremely powerful. Damn it, how dare you attack? Do you want to betray the Thousand Mountain Cave? The elder of the team roared crazily. Elder Tiansu and the others said, Sorry, we don't want to die. We don't want to go back and suffer. Let us go and we won't kill you. After that, their attacks became even more terrifying. A long sword appeared in Elder Tiansu's hand. It was tens of thousands of miles long. With a slash of the sword, the mountains and rivers were all shattered. The Earth Saint King roared angrily. Thousands of miles of land collapsed, forming countless rock giants. They charged out crazily. The 6 of them attacked crazily without holding back. However, in the end, 2 of them were caught. Elder Tiansu, and the other 3 escaped. Damn it! The leading elder roared. At the same time, he took out the array and transmitted his voice. In Mount Han, Yan Mo received the news of the array and was instantly furious. How dare they escape? Men, catch them. He sent out 2 more teams to kill their way out of Mount Han to pursue the Heavenly Strategies Elder and the others. As for him, he continued to lead people to search Mount Han. In the Great Snow Mountain. In an ancient cave residence, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. At this moment, Xueqi also opened her eyes. She seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, she was enveloped by the sun and ice. However, when she opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, she was also stunned. In the next moment, she was stunned and her face instantly turned red. Lin Xian stood up and said, "I'll go out first." After saying that, he walked out of the cave and let out a long breath. What do you think? Did he succeed? At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that it was the soul. He wanted to get angry, but he found that the soul had become extremely weak. It looked like it would dissipate at any moment. He sighed. He should have succeeded, right? Let her come out and let me take a look. My soul is incomparably excited. Her greatest wish was for the succession of the Nining tribe to be passed down. After a short while, Xueqi came out. Her face was still flushed. When she saw the soul, she was also stunned. The soul asked. Did he really obtain the inheritance? Xueqi nodded and thanked him. Good, the heavens have not forsaken me. I must continue to bring the Nining inheritance to greater heights. That soul grew darker and darker until it finally dissipated. Xueqi knelt down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Senior, please don't worry. I won't let down the Nining tribe's inheritance. Lin Xian also bowed deeply. Because of what the soul had done, the information about the Nining tribe's inheritance had appeared in his mind. This meant that as long as he wanted to, he could also cultivate the Nining tribe's inheritance. Of course, it was too dangerous to fuse the Nining tribe's inheritance with the Ningyang tribe's inheritance. Xueqi stood up and looked at Lin Xian. She didn't know what to say. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, I don't know how much time has passed, but I think we should quickly leave. Are you going to leave? Xueqi asked. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. This guy has already done such a thing. Shouldn't he say something? Lin Xian said, I don't plan to leave for the time being. I want to continue staying in the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Xueqi raised her head and hope appeared in her eyes. However, she quickly asked, aren't you afraid that I will reveal your secret? I saw what you did previously. I don't think you will. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Xueqi's face became even redder. She really wouldn't reveal it, as she was now his woman. However, this damned fellow, why didn't he mention this matter at all? Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, let's go. Xueqi nodded and revealed a gentle look. If other people were here, they would surely be startled. Is this still the same Ice Mountain fairy? The 2 of them left the snowy mountain. Xueqi had already comprehended the Nining tribe's inheritance, and she shot out a black frost, which caused a crack to appear on the snowy mountain. The 2 of them then left. After they left, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He discovered that the whole Mount Han had become even more terrifying than before. He must quickly leave. He guessed that this was related to Xueqi obtaining the Nining tribe's inheritance. The whole Mount Han would probably be sealed in ice. After they had walked for 2 days, they suddenly discovered some people in front of them. The 2 of them became alert, but Xueqi was taken aback. She said that it was the Paradise's people. She took out her badge and released the Thousand Mountains phantom image. The people in front of them cried out in alarm. That's our Thousand Mountains Paradise's badge. A group of people instantly flew over. They were led by 3 Saint Kings. When they saw Xueqi and Lin Xian, they heaved a sigh of relief. Princess Xueqi, it's great that nothing happened to you. Xueqi regained her ice-cold appearance. She nodded and asked, what happened? Why did you all come here? These people weren't among the Saint Kings that came here. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After all, he still didn't want to reveal his identity. The 3 Saint Kings said, don't you know? Ninth young master Yan died, and the holy heaven's old ancestor showed his might. Elder Yan Mo brought countless teams of saints to search for him. Upon hearing this, Xueqi's pupils contracted. Did they already know? Could it be that the matter was about to be discovered? However, at this moment, Lin Xian shook his head and asked her to calm down. When he attacked Yan Mo, only Xueqi knew about it. The others didn't know about it. As for the great sage's seal, it was destroyed by him before it could even appear. They surely didn't know about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been searching for him so aimlessly. Yanjiu was unexpectedly killed. Who killed him? Xueqi also calmed down. She said, I also don't know. I was also trapped for the past few days, and it took me great effort to get out. Let's go. Yes. The three great sage kings led their teams and protected Xueqi. They quickly left with Xueqi and Lin Xian. When they came out, they heaved a sigh of relief. They discovered that there were still 2 teams here. Where are the others? Did they all go back? Xueqi asked. The Heavenly Strategy's elder and his companions have already escaped. They even injured our Thousand Mountains Paradise's people. We have already sent people to chase after them. How did this happen? Xueqi was taken aback, but she quickly understood. Now that Yanjiu was dead, the elders who led the team would definitely be severely punished. After this, Xueqi and Lin Xian rested here. During this time, Xueqi transmitted her voice to him. Do you really not want to leave? If you leave now, I will create an opportunity for you. You should quickly leave. Xueqi was quite worried. After all, his grandfather was the great sage. Lin Xian shook his head and transmitted his voice to her. I won't leave for now. This is because I still have some unfinished business. I still have people to kill. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Xueqi fell silent. Since he had been suppressed and turned into a battle servant, his friends must have suffered the same fate. It seemed like Lin Xian would surely attack the heavenly abode. If she had learned of such a person in the past, she would have immediately suppressed or killed him. However, Xueqi wouldn't attack him now. After all, she was already his subordinate. She was quite conflicted, and she didn't know what she should do. After waiting for 2 days, Xueqi said, Elder Yan Mo still hasn't come back. I want to go back first. I am quite tired, and we have already escorted you back. After a short while, 2 teams escorted them back to the Thousand Mountain Paradise. On the way back, they ran into some other teams, which were sent by the Black Ice Ancestor. The Black Ice Ancestor was Xueqi's grandfather, and he was also a supreme elder. He was the great sage. After he learned about Yanjiu, he was worried that Xueqi would be in danger. When they saw that Xueqi was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. After this, they returned to the Thousand Mountain Paradise and started their secluded cultivation. This time, Xueqi's harvest was the greatest. She had obtained the Nining inheritance, which was a peerless inheritance. As long as she didn't die, she would surely become one of the few peerless experts in the starry sky. Lin Xian had also obtained great harvests. He had obtained several hundred spirit herbs in the snowy mountain. At the same time, his great dragon sword soul's might had increased. More importantly, he had also obtained the Nining inheritance. Therefore, while he was in seclusion, Lin Xian had been exploring and researching whether he should cultivate the Nining legacy. He had discovered that the Nining inheritance and the Nine-Yang divine body were 2 completely different types of cultivation. The Nine-Yang body required an endless amount of flames, while the Nining inheritance required an endless amount of ice. Lin Xian had also cultivated the law of death and the law of sun, 2 completely opposite laws. However, 2 types of divine bodies were much more terrifying than 2 types of laws. The slightest carelessness might cause one to suffer from cultivation deviation. He shook his head and decided not to cultivate for the time being. After all, the Nine-Yang divine body was a terrifying physique to begin with. As long as it was cultivated to the great perfection stage, it would be comparable to a great emperor. Lin Xian was still doing his best to improve his Nine-Yang divine body. On the other side, Xueqi had completely consolidated her Nining body. The following cultivation would be more complicated and tedious. It was not something that could be completed overnight, so she did not need to be anxious. On one hand, she sent people to search for countless precious pieces of ice. At the same time, she also walked out of the palace and looked at the pagoda in the distance with sparkling eyes. What was this guy doing? Naturally, she was thinking about Lin Xian. Previously, Xueqi felt as if she was dreaming, and her soul was not clear. However, she knew that the son that she had felt in her dream was Lin Xian. Therefore, she could guess what was going to happen next. She had been unable to complete the Nining inheritance, but Lin Xian had helped her. Moreover, it was Lin Xian who had helped her detoxify the poison that she had been poisoned with. As the granddaughter of a supreme elder and a top genius of the paradise, Xueqi had always wondered what her husband would be like. He would definitely be a peerless expert, a supreme existence that could sweep away everything. She had not even seen the geniuses of the paradise. In her opinion, someone who was worthy of her would at least be a peerless genius of the Misty Peak. However, Lin Xian's appearance changed her mind. When Lin Xian had appeared, he had displayed powerful formations. Although his identity was that of a battle servant, his attainments in formations were something that even she was greatly astonished by. Later on, Lin Xian had stopped the Holy King to help her. He had even taken the risk to let her escape. Xueqi was very touched. In the end, he had helped her detoxify the poison and obtain the Nining body. He had completely won her heart. In this life, she had already decided that Lin Xian would be her husband. She would never think of a second person. However, she sighed. She also knew that with her status, her father and grandfather would definitely not agree if she were to tell anyone about this matter. Moreover, Lin Xian would most likely attack the Grotto Heaven as well. With his talent, he would grow very quickly as long as he was given time. Once he grew, would he start a war with her? She had no idea. On the other side, Elder Yan Mo had also returned. Because the land of Mount Han had been completely frozen, they had not found the place where Yanjiao had died. In fact, they did not even get any information. Especially when Yan Mo learned that Xueqi had returned safely, his expression became even more unsightly. Was his son the only one who had perished in there? How hateful! In the end, he met two people. He felt that they were very suspicious, but he did not dare to say anything. Because these two people were from the Misty Peak. The two geniuses of the Misty Peak left directly. No one dared to stop them. As for Yan Mo, he brought his people back to the Thousand Mountain Paradise. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor came out to inquire, but he did not find anything. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was furious. He personally went to Mount Han and killed his way in. In the end, he returned 3 days later. His expression became even colder. The people around him did not dare to say anything. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor returned without finding anything. Mount Han was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Xueqi naturally knew that the Holy Heaven's old ancestor was powerful, but Mount Han had the Nining inheritance. Although she had obtained the Nining inheritance, once the remaining aura burst out, the great sage would not be able to withstand it. She was afraid that no one would be able to enter there. As expected, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor's expression turned ugly. Yan Mo walked in. Temperature, father, what should we do? We have no clue at all. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor's face was gloomy. When Jiaoer used the soul imprint, I gave him, but it was instantly pierced through. I felt it. It seemed to have a trace of the light of reincarnation. What? The light of reincarnation? Yan Mo was stunned. His expression became one of horror. Their grotto heavens were not qualified to possess the light of reincarnation. Only the ethereal peak could do so. Could it be that the people of the Misty Peak had done it? Damn it. In the end, we met two people from the Misty Peak. However, we did not dare to make a move. If we had known, we would have taken them down. Nonsense. Don't you know what kind of existence the Misty Peak is? Don't act rashly. Ask your brother to go and investigate. The ethereal peak was above their grotto heavens. However, many of their grotto heavens were also in the ethereal peak. For example, there were a few from the Holy Heaven's old ancestors' line in the ethereal peak. In fact, it wasn't just him. There were also people from Xueqi's line in the ethereal peak. It was the same for the other grotto heavens. It could be said that the relationship between the grotto heavens and the ethereal peak was very close. There were also people from the holy King Xianxia's line in the ethereal peak. This was probably something that even Lin Xian didn't know. The ethereal peak. It was surrounded by mountains and empty valleys. The mountains were very steep. There was a mountain at the top of the clouds with a mysterious aura. This was the ethereal peak, a terrifying existence that was above the grotto heavens. In fact, in the hearts of countless grotto heavens, this was the real cultivation paradise. However, the ethereal peak was very strict in recruiting disciples. Most of the grotto heavens were peerless geniuses who entered through the assessment or recommendation. Only a few geniuses from the outside world entered directly. In the night sky, two figures flew past in an instant. They flew directly towards the ethereal peak. The two figures were riding on a huge gourd. They were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they shuttled through the void and arrived in front of the ethereal peak. There were clouds in front of them and an array formation appeared. At the same time, there was a loud shout. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the ethereal peak?" The voice carried the aura of a holy king. The two figures stopped and said, "It's us." The man took out the spirit tablet of the ethereal peak and waved it in front of him. A ray of light streaked across the token and poured into the array formation. Not long after, the array formation split open and people walked out. It turned out to be young Master Xianxia and Princess Yuehua. "Please." Xianxia nodded and the two of them flew in. "Young Master Xianxia, how was your trip to Mount Han?" A holy king smiled. After hearing that, Xianxia said, "Not bad. To be honest, this trip wasn't in vain." The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. After the two of them flew far away, Yuehua asked, "Senior brother, why are you so happy? We didn't seem to have obtained anything special. In my opinion, this Mount Han is just so. It's not as good as the legends say." Stardust's eyes flickered. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. He asked, "What do you think of Xueqi? Are you talking about that ice mountain fairy?" "I've heard of her. It was said that she was an ice elemental saint and had great attainments in formations. Although she was still a disciple of the grotto heaven and had yet to join the ethereal peak, she was still a disciple of the grotto heaven. However, she was already a half-step saint king, and with the strength of the Xianbing clan, it was only a matter of time before she joined Misty Peak." "Senior brother, are you interested in him?" "That's right." Stardust's eyes flashed with a bright light. When he returned, he would immediately ask the old ancestor to help him propose a marriage. Yuehua was stunned. "Do you want to propose marriage to Xueqi?" "To be honest, although she is not bad, there are too many people in our ethereal peak who are more outstanding than her." "Junior sister, you don't know, but I like this kind of iceberg." Stardust laughed. "Alright, you can go back first. I'll go and see the ancestor." Then he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Yuehua shook her head slightly. It seemed that another sparrow was about to become a phoenix. Presbytery Pavilion. It was very quiet, and there were countless paths around. This was where the old ancestor of the Presbytery Pavilion was. No one dared to be presumptuous here. At that moment, a figure was flying through the sky. It was Yan Mo. After Yan Mo entered the hall, he said, "Father, I found them." Those two people were disciples of Misty Peak. The man was called Xianxia, and the woman was called Yuehua. They were the geniuses of the Star Clan and the Moon Clan. In front of them, the old ancestor of the Presbytery Pavilion opened his eyes. A terrifying chi bloomed in his eyes. Then, did the two of them fight? Yan Mo took a deep breath. It was impossible. Although those two were geniuses in Misty Peak, they were too weak. However, they didn't seem to be able to control the light of reincarnation. Who was it? The old ancestor's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Did anyone from Misty Peak go in? He didn't know. He was still investigating. Go, find out who killed Jiuer. Even if it was someone from Misty Peak, he had to give me an explanation. Next, there was an undercurrent. However, Lin Xian didn't care about any of this. He was in seclusion, cultivating with all his might. In front of him, the great void divine furnace was surrounded by flames. It was like a fire dragon, flickering continuously. 9 Sun Divine Flame. Lin Xian had obtained many precious spiritual herbs in the Great Snow Mountain. He was refining them now. When this batch of spiritual herbs was completed, he could try to break through to the late-stage Holy Venerate realm. At that time, his strength would become even more terrifying. Finally, half a month later, a batch of spiritual herbs was completed. Looking at the spiritual herbs, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Every spiritual herb was crystal clear, and there were great daos flickering on them. Lin Xian waved his hand and started to consume the spiritual herbs. Boom, soon, thunder filled the sky. It was like the end of the world. Once again, it attracted the attention of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. Could it be that Xueqi is going to break through again? Countless people became nervous. Xueqi's father also arrived, and his eyes flickered. However, they didn't know that this was Lin Xian's breakthrough. The lightning tribulation filled the sky, and no one dared to approach this place. This time, the lightning tribulation lasted for a very long time. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Countless martial emperors were hacked apart. This scene was horrifying. It was like 10,000 dragons were roaring together. A figure covered in flames stood in the sea of lightning in the sky. Countless lightning bolts flickered on his body. Some were even as big as a mountain. This was Lin Xian. He used his powerful divine body. Countless sword chi turned into divine chains and fought with the lightning tribulation. Finally, Xiaochen blocked the lightning tribulation. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the charred ground and started the final tempering. His aura suddenly burst out, and he reached the late-stage Holy Venerate realm. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change compared to before. This is great. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. The people outside were also looking forward to it. Is it over? They wondered. Did Princess Xueqi successfully break through and become a Saint King? They all wanted to go. At this moment, the lightning tribulation, which had already disappeared, gathered once again. Then, an even more terrifying power descended. Even Lin Xian abruptly opened his eyes. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he looked at the large hall before him. A Saint King tribulation, is she going to break through? Lin Xian cried out in surprise. The palace in front of him was where Xueqi was. It seemed like Xueqi was really going to break through to the Saint King realm. Xueqi's father and the other Saint Kings outside wanted to come in and check the situation. However, when they sensed the Saint King tribulation, they were all surprised. Retreat quickly, these people retreated one after another. Even those who were in the mansion quickly retreated. Lin Xian's body flickered, and he arrived in the distant void. His eyes flickered as he observed the situation. Lightning struck down in front of him, and it penetrated the heavens and the earth. The palace beneath it was torn apart, and it was turned into ashes. A person was sitting cross-legged in the void, and there was black ice revolving around her body. Soon after, Xueqi opened her eyes, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. The black ice around her body swept out in all directions. The lightning that approached her was instantly sealed by ice. Boom! Boom, boom! Xueqi used her Nining body, and ice filled the sky as she fought against the terrifying Sage Tribulation. This battle shook the heavens and the earth, and in the end, Xueqi successfully crossed the Sage Tribulation. She looked up at the sky and let out a long cry, and the clouds in the 9 heavens and 10 lands crumbled. The aura of a Sage King emanated from her body. Boom, it's great! She successfully made a breakthrough. A smile appeared at the corners of Xueqi's mouth. The injuries that she had suffered from the lightning tribulation, as well as the cracks, quickly healed. How are you? After the lightning tribulation disappeared, a voice transmitted from a distant place. At the same time, countless auras in the sky spread toward them, and there was even an aura that belonged to the great sage. It was the Supreme Elder. Many people cried out in alarm. Greetings, Elder Xianbing. They looked at the blue-robed old man and bowed to him. The blue-robed old man's robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes were like blue lightning that could see through everything. He stared at Xueqi, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. She made a breakthrough, great. Great! Great, he was overjoyed, as his granddaughter had finally taken a crucial step. Is this true? She actually made a breakthrough, it's great. Xueqi's father was also overjoyed, and he clenched his fists. The others also congratulated Black Ice Ancestor one after another. Black Ice Ancestor, congratulations. Princess Xueqi's talent was too great. She was the first person among the younger generation to become a sage king. Her future achievements were limitless, and she would surely become the great sage. Flattering voices rang out one after another. Black Ice Ancestor also laughed. Xueqi's breakthrough was a big matter for the Thousand Mountain Grotto, so they sent out invitations and invited everyone to a banquet. Soon, these people began to move. On the other side, Yan Mo walked over and gnashed his teeth. Father, Xueqi has already broken through to the Saint King realm. Damn it, the others were all very happy, but their expressions were incomparably ugly. Because his son, Yan Jiao, had already fallen. In all honesty, he hoped that Xueqi would die. However, things didn't go as he wished. Not only did Xueqi not die, but she had also become even more powerful. She had even broken through to become a Saint King. Moreover, he wants to invite the world to a banquet. I think he wants to show off to the world. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Said the ancestor of the holy heavens. She had just become a Saint King, so she didn't pose any threat to him. As long as the black-eye-souled monster does not break through, we will still be evenly matched. Yan Mo nodded. He naturally knew. The younger generation represented the hope of the future. More importantly, the two great sages were competing. Although they were both from the Thousand Mountain Grotto, they represented different factions. There were 3 great sages in the Thousand Mountain Grotto. One of them was in a deep sleep. The only active ones were his father, the great sage of the holy heavens, and the great sage of the Black Ice Ancestor. The two of them represented 2 factions, so they were naturally competing with each other. Previously, Yan Jiao had pursued Xueqi. If he had succeeded, then they might have been able to work together. But now, there was no such possibility. Xueqi received countless congratulatory messages, but she still wore an indifferent expression. Many of the younger generation's geniuses had come. Many of them were handsome, and some of them were carefree. However, Xueqi didn't care about them at all. She looked around, as if she was looking for someone. When she saw Lin Xian walk out of the clouds, a smile appeared on her face. Her smile was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a country, and everyone was stunned when they saw it. When the other people saw it, they all glared at Lin Xian and gnashed their teeth. Xueqi had said that she wanted to consolidate her cultivation since she had just made a breakthrough. Alright, Xueqi, you should take a rest first. We will congratulate you when the banquet starts. The elders took their juniors and left. Xueqi gathered her subordinates and said, build a new mansion for me. I will go to another place to live temporarily. She left with Lin Xian. The news that Xueqi had made a breakthrough and became a great sage spread out from the Thousand Mountain Grotto. The other Grotto Heavens and Ancient Races people were all shocked when they heard about it. They all received invitations, and they all set off. The Misty Peaks people also knew about it, and they also sent a team to go there. The day of the banquet quickly arrived. The Thousand Mountain Grotto became very lively, and the young disciples all had smiles on their faces. Xueqi was the main character of this banquet, and what they needed to do was to attract her attention. They had already heard from their elders that Yan Jiao had died. Therefore, they could go and chase after Xueqi. Previously, because of Yan Jiao's existence, many people wanted to get Xueqi's attention. However, they did not dare to. But now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. If he could get married to Xueqi, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. If they could marry Xueqi, their families and their own families would all soar. The Green Hill Grotto had arrived, a loud voice came from outside, and then a team was invited in. It was the people from the Green Hill Grotto. Countless people turned their heads to look, and they all cried out in surprise. The people from the Green Hill Grotto were all handsome, and they were like fairies. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw them. Many people's eyes turned red. They could not get Princess Xueqi, but it would be good if they could marry a fairy from the Green Hill Grotto. Next, the people from the Howren Grotto, the White Cloud Grotto, and the Flying Feather Grotto arrived. The last to arrive was the people from the Purple Spirit Grotto. Many people were surprised that young Master Ling Tian had come as well. Many people whispered. Didn't this guy say that he was severely injured and poisoned? How did he recover? His grandfather was the Supreme Elder, the Great Sage. He must have personally helped him to expel the poison and heal his injuries. In the Purple Spirit Grotto, his face was cold, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. To be honest, he was very angry. He was beaten up by a mysterious person for no reason, and he was severely injured. He was even poisoned. Indeed, it was the Great Sage who saved him. However, this also caused his cultivation and strength to fall. After all, he had injured his foundation and soul. Now, he had fallen to the peak of the Saint Venerable realm, and he was no longer a half-step Saint King. This made him gnash his teeth. He was supposed to be the first to break through, but now, the glory had fallen to someone else. But fortunately, it was Xueqi. If he could marry Xueqi, everything would be perfect. Apart from the people from the 5 Grotto Heavens, there were also dozens of ancient race and other experts. It could be said that the Thousand Mountain Grotto was extremely lively. The elders and geniuses of the Thousand Mountain Grotto were also coming in and out to receive the guests. At this moment, a voice came from the foot of the mountain, welcoming the ethereal peak. As soon as the voice came out, the people in the grotto fell silent. Countless people turned their heads to look. Even the ethereal peak was here? This was unbelievable. The Thousand Mountain Grotto was actually so influential. The elders and experts of the other grotto heavens were also shocked. The people of the Thousand Mountain Grotto smiled. Great! They did not expect the people of the ethereal peak to come. Go quickly. Some of the core elders also moved, one after another, and went to welcome them. The ethereal peak was in existence above them. No one dared to be careless. The people of the other grotto heavens were also extremely respectful and pious. From afar, a white jade divine bridge appeared, connecting the heavens and the earth. There were countless daos intertwined on it. There were a few figures on the divine bridge. The one in front was a middle-aged man. He was tall and wore armor that shone with cold light. His aura was extremely shocking. It was him? Duguju. Many elders of the grotto heavens narrowed their eyes. They did not expect such a person to come here. Some of the young people did not know who this person was. They only knew that his aura was extremely terrifying. They asked, Elder, is this person powerful? The elder said, How dare you be so rude to Elder Dugu? Saint King Dugu was a late-stage Saint King. He was also an elder of the ethereal peak and had an extraordinary status. He was not someone you could talk about. Did you hear that? The disciples were so scared that their scalps went numb. The elders of the ethereal peak were extremely terrifying. At the same time, they were even more confused. Would such a person come for the Thousand Mountain Grotto? Could it be that something big was about to happen? Even the elders of the Thousand Mountain Grotto were stunned. They had thought that they would send some young disciples. But now, such a powerful elder had come personally. For a moment, they were all stunned. The expression of Xueqi's father, Elder Xianxia, changed drastically. Since such an important person had come, he must inform the Supreme Elder as soon as possible. He secretly transmitted his voice. However, as soon as he moved, 2 powerful auras surged over from afar. Greetings, Patriarch. The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven kept worshipping. The people from the other grotto heavens bowed as well, paying their respects to the 2 great sage. Countless people looked up at him. Was this the great sage? It was really too terrifying. It was the Holy Heaven's ancestor and the Black Ice ancestor. The 2 of them looked ahead when they arrived. They landed on a cloud and smiled. They didn't expect fellow Taoist Dugu of Ethereal Peak to come personally. How disrespectful. The 2 seniors are too polite. Duguju said indifferently as he cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Dugu, please. The 2 grand elders will personally lead the way. The surrounding people were all stunned. Although Duguju was powerful, he was only a late-stage Saint King. Yet, the 2 great sage actually treated him so courteously. In fact, they even treated him as equals. It was really too incredible. However, this showed how extraordinary Ethereal Peak was. It was probably above the grotto heavens. Seniors, please. Duguju didn't dare to be careless. After all, they were two living fossils, two great sage. The three of them walked forward together. The surrounding people stepped back and made a path for them. There were also a few people following behind Duguju. Xingqian and Yuehua were among them. The group was invited to the most honorable place and sat down. After that, the two utmost exalted elders also sat down. Everyone was seated, the others also sat down. At this moment, a crane flew in the distance, and two people stood on it. It was Fairy Xueqi. She was here. With a cry of surprise, countless people raised their heads and looked into the distance. The eyes of the young disciples lit up instantly. She was so beautiful, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Xueqi had dressed up meticulously today. Her exquisite snow robe made her look even more noble, like the Ice Queen. As soon as she appeared, she attracted countless gazes and exclamations. The crane flew, circling in the air, and then landed. Xueqi walked down, and Lin Xian also landed behind her. Lin Xian looked around curiously. This time, there were even more experts than the ones gathered at Mount Han. Moreover, he realized that all 6 grotto heavens were here. Especially when he sensed the 2 aged figures sitting at the very front, his pupils abruptly shrunk. It was the aura of the great sage. This was the real great sage. He took a deep breath. As expected of a grotto heaven. It was much more powerful than the holy city. It even had the great sage. And there was more than one. Who was this person? When he saw Duguju, he was also stunned. Duguju was only a late-stage holy venerate, but he could sit on the same level as the great sage. This surprised him. However, when he saw that Xingqian and Yuehua were seated beside Duguju, he understood what was going on. He had seen these two people before. They were from the Misty Peak. He guessed that the middle-aged man sitting at the front was also an expert from the Misty Peak. It seemed like the Misty Peak status was really important. Xingqian's eyes shone brightly, and he instantly fixed his gaze on Xueqi. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. As expected of the person he had taken a fancy to, she was even more beautiful than he had imagined. However, when he saw Lin Xian, he furrowed his brows. Once he married Xueqi, this battle servant wouldn't need to exist anymore. Many people's gazes also fell on Lin Xian. There were even some geniuses who were envious of him. They all wished that they could become battle servants and stay by Xueqi's side. Let me introduce you. This is the Misty Peak's elder Dugu. He came here especially for this pageant. You should thank him properly. Xianhai stood up and looked at his daughter with a smile. Xueqi was also surprised. Did the Misty Peak's elder come here personally? Did he come here to take a disciple? Junior Xueqi greets elder Dugu. You are too polite. My niece, Xueqi, has great talent. It seems like she will join the Misty Peak sooner or later. Xueqi also smiled as she thanked elder Dugu for his praise. She had always wanted to join the Misty Peak. The other people also went into an uproar. They all wondered whether Duguju had really come here to take a disciple. These people were the outstanding geniuses of the Misty Peak. Xianhai pointed at Xingqian and the others. Xueqi also bowed slightly to greet everyone. Sister Xueqi, you are too courteous. We will be on the same side in the future, Yuehua said with a smile. After that, Xueqi met the elders of the other heavens and the experts of the ancient race. She sat down. The banquet started, and it was very lively. Many people came to congratulate Xueqi. Just the gifts that Lin Xian had received for her had already piled up into a mountain. During the banquet, there were also some fights. After all, everyone was an expert, and they liked watching fights. Some geniuses of the heavens and ancient race started fighting. The battle stopped there, but it was still very exciting and intense. All kinds of great daos appeared between heaven and earth. Interesting. Even I want to fight. I wonder who would like to exchange a few moves with me. At this moment, a figure stood up from the Misty Peak side. It was a short-haired man. He wore blue armor and carried a saber on his back. His cultivation was only at the half-step Holy King realm, but he was able to join the Misty Peak. There was only one explanation: he was a descendant of one of the elders of the Misty Peak. Mo Fan walked out and looked at the people of the other heavens and ancient race. Why? Does no one dare to fight? The scene was silent for a while. Mo Fan sneered. Didn't you all think that you were geniuses? Why don't you even have the courage to fight with me? You are really disappointing. You want to join the Misty Peak? I'm afraid you don't have the chance. What an arrogant person. When the people of the 6 great heavens heard this, they frowned. Some of them had ugly expressions. It's not that we don't want to fight, but if we injure you, we will end up in a miserable state. These words were exactly what everyone was thinking. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat him, but that he was from the Misty Peak, and no one dared to fight him. When Mo Fan heard this, he smiled. It turns out that you are worried about this. I can tell you that you don't have to worry. Who can defeat me? Or even injure me? I will reward you handsomely. Even if I am injured, I won't blame you. Everyone can hear what I am saying. Do you still have anything to worry about? Since that's the case, I will challenge you. A figure stood up. It was Meng Hao of the Howren Heavens. After Meng Hao walked out, he said, "Excuse me." Unparalleled laws of nature burst out from his body. His palm formed a seal of nature and pushed forward. This was the ultimate technique of the vast grotto heaven. This Meng Hao was also a top genius, and his attacks were truly terrifying. Most likely, there was no one below Saint King who could do anything to him, right? Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh. The Howren Wonderland, huh? He pulled out the saber on his back. Purple flames rose from the saber, and with an unparalleled aura, it slashed toward Lin Fan. Purple Flame Devil Saber. The saber slashed down and collided with the Howren seal. Both of them emitted a deafening sound. This slash actually sent Meng Hao flying backward. This guy is so strong. He is indeed from the ethereal peak. The crowd realized that although Mo Fan was arrogant, his strength was not weak at all. Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh after he succeeded, and charged forward once again. The long saber in his hand continued to fall like lightning, enveloping the world. Meng Hao kept retreating, but he was not nervous at all. Suddenly, countless Howren seals appeared behind him. There were a total of 12 of them, and they covered the sky and covered the earth, directly enveloping his opponent. This was a kind of ultimate technique. It turned out that he was not really defeated before. He was just retreating in order to advance, looking for an opening. Finally, he found an opportunity. Boom! Boom, boom. Under the mighty attack, Mo Fan was hit. He was sent flying, his face pale, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. There were even a few cracks on his body. He was injured. Countless people were shocked. Meng Hao walked out. You have lost this battle. Mo Fan's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, you dare to hurt me? Go to hell. He roared angrily, and the long saber in his hand instantly burst out with an unparalleled light. A roar burst out from his saber, which then turned into a phantom and slashed forward. Boom! The power of this slash surpassed everything before. It even carried the aura of a Saint King. Not good. This is the weapon of a Saint King. It was sealed before. Countless cries of surprise rang out, and Meng Hao's pupils constricted. He once again used the Howren seal to block the attack. However, he was still a step too late. In an instant, he was sent flying, and a crack appeared on his body. One of his arms was directly cut off. Meng Hao was injured. The people of the Howren sanctuary were nervous. The others were also shocked. The battle should be over. They did not expect Mo Fan to use the weapon of a Saint King. It was an unfair victory. Everyone sighed. To be honest, with Meng Hao's status, he could naturally take out a Saint King weapon. However, since it was a spar, they would not rely on external forces. However, to everyone's surprise, Mo Fan did not stop. His eyes were red. Since you dare to hurt me, die. The saber in his hand slashed down again. Damn it, is this guy crazy? Does he want to kill me? This was not a fight. He had said so nicely before that he did not care about being injured or losing, but now his opponent had hurt him a little. He actually wanted to kill his opponent. Meng Hao's face was also cold. To be honest, he was also angry. Did he think he did not have a Saint King weapon? His severed arm healed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was about to attack. However, at that moment, the elder of the Howren sanctuary stood up. Alright, Meng Hao has lost this battle. Elder. Meng Hao was not convinced. However, the elder of the Howren sanctuary did say, Meng Hao, you are injured. You have lost this battle. Yes. I understand. Meng Hao walked back unwillingly. Mo Fan snorted coldly. Fortunately, I stopped when it came to a fight. Otherwise, you would be a dead man now. Who else wants to stand with me? The surrounding people did not say anything. This guy was simply a madman. He could not afford to be taken advantage of. Furthermore, his status was frighteningly high. No one dared to act rashly. Who would be willing to fight someone like this? What a bunch of trash, Mo Fan sneered. In front of him, Stardust frowned slightly. Mo Fan, come back. To be honest, he also felt that Mo Fan was a bit embarrassing. Fine, I'll spare them this time. Mo Fan walked back. For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Duguju said with a smile, today, we came here not only to congratulate Xueqi, but also for another matter. Oh, another matter? What is it? The two great elders were confused. The others were also surprised. Duguju said with a smile. Xueqi's children should be of marriageable age. Duguju wondered if she had a good husband. When he said that, everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Duguju continued with a smile. This is Xianxia, a genius of our Misty Peak. He has reached the Saint King realm. Senior Black Ice, what do you think? Black Ice ancestor was also taken aback. What did Daoist Dugu mean? Duguju said. This time, I'm here to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto were stunned. The people from the other grottos were also dumbfounded. It seemed like they were here to propose marriage for Xianxia. Oh my god, despair filled their eyes. To be honest, Yan Jiu's matter had given them hope. After all, they could pursue Xueqi. But now, Misty Peak had proposed marriage. Who would dare to oppose it? Sure enough, those young geniuses were disappointed. Even the elders from Thousand Mountain Cave were stunned. Black Ice ancestor was also stunned. She did not expect Duguju to come here to propose marriage. Xianxia is a genius of our Misty Peak, the Star Clan. If the marriage alliance is successful this time, then both of us can work together. Countless people were stunned. The eyes of those from the other caves turned red. To be honest, if they could work together with Misty Peak, it would be a great benefit for the caves. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor's face turned cold. Yan Mo's face also turned ugly. This way, Thousand Mountain Cave would benefit. However, the biggest beneficiary would be Black Ice ancestor. Black Ice ancestor would probably soar in the future. If that happened, their lineage would be at a complete disadvantage. Therefore, they were very anxious. This, Black Ice ancestor was also stunned for a moment. To be honest, she did not know how to respond. But at this moment, Xueqi stood up and said, I'm not willing. What? Everyone was shocked. Xueqi was not willing. Don't be rude. Xianxia said with a frown. How could she refuse such an important event? But father, Xueqi still wanted to say something. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I said, don't be rude. Sit down first. The Supreme Elder will make the decision. Although Xueqi refused, Duguju did not care. He looked at Black Ice ancestor. He knew that the most important thing was to deal with Black Ice ancestor. He waved his hand and looked at the stars. Chen, what are you waiting for? Xianxia stood up and said with a smile, Senior Xianbing, if Xueqi and I can be together, I will definitely treat her well for the rest of my life. These were some greeting gifts. I hope that Senior and Xueqi won't dislike it. As he spoke, he waved his hand and 3 treasure boxes appeared in the sky. Was this a betrothal gift? Countless people exclaimed as they looked up at the sky. Xianxia waved his hand, and the first treasure box opened. Immediately, 9-colored light flew out and circled the world. A terrifying aura of the great path surged. The surrounding people were all stunned. Just the aura alone was so terrifying. How heaven-defying was this treasure? Then, a fist-sized jade flew out. The jade was sparkling and translucent. It was exceptionally dreamy, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. However, what was surprising was not this piece of jade, but what was sealed in the jade. It was a stock of spirit medicine, and it could be seen that it was very old. Xianxia said proudly with his hands behind his back. This was a 30,000-year-old herb. The surrounding people were all in an uproar. 30,000-year-old, heavens, isn't this a little too long ago? This was definitely enough to make anyone's eyes turn red. Sure enough, even the two supreme elders' eyes shone with a biting cold light. This was extremely useful to them. Not only could it increase their cultivation, but it could also increase their lifespan. The holy heaven's old ancestors' eyes turned red. Why didn't his junior have a peerless fairy like Xianxia? Damn it, this black ice-old ancestor is going to benefit. Black ice-old ancestor was also very happy. However, as the great sage, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. Thus, he was extremely calm and didn't say anything. When Xianxia saw this scene, he waved his hand again. Immediately, the second treasure box opened. Boundless light flew out from it. It was also a piece of divine crystal, and there was a celestial pot sealed in it. The crowd was puzzled. Could it be a top-notch saint artifact? Xianxia said that there was half a bottle of spirit wine in the celestial pot. It should be the legendary Linglong Saint wine. The surrounding people went crazy. The Linglong Saint wine was a legendary existence. With just a sip, one could almost ascend to the immortal realm. It could definitely increase one's cultivation by a few hundred years. It could directly create a peerless expert, as expected of the Misty Peak. It was really too amazing. The things that they took out shocked everyone. At the same time, everyone knew that it seemed that this marriage proposal was going to be successful. Presumably, the Thousand Mountain Cave would definitely not reject it. What was in the third treasure box? At this moment, countless people were looking forward to it. Xianxia waved his hand and opened the third treasure box. Moonlight appeared inside. Then, a crescent moon flew out. It was the moon. Everyone was stunned. However, some of the older generation experts shook their heads. No, it just looked like the moon. It was a piece of metal. Some of you should have guessed that it was called the serene moon gold. It was the material used to create the great sage artifact. I don't think I need to explain how precious it was, right? The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out. The serene moon gold was crystal clear. It flowed with radiance like a divine moon. It was a peerless metal. Indeed, the two great sages' eyes also turned red. They were great sage, and they also had great sage artifacts. However, these great sage artifacts had been passed down from the heavenly cave since ancient times. They weren't personally created by them. It was too difficult for a great sage to create his own great sage artifact. This was because the materials needed were extremely precious. Many people couldn't even find all of them in their entire lives. Therefore, these great sage artifacts were all divine artifacts that had been passed down from ancient times. Now that such a piece of metal had appeared, the eyes of the two great sage artifacts became fiery red. If they could get it and create their own great sage artifacts, they would be satisfied for the rest of their lives. Each of the three treasures would be shocking if taken out. Now that they had appeared together, no one would be able to reject them. The corners of Black Ice Ancestor's mouth curled up as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She stood up and said once again, "I'm not willing." The surrounding people went crazy. He still wasn't willing. What was Xianxia thinking? The female disciples of the other heavenly caves snorted coldly. What was she being so arrogant about? Did she really think that she was a peerless fairy? Xianxia was so handsome, and he was also a martial artist of the Misty Peak. His status was above all the other heavenly caves. If they were in Xianxia's place, they would have agreed long ago. Moreover, she had even taken out 3 treasures, which showed her sincerity. The female disciples were so angry that they wished they could pounce on her and agree immediately. However, Xueqi had rejected them twice, which made them go crazy. The smile on Xianxia's face disappeared, and his expression became unsightly. She had already rejected him twice. Didn't he want to lose face? Even Duguju furrowed his brow slightly. His expression became gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia said hurriedly, "Elder Dugu, please calm down. My daughter is still young, and she is used to being spoiled. Elder Dugu, please don't take offense. I have already made up my mind." Xueqi stood out once again. At this moment, countless gazes fell on her. Xueqi looked around and said in a clear voice, "Elder Dugu, thank you for your kindness." However, Xueqi already has someone in her heart. After she spoke, she glanced at Lin Xian. Everyone was taken aback. Xueqi already has someone in her heart. Damn it. Who is it? I will fight him to the death. Even Xianxia's expression became unsightly. He had proposed a marriage in front of everyone, but Xueqi didn't agree. She even said that she already had someone in her heart. This was a slap to his face. Don't be rude. Xianxia shouted angrily. Even Black Ice's ancestor's expression changed. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but if it wasn't handled properly, it might turn into a disaster. Offending the Misty Peak would lead to a miserable end. The Holy Heaven's ancestor and the others sneered inwardly. This scene was beyond their expectations. However, they were still very happy. Chi is too young, and we will give you an explanation for this matter. Black Ice's ancestor also spoke. The situation had become very awkward, and they had to stop it quickly. Otherwise, the Misty Peak would become even angrier. Chi had just broken through recently, and she might be too tired. This was why she wasn't in a good mood. Guards, take Chi away to rest. Xianxia waved his hand, and many guards walked out. It seemed like they wanted to take Xueqi away by force. Xueqi said, "Who dares to do this?" She took a step forward, but the guards continued to walk towards her. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he sighed. He knew that Xueqi didn't agree because of him. After all, Xueqi was already his woman. Now, Xueqi was going against the Thousand Mountain Abode and the Misty Peak for him. So, how could he just sit by and watch? Lin Xian walked out as well. With a stomp of his foot, endless nomological laws condensed under his feet and enveloped the guards. Countless laws formed divine chains, sealing them in the sky. Audacious, do you dare to make a move? Xianxia roared. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He laughed. For the sake of a few treasures, he was willing to push his own daughter into the fire pit. As a father, he wasn't much. What did you say? Xianxia was completely enraged. A mere battle servant dared to clamor with him, kneel, he roared. However, Lin Xian stood there without moving. He said coldly, "What? Am I wrong? You are Xueqi's elders, yet you don't care about Xueqi at all. All you think about is the treasure and the relationship with the Misty Peak. Have you ever cared about Xueqi's feelings? Xueqi is still young, and she doesn't understand anything. We are doing this for her own good." Xianxia said coldly. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Young? Don't understand? I see that you've lived for thousands of years, but you don't understand either. How presumptuous. Who gave you the guts to speak here? Xianxia went crazy. The people in the surroundings went into an uproar. Who is this guy? Is he some genius? What a joke. Can't he see that he's just a battle servant? What? A battle servant dares to speak to an elder in such a manner, he'll probably suffer a fate worse than death. Xueqi turned around and looked at Lin Xian. She revealed a smile. She knew that she had made the right choice. In the next instant, she said, "Father, grandfather, if you insist on marrying Xueqi, it's fine. But I have a condition." What condition? Speak. Xianxia was delighted. As long as Xueqi agreed, they would fulfill any condition. Xueqi said, "My husband will surely be a peerless hero. Weaklings don't have such qualifications. You can set your mind at ease. Xianxia is also a Saint King, and he reached the Saint King realm 3 years ago. This showed that Xianxia's power was extremely great. However, Xueqi said, even among Saint Kings, there are strong ones and weak ones. My condition is that you must defeat me in order to become my husband. Moreover, since you think that I'm not young anymore, it's time for me to get married. Alright, let's have a competition to find a spouse. I'll invite all the geniuses in the world to sign up. If anyone can defeat me, I'll marry him. Everyone went into an uproar when they heard this. A competition to find a spouse? Oh my god, didn't this mean that they also had a chance? Some people were shocked. Duguju furrowed his brows and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was gloomy, but a smile quickly appeared at the corners of his mouth. A competition to find a spouse? Interesting. Fine, I'll agree. Xueqi, I'll defeat you personally to prove my power. I'm the most suitable person to be your husband. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since even Xianxia had agreed, they didn't need to say anything. However, after this matter, they still had to apologize. Even Black Ice's ancestor sighed. It seemed like she had to make a trip to the Misty Peak personally. After all, they had really embarrassed the Misty Peak today. 10 days from now, I'll accept your challenge. I'll give you 10 days to prepare. After Xueqi finished speaking, she turned around and left. Countless people went into an uproar. They knew that a good show was about to begin. Moreover, the news had already spread. All the experts in the region rushed over. They also wanted to participate. The Thousand Mountain Cave was also busy. They were preparing to set up the ancient arena. They also had to entertain more people. On the other side, Black Ice's ancestor personally invited Duguju and the others to a quiet palace, where she received them personally. Xianxia was a little unhappy before, but now, a smile appeared on his face. He wanted to conquer her personally. On the other side, after Xueqi went back, she looked at Lin Xian. She said, 10 days from now, you'll participate, right? Since they had come back from Mount Han, the two of them had been cultivating in seclusion. They even tried to avoid what had happened. This made Xueqi very sad. Lin Xian looked at her and said, of course, you're already my woman. Your husband can only be me. I've already thought it through. The Thousand Mountain Cave is the Thousand Mountain Cave, and you are you. Moreover, I don't want to kill the entire Thousand Mountain Cave. I only want to kill a part of it. That's right. Lin Xian wanted to kill those who had participated in sealing them. He also wanted to kill the members of the world of men. After Xueqi heard this, she revealed a beautiful smile. Great, she had seen Lin Xian's strength, which was why she came up with the idea of this joust for a spouse. As long as Lin Xian displayed his power in front of everyone in 10 days, it wouldn't matter even if he was just a battle servant. When this news spread out, the whole world went into an uproar. More experts rushed over. After all, Xueqi was already a true Saint King. If they wanted to defeat her, they had to be a saint. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to join in the fun. After all, they were the center of attention at this time. If they could shine in the battle, even if they lost in the end, they would be famous all over the world. They all came to the Thousand Mountain Cave with different goals in mind. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, everyone was excited. The Thousand Mountain Cave even took out many arenas for the upcoming battles. The two great elders and Saint King Dugu had all come. They were sitting high in the clouds, looking down. The experts of the other heavenly caves and the ancient race all gathered around them. Xianxia was wearing a battle armor today, and his eyes were emitting a biting cold aura. Today, he was going to sweep across the world and defeat Xueqi personally. Then, he would carry out the marriage alliance. The experts of the other heavenly caves were also excited. At this moment, Mo Fan walked out once again and said in a clear voice. If you want to challenge Xueqi, you have to go through me first. If you can't even defeat me, you don't have the right to challenge a saint. He was right. Apart from Mo Fan, 3 more people arrived. They were all from the Misty Peak. These 3 people were all half-step Saint Kings. They stood in 3 arenas to carry out the elimination. It's so lively. It seems like I'm not too late. A loud laugh came from the sky. Then, a sword light flashed and formed a figure. Another expert came to challenge them? Everyone felt the pressure. No, this was not an ordinary Saint King. This was a late-stage Saint King. This was a terrifying expert. Many people exclaimed. They looked up at the sky, and so did the people of the Thousand Mountain Cave. The two great elders and Duguju were stunned. Their pupils shrank. It's him, the three of them stood up at the same time. Taoist Wuk, what a rare guest. I didn't expect you to come. Black Ice Ancestor was very surprised. His face was full of excitement. This was too much. This was his granddaughter's marriage alliance. Now, not only had Duguju come, but Wuk had also come. This made him feel proud. On the other side, the Holy Heaven Ancestor was also surprised. He didn't dare to be negligent. Long time no see, tour guide Wuk, Duguju said. The three of them invited the peerless swordsman down from the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this person? He was so terrifying. His identity was also extraordinary. Could it be that he was also from the ethereal peak, the misty peak actually sent two elders? It was too unbelievable. However, there were also some who shook their heads. No, these people from ethereal peak looked confused. Clearly, they did not know this peerless swordsman. This person was not from ethereal peak. Who was that? In this place, other than the misty peak, who else could make the grotto heavens treat them with such respect? Or even be on equal footing with the misty peak? Everyone was puzzled. I wonder where Xueqi is? Jian Wuk asked with a smile after he came down. Xueqi, we're here. Not long after, the red-crowned crane flew over from afar. Xueqi and Lin Xian descended gracefully like celestial beings. Here it comes, countless people's eyes lit up. Jian Wuk said with a smile. She was indeed a peerless genius. It seemed like Xueqi's future was limitless. Elder Wuk, it won't be long before my daughter marries Xianxia of the Misty Peak. At that time, I hope that Senior Wuk can come. Oh? Jian Wuk was surprised. At this moment, Yan Mo said coldly, Elder Xianhai, it's too early for you to be happy. What will be the final result of this martial arts contest? No one can say for sure. What? Do you think that young Master Xingchen won't be able to obtain the final victory? Xianhai glanced at him and revealed a meaningful smile. Previously, his son had pursued his daughter. Now that Yanjio was dead, he must be furious. However, even if Yanjio was still alive, how could she marry Xing? Chen, Yan Mo looked at Duguju respectfully and then looked at Xianhai. He said with a smile, I didn't say that young Master Xingchen would lose. It's just that I think everyone knows about Xueqi's temper. At that time, I hope that Xueqi will keep her word. Xianhai's face sank. I know my daughter. She won't go back on her word. Alright, stop fighting. Just watch the contest patiently. Elder Xianbing said in a deep voice. Soon, everyone's gazes shifted downwards. The people below had already started. Mo Fan and the other strong cultivators of Misty Peak were in charge of the elimination. The battle was very fast. The three of them were very strong. Even if they were fighting against someone of the same level, they would finish the battle within 3 moves. Damn it! How could it be so coincidental? Everyone was in despair. Some who wanted to participate hesitated. They were all half-step Saint Kings. Why was there such a huge gap between them? Could it be that this was Misty Peak? The superpowers and ultimate techniques used by their opponents were far more powerful than theirs. Look! It's Han Chong. He's back. They had heard that he had gone to another world to train. They didn't expect him to finally return. This time, his strength would be even more terrifying. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian turned his head and looked over with a look of surprise on his face. He had met Han Chong in True Spirit World before. He was already a saint, a top existence. Now that he had returned, his strength had increased again. He had reached the half-step Saint King realm. Lin Xian also knew that these people were all strong cultivators who had experienced hundreds of battles. After going through the trials of other worlds, ordinary half-step Saint Kings were much stronger. Han Chong walked over, bringing with him endless ice. Countless people were discussing. This guy was like Fairy Xueqi, an expert of the ice element. They didn't know if he could fight against the people of Misty Peak. Oh, an interesting guy? Mo Fan looked at Han Chong in surprise. Then he said, interesting. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Sorry. Han Chong cupped his fists and said. Then, the precepts of his body erupted like an iceberg. The cold aura caused frost to appear on the people around him. Buzz. A ray of icy light covered the sky and flew forward. Too weak. Mo Fan sneered and slashed forward. The ice shattered. A large ice bow appeared in Han Chong's hand. As he drew it back, countless ice arrows flew forward, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, the sky and earth were completely frozen. Boom. Boom, a lot of ice appeared on the surface. Mo Fan's hand was frozen by the ice. He felt that his movements had slowed down. Even the precepts were frozen. Humph, Mo Fan shouted. Holding the saber with both hands, he slashed down from the sky like a galaxy. Boom, the ice swords in the sky were mercilessly torn apart. It was over. Han Chong kept retreating. Many icicles appeared in front of him, about to pierce through everything. At the same time, countless icicles condensed into a clone behind Mo Fan. An icicle spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it out like a dragon roaring. There were attacks from both the front and the back. It was a trap, countless people exclaimed. Mo Fan naturally felt the terrifying power coming from behind him. With a roar, the seal on the battle saber in his hand was unlocked again. It formed a Saint King Wu. With a single strike, the clone behind it was destroyed. Another saber strike forced Han Chong back. Han Chong fell out of the arena, his arm numb. I lost. He sighed. Who else? Mo Fan snorted. Next, Hui Yue also went up. These were the people that Lin Xian had seen in the true spirit world. They all went up one after another. In the end, they all lost. Young Master Ling Tian's face turned ghastly pale when he saw this. He thought that he could even defeat the other party in this battle. But now, he had no hope at all. So he didn't go up. Everyone was in despair. One man and one saber swept the world. The people of Misty Peak were indeed strong. Damn it, why didn't they send their experts? We also have saint-level experts, some disciples gritted their teeth. However, the elders of the Grotto Heavens snorted. Are you really stupid or an idiot? If you want to die, don't drag the Grotto Heavens down with you. The other party is from Misty Peak. We don't even have time to befriend them. Who would be stupid enough to let a saint fight? Isn't this a challenge? Do you think you'll have a good ending if you go against Misty Peak? Now, the half-step Saint Kings were just going to train. This way, they could train the disciples and not offend Misty Peak. No Grotto Heavens or ancient race dared to offend Misty Peak. However, there was an exception. Because a black-robed man walked over. Only a pair of eyes appeared on his body, emitting a cold light. His aura had reached the Saint King realm. Mo Fan and the other two had cold expressions. Take my strongest attack, Purple Flame Demonic Saber. Mo Fan roared and used the battle saber in his hand to the extreme. Balls of purple flames jumped, waving in the air. This saber was tens of thousands of miles long, slashing down from the sky. The black-robed man struck out with his palm, and the laws danced on it, forming a hand of laws that blocked the saber. Another punch knocked Mo Fan back. Mo Fan's face went pale. Damn it, he wanted to go all out, but at this moment, Xianxia said, Junior Apprentice Brother Mo, stop. Leave this person to me. Mo Fan came to a stop and nodded. Very well, you can pass. However, sooner or later, you will have to stay under my senior brother Xianxia. The black-robed man chuckled coldly. Without saying a word, he walked to the side. Next, he continued. More people walked out one after another, but they were all defeated. In the end, almost no one came out. Was there nothing left? Mo Fan swept his gaze around. At this moment, another figure walked out. His appearance caused countless cries of surprise. Lin Xian's gaze was steady, and his expression was calm as he walked forward. Was he going to participate as well? He actually dared to have designs on Fairy Xueqi, acting recklessly. Battle servants could be killed directly. Cold laughter could be heard. The faces of the people from the Thousand Mountain Cave turned ugly. Damn it, a battle servant is participating? What a joke! Xianxia stood up and shouted angrily, "Little battle servant, kneel down, men, take him down." There were 4 figures in the surroundings, and they quickly walked toward Lin Xian. They all had chains of law in their hands, and they wanted to seal Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he instantly arrived on the stage like lightning. The 4 of them were stunned. What a fast speed! Xianxia was also stunned. "You, get back!" Xianxia roared and activated the life and death curse. In his opinion, no matter how strong a battle servant was, as long as the life and death curse was activated, he would definitely die. However, this time, there seemed to be an exception. Lin Xian stood there, unaffected. How was this possible? Xianxia's pupils shrank. Who was this person? Did he not plant the life and death curse on him? The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Sacred Ruler Star Palace stood up abruptly and exclaimed. Impossible. I personally brought him to Elder Three-Eyed. He must have planted the life and death curse. Boy, this is not a place where you can come. Quickly leave. As he spoke, he also used the life and death curse. However, Lin Xian did not have any reaction at all. Damn it, what was going on? Sacred Ruler Xingqian's pupils shrank. His opponent was really unaffected. Could it be that there was a problem with the life and death curse? Quickly go and invite Elder Three-Eyed here. Sacred Ruler Xiangqian roared, and the surrounding people instantly flew into the distance. Most of the elders had come to such a grand event. There were also some elders who did not come, and Elder Three-Eyed did not come. Now that there was a problem with the life and death curse, they naturally invited him over. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Sacred Ruler Xiangqian. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xianxia again and said in a clear voice, "If I remember correctly, the martial arts competition invites everyone in the world. There are no special rules." Who said that I can't participate? Damn boy, can a battle servant be considered a human? Sacred Ruler Xiangqian roared. The others also had cold faces. Indeed, in their eyes, a battle servant was no different from an ant. At this moment, Xueqi spoke up. Who said that he can't participate? I said that anyone can participate as long as they have the strength. The crowd was in an uproar. Fairy Xueqi was actually speaking up for the other party. Damn it, why? Many people went crazy. Xingqian's face also darkened. An ant was actually able to snatch away his face. I've inquired about this person. He's an array master and has helped Xueqi with a lot of array matters. That's why he can receive such treatment. An array master, humph. A mere sacred ruler. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Since he dares to go against me, I'll let him know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Xianxia wanted to say something, but at this moment, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor spoke up. Alright, let him participate. If this continues, it will only embarrass us even more. This is against the rules. However, Black Ice Old Ancestor also nodded and let him participate. He would not pass anyway. Xianxia did not say anything else. The surrounding people were shocked. A battle servant was participating in the martial arts competition for a spouse. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the world. Mo Fan sneered. He had already received his senior brother's message. He would not let the other party go. Was he only a Saint Venerable? Too weak. I can kill you with a single finger. But don't worry, I won't really kill you. I'll cripple your cultivation and break your limbs so that you can continue to live like an ant. After saying that, he laughed proudly. It's too early for you to be happy. You're just a half-step sacred ruler. I don't care about you. I advise you to quickly kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Then, I'll spare your life. What did you say? Mo Fan was stunned. Everyone was stunned. A sacred venerate was threatening a half-step sacred king. Furthermore, it was a peak half-step sacred king. What was this kid thinking? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Fan reached out his finger and pointed forward. Countless purple flames were dancing on it. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, unable to withstand this power at all. The people from the other grotto heavens sneered. Under this attack, this guy's soul would probably be destroyed. If an ant dies, then so be it. There's nothing to feel pity about. The surrounding people sneered. Facing the attack, Lin Xian put away his smile and attacked with lightning speed. He grabbed the finger with his palm. Crack, the finger broke, and a miserable cry rang out. Lin Xian broke the other party's arm with another palm. Ah! Sacred blood fell, piercing through heaven and earth. Mo Fan retreated in a sorry state, and his handsome face became sinister. The pain made him go crazy. You dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. His arm instantly recovered, and he slashed forward. Everyone was stunned. This guy was so strong that he could injure Mo Fan. Mo Fan must have been careless. Just watch, he would definitely die. Buzz, the saber flashed, and everyone's expressions changed. Whether it was Han Chong, Yu Hui, or Meng Hao, they were all defeated by this saber. This was especially true for Han Chong and Yu Hui. They had seen Lin Xian in the true spirit world before. They knew how terrifying this guy was. He was a top expert of a world. But so what, he had come to the buried Emperor Star to fight. Pooh, now, did he want to change his fate? It was impossible. They all shook their heads and sneered. I said that you're not my match. Seeing that Mo Fan continued to attack, Lin Xian shook his head and slapped again. This guy was crazy. That was the weapon of a sacred king. The surrounding people exclaimed. This guy's arm would be broken immediately. No matter how strong his body was, a sacred venerate couldn't block the weapon of a sacred king. Clang, the palm and the saber collided. The palm didn't break, and instead, it grabbed the saber. Then, Lin Xian's other palm slapped over. A palm landed on Mo Fan's face. Mo Fan was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His teeth scattered across the ground, and half of his face was smashed into pieces. This saber is not bad. It's a pity that it was used by you. What a waste. Lin Xian held his saber in a reverse grip and slashed out. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He was about to lose his temper when he was slashed in half. He roared madly as his soul escaped. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish his words, another slap landed on him, and his soul dimmed. Didn't you say you wanted to break my limbs? Cripple my cultivation? I'll fulfill your wish. Wang, the saber slashed at the soul. The saber shook as if it was roaring. Endless purple flames burned. However, it couldn't leave Lin Xian's palm. Damn it, how dare you? The people of Misty Peak were enraged. They pointed out their stardust finger and terrifying starlight surrounded them as they charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the elders of the Thousand Mountain Cave also made their move. The two Saint Kings descended together, enveloping Lin Xian. A terrifying aura surged. Xueqi cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. Lin Xian blocked the starlight with his saber, but he didn't make a move. What? Are you going to ignore the rules in front of the whole world? Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven's face has been completely disgraced by you. Stop, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor roared furiously. A monstrous aura of the great sage surged out and swept out in all directions. Everyone stopped. No one dared to make a move against Lin Xian. Xianhai's expression changed. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor couldn't be allowed to live. He had gone too far. He actually dared to hit the people of Misty Peak. It's hard to avoid mistakes in the arena. However, even if he deserves to die, we shouldn't be the ones to do it. Once this matter is over, we will personally deliver him to Misty Peak and let them deal with him. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor gave face to Misty Peak and protected Lin Xian at the same time. To be honest, he was only protecting Lin Xian because he wanted to make things difficult for Black Ice Ancestor. After all, if Black Ice Ancestor really joined hands with Misty Peak, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he couldn't let this matter go smoothly. He had secretly sent that black-robed sage. Now that Lin Xian had displayed such great strength, he couldn't let Lin Xian die. Lin Xian was stunned. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor was protecting him? He didn't know the Holy Heaven's old ancestor at all. However, after thinking about it, he understood. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Did I pass? Xianhai gritted his teeth and said, you passed. The surrounding people were stunned. They had never thought that a battle servant with the cultivation of a Saint Venerate would successfully pass the test. How could this guy be so strong? He had actually defeated Mo Fan. Not only that, but he had also taken the Holy King's weapon with his bare hands. This guy's body was at least at the level of a Holy King. Is he really a Holy Venerate? I have a feeling that he was hiding his strength. Many people exclaimed. What's going on with this battle servant? The people from Thousand Mountain Cave also started to investigate. They wanted to find Lin Xian's secret. Xueqi also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the elders didn't attack together, Lin Xian shouldn't have any problems. She might have seen Lin Xian kill a Holy King elder with her own eyes. She quickly stood out and said, all right, I'll pass the test, to prevent these people from investigating Lin Xian's secret. All right, only 3 people passed the test. Next, I will fight with these 3 people. If you can defeat me, you can be my husband. The final battle was about to begin. The crowd held their breaths. They wondered who among the 3 would be able to defeat Xueqi. Someone sneered. Needless to say, it would definitely be Xianxia from Misty Peak. Apart from him, was there any possibility for the other 2? As for the battle servant, he probably wouldn't be a match for a Holy King. As for the black-robed man, he was extremely mysterious. However, young Master Xianxia wouldn't let him off. Let me go first. As Xueqi's voice echoed out, a person came to the arena. It was the black-robed man. Xianxia furrowed his brows. Who is this person? He unexpectedly dared to steal my limelight. In all honesty, he had only wanted to fight because he didn't want any undue delay. But now, the black-robed man had already gone, and it was too late for him to say anything. I want to see what kind of power you have that you dare to steal from me, Xianxia sneered coldly. Xueqi's expression was ice-cold as she looked at the black-robed man. This black-robed man was extremely mysterious and strange. She had to be careful. She couldn't lose this battle, and she couldn't afford to lose it. However, it was fortunate that she was now the Nining tribe's inheritor. Her power was greater than before. She waved her hand, and a blue sword appeared in her hand. Black frost started spreading out from the sword. She was really a peerless fairy. When Xueqi used her laws, the black-robed man's eyes shone brightly. He was quite swift, and he tore through the void and arrived in front of Xueqi. A gale swept out, and his palm descended mercilessly. Bang! The void in the surroundings was shattered, and the spectators in the vicinity felt an indescribable pressure. This clearly showed how terrifying this strike was. This was a Saint King's all-out strike, and it was obvious that the black-robed man wanted to end the battle quickly. Xianxia took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but get worried. The black-robed man's power was beyond his imagination, and he wondered whether Xueqi could block him. If she was defeated, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. He was so quick. Xueqi was surprised, and she slashed out with the blue sword in her hand. She blocked the black-robed man's palm. When the 2 weapons collided, it was as if a saint weapon had collided, and the power that erupted out was as bright as the sun. So strong, this person's physique is actually so tyrannical. Xueqi was surprised. Black frost suddenly erupted from her sword, and it swept toward the black-robed man's palm. It quickly froze it and sealed it in ice. The black-robed man's body was quite powerful, but her ice was even more terrifying. Crack! Crack! In the twinkling of an eye, the black-robed man's palm was covered by black frost, and the frost even started spreading toward the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man's pupils contracted. The frost made him feel as if his entire arm was going to break. The power of the laws in his body started circulating, and it became extremely slow. Hateful, the black-robed man roared as he punched the black-robed man's arm with his other hand. The black-robed man's arm cracked open, and the frost was also shattered. At the same time, the black-robed man lashed out with his foot, which seemed like a heavenly blade. Xueqi quickly retreated. The power contained within the kick was terrifying, and she didn't dare to face it head-on. As she retreated, boundless black frost formed a pair of black wings on her back. The wings spread out, and as they fluttered, the frost that filled the sky engulfed the 9 heavens. The frost was formed by the Nining body, and it was much more powerful than ordinary frost. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious ice art. When the black frost appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. They all felt as if their bodies and souls were about to be sealed in ice. How could this frost be so terrifying? He had just advanced to the Saint King realm, and his power shouldn't be so terrifying. The Paradise's experts were all startled. Even Xianxia was startled. This isn't right, as this isn't the mysterious ice art. He also cultivated the profound ice incantation, so he was naturally very clear about this kind of power. Therefore, he looked at Black Ice Ancestor in confusion. Black Ice Ancestor, as the creator of the Black Ice technique, also shook her head. That's right, this was not the power of the Black Ice extinction. However, it was much stronger than the Black Ice tactics. It was obvious that Qi'er had obtained some kind of good fortune in the Land of Frost. Father, what do you think of this battle? Xianxia asked nervously. Black Ice Ancestor's eyes flickered. I was worried before. After all, Qi'er had just broken through and her realm was not stable. But now, after seeing the Black Frost, I was relieved. Qi'er had won this battle. As expected, the sky was filled with ice. The black-robed man's expression changed. The threat of the ice caused his heart to beat wildly. Moreover, he had come here in disguise, so it was impossible for him to use his most proficient divine ability. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed in an instant. At that time, he would end up in a miserable state. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy, and his eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying radiance. Endless precepts gathered in his hand, forming a flower of the great path. Then, a cold voice sounded. Wither. The flower of the great path quickly withered, and a cold aura swept out in all directions. The people in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? It was so terrifying, it could take away all life. Lin Xian also frowned. It was quite similar to his death precepts. It was indeed a very dangerous divine ability. Xueqi also felt it, and the black wings on her back released ice that blocked everything. The world was frozen. Endless black runes appeared on her body, and they emitted a mysterious aura. At this moment, the ice was even more terrifying. It was as if she had turned into an ice god, and it swept out in all directions. The world was frozen, and the surroundings were sealed in ice. The black-robed man's precepts froze in the void, and endless ice appeared on his body. In the end, he had no choice but to escape with his soul, which was why he was not sealed in ice. However, his body had already been sealed in the arena. The black-robed man smiled bitterly. I admit defeat. Xueqi waved her hand, and the ice in the sky disappeared. The black-robed man's soul and body recovered, and he walked down from the arena. Soon after, he tore open the void and disappeared. What a powerful ice! Is this the Black Ice tactics? Many people cried out in alarm. The people in the vicinity were all dumbfounded. Xueqi's power was beyond their expectations. Even some of the veteran saints were surprised. The power that she had displayed didn't seem like someone who had just made a breakthrough. The ethereal peaks people smiled, and Xianxia nodded. It was his turn to fight. He would defeat Xueqi and marry her. Hateful, Yan Mo frowned, and his expression became gloomy. The Holy Heaven's old ancestor also frowned, as he was the one who had sent that person. He had thought that defeating Xueqi wouldn't be a problem. However, the ice that Xueqi had displayed was beyond his expectations. She hadn't used the ice tactics, and his plan had failed. On the other side, the Black Ice ancestor transmitted her voice to Higher. Higher, go and ask someone to follow that black-robed man. I suspect that someone is secretly attacking him. Xianxia nodded and sent someone to follow the black-robed man. Xianxia walked down from the arena. He wore armor, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a young god of war, and many people looked up to him. Qi'er, don't worry. I won't injure you in this battle. Xianxia came to the arena and said with a smile. Xueqi snorted coldly. Please call me by my name. I don't know you that well. Moreover, you won't be able to win this battle. Xueqi snorted coldly, and she waved the long sword in her hand. The black ice that filled the sky swept out once again. Let me show you my Star Clan's secret technique. Starlight illuminated the heavens and earth. Xianxia roared, and the mountains shook. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless starlight rushed out of his body, and it illuminated the 9 heavens. It turned into terrifying sword energy, and it descended from the sky. When the starlight and the ice collided, it was as if 2 worlds were fighting. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Xianxia is so powerful. He is even more terrifying than the black-robed man. I wonder if Xueqi will be able to resist him. She won't be able to resist him. She is destined to become Xianxia's woman. The ethereal peaks people sneered coldly, as they were confident in Xianxia's strength. Ice seal, Xueqi was like an ice goddess, and she used her ice to freeze the entire world. The starlight in the sky was also sealed in midair. Dugaju was surprised. He knew that the Star Clan's starlight was extremely terrifying, and ordinary ice couldn't resist it. Even the ice tactics couldn't seal it. Xianxia was also taken aback. She's really worthy of being my woman. She's really powerful. When the time comes, we will get married and join forces. We will surely be able to sweep the whole world. Even though his magical power was sealed by ice, Xianxia was still calm and confident. He formed a seal with his palms and shot out a Milky Way shadow. Countless starlight revolved around it, and it seemed like a starry sky was pressing down. The Milky Way shadow shattered the ice and frost that filled the sky. The boundless power contained within it was extremely terrifying. The Milky Way seal pressed down from the sky. Wherever it passed, the black ice and frost would shatter. However, when it came close to Xueqi, the Milky Way seal was blocked. It seemed like it couldn't advance any further. When the Misty Peaks members saw this, they furrowed their brows. The ice was really strange. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It seemed like Xueqi had just gotten the 9ine inheritance. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to seal Xianxia with her Sage Realm cultivation and the 9ine inheritance. After Xueqi blocked the Milky Way seal, she started to counterattack. Countless black ice and frost turned into a rain of arrows that flew out and penetrated the sky. The Milky Way shadow was sealed. Moreover, the rain of arrows flew toward Xianxia. It seemed like it wanted to seal him as well. The armor on Xianxia's body shone brightly as he formed a seal with his palms and roared toward the sky. A Milky Way appeared on his body, and it revolved around him. Boom! Boom, boom! The black ice and frost that filled the sky bombarded the Milky Way, and a terrifying sound echoed out. The Milky Way shadow shook, but it didn't shatter. What a powerful defense, the Thousand Mountain Paradise's members exclaimed in surprise. The Milky Way shadow was too terrifying, and it seemed like it could block everything. The other Paradise's members were also surprised. Xueqi was already in an invincible position. They wondered how Xueqi would continue to fight. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and a golden radiance appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seemed like Xianxia would suffer a loss. He discovered that even though the ice and frost that filled the sky was blocked, it was arranged in a special pattern. Even though it was well hidden, as an expert in the art of formations, he was able to discover it in an instant. The 2 black wings on Xueqi's back turned into ice and frost, and they flew out. In the end, the black wings disappeared, and the Milky Way shadow. After passing through countless layers of frost, the starry river became dim and lightless. Then, it cracked open. However, Stardust laughed loudly as he walked out. He realized that his opponent's ice attack had been completely blocked. It seemed like Xueqi had consumed a lot of her energy to cast such a magical ability. Therefore, it was time for him to counterattack. The Milky Way seal appeared in his hand again, and he swung it forward. The Milky Way seal blossomed with radiance, and the power that erupted from it was incomparable. It seemed to be even stronger than before. This Stardust had been fighting for so long, yet he still had such strength. Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? Countless cries of surprise rang out. They knew that Xueqi was in danger. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on Xueqi's pale face. She formed a seal with her palm. The formation was activated. With a low bellow, the scattered frost in the surroundings suddenly began to revolve, emanating a brilliant radiance that formed a massive formation that shrouded the entire area. Icebound array. As soon as it was formed, the terrifying ice completely enveloped the Stardust. Stardust let out a crazy roar. The armor on his body became dim in an instant. It seemed like he was going to be completely frozen. It was unexpectedly a formation. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying formation. When did he set it up? The people in the surroundings were all dumbfounded. Why didn't they discover it before? The pupils of the Misty Peaks people also contracted. Duguju's eyes shone with a cold light as he realized that this was the case. After thinking about it for a moment, he discovered that the icy arrow rain wasn't just a powerful magical ability attack, but it also contained the power of a formation. After the attack was destroyed, the formation quietly condensed again. He had heard that Xueqi wasn't just an apex expert, but she was also an expert in formations. Now, it seemed like the rumors weren't false. It seemed like Stardust had been careless. However, with Stardust's trump card, he shouldn't have lost. Stardust's expression became ice cold, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Hateful. He unexpectedly used a formation to attack me. He was completely infuriated. As a roar echoed out, starlight rushed out of his body. A Stardust stone formed between his eyebrows, and it blossomed with an unparalleled radiance. It seemed like he had turned into the most dazzling star in the world. As the power in his body erupted, it swept out in all directions and tore a crack in the formation. He had become even more powerful. Many people cried out in alarm. The formation's terror had already left them in despair. They hadn't expected that he would be able to break through the formation's restriction. Everything had come to an end. Stardust flew out of the formation's crack and charged toward Xueqi. He stretched out a finger, which was surrounded by a ray of starlight. It was the Star Spirit finger. It was said that this finger could shatter the boundless starry sky, and it was one of the Misty Peaks' most terrifying magical abilities. They hadn't expected that he would use it at this moment. The battle had come to an end. A smile appeared on Duguju's face. Mo Fan and the others from the Misty Peak also smiled. They had won. The others also sighed. Even though they had been defeated by such a magical ability, it was still an honorable defeat. Xueqi took a deep breath. She could clearly sense how terrifying this finger was. However, she wouldn't lose. In the next moment, her body kept changing, and she left behind countless icy afterimages as she extended her jade-like hands. 9 Divine Claw, buzz. Buzz, buzz. A terrifying black shadow streaked across the sky, and a roar echoed out as Stardust flew out. Scratches appeared on his body, and his body was penetrated. Fresh blood instantly flowed out of his body. What happened? Everyone was startled. Duguju stood up, and a terrifying radiance burst out of his eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Yuehua, Mo Fan, and the others were also startled. Was the Star Spirit finger broken? What was that black shadow a moment ago? What is this? The Thousand Mountain Caves elders were also startled. Even the 2 old ancestors furrowed their brows. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be the 9 Divine Claw's most powerful technique? He had obtained the 9 Sons Divine Claw's inheritance, and he knew that it wasn't as simple as the divine body. There were also some terrifying powerful techniques. It seemed like the technique that Xueqi had just used was one of those techniques. You have lost. Xueqi withdrew her palm and spoke coldly. On the other side, Stardust, who had fallen below the arena, couldn't believe what had happened. How is this possible? He had been defeated. He had become a Saint King 3 years ago, and he had practiced the Misty Peaks cultivation techniques and lost techniques. How could he have been defeated? Stardust gritted his teeth and roared. He had just stood up, but the wounds on his body suddenly opened up. His face turned pale, and he couldn't use his power. Not only had he been injured, but his wounds also contained a powerful icy aura that froze the laws and meridians in his body. Duguju took a step forward and arrived before Xingchen. He looked at Xingchen and checked his injuries. Then, his face turned cold. It was even more serious than he had imagined. He took action, striking out with the power of laws. At the same time, he took out a secret pill. Quickly bring him back to rest. Mo Fan and the others quickly helped Xianxia to his feet and brought him to the side. Dugu Wuji asked coldly as he looked at Xueqi. What cultivation technique did Xueqi use a moment ago? It did not seem to be a martial art from the Thousand Mountain Cave. The others were also puzzled and looked over. Xueqi said that she had gone to the cold mountain before, and she had obtained some good fortune there. Since the Misty Peak has many abilities, they shouldn't be interested in my little summoning. Stardust has already lost. I think he no longer has the qualifications to marry me. Xueqi looked at Duguju. Duguju's face darkened. The surrounding people also held their breaths, not daring to say anything. After a while, Duguju finally spoke. But of course, the people of Ethereal Peak were true to their words. Since they had lost, they had lost. Puff, Xianxia, who was in the midst of recuperating from his injuries, spurted a mouthful of blood upon hearing those words, and his face turned incomparably pale. Damn it! This time, he really lost all his face. However, he swore that next time, he would definitely defeat her and marry her. Who would have thought that young noble Stardust would fail? That's right, it seems like the groom selection contest has come to an end. No one could marry Fairy Xueqi. I'm guessing that young Master Stardust will definitely make a comeback next time. Sighs could be heard as everyone seemed to have forgotten about Lin Xian's existence. It was as if Stardust's failure was the end. At this moment, Xueqi said, You seem to have forgotten a person. I will challenge the third person. Is there anyone else? Right, it's that battle servant. Even young Master Stardust had been defeated. How could he possibly succeed? That's right, going up there would only be suicide. The people of Ethereal Peak shook their heads. The people from the other heavenly abodes were also surprised. They couldn't understand why Fairy Xueqi was so persistent. Could it be that she thought highly of this battle servant? The elders of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven naturally thought of this as well. They felt that it was a fantasy. Xianxia said, There's no need for a battle servant. You can't say that. Since he's already here, I'll give him a chance. The Yan Mo also laughed coldly. The people they had secretly sent had failed. However, this Lin Xian seemed to have a good understanding of formations. Perhaps he would be able to achieve unexpected results. Damn it, Xianxia gritted his teeth. On the ground, Xueqi looked at Lin Xian and said, Come up. Let's fight the final battle. Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. He came to the arena and ignored the gazes of the others. Lin Xian said as he looked ahead. Bring out your full strength, I won't hold back either. He was looking forward to the battle between the 9 Yin and 9 Yang. What kind of scene would it be? Xueqi nodded. In the next moment, the 9 Yin body was activated, and endless black frost appeared on her body. On the other side, Lin Xian roared at the sky. The 9 Suns' divine flame appeared on his body, and a scorching aura swept out in all directions. Half of the sky was instantly covered. What kind of aura was that? So valiant. The crowd was disdainful at first, but when they felt the aura of that power, they were shocked. They were all stunned. This person's physique was too unusual. He had mastered some ancient body-refining technique. Countless people were shocked. The elders were also stunned. Duguju's eyes shone with a cold light. The two great sages were also shocked. How could this battle servant be so strange? Black Ice Ancestor frowned. The Holy Heaven's ancestor, who was next to her, smiled. He wanted to see the scene after the victory. Be careful, I'm going to attack with my full strength. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then, he stomped his foot and charged forward. He didn't use any laws or magical powers. He only used the power of his divine body to attack. His fist seemed to have turned into a sun, and it swept across the sky, shattering the void. On the other side, Xueqi also attacked, and her black palm struck out. Boom! Boom, boom. The confrontation between the two's physiques was extremely strong. Cracks appeared on the entire arena, which shocked the crowd. Nothing happened when they fought with Xianxia. However, at this moment, the arena was shattered. It was unbelievable, boundless ice appeared on Lin Xian's body and froze him. The 9 suns' divine fire swept across and melted the black ice. Not only that, but the flames also enveloped Xueqi. The black wings on her back blocked the attack. However, she had just obtained the Nining body. Her physique was definitely inferior to Lin Xian's. However, her cultivation was much higher than Lin Xian's. She was a holy king. Therefore, the two were evenly matched. Buzz, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a sun god of war. His golden fist was invincible. The people in the surrounding heavens were dumbfounded. The geniuses in the heavens felt despair. Is he really just a battle servant? Why do I feel like he has surpassed us? They all lowered their heads in front of such power. Is this guy really so strong? Mo Fan and the others from the Misty Peak felt their scalps go numb. Mo Fan was furious when he was defeated, and he wanted to take revenge. He thought that Lin Xian had been careless. However, after witnessing this battle, he didn't have any thoughts of taking revenge anymore. He reckoned that he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single punch from such a terrifying attack. On the other side, Xueqi's body was encircled by ice. She seemed like an ice goddess. She opened a world of ice and frost. As soon as the monstrous fist entered her domain of ice and frost, it slowed down. Bang, their fists and palms collided, and a deafening sound echoed out. The laws turned into divine chains that tore the sky apart. They exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows in a row, and everything in their path was shattered. The crowd was shocked when they saw this. Be careful, I'm about to use my trump card. Xueqi warned him as she used the Nining divine claw. A black shadow streaked across the sky, and Lin Xian felt as if his body was being violently attacked. It was as if a sacred weapon had struck his body, and it was about to tear it apart. He roared as the 9 suns opened the sky. He opened his palms and tore apart the void. Heaven and earth were instantly split open, and a large crack extended into the distance. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked forcefully, and the black shadow that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. Not good, the strongest absolute art was actually broken. The people from the 1,000-mountain wonderland cried out in alarm. This was the same attack that had defeated Xianxia. However, it was helpless against Lin Xian now. Is Xueqi going to be defeated? Lin Xian waved his fists, which carried an invincible aura. At this moment, his divine body emitted a dazzling radiance, and when he waved his 9 fists, the sky and earth were shattered. Nothing could obstruct him. Xueqi could only defend herself passively. 9 layers of ice formed on her body to block his attacks. In the end, the ice that filled the sky was shattered, and she was knocked back. Her face was pale. Xueqi had been defeated. How is this possible? The Misty Peak was stupefied. Xianxia even spouted a mouthful of blood. No, he roared crazily. No one had expected such an outcome. Xueqi had been defeated. Moreover, the victor was a battle servant. Are you all right? Lin Xian looked at Xueqi, who was below the arena, and asked concernedly. Xueqi shook her head and said, I'm all right. Your body is really strong, and I will surely catch up to you one day. She revealed a beautiful smile. Soon after, she said, you have won. From now on, you will be my husband. This voice was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing everyone to be stunned. Xianhai jumped out and said, I don't agree. Xianxia also roared, I also don't agree. How can you marry a battle servant? No way, am I dreaming? Damn it, is Xueqi really going to marry a battle servant? Is this a joke? The people in the surroundings went into an uproar. The 1,000-mountain paradise's people went crazy. If this matter spread, they wouldn't have any face left. Xueqi said coldly, why can't I? I said that I will marry anyone who defeats me. Now, Lin Xian defeated me, so I must fulfill my promise. I don't believe that you didn't want to marry me, so you came up with such a plan. You lost to him on purpose. Xianxia roared. He couldn't accept this. That's right. We also found it suspicious. You can't be weaker than him. What? Do you want to go back on your word? Do you want to go back on your word in front of everyone? Lin Xian laughed loudly and looked at Xianxia. you don't accept it? Come over here and fight. I will show you the disparity between us. Is this guy challenging the Misty Peak? The people in the surroundings felt like they had gone crazy. Xianxia was so angry that he clenched his teeth and walked over. However, Yu Hua said, you can't do that. You were just injured, and your power isn't at its peak. Lad, do you want to take advantage of him? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian laughed heartily. Take advantage of him? He is a saint king, while I am just a saint venerable. We are fighting fairly, yet you still think that he is at a disadvantage? The Misty Peak, he thought, is so cowardly. Fine, I will only use one hand. Do you dare to come over? At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord, laughing arrogantly in all directions. You're courting death. I will kill you with my own hands. Stardust was completely enraged. He was a peerless heaven's favorite who was above the grotto heavens. Now that he was being challenged by a battle servant, how could he not fight? His figure flickered and he flew out. Speaking of which, come on brat, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. With one hand behind his back, Lin Xian said, I'll give you a handicap with one hand. Otherwise, you people from the Misty Peak will think that I'm taking advantage of your precarious situation. Xianxia snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked. Galaxy Seal, he formed a seal with his palm and struck out. A river of stars condensed in his palm. With a single strike, it tore through the heavens and earth. Stardust didn't hold anything back in this attack. Lin Xian attacked with a single hand. His palm formed a seal, and the man-ruler seal also struck out. At this moment, he was incomparably domineering, as if a celestial emperor had descended. Boom, their superpowers collided in the air. With a crack, the galaxy seal shattered. The man-ruler seal swept out with the momentum of Mount Tai. Boom, Xianxia's face changed drastically and he frantically retreated. In an instant, his arm was broken and turned into a blood mist. Half of his body was completely shattered and he flew out. He lost. In just one move, Xianxia was seriously injured. Could it be that the gap between the two of them was really that big? Xianxia roared to the sky. I'm going to kill you. His glabella split open and a wisp of starlight surrounded his finger. Star Spirit Finger. With the point of his finger, it tore through the void with a supreme aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with the man-ruler seal again. That terrifying palm shattered the heavens and earth again. After one strike, the Star Spirit Finger turned into ashes. Xianxia's body was torn into pieces. His crazy roar made everyone's scalp tingle. The people from the Misty Peak were stunned. This guy really defeated Xianxia with one hand. Why? Do you still think that you're qualified to compete with me? Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Xian said. I've already given you a handicap with one hand and you're only a saint venerable. Are you still using your injuries as an excuse? If you're not convinced, I'll give you time to recover to your peak. But when the time comes, I'll fight you to the death. Do you dare? Xianxia was completely stunned and he fainted from anger. His senior brother, Yu Hua, and the others also rushed over. You're courting death. Yu Hua waved her hand and a flying sword like a rainbow streaked across the sky. This was a sage artifact and Yu Hua was at the peak, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and directly grabbed the flying sword. Then, he enveloped it. With a crack, the illusion of a huge mountain appeared on his palm as if it had crossed time and space. Mountain embracing seal, it directly broke the flying sword into 2. Yu Hua vomited blood and flew backward. Her sage artifact was broken and she was also seriously injured. He opened his 5 fingers and the broken flying sword fell from his palm. Lin Xian looked around like a divine king. Who else is not convinced? Come out. At this moment, he was so domineering that ethereal peak could not raise their heads. Everyone was stunned and silent. Duguju's face was as cold as water. This time, he had lost a lot of face. I'm not convinced. Xianhai walked out. You're just a battle servant. What right do you have to marry my daughter? What right do I have? Lin Xian sneered. I've won. Can't you see it? I defeated Xianxia single-handedly. Are you blind? What right do you think I have? My strength. Strength is my right. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. He did not back down. You're courting death. Xianxia snorted. Where's the three-eyed elder? In the distance, a woman flew over. She was wearing a Taoist robe and had a third eye between her brows. At this moment, she looked at Lin Xian and sighed. You're a top genius in other worlds. But here, you're still just a battle servant. So what if you win? Kneel down. The third eye between her brows bloomed and formed a divine light that pierced through Lin Xian. The others were in despair. This guy's fate was really tragic. He was probably going to be completely suppressed. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand, shattering the divine light. You want me to kneel? Just you, how is that possible? The three-eyed elder was stunned. You're not affected. He used the life and death curse, but Lin Xian stood there with a cold face. He was not affected at all. How did you break the life and death curse? Lin Xian did not reply. He stood there with his hands behind his back as if he was going to be the enemy of the entire world. Damn it. Men, take him down. Xianxia saw this and roared. Countless Saint Kings in the surroundings stood up. So what if the other party was strong? Could he fight against their entire grotto heaven? At this moment, the Elysian old ancestor snorted. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? That's right. Elder Xianxia, you went back on your words. What do you think of Thousand Mountain Grotto? Yan Mo also sneered. The two of them were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to win. Since that was the case, they would go with the flow. This way, Black Ice Ancestor would not be able to work with Misty Peak. To them, this was simply great news. They were naturally happy to see this happen. Xianxia was about to vomit blood. The other party was an ancestor. He did not dare to go against him. He could only look at his father. Black Ice Ancestor's face was cold. This matter was too strange. This kid was not controlled by the life and death curse. I suspect that Xueqi was deceived by him. He looked at Duguju and said, Daoist Dugu, I've let you see a joke. However, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. After saying that, he stood up and looked around. Everyone, the martial arts competition has ended. Thousand Mountain Grotto has something to deal with. I hope you can make it easy for us. The people of the other grotto heavens and ancient race felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They stood up and took their leave one after another. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with pity. This kid, so what if he won? He was still going to die. Just as everyone was about to leave, a cold snort sounded. Humph, Thousand Mountain Grotto, you have made me lose. Everyone was stunned. Who dared to challenge Thousand Mountain Grotto at this time? Xianxia was also angry. Who was so courting death? Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. He realized that the person who spoke was Jian Wuck. Jian Wuck stood up and smiled. I said it. Do you have a problem with that? Xianxia was sweating profusely. He did not dare to speak. Black Ice Ancestor frowned. Daoist Wuck, what do you mean? Jian Wuck said proudly. My meaning is clear. This young man defeated a sacred king with one hand as a sacred venerate. He was a heaven-defying expert. Even in Misty Peak, there were not many people with such talent. But you want to be a battle servant? And you want to destroy him? How stupid. If Thousand Mountain Grotto does not want such a genius, then Shantian Pavilion will. Jian Wuck's words resounded in the surroundings. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. As for the sacred kings, their pupils constricted. Shantian Pavilion, this name was so familiar, it was like a thunderclap reverberating in his ears. Because it was also a force that was not weaker than the Misty Peak. The only difference was that Ethereal Peak controlled this region while Shantian Pavilion was the overlord of another region. He just didn't expect that the people from Shantian Pavilion would actually come here this time. And he even said such words. Xueqi stood there and looked at Lin Xian, who was standing proudly in front of her. She heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was extremely nervous just now. If the Heavenly Grotto had made a move, she would have risked everything to fight against Lin Xian. Or even leave this place. Who would have thought that in the end, the Xiantian Pavilion's people would actually stand up and think so highly of Lin Xian? In the Black Sea, Yan Mo was stunned. Even the two patriarchs were stunned. Did Xiantian Pavilion think highly of him? Truth be told, it wasn't that they didn't know that Zhang Xian was a genius, but they were used to being high and mighty. It was only natural that they would find it intolerable to be injured by an ant in their eyes. So what if he was a genius? They would still trample him to death. But now, Xiantian Pavilion's words shocked them. If Xiantian Pavilion made a move to protect Lin Xian, they wouldn't dare to make a move. At this moment, Du Guju stood up. Daoist Wuk, I don't agree with your words. This young man is a peerless genius, but Ethereal Peak is filled with talents. There are too many people who can surpass him. Too many? Jian Wuk sneered. Then find one for me now. How could a holy venerate be able to compete with him? Then, I will leave Xiantian Pavilion. Du Guju didn't say anything. To be honest, he really couldn't find one. A half-step holy king with a holy king's weapon could at most compete with a holy king. It was too difficult to defeat a holy king. Not to mention a holy venerate defeating a holy king with his bare hands. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Seeing that Zhang Xian was silent, Jian Wuk sneered. Then, he turned his head and asked, Little fellow, are you willing to join Xiantian Pavilion? Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Jian Wuk. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, senior. I am willing. Although Lin Xian didn't know Jian Wuk, he could feel Jian Wuk's goodwill. This was completely different from the Holy Heaven's old ancestor helping him. Good. Jian Wuk laughed and took out a token. It was the Xiantian token. From now on, you are a disciple of Xiantian Pavilion. The people in the surrounding grottos were all stunned. Some of the geniuses' eyes even turned red. A disciple of Xiantian Pavilion. This was the same as joining Ethereal Peak. This was their lifelong wish and dream. They had worked hard for their entire lives and still hadn't achieved this goal. Now, Jian Wuk had become a member of Xiantian Pavilion so easily, even Xianhai's pupils shrank. This meant that Jian Wuk's status was different. Jian Wuk laughed. Why? Now, does a member of Xiantian Pavilion have the right to marry Xueqi? What? Xianhai was stunned. Elder Xianbing also sighed. He closed his eyes and said helplessly, yes. Then, he looked at Du Guju. Brother Dugu, it seems like Xueqi and young Master Xingchen aren't fated to be together. I will return all the gifts you gave me. After this matter, I will personally go to Ethereal Peak and apologize. Du Guju snorted and waved his hand. The laws in the sky brought Xingchen, Yu Hua, and the others into the sky and left. Today was too embarrassing. Ethereal Peak was defeated by a battle servant to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. They didn't have the face to stay here anymore. Very good. Then, let's start preparing. I still want to attend the wedding. Jian Wuk laughed. Black Ice Old Ancestor said, Brother Wuk, you must be joking. Although I have acknowledged the relationship between the two of them, the wedding isn't something that can be held in a day. Our 1,000 mountain grottos needs to prepare well. Alright, I will wait. Don't make Xiantian Pavilion wait too long. Jian Wuk said coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Kid, report to Xiantian Pavilion when you are free. Your token is a symbol of your identity. When you are in danger, you can use the array on the token to ask for help from Xiantian Pavilion. Xiantian Pavilion will immediately send experts over. I want to see who dares to go against Xiantian Pavilion. The last words were for Black Ice Old Ancestor and 1,000 Mountain Grottos. As expected, the people from 1,000 Mountain Grottos felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to fight against such a terrifying existence. Jian Wuk left, but the matter didn't seem to have stopped. After the people from the other grottos left, the news spread through the entire world. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect the marriage by joust to be such a thing. They thought of countless possibilities. They even thought that the final winner would be Ethereal Peak. But things were out of their expectations. Asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk asterisk forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 B R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 R asterisk 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 BR asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 br asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 b r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 b asterisk 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 r asterisk 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 forward slash asterisk 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 shattered. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was so powerful, he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. Lin Xian attacked him with his palm once again. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, Lin Xian also didn't hold back. His attack engulfed his opponent. Boom, the old man was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His shattered body tried to heal, but Lin Xian shot out several rays of sword energy and pierced through him. He was nailed to the mountain peak. Ah, the old servant roared crazily as he couldn't escape. An ant like you, who has lived for several thousand years, is still so weak. Yet, you still dare to attack me. I can only say that you don't know the difference between life and death. Lin Xian sneered coldly. He looked at Yan Hua and said, "Your servant is trash. Why don't you attack him yourself?" Yan Hua's expression was gloomy. He had wanted to teach his opponent a lesson, but he didn't expect that his opponent was so powerful. His old servant was a saint king who had been famous for 100 years, yet he still wasn't a match for his opponent. Even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't confident that he could succeed. So he said, "Very good, kid, I'll remember you. Let my men go, I want to leave." "You want to leave? Fine, break your arms and give me your storage ring, then I'll spare your life," Lin Xian said. "What?" Yan Hua was instantly enraged. "Say that again? The other party actually wanted to hurt him? He even wanted to snatch his storage ring. Did this guy want to die?" Lin Xian snorted. "What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Since that's the case, I'll do it myself." With a sweep of his hand, he charged forward. The other party had already made a move on him, so how could he hold back, if this was not the first peak? He would have slapped the other party to death long ago. Lin Xian's palm was as golden as a god and as heavy as a mountain. The void could not withstand it at all. Yan Hua bellowed, shooting out a flaming battle diagram. Divine chains of law surged from it to resist the attack. But in an instant, it shattered. His arms broke, and he let out a painful roar. Lin Xian had no intention of stopping. His palm was like the sky as it pressed down again. Yan Hua's body was bent, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. His entire face became ferocious. Damn it, he was going crazy. How could the other party be so powerful? "I'll hand over my storage ring, and you'll stop." He did not dare to fight again. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. "You should have done this earlier. Here." Yan Hua took out his storage ring and threw it to Lin Xian. Then, he quickly fled with his old servant. He did not leave the first peak immediately. Instead, he went to look for the elders guarding the first peak. After finding them, he said, "I want to kill that guy." Those elders were also hesitant. One of them said, "Young Master Yan Hua, we also want to attack him. But Princess Xueqi is by his side, so we can't do it. If we do, we'll break the rules. If the other party catches us, we'll probably be punished." Another elder said, "Young Master Yan Hua, your sixth uncle is currently cultivating in seclusion in the first peak. If he comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely be able to injure that kid." "Really? My sixth uncle is about to break through." Yan Hua's eyes lit up. He said, "Okay, I'll wait for my sixth uncle to break through. Keep an eye on that kid. Don't let him leave." The elder smiled and said, "Don't worry, although we can't make a move. Although we can't do anything, we can still find a reason to temporarily seal the first peak." The elders quickly moved and formed a formation to seal the first peak. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xueqi came to a cave abode and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy here was too abundant, and there were mountains of natural treasures around. In addition, Lin Xian had just obtained 2 storage rings from Yanhua. It could be said that the resources here were very abundant. He took out all the natural treasures and then used the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul quickly devoured them. The spiritual energy and power in the sky turned into a vortex and rushed into Lin Xian's body. Xueqi, who was next to him, was also stunned. The absorption of this power was too strong. She didn't dare to do it. Even if Lin Xian had a divine body, he wouldn't dare to do it. She was really worried about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't care. The awakening of the Great Dragon Sword Soul would require more power every time it leveled up. Now that he finally found a spirit vein like the first peak, how could he miss it? As a result, the first mountain started to shake violently. What happened? The elders of the first peak were also shocked. Even the people who were cultivating in the other cave abodes were also very confused. They thought that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. At this moment, the sky darkened and countless lightning bolts gathered. Is he going to break through? They looked into the distance. Yanhua was also happy. That direction was where his 6th uncle was. In other words, his 6th uncle was going to break through. That was great. There was a middle-aged man in the cave in that direction. However, he suddenly opened his eyes. What's going on? The power around him was quickly disappearing. Who took advantage of it? She looked into the distance. At the same time, a formation appeared in Xueqi's cave abode and concealed all information. It was at this moment that the lightning came crashing down. Lin Xian let out a long howl as he fought against it. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The people of the first peak were very quiet. They were all waiting silently. Because of the formation, they didn't know who was breaking through. Yanhua and the others believed that his 6th uncle was breaking through. The elders were also surprised. No way. Is he going to break through to the Great Sage King realm? These people were too shocked. Looking at the appearance of this lightning tribulation, it was extremely terrifying. After waiting for a long time, the thunder that filled the sky disappeared. Great! He succeeded. Yanhua was happy. His 6th uncle was going to become a great sage king. His strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. A great sage king could kill a great sage king with one punch. After a short while, the cave opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. Congratulations, 6th uncle, for successfully breaking through and reaching the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Yanhua quickly bowed. However, the middle-aged man frowned and said, "Who told you that I broke through?" What? Yanhua was stunned. He looked carefully and found that his 6th uncle was still at the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Although his aura was much more powerful than before, he was not at the middle stage of the Holy King realm. Then, who was breaking through? He had seen thunder falling with his own eyes. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know. It should be another elder." The middle-aged man was Yanhua. Confusion appeared in his eyes. Previously, when he was cultivating, he did feel a strange change. Then, he asked, "Why did you come to find me?" "6th uncle, there is a lad who is too hateful. Help me teach him a lesson." He told him what had happened before, and he added some details. After Yanhua heard this, he was instantly angry. "Are you trying to challenge us by acting so recklessly? I want to see how arrogant he can be." His cultivation power had been taken away by someone else, and he was already in a bad mood. Now that such a thing had happened, he naturally had to take action. In her opinion, no matter how strong the Holy Venerable was, could he be stronger than her? On the other side, the array in Xueqi's cave slowly disappeared. Xueqi looked forward nervously. Finally, she saw a figure walk out. Great, he had broken through. She could feel that Lin Xian's cultivation had reached the peak of the Holy Venerable realm. He would be a half-step Holy King if he took another step. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. He could feel that his power had become stronger than before. Now, if he met Xianxia again, he could probably destroy his opponent's astral soul with a slap. Let's go back, Lin Xian said. This time, the great dragon sword soul had absorbed too much power, causing the first mountain's power to weaken greatly. It would not be effective if he continued to stay here. Moreover, the changes in the first mountain would definitely be noticed by others. Lin Xian did not want his secret to be discovered. So, he prepared to leave. Xueqi, who was beside him, nodded. The two of them left the cave and walked outside. Brat, you finally came out. I thought you were going to hide in there forever. At that instant, an icy voice could be heard. Lin Xian frowned and looked to the side. Yanhua and the old servant were standing beside him. Other than that, there was also a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's aura was even stronger. Oh, what's wrong? Are you here to give me another storage ring? This time, I'm not just going to break your arms. Damn it, do you want to die? Yanhua recalled how the other party had broken his arms, forced him to kneel, and even gave away his storage ring. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He said, "Sixth uncle, it's this detestable brat. You must help me teach him a lesson. Yanhua, you've made trouble for me again and again. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything?" Xueqi also walked out. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll test out my current strength." Lin Xian walked out and looked at the middle-aged man. He said, "You want to attack me? However, you'd better think about the consequences of attacking me. You can't afford it. I've long heard that a very arrogant battle servant has come to the Thousand Mountain Cave. Today, I'll see what makes you so arrogant." Yanhua was also angry. He took a step forward and an extremely cold light appeared in his hand. It looked like millions of rays of sunlight. His palm turned into a demonic dragon and swept out like a mountain range. The demonic dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Lin Xian. It had to be said that Yanhua's strength was much stronger than Yanhua and the old servant. He was also an extremely terrifying existence in the early stage of the Saint King realm. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly after this closed-door cultivation. Therefore, he was very confident that he could kill Lin Xian with one blow. Buzz! A ray of sword energy appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It was the sun sword and he slashed forward. It collided with his opponent's palm. Suddenly, the surrounding mountains shook violently. Countless formations flickered in and out of existence. After one blow, Lin Xian was as steady as Mount Tai. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man's face turned completely ugly. He felt that his entire arm was numb. He could block Sixth Uncle's blow. Yanhua's eyes almost popped out. He knew how terrifying his Sixth Uncle was. No one in the younger generation could compete with him. However, this kid blocked all of his attacks. Sixth Uncle. This kid has some kind of super strong body refining technique. Don't fight him in close combat, Yanhua reminded him. Sixth Uncle nodded after hearing this. So that's why you're so arrogant. However, you're too naive. No matter how strong you are, you can't compete with a true Saint King. Watch me kill you with my magical power. He stretched out his hand again and kept forming seals. Countless laws condensed and formed a huge seal. Giant rock palm. As soon as it was slapped out, the surroundings were petrified. This guy was a rock element expert. The whole sky seemed to have turned into a cage and pressed down. Open for me, Lin Xian shouted angrily. He took a step forward and struck out the invincible sword. He opened and closed his hands, and the divine fire turned into a sword shadow with the power to split heaven and earth. Boom boom boom, the rock streaked across the sky, and cracks appeared. Then, it was torn apart. The invincible sword fell. Sixth Uncle's pupils shrank, and he struck out two shields to block it. He blocked the invincible sword. However, at this moment, the invincible sword attacked again. This was also a terrifying magical power that was not weaker than the human ruler's seal. With one blow, the opponent was sent flying. The armor on Sixth Uncle's body was shattered, and a crack appeared, almost splitting him in half. He couldn't believe it. Yanhua was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. His Sixth Uncle was defeated. Thinking of this, he kept retreating, trying to escape. Lin Xian sneered. He stomped his foot and activated the 10 ultimate sword formation, sealing the surroundings. You still want to escape? I said, take my wrath. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? At this moment, sixth uncle rushed out. His entire body turned into a rock, and there were even flames burning on his body. He formed a flaming rock giant that was incomparably powerful. Soaring flaming rock fist, this was his famous consummate skill, and no one of the same level could block it. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his arm and struck out the mountain-embracing seal. A primordial demon mountain fell from the sky as if it was going to crush the sky. The terrifying fist was blocked, and then cracks appeared on his arm. Sixth uncle's body shook violently, and then it kept shattering. He finally couldn't resist under the primordial demon mountain. Lin Xian struck out the mountain-embracing seal again. The two primordial demon mountains completely suppressed the opponent. His strength is not bad, but that's all. Lin Xian said indifferently. He turned his gaze and looked at Yanhua. Yanhua almost knelt down. He said in horror, what are you trying to do? Kid, I'm warning you, don't attack me. Now that you know how to be afraid, you still dare to threaten me? I already said that if you attack me again, I won't just cripple your arms. I will cripple you. What? Yanhua was alarmed, and he quickly went to ask the elders for help. If this guy wanted to cripple him, it would be even more terrifying than killing him. The old servant wanted to retreat and ask for help. Xueqi waved her hand, and frost filled the sky and sealed the old servant in ice. The old servant's eyes widened. He was a Saint King expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xueqi. The 10 Ju swords appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and they pierced through the old man's body. The great dragon sword soul's power roared, and it shattered the old man's laws and power. Yanhua roared, and despair appeared on his face. He felt that his power had instantly disappeared. No, he had gone crazy. Lin Xian waved his hand and unleashed a seal to seal the other party. Then, he threw him into the great sage pagoda. In the next instant, he crippled Yanhua and sealed him again. As for the old servant, he directly killed him and turned him into a bloody mist. Then, he burned him with the 9 suns' divine flame. Husband, how do you plan to deal with these two people? Xueqi asked. Lin Xian replied, let's go back first. He waved his hand and removed the formation. Then, the two of them walked outside. The two of them went to the foot of the mountain. The 3 elders guarding the mountain were stunned. Why did this guy come out? Could it be that Yanhua didn't look for trouble with this guy? Although they were puzzled, they had to remove the seal and let the two of them go out safely. After they went back, the two of them went to Xueqi's residence. Xueqi said that if they killed them, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor would know about it, and it would be very troublesome. Lin Xian nodded. He said that he didn't plan to kill them, and that he would go out in 2 days and find an uninhabited mountain range to suppress them for several thousand years. No one would be able to find them. Do you want to go out? Xueqi asked. Lin Xian nodded, and he took out a map from his storage ring. The map was emitting a faint radiance at this moment. That map was something that he had snatched from the people of the Violet Spirit Paradise. The fragment of the map had been sitting quietly in his storage ring. In the past few days, he had begun to shine. Lin Xian guessed that something must have happened to the place marked on the map. Therefore, he was prepared to investigate. But before that, Lin Xian still had some things to do. Xueqi, tell me more about the Stellar Saints, he said. Xueqi nodded. She said that Star Saint King was a member of the Star Clan. However, his status in the clan wasn't high, so he could only stay in the heavenly abode. However, in the paradise, his status was not low. He was an elder, and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of Holy Venerate. It was said that he would soon reach the late stage. Are you going to attack him? She also knew that it was the sacred star monarch who had captured Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, that's right, this guy dared to injure my senior brother and even dared to steal the peerless sword. I'll deal with him myself sooner or later. However, now wasn't the time. Indeed, although Lin Xian had reached the peak of Holy Venerate, the sacred star monarch wasn't simple. He was an extremely terrifying existence in the middle stage of Holy King realm, and he was even about to break through. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that it was best to break through and become a half-step holy king before dealing with this guy. You said that he had 3 disciples? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, I'll let him know what it feels like to have his disciples captured, I know. Xueqi ordered someone to call these 3 disciples over. Half a day later, 3 people arrived. They stood in front of the main hall with puzzled expressions. They didn't know why Princess Xueqi was looking for them. After waiting for half a day, Xueqi didn't appear. However, a young man walked in. They frowned. They naturally knew this guy. It was Lin Xian. The second disciple asked, "Boy, where is Princess Xueqi? Why is she looking for us?" "Hurry up and tell Princess Xueqi that we are here," the third disciple said proudly. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 people before he sat down boldly. "Princess Xueqi won't see you, because I'm the one looking for you." "You?" The 3 disciples were taken aback. The eldest disciple asked, "Why are you looking for us? What's the matter?" Lin Xian sneered. "How dare you come to Princess Xueqi's residence without permission? Kneel down and accept your death." The 3 people's expressions changed. The eldest disciple said, "Hateful. We were invited here." "Who can prove that?" Lin Xian stood up, and a cold killing intent emanated from his body. The second disciple said, "Boy, you want to take revenge, right? Our teacher captured you and made you a battle servant. Do you bear a grudge against him?" Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. Doesn't the Star Holy King like to go around suppressing people? I'll let him know what it feels like to have his disciples suppressed. He's courting death. Attack." The 3 people shouted angrily. They naturally knew that they had to leave this place quickly. The 3 people's speed was very fast. They didn't escape but charged directly at Lin Xian. One of them struck out with his palms, which were like 2 mountains. Another person struck out with a black hole, which enveloped Lin Xian. The third person formed a seal with his palms, and a terrible storm tore the void into pieces. The eldest disciple, who was the strongest among the 3, was already an early-stage holy king. The other 2 were half-step holy kings. The 3 of them attacked together, and the momentum was shocking. The place where Lin Xian was completely shattered. The 3 people looked at this scene and laughed proudly. "What peerless genius! I think he's just SOSO. Let's go." The 3 of them turned around and were about to leave. However, at this time, they realized that a figure had appeared in front of them, blocking their way. How is this possible? The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. "Isn't that the boy?" They suddenly turned around and looked at the shattered void. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. That terrifying attack just now didn't hurt him at all? How did he dodge it? Mountain-embracing seal. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an ancient mountain directly fell from the sky, pressing down on the 3 people. "Damn it!" The 3 people roared. Eldest senior brother struck out with his palms, which were vast and could sweep away everything. However, in front of the ancient mountain, his arms were instantly broken. The other 2 half-step holy kings couldn't withstand it, and their bodies instantly turned into a bloody mist. The 3 people were completely suppressed. "Damn boy, let us go. Do you believe that when my master comes, he will tear you into pieces?" The 3 people roared. Lin Xian looked at the 3 people and sneered. "Don't worry, your master will be here soon." He stood up and said in a clear voice, "Someone, go and tell Star Holy King to come and pick up his disciple." Soon, a figure soared into the sky. Not long after, a roar was heard. This was too much. Star Holy King, carrying the supreme power of the stars, descended from the sky. He strode over. "Kid, let go of my disciples. Don't you just want to take revenge? Fight me if you have the ability. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon." Lin Xian looked at the other party, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I can't let go of your 3 disciples. They trespassed into Princess Xueqi's residence, so I've decided to cripple them." "How dare you!" Sacred King Xingqian roared. Lin Xian waved his hand. "Why wouldn't I dare?" The mountain-embracing seal erupted, completely crippling the 3 of them. The 3 of them fell to the ground and became crippled. Ah, the three of them roared, their eyes filled with despair. Master, kill him. Avenge us, yes, we must tear him into pieces. Sacred King Xianxia's eyes instantly turned red. It wasn't easy for him to nurture these three disciples. Especially his eldest disciple, who was already a sacred king. His future achievements were limitless. But now, they were crippled just like that, you're courting death. Countless stars appeared on Sacred King Xianxia's body, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. Lin Xian took out the Xiantian token. He said, "Can you bear the anger of the Xiantian pavilion if you attack me?" Sacred King Xianxia's face became even uglier, but he didn't act rashly. He was so angry. If he didn't have the Xiantian ridge, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian with a slap. He snorted, gritted his teeth, and said, "Do you think the Xiantian token can protect you forever? This time, you challenged me first. Even if I attack you, the Xiantian pavilion won't say anything." "Is that so?" "You can try." Lin Xian didn't care at all. At this time, Xueqi also walked out from the side. She said coldly, "Elder Xingchen, you've gone too far. Your three disciples came here without my permission. They deserve to be crippled. As for you, you didn't discipline your disciples well. How should you be punished?" Sacred King Xingchen's face became even uglier when he saw Xueqi walk out. He knew that if he didn't pay a price today, he wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive. Therefore, he said, "It's my fault for not teaching you well, and I'm willing to accept the punishment." Xueqi nodded and said, "Men, take the lightning code and execute the lightning punishment." Very quickly, someone respectfully took out a grimoire. It was surrounded by lightning. Clearly, it was a terrifying treasure. After Xueqi took it, she let Lei Dian float in the air and said, "Xingchen Elder, accept the lightning punishment." The sacred king of stars knelt on the ground, his back facing the thunder tome. As for Xueqi, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "There's a total of 360 strikes. You can execute them personally." Lin Xian nodded. He used the law of thunder. The tome of thunder shone brightly, and thunder and lightning flew out. Every strike was extremely terrifying. Even a saint king could not withstand it and could only allow the thunder to fall. Moreover, Lin Xian had used the power of the great dragon sword soul in this thunder. Therefore, after the 360 thunder bolts struck, Sacred King Star's body was bleeding profusely, and his wounds were unable to heal. He gritted his teeth and stood up, looking extremely ferocious. "Brat, don't think that you can continue to be arrogant just because you have the support of Princess Xueqi and the Xiantian pavilion. Do you see this sword? We have been searching for this person. Now that I've found news of him, I'll capture him and make him my battle servant. I really want to see your expression when the time comes." He took out the unparalleled sword. When Lin Xian heard this, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. His opponent was still looking for the unparalleled Saint King. How despicable! He took a deep breath and said coldly, 1 year. In 1 year, I will challenge you to a duel of life and death. 1 year? I will wait. Sacred King Xingchen also roared. He finally had a chance to kill his opponent. No matter how strong his opponent was, how much could his strength increase in a year? His cultivation level was much higher than his opponent's. He could still kill his opponent in one move in 10 years, let alone 1 year. Xueqi frowned as she looked at Saint King Xingchen's back. "Isn't 1 year too short?" Lin Xian shook his head. "They have already started looking for my senior brother. I don't have much time." Xueqi said, "Don't worry, I will also help you look for your senior brother. I will also keep an eye on Sacred King Star. Yes, I will leave this to you. Oh yes, be careful. He is related to the Star Tribe. I don't think those people from Ethereal Peak will let this go. 10 days later, I will leave." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. In the following days, he went into seclusion to adjust his condition to his peak. Then, he left. When he left, Xueqi found Sacred King Star again. She did this to prevent Sacred King Star from secretly following and assassinating Lin Xian after learning about him. As long as Xueqi restrained Sacred King Star, Lin Xian would not be in danger. Sacred King Star could not leave, but he sneered in his heart. Not only did Sacred King Star offend him, but he also offended the Star Tribe. Did Sacred King Star think that he would be safe? He had already sent the news to Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak would definitely send experts to kill Sacred King Star. Ethereal Peak. At this moment, Ethereal Peak was in an uproar. This was because a mission was issued. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, they could accept some missions and carry them out. At this moment, there was a mission. This mission was to kill a person. Countless people were watching because this mission was issued by the Star Tribe. This mission was too simple. It only required them to kill a late-stage Holy Venerate. What a joke. What kind of existence is Ethereal Peak? Is such an ant worthy of us taking action? Some geniuses were disdainful. However, there were also people who said, you don't know. This guy is the guy who defeated Xianxia in Thousand Mountain Cave. They thought that the Star Tribe issued this mission for Xianxia. So it was this guy. Some people nodded and came to a realization. In this way, it could be explained. Although this guy was a late-stage Holy Venerate, his strength was equivalent to a Sage King. To be able to defeat Xianxia, he had some strength. However, I am not interested. Most people shook their heads. There were some who had the idea but did not dare to go. After all, Xianxia's strength in Ethereal Peak was not bad. Since he was defeated, what was the point of those who were weaker than Xianxia going? In the end, 3 people accepted the mission. These 3 were extremely terrifying experts. Their strength was even above Xianxia's. When Xianxia saw the 3 of them accepting the mission, he nodded his head. However, he still frowned. Is this okay? I don't want this guy to escape again. An elder at the side laughed. He is just a young man. No matter how strong he is just an ant in front of Ethereal Peak. The reason for this mission is to train the people of the Ethereal Peak. Furthermore, we will also send a middle-stage Sage King to guard him. Even if the first 3 fail, he won't be able to escape. At this moment, a ring on the elder's hand shone. The last array formation appeared and a message came from it. There is news from Thousand Mountain Cave. That guy has left the cave. We have also started to move. At the same time, a mid-stage Holy King from the Star Tribe also tore open the void and prepared to leave. On the other side, Lin Xian stealthily left the Thousand Mountain Cave and flew at a high speed. He rode the black earth and turned into a stream of light, shuttling through the void. After walking for about 2 days, he frowned. He felt that a pair of eyes seemed to be staring at him. Someone was coming. He knew that Holy King Xianxia would definitely not let it go. He wondered if it was someone from the Heavenly Mountain Cave or Misty Peak. He hoped that person's strength would not disappoint him. Looking at the mountains below, his figure flashed and he landed in the mountain range. After entering, Lin Xian killed a demonic beast and began to cook. Little White also jumped out and picked some spirit fruits in the surroundings, eating happily. The 2 of them did not seem to know that danger was coming. At this moment, the surrounding forest became oppressive. Countless gusts of wind swept through, and the entire sky was about to press down. A figure appeared on top of a large tree and looked down. Ants were ants. They did not even know that they were about to die. A cold voice came from above. Is he here? Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said indifferently, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. I am Holy King Barbarian Spirit. A tall figure descended, and the ground cracked open, spreading in all directions. This person's physique was extremely terrifying. It emitted a metallic luster as if it was made of precious metal. There were endless patterns on it. His voice was like thunder, causing the void to tremble. When Lin Xian was sizing up the other party, Holy King Barbarian Spirit was also sizing up Lin Xian. As expected, he was a Holy King. I really don't understand how you defeated Xianxia. Kneel down now and I'll give you a quick death. You don't have the right to say such words in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head and said, do you need me to use one hand? Kid, you're more arrogant than I thought. However, the consequences of angering me will be very miserable. Buzz, before he finished speaking, Barbarian Spirit turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. From the looks of it, he wanted to engage in close combat with Lin Xian. As the palm fell, it was surrounded by divine chains of laws. The void was torn apart in an instant. Hundreds of black holes were formed, trying to devour Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He punched out and transformed into a golden crow. Boom, a loud sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Sacred King Barbarian Spirit was sent flying. His arm was numb, and his body felt like it was about to split open. His eyes were wide open. What a strong physique. Was he really just a saint? He couldn't believe it. Lin Xian strode over with the man-ruler seal in his hand. I am indeed a saint venerable. You can't defeat me because you are too weak. If I were a saint king, I could kill you with a single glance. You're courting death. I was just careless just now. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit roared at the sky as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. His physique had also become stronger, and his figure had also become taller than before. I am a berserker spirit, and the power of my bloodline is not something you can imagine. Go to hell, kid. He turned into an even more terrifying ray of light and charged over with supreme power. So what if he was a berserker spirit? Lin Xian also charged over. The two of them fought in close combat, and the man-ruler seal swept out in all directions. After exchanging 3 blows, Sacred King Barbaric Spirit was sent flying, and he spat out blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and he kept swaying. Damn it, how is this possible? His eyes instantly turned red. No one had ever dared to compete with him in physique. A Saint Venerable had injured him, he couldn't believe it. What kind of physique did you cultivate? Fine, I'll let you die knowing. I cultivate the Divine Nine-Yang body, the Divine Nine-Yang body. It was one of the legendary super physiques in the galaxy. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's eyes instantly turned red. This was the legendary physique. He didn't expect this kid to have it. You're just a battle servant. How can you have such a peerless divine physique? Give me the cultivation method of the Divine Nine-Yang body, and I can spare your life. He was really envious. He was about to go crazy. Although he was a berserker spirit and had a powerful physique, however, it was still incomparable to this legendary physique. If he could obtain the cultivation method of the Divine Nine-Yang body, who would be his match in close combat in the future? With just you want to have ideas about the Nine-Yang divine body? Lin Xian smiled. The reason why I told you about my physique is because I know that you will definitely die. If he wasn't confident, Lin Xian wouldn't have revealed his secret. Divine fire continued to spread on his body, and he turned into a golden god of war. Crack, it seemed that he had to use some real methods. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit also activated his bloodline. He took out a mace from his storage ring that was as huge as a mountain. Boom, this attack was like a mountain. The sky and earth directly collapsed. No one could escape. However, at this moment, Lin Xian also struck out with the mountain-embracing seal. Descending from the sky, an immemorial demonic mountain directly pressed down. The mace instantly bent, and then with a crack, it shattered. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit was forced back and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, his physique was so strong, and he even had a peerless divine ability. He knew that he was no match for him and wanted to retreat. Lin Xian stomped his foot and charged forward. You still want to leave now? He struck out with the man-ruler seal again, like a god descending. Get lost. As Sacred King Barbaric Spirit retreated, he stretched out his hand and through the surrounding mountains. Dozens of mountains fell from the sky, causing the entire world to turn dark. Invincible sword, a sword light flashed, splitting the world in half. Huge rocks fell from the sky. A crack appeared between Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's brows, and then his body was split in half. He let out a painful roar. Damn it, how could his opponent's sword chi be so terrifying? Barbaric Spirit secret technique. His body quickly healed, and then he roared. Endless blood-red runes appeared on his body and burned quickly. Then, a soul phantom appeared. This was not a soul attack, but an ancestor phantom formed by his bloodline. It was a battle spirit between heaven and earth. With a giant axe in hand, it charged forward. Let's see how you fight, the Divine King Barbaric Spirit sneered. With his family's secret technique, he could fight against existences more terrifying than himself. The attack brought with it a tremendous amount of pressure. It was as if the attack was capable of cleaving Lin Xian in half. Lin Xian struck out with the immortal sword. At the same time, the mountain-embracing seal and the man-ruler seal attacked together. With a bang, the battle spirit was torn into pieces. Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's body was shattered again. He became terrified. "Don't kill me, I'm just here to accept the mission." He was finally afraid. He had used his strongest secret technique, but he still couldn't kill his opponent. "This time, other than me, there are two people who accepted the mission. They are stronger than me. Let me go, and I'll tell you who they are." "I don't need to know who they are. Anyone who dares to kill me will go to hell." Lin Xian's voice was cold as he walked over. A sword shadow appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward, destroying Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's body and soul. After taking Sacred King Barbaric Spirit's storage ring, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left this place. Half a day later, a figure descended from the sky and floated in midair. He was wearing a spotless white robe. The white-robed figure frowned when he saw that the Holy King Manling had fallen. "Is that Holy Venerate really that powerful?" His expression turned grave. He realized that the Holy King Manling's body had been completely shattered. Obviously, it was the result of a close combat battle. That kid's physique is even stronger than the Holy King Manling's. However, the white-robed figure did not retreat. Instead, he said, "Interesting. Manling, I'll avenge you." He turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the void. At night, the stars shone brightly and the moon hung high in the sky, making the ground extremely bright. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the forest, absorbing the power of heaven and earth to cultivate. 3 days have passed. Haven't the people of Ethereal Peak found me yet? Thinking of this, he shook his head slightly and took out the map. At this moment, the light on the map shone even brighter. Lin Xian held the map and carefully sensed it. He felt that there was something summoning him in a certain direction. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he put away the map. In the next moment, he retreated backward. The surrounding array was broken, and a beam of light shot towards where he was originally at like lightning. It slashed that place into nothingness. Lin Xian had already come to the side. He focused his gaze and realized that the lightning was a flying sword. It was the size of a palm and emitted a cold light. Sword-wielding technique. He frowned slightly. "That's right. You know quite a lot." A figure descended from the sky and said coldly. It was a white-robed figure. 2 flying swords circled around him. At the same time, the flying sword from before also flew back to his side. The 3 flying swords kept circling around him. He was like a sword god, descending forcefully. "You must be Lin Xian. I didn't expect you to be able to kill the Holy King Manling. But unfortunately, you met me. Remember, my name is the Flying Sword Holy King. Don't forget my name when you report to the King of Hell." With a wave of his hand, the 3 flying swords instantly flew over, piercing through everything with an unparalleled aura. Boom! 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 Lin Xian struck 3 consecutive palms on the flying swords. The flying swords trembled and were deflected, piercing through the mountains beside him. Hundreds of mountains collapsed instantly. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body glowed with radiance. Similarly, the 10 ultimate swords appeared in his hands. "Since you're a swordsman, I'll use my sword skills to finish you off." Endless sword chi rushed out of Lin Xian's body and swept in all directions. It was like a green lotus blooming, enveloping the entire world. "You want to compete with me in swordsmanship?" Overconfident. The flying sword Saint King smiled. His grade 3 flying sword was an extremely powerful sacred artifact. Furthermore, it had been by his side since he was young and had been nurtured. It could be said that it was even more nimble than his arms. Furthermore, those 3 flying swords were capable of slicing through Sacred King Barbarian Spirit's body. In other words, no matter how strong the other party's physique was, he was confident that he could break through it. The 3 flying swords tore through the void like golden lightning and shot towards Lin Xian's 3 vital points. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he displayed the 10 extinction swords. The great dragon sword spirit in his body circulated. 9 suns opened the sky, the sword slashed down and collided with the 3 flying swords. Kacha! The 3 flying swords spun in the air before they were sent flying by the sword. The sword chi did not stop and continued to descend. How was that possible? The flying sword Saint King's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. After the sword slashed, his soul was destroyed. Even at the moment of his death, he could not believe that Lin Xian had killed him with a single sword slash. With a wave of his hand, another storage ring flew back. These ethereal peak experts had many treasures in their storage rings. Lin Xian was very satisfied. At the same time, he swept his gaze across and stared at the 3 flying swords. They could withstand the 9 suns splitting the sky without shattering. It seemed that the materials used were very special. He reached out his hand and formed a golden cloud that grabbed the 3 flying swords. The flying swords resisted and the sword chi rushed into the sky. However, Lin Xian suppressed them and activated his heavenly secret divine eye to erase the soul imprint on them. Lin Xian threw them into the storage ring. He continued on his journey. This time, he flew for 2 days before stopping. Then, he took out the great sage pagoda and 2 figures fell out from it. They were Yanhua and Yan Kuei. As soon as they appeared, they roared crazily. "Damn kid, you crippled us. You're dead meat. Our old ancestor won't let you off." Lin Xian slapped them twice. Their faces were smashed and they did not dare to speak again. However, Lin Xian's gaze swept across the area. Soon, he found a place. It was a small hill that was very desolate. There were not many plants on it and there were some beasts around it. They had already escaped. Lin Xian flew there and nodded. He was very satisfied. "From now on, the 2 of you will stay here." "What does that mean?" Yanhua and Yan Kuei asked in horror. Lin Xian waved his hand and directly pierced the ground beside the small hill, forming a deep abyss. He said that he would suppress the 2 of them here for 3,000 years. "No, you can't do that." The 2 of them roared crazily. They were really scared. If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, their old ancestor would probably know and come to their rescue. However, if Lin Xian suppressed them here, no one would know. 3,000 years. They felt like dying. They might as well kill him with a sword. The 2 of them struggled and wanted to beg for mercy, but they were slapped into the abyss by Lin Xian. Then, the ground shattered. Lin Xian cast an array formation and directly sealed the place. He looked into the distance and pierced through the void. He thought that the 3rd person should be arriving soon. His body rose into the air. Behind him, a figure with a murderous look flashed past quickly. He had locked onto him. The corners of that person's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, in the next moment, he frowned. "Are you trying to escape?" He sped up and chased after him. After chasing for a long time, he finally arrived above a lake. The lake was like the sea, and it even carried an extremely cold aura. "Is this the place you chose to die?" The 3rd figure descended. It was a burly man with a face full of beard. His expression was cold. He waved his hand and took out a large cauldron. The large cauldron was simple and unadorned. It was square in shape, and there were the faces of monsters on all 4 sides. It was actually the weapon of a sage king. After the burly man arrived, he immediately attacked without saying anything. The 4 beasts' cauldron instantly enlarged and pressed down like a demonic mountain. The ground below kept breaking open, unable to withstand the aura of the sage king at all. This weapon was even more terrifying than the flying sword from before. Looking at the descending 4 beasts' cauldron, Lin Xian roared and slapped the sky with his palm. With a clang, his palm slapped the 4 beasts' cauldron, and the large cauldron kept shaking. The burly man's body trembled. What a terrifying power! He shouted coldly and formed a seal with his palms. The 4 beasts' cauldron was as stable as Mount Tai as it pressed down again. Countless rays of light appeared, piercing through the void like sharp swords. Lin Xian's body wobbled as he was hit by those powers. He was forced to retreat continuously. However, those attacks only left some marks on his body. They were unable to break his body at all. Buzz, Lin Xian kept waving the 9-yang divine palm. It was like thousands of suns breaking through the void. He fought with the Saint King's weapon with his bare hands. After a series of battles, the burly man's face was pale. Using the Saint King's weapon consumed a lot of energy, but he realized that his opponent's divine power was like the sea. He swallowed 2 pills and gritted his teeth. He was really angry. He held the cauldron with one hand and charged forward. 4 demonic beast phantoms appeared on the cauldron. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to devour Lin Xian's soul. Dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of Lin Xian's body and slashed at the demonic beast phantoms. The 4 demonic beast phantoms let out mournful roars. He fled again and hid in the cauldron. Let me show you what a true saint artifact is. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. A terrifying demonic aura surged in all directions. The burly man gasped. It was so terrifying. It felt much more terrifying than his 4-beast cauldron. This guy actually had a saint artifact too. He quickly retreated and distanced himself. However, the Great Destruction Spear attacked. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The burly man could only hide in the 4-beast cauldron and defend. The void outside was completely torn apart and turned into nothingness. Only a huge cauldron floated between heaven and earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly and flew up. He clenched his hand into a fist and threw out tens of thousands of punches. Each punch landed on the 4-beast cauldron. The 4-beast cauldron kept shaking. If it wasn't a saint artifact, it would have been broken long ago. Even so, it was still beaten by Lin Xian until it was dim and dull, and trembled non-stop. After an unknown number of punches, Lin Xian finally stopped. The surrounding void was still shattering. The 4-beast cauldron in front of him was completely motionless. There was no movement inside. Lin Xian walked forward and looked inside. He found that the burly man hiding inside had long been torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Although the 4-beast cauldron was a Saint King's weapon, it blocked Lin Xian's punches and did not shatter. However, Lin Xian's strength was so strong that some of it still entered. In addition to the continuous attacks, the burly man inside finally couldn't take it anymore and was killed by this force. Lin Xian took the 4-beast cauldron and entered the Great Sage Pagoda. He wanted to refine the Saint King's weapon Saint King. Lin Xian first used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy the remaining soul on it. Logically speaking, it was impossible to Lin Xian's weapon. However, Lin Xian of the Saint King's Pagoda. Lin Xian Xian's heavens heaven of God's soul pagoda he felt pagoda and he of the beast cauldron of the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, the souls of the 4 beasts flew out and roared toward the sky. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. This was even more terrifying than the 3 flying swords. God Saint Cauldron Sword Beast of it's that. And it could be considered one of his trump cards. Lin Xian checked the storage rings of a few people and found that there were indeed many spiritual herbs, natural treasures, and dragon marrow inside. After sorting these things out, Lin Xian continued to provide power to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. At this moment, a map suddenly flew out of the storage ring and bloomed with a bright light. Countless runes appeared on it and intertwined to form a mark. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this place. He had received a summon. From the looks of it, the thing in the map should be coming out soon. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. With a sway of his body, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Boundless sea. There were raging waves here that stretched as far as the eye could see. Legend had it that in ancient times, this was a place where supreme experts fought and the earth shattered, forming the sea. It was said that endless secrets were buried here. Over the years, many people had come to explore, but no one dared to go to the depths of the sea. This was because there were even more terrifying sea demons that were not weaker than human powerhouses. They were also extremely powerful existences among the 10,000 ancient races. At this moment, there were a few palaces floating in the air above the boundless sea. The divine chains that surrounded them were surging with a terrifying aura. One after another, figures came in and out of the palaces. At this moment, there was a throne in one of the palaces. A woman was sitting on it. She wore a long dress and a half mask on her face. Her eyes seemed to be able to control the world. There were a few tails behind her. She swayed gently, and the void collapsed. At this moment, the mysterious woman with the half mask looked at the figures kneeling before her. She asked, "How is it? Elder Tianyin, don't worry. The formation is almost done. It won't be long before we can go down to investigate. After hearing this, the three women nodded slightly and revealed a satisfied smile. Someone walked over and said, Elder, the people from the Flying Rain Grotto Heaven and Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven are here. Should we make a move in advance and get rid of them? There's no hurry. Let them set it up first. It won't be too late to make a move when the thing really appears. Elder Tianyin said calmly. So they were from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. The other palaces should belong to the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven and the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven. He wondered what they were doing in this sea. However, he could see that there were rays of formation light shining at the bottom of the sea. These people were setting up a supreme formation. At the same time, a figure flew over from the distant sea. Lin Xian looked at the endless sea and frowned slightly. He could feel that the light of the map was getting stronger. Obviously, the destination was in the sea. When he arrived, he had already seen a tall stone tablet by the sea. On it, the words Boundless Sea were written. He had even heard of a legend about the Boundless Sea. However, as he flew into the sea, there were fewer and fewer people. In the end, there were no longer any martial artists who dared to be here. However, after flying for a while, he frowned as he realized that there were more and more people in front of him. There was even the aura of a sage king. Not only that, he could also sense the power of the formation. There was more than one. There were people. Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be that they had the same purpose as him? Lin Xian used the heavenly secret god eyes, and a pair of eyes in the sky shrouded the area below. As expected, he discovered that there were many people, and these people's auras were very powerful. Lin Xian sensed carefully, hid the map, and flew carefully. He bypassed most of the people and flew towards a sea. It should be here. Lin Xian prepared to enter the sea. His body swayed, and he went in. After entering, he found that there were also people under the sea. Lin Xian's physique was fearless as he opened a barrier. He moved quickly. The people below thought that their companions had come. After taking a look, they realized that they were not from the same sect. Who are you? Oh no, it's an enemy. Attack quickly. This was a half-step holy king. His attack was like a water dragon, and his long spear swept across. Lin Xian reached out his palm, grabbed the long spear, and blasted it in half. Another palm strike struck out, sending that person flying. That person fell into the depths of the sea, and his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, the eyes of the surrounding people instantly turned red. Had one of their companions fallen? Kill him. In an instant, more than a dozen figures charged over from all directions. Many of them were water-type saints, and they used the water-type laws. Their monstrous power had an additional effect here. They turned into water cheilants and charged over. At the same time, two water barriers appeared, suppressing Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body shook, and the 9 suns' divine fire swept out like a sun, sweeping in all directions. Was this kid a fool to use flames in the sea? The surrounding experts sneered, but in an instant they felt their hair stand on end. Because this flame was too terrifying, all the seawater was instantly evaporated, and an empty space appeared. Not only that, the water cheilants and barriers they cast out were also instantly shattered. 6 figures turned into ashes, and the others were also repelled. Their bodies were charred black, and they were injured by the divine fire. Damn it. How could this guy's flame be so terrifying? This was the boundless sea. Any flame would be extinguished here, but the other party was an exception. Go and invite the Holy King. He was too powerful. These people exclaimed. Soon, they formed seals and sent a message. From afar, a figure flew over. It was an old man with the aura of a holy king. At the same time, there were also people in the distance. Who was it? How dare you attack the people of the Xiling Grotto Heaven? After the old man descended, he said coldly. There was also a terrifying law of water surrounding his body. Kid, it's you. When the old man saw Lin Xian, he was instantly stunned. He had seen this person before, because he had also gone to the martial arts competition and was present. He had seen Lin Xian before. So he was stunned. He didn't expect to be here. Elder, who was this kid? More people came from the surroundings and formed an inescapable net, enveloping Lin Xian. The old man laughed. He was just lucky to have married Princess Xueqi. What? This brat married Princess Xueqi. The surrounding people were all stunned when they heard this. They had heard countless stories about Lin Xian, but this was the first time they had seen him in action. Some people's eyes instantly turned red. Someone sneered. So this was how it was. He was nothing more than a battle servant. What was there to be arrogant about? That's right. Brat, you can only stand behind a woman. Without Princess Xueqi's support, can you stand in front of us? Lin Xian glanced at these people, and golden light burst out from his eyes. It turned into a sharp sword and attacked. In an instant, the souls of the 5 figures were destroyed. You can't even withstand a single glance from me. Do you ants have the qualifications to clamor in front of me? A cold voice sounded. The people of the Violet Spirit Chamber turned pale, not daring to say anything. That elder was furious. Audacious, the other party had killed 5 of his disciples in front of him. This was a slap to his face. Brat, you are strong and can defeat young Master Xianxia, but I am not a young man like him. When I dominated the world, you weren't even born yet. So now, go to hell. A huge hand slapped over, and endless seawater formed a huge hand that enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian punched out, and the huge golden hand was like a flame, resisting the attack. With a cracking sound, the huge hand was burned and turned into white mist that spread out in all directions. The elder frowned and retracted his hand. His opponent was indeed able to resist him. Moreover, he was able to use flames at the bottom of the sea. How could a holy venerate have the battle prowess of a holy king? The elder was shocked. However, he soon calmed down. No matter how powerful his opponent was, they were at the bottom of the sea. He was a water-type holy venerate. He could control the entire sea. As he roared, the seawater in the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged and formed a terrifying sword of water with his palm. Kid, let me teach you what a holy king-level divine ability is. The elder revealed a smile. Then, he swung his sword. The monstrous sea seemed to have come alive. It let out waves of roars and charged over quickly. Lin Xian's figure flashed and rushed over. The 10 ultimate swords formation appeared on his body, and countless sword chi flew out. At the same time, he took out the 4 beasts cauldron and blasted it forward. The power of the 4 beasts cauldron directly caused a terrifying crack to appear in the seawater. The phantoms of 4 beasts appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Boom, after a series of collisions, the sword of water cracked, and the elder vomited blood and flew backward. His expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, the weapon of a holy king. His body caved in. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. Was he still human? How could he injure their elder? Damn it. The elder roared. It seemed that he was asking for help. At the same time, 2 figures flew over from afar. One of them was a middle-aged woman holding a blue bottle. The other was a gray-haired man with an iron sword on his back. Both of them had the aura of a holy king. When the 2 great sage kings arrived, they frowned. You're injured? Who could injure that old man? The elder pointed to the front and said. Capture that kid. He had endless secrets on him. The 2 great sage kings turned their heads. Their eyes were like lightning, piercing through the sea. In the next moment, they were also stunned. It's him. That kid actually came here? Could it be that the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven had also discovered this secret? They didn't know. That kid came here on his own. They were using pills while absorbing the power of water around them to recover. So far, they had only discovered him. No one else from the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven had discovered him. Was he alone? Was he here to die? The middle-aged woman sneered. The man with the iron sword was the same. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since he was here, he might as well stay. The iron sword holy king swept his sword. This was the law of metal, and it was indestructible. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the 10 ultimate sword formation exploded. Dazzling sword rays flew out, turning into tens of thousands of sword rays. The iron sword was blocked, and it kept shaking. the Iron Sword Holy King's face changed. What a terrifying power. He seemed to have felt the law of metal as well. A young kid like him wanted to overturn the heavens? The Aquarius Holy King sneered at the side. She waved her blue bottle with both hands, and endless water gushed out. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the human sovereign seal swept out, knocking the bottle away. So powerful. The Aquarius Holy King's face changed drastically. One person could actually fight against the three of them, the elder said. This kid was too strange. He definitely had the power of a holy king. It seemed that the three of them had to join forces. The three great sage kings walked up. The others quickly retreated. This was a battle between holy kings. This kid was too scary. Was he really a young man? He must have some treasures. But don't worry. With the three great sage kings attacking together, no matter how strong he was, he would fall today. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The three great sage kings? He also felt the pressure. Moreover, the most important thing was to find out where the item on the map was. If he guessed correctly, the people from the other grotto heavens should also be looking for that item. However, those people did not have a map and only knew a rough area of the sea, so they set up a formation and began to search. And he had a map, so he could find that place more accurately. While he was thinking, the three great sage kings attacked together. Monster Sword Chi, terrifying seawater, and the great Tao treasure bottle all attacked. Their power was like the sea, causing everything to collapse. Lin Xian kept dodging. While using the 10 ultimate sword formation to block, he took out the 4-beast cauldron and attacked with monstrous beasts. At the same time, he carefully sensed, and the golden light in his eyes bloomed. After half an hour, his eyes suddenly burst out with a piercing cold light. He finally found it. The aura of space appeared around him, and he used the void escape and instantly disappeared. Damn it, did he let that kid escape? The three great sage kings roared crazily when their attacks missed. Chase, he's nearby, he can't escape. Activate the formation and seal the entire seabed. Orders were given, and the formation was activated instantly. The three great sage kings worked together to search. On the other side, a figure appeared in the depths of the sea. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he continued to fly down. Below, there was a submarine canyon. Lin Xian entered the submarine canyon. After entering, he felt a huge pressure as if it was going to tear him apart. He roared and used his divine body to block it. It was too terrifying. It was probably because he had a divine body. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they would not be able to come here at all. Ordinary sage kings could not. What on earth was in there? He looked around. The submarine canyon was not big, and there were many dragon veins below. There were a total of 6 dragon veins intertwined with each other. Where they gathered, they formed a mysterious Tao pattern that fluctuated and flickered with a terrifying light. It seemed that the item should be inside this Tao pattern. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes to look. His gaze penetrated everything. The next moment, he saw a key inside. At that moment, the light on the map became even more resplendent. Could it be that what was marked on the map was a key? Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't figure it out, but he still made a move first and obtained the key. He took out the great dragon sword soul. With one strike, he slashed at the Tao pattern, giving off a clanging sound. This attack did not manage to cut it open. This made Lin Xian even more shocked. This was the great dragon sword soul. Next, he went all out and fought for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Only then did he open the Tao pattern. Sweat dripped from his face, and his aura dropped significantly. Continuously using the great dragon sword soul consumed a lot of energy, but fortunately, he was able to open it. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the key. Then, he quickly swallowed some natural treasures to recover his strength. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside the canyon. Brat, do you think I won't be able to find you if you hide inside? This voice was filled with a biting cold-killing intent, causing Lin Xian's pupils to shrink. A sage king, and a sage king at that. Lin Xian raised his head, and his gaze was like lightning, piercing through the void. He saw many figures standing outside the canyon, and most of them were from the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven. there were also the three great sage kings. In front of them, there was a man dressed in battle armor, standing with his hands behind his back. If this person wasn't from the Purple Spirit Grotto heaven, could he be from the Ethereal Peak? He knew that the Ethereal Peak had sent experts to kill him. Weren't the three great experts? He had already killed them all. Now that another one had appeared, it seemed that the Ethereal Peak really wanted to kill him. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he flew forward. He arrived at the canyon. In front of him, the man in battle armor said, "Brat, come back with me. How dare you kill the experts of the Ethereal Peak? Go back and accept your punishment." He was indeed from the Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He said, "It was the Ethereal Peak who tried to assassinate me first. I was just retaliating. They deserved to die. As for going back with you? Let's see if you have the ability." "You?" The man in battle armor sneered. "You killed 3 Saint King geniuses, but they were all early-stage Saint Kings. And I am a Saint King. If I want to kill them, I can do it with a punch. So, if I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. I advise you to go back with me obediently, or you will end up miserable." "Is that so?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and suddenly burst out with power. He activated the 10 ultimate sword formation and stabbed out. The terrifying sword light swept across the 9 heavens. Ignorant ant. Seeing that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to attack, the man in battle armor was furious. Since Lin Xian was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. He struck out with his palm, and between heaven and earth, endless light emerged. The starlight in the sky formed a starry sky map, and pressed down from the sky. Boom! Boom! This was a blow from a Saint King. The starry sky map fell and broke the sword chi in the sky. Then, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he retreated, dodging in an instant. The place where he was originally standing had completely turned into nothingness. He was too strong. Although there was only a gap of 1 stage, the difference between the early stage and the early stage was simply incomparable. The other party was right. A Saint King could kill an early stage Saint King with a slap. "You're quite fast. But how many more moves can you make? You're no match for me at all." The man in battle armor sneered and struck out again. The starry sky map rotated, and it attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath, took out the 4-beast cauldron, and activated it with all his strength. The power of the dragon sword soul rushed out. The 4-beast spirits bloomed, and the demonic beast phantoms roared to the sky, and a terrifying power erupted between heaven and earth. Feeling this aura, the man in battle armor frowned. "This is the 4-beast cauldron of our Misty Peak, and you have it." What shocked him even more was that the power of the 4-beast cauldron was much more terrifying than he had imagined. "You can control it so perfectly so quickly? What kind of divine power is this?" He didn't know that there was not only the power of the 4-beast cauldron, but also the power of the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian sneered. "You don't deserve to know. You're a saint master, and you want to kill me? Is this what Misty Peak does? It's really disappointing. If we're at the same level, I can kill you like a dog. Useless kid, in front of absolute strength, no matter how strong your talent is, it's useless. Today is the day you die. You're a saint master, and you can exert such strength. You must have endless secrets. If I catch you, the secret of your body will be mine." After saying that, the starlight around him became even more terrifying, forming a starry sky sword. The seawater continued to split open. The surrounding people from the grotto heaven were also pale. The 3 Saint Kings also kept retreating. He was too strong. The other party was a realm higher than them, and he was also using the Star Tribe's supernatural power. The 3 of them probably wouldn't be able to stop him. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. It was a pity that Lin Xian's secret was not fated to be with them. Lin Xian used the 4-beast cauldron, and 4 demonic beasts charged over. At the same time, the Great Destruction Spear appeared in his hand again. With one strike, monstrous demonic aura surged in all directions, blocking the starry sky map in the sky. "I'll also give you a chance. Kneel down now and I'll cripple you. I can spare your life." Lin Xian looked at the armored man and sneered. The armored man was furious when he heard this. Stupid ant, you have completely angered me. The other party took out two Saint King weapons and blocked his attack, making his lungs about to explode. He was a mid-stage Saint King. How much higher was his realm than the other party? At this moment, he couldn't do anything to the other party. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. With a wave of his hand, a real starry sky map flew out from between his eyebrows, bobbing up and down. This was a Saint King weapon, and it was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it enveloped the four-beast cauldron and the great destruction spear. Do you think you're the only one with a Saint King weapon? I'll freeze these two Saint King weapons. Let's see what you have to contend with me. Lin Xian felt that the two great sage Saint King weapons were affected, as if they were stuck in a quagmire and couldn't withstand it at all. At the same time, he quickly retreated. This was because a starry sky sword came from the sky, and the power it carried was too terrifying. Star Spirit Finger, a ray of starlight appeared in the armored man's hand and circled around his finger. He pointed out with his finger. This was the ultimate technique of Ethereal Peak. It had been used by Stardust before, but the power now was countless times stronger than Stardust. No one was able to block his finger. Even a Saint King of the same level would have to die, so powerful. Lin Xian frowned. He used the Void Escape and quickly dodged. Was this the power of a middle-stage Saint King? It was too strong. There seemed to be a gap in strength that could not be crossed. Did you see that? Brat, this is the difference between us. You can't even withstand a single blow from me. How are you going to fight me? The armored man smiled. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but he soon smiled. Since that was the case, it seemed like he had to use his trump card. He was prepared to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Although he had used up a lot of energy earlier, he still had a lot of energy left. However, there were 6 dragon veins in the valley below. If he used the power of the dragon veins, he could definitely use the Great Dragon Sword Soul again. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian formed a formation that enveloped the area and directly absorbed the power of the 6 dragon veins. Then, he unleashed his Great Dragon Sword Soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, releasing a terrifying radiance. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the sea, causing the endless sea to tremble. The sea demons in the distance all let out terrified roars. The people of the Violet Spirit Grotto narrowed their eyes. Even the armored man furrowed his brows. His eyes were fixed on the Great Dragon Sword Soul. What was that? That brat actually had such a treasure. The corners of his mouth curled up. Very well, I'll take it. You dare to have any ideas about this treasure? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With this sword, it will be your time to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 dragon veins below were completely absorbed. A surge of power poured into Lin Xian's body. With a roar, he waved his Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed forward. Star Spirit Finger, the armored man once again used a terrifying technique. The sky was filled with starlight, shining with terrifying star laws. It flew forward. An earth-shaking sound rang out as the two collided, erupting with a destructive aura. The people of the grotto heavens were all blasted away. The 3 great sage kings were also pale as they quickly retreated. Previously, they were still sighing that they did not have the chance to kill Lin Xian personally. But now, they were somewhat glad because if the 3 of them were to attack, they probably would not be able to block such a terrifying sword. Damn it! A roar came from the shattered seawater in front of them. Everyone hurriedly looked over. In front, the armored man's face was cold. There was a crack on his finger and blood was flowing out. It couldn't be, the Star Spirit Finger had been broken. The 3 great sage kings were shocked. That was a supreme technique. The armored man also did not believe it. He did not hold back in that attack just now. Even a mid-stage sage king could not block it. But now, it was blocked by a sage king. It was simply unimaginable for him to be injured. The armored man roared, and the starlight on his body became even more terrifying. Star Chain, the endless starlight transformed into 9 chains that danced in the sky. Then, they charged forward. These 9 chains were even more terrifying. Each of them was comparable to a sage king's weapon. At this moment, they swept across heaven and earth. Lin Xian also roared, letting out a dragon's roar. His eyes bloomed with a biting cold light. The great dragon sword soul kept waving, and every sword could split heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The two collided. Countless cracks were torn open. The sky and earth were filled with terrifying laws and destructive auras. The crowd could no longer see the two figures. They could only feel that the two forces were fighting. After an unknown period of time, the aura slowly disappeared. The sword chi and terrifying starlight that filled the sky disappeared. What was the situation? Everyone watched carefully. Lin Xian stood there with a pale face. His eyes bloomed with a cold light. On the opposite side, the armor on the armored man's body was shattered. Countless cracks appeared, and blood flowed out. Some places had been pierced, and his body was almost torn apart. How could this be? The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were all stunned. The armored man's eyes were also filled with horror. He could not believe that he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a sage king. One had to know that there was an insurmountable gap between a sage king and a sage king. It was possible for a sage king to escape from a sage king. However, it was basically impossible to defeat a sage king. Unless it was a supreme secret technique or someone from the Emperor clan, it would be possible. But this kid was not from the Emperor clan at all. And at the Sage King realm, the gap between the mid-stage and early stage was even greater than the gap between a Sage King and a Sage King. It could be said that it was even more difficult to fight someone of a higher level. However, the other party had done it and crossed the two great gaps. What kind of secret was in the other party's body? Why, was it unexpected? Lin Xian looked at the other party and raised a disdainful smile. I said, you can't. The reason why you are now a Sage King is only because you have cultivated for a few thousand years. But even so, you are not my match. Now, I will send you to hell. Lin Xian walked up again. The array beneath his feet flickered, and the great dragon sword spirit roared again. Damn it, you want to kill me? What a joke, charge. The armored man retreated while waving his hand. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven felt their scalps go numb. The other party was a terrifying demon king. I order you in the name of Ethereal Peak. Do you want to disobey the order? The people of the Xiling Paradise felt their scalps tingle. The three great sage sovereigns sighed as well. Let's work together and attack. That brat was a holy venerate. After using his super strong trump card, he definitely did not have much strength left. Perhaps the other party was already at the end of his rope and was pretending to hold on. Attack. The three great sage sovereigns roared and charged forward, attacking continuously. Even so, they only attacked from afar. No one dared to get close. You are as timid as a mouse. You don't even have the courage to fight me in close combat. Are you worthy of being called sage sovereigns? Lin Xian smiled coldly and used the sovereign seal, sweeping it in all directions. At the same time, an undefeatable aura bloomed in his eyes. He used the great dragon sword soul and used the undefeatable sword. The three great sage sovereigns were forced back. Their bodies split open, and they felt like their souls were about to be extinguished. Lin Xian waved his sword. He focused on attacking the armored man. The armored man did not have time to retreat and was split open again. This time, his soul was shattered. After another 2 moves, he was killed, and his soul was extinguished. The starry sky chart directly broke through the sea and disappeared. Lin Xian took back the other party's storage ring and looked at the three great sage sovereigns. Run! The three great sage sovereigns felt their scalps tingle as they quickly retreated. At the same time, roars rang out. Reinforcements had arrived. He killed an expert of Ethereal Peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the void escape, instantly disappearing. When the people in the palace above the sea heard this, their expressions changed. What? Someone killed an expert of Ethereal Peak. Quickly attack and take him down. The experts of the Xiling Paradise all moved out. The people of the Flying Rain Paradise and Green Hill Paradise also attacked. They entered the depths of the sea and found that the person had disappeared. Damn it! Quickly search. We must find this brat. The people of the three great grotto heavens quickly scanned the surroundings to find Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already used his spatial ability to leave. He arrived at another sea region. Then, he entered the Black Earth and started recovering. Little White was in charge of keeping watch while He Tu was in charge of flying. Lin Xian took out a heavenly treasure and began to absorb it. After flying for about a day, an extremely terrifying roar suddenly came from the sea in front of him. The void fluctuated, and the Black Earth was also affected. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Was someone coming? Little White jumped over and said, "Yeah, no, I can feel the aura of a powerful demonic beast." Lin Xian looked outside. In the next moment, he was astonished. Sure enough, he discovered that the sea water in front of him was surging into the sky. A terrifying sea demon, like a giant mountain in the sea, swept in all directions. There were many people fighting against it. However, at that moment, they were all retreating in a sorry state. Another terrifying ray of light shone. Following that, many people's bodies were split in half, turning into a bloody mist. "Run! He's too strong," the surrounding people fled one after another. "Trying to escape? How dare you disturb me? All of you can go to hell." Under the sea, countless terrifying rays of light appeared and directly pierced through these people. Xianxia quickly retreated. Looking at the huge figure in front of her, her brows furrowed tightly. She realized that all the people who came before had fallen, and she was the only one left. The terrifying sea demon in front of her was staring at her. Her expression became extremely solemn. It was a sea shark, and it was extremely terrifying. It had reached the sage ruler realm. And it was a peerless fairy. "Come and accompany me obediently. I can spare your life." In front, the sea shark stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became extremely cold. She gritted her teeth and said, "You? I'm from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. It's best that you obediently surrender without a fight." "So what if you're from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven? I heard that the people from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven were all peerless fairies, and they even cultivated the secret techniques of the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. It seems that I definitely can't let you go." As he said that, he laughed loudly, and a blue saber light rushed forward. Xianxia snorted coldly. Her palms kept waving as she took out a guqin and played it non-stop. The sound of the guqin was bleak as it charged forward. It collided with the terrifying saber light. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Xianxia retreated. The saber light was extremely powerful. It actually broke through the sound of the guqin and charged forward again. At this moment, another bell flew out from Xianxia's body. The Hehuan bell shook and emitted a light wave to protect her, blocking the saber. At the same time, a terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions. The sea shark jumped into the sea and dodged the sound wave attack. Then, he came out again. He was a sea demon himself, and in addition to the infinity sea, he was like a fish in water. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Xianxia could only passively counterattack and was suppressed. The sea shark said, "Little fairy of the Green Hill Grotto Heaven, did you see that? You're no match for me at all. I don't plan to kill you now. Just follow me obediently. I'll let you enjoy glory and wealth. Otherwise, if you offend me, you'll end up in a terrible state." Although Xianxia had 2 treasures, she was still no match for him. Suddenly, he slashed out a ray of light. At the same time, his huge body kept changing. He transformed into a human form. A saber slashed over. Xianxia defended passively. The Hehuan bell was hit and kept shaking. She spat out blood and flew out. However, at this moment, the guqin in her hand also released a murderous sound that attacked the sea shark's soul. The sea shark was also hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. "Damn woman, you actually dared to hurt me. You've completely angered me. I've decided to send you to hell now." An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. His voice was like thunder, and his killing intent was shocking. Xianxia's eyes were filled with despair. The sea shark was really too strong. The 2 weapons in her hand were both Saint King weapons, but they couldn't do anything to the sea shark. Who was this person? Next, the peerless saber light slashed down on Xianxia, and she spat out blood again. Her body was dyed red with blood, and it was abnormally shocking. Another slash. Her eyes were filled with despair because the Huan bell had been sent flying. The guqin in her hand probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Was she really going to die here? She was about to close her eyes. At this moment, a huge mountain appeared and turned into an immemorial demon mountain, sending the peerless saber light flying. She was saved. Xianxia opened her eyes and felt like she had just survived a disaster. On the opposite side, a murderous intent burst out from the sea shark's eyes. Who dares to interfere in my business? It's me. Are you not happy? He slapped out a palm like the palm of a god, rampaging and tearing apart the endless sea. He rushed forward. With a boom, the sea shark was sent flying. Half of the sea shark's body instantly cracked, and blood dyed the sea red. Damn it. He let out a crazy roar, and the sea shattered, and endless monsters crawled. Who dares to hurt me? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The sea shark's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared ahead. He saw a young man walking over. Xianxia was also stunned. She saw a figure standing there like a god of war. So young and so powerful. That was her first thought. When she felt the Nine Suns' divine fire, she was even more stunned. Lin Xian, it's him. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't imagine meeting Lin Xian here. Are you all right? Lin Xian turned around and looked at Xianxia with concern. At the same time, he took out some elixirs. Xianxia shook her head. I was injured. If you hadn't come, I would have died. I didn't expect to see you here. That's great. How are you now? Xianxia had a lot of questions. Lin Xian also had a lot of questions. So you know each other. Alright, the two of you can meet in hell. Haisha walked over and stared coldly at Lin Xian. He was really mad. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Lin Xian, be careful. This guy is very strong. I can't defeat him even with 2 sage weapons. Lin Xian looked at Haisha with a smile on his face. Don't worry. After I kill him, I'll treat you to seafood. Lin Xian wanted to kill him and eat him. Sea Shark was enraged. White smoke rose from his body. But very quickly, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Ignorant ant, you want to kill me with just you? You're courting death. The two of you have completely angered me. When I catch the two of you later, I'll torture you. Cut the crap. Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly. Haisha was so angry that he laughed. It seems that the two of you are from the Grotto Heaven. Green Hill Grotto Heaven, let me tell you, I'm from Ethereal Peak. If you dare to fight with me, I can kill the two of you with a wave of my hand. Kneel down now and kowtow to me. Haisha's eyes were filled with arrogance. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Ethereal Peak. No wonder he was so strong. No wonder the 2 sage weapons couldn't defeat him. It turned out that they were from the Misty Peak. During this period of time, even though she had suffered some hardships in the paradise, she had gained some understanding of the situation. In this region, the 6 great grotto heavens were powerful enough to suppress everything. However, above the paradise, there was an unparalleled overlord, and that was the Ethereal Peak. Even their elders had to be extremely respectful to the disciples of the Misty Peak. The Haisha in front of him was also from the Ethereal Peak. Seeing Xianxia's surprised expression, Haisha was very pleased. How is it? Are you scared? As long as you submit, I can spare your life. Xianxia's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Lin Xian smiled. I was wondering who it was. So it was the Misty Peak. The identity of Ethereal Peak is not enough to scare me. If you don't have any other skills, you can go die. Brat, you dare to attack me? Haisha was stunned. He didn't dare to believe it. The people of the paradise dared to go against the Misty Peak. Xianxia also said, Lin Xian, be careful. The people from Misty Peak are too strong. Don't fight them head on. Let's leave first. Lin Xian, Haisha frowned. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that you are the Lin Xian who defeated Xingchen? I say, how dare you go against the Misty Peak? So it's you. The other party knew Lin Xian. Xianxia was also stunned. Although she had entered the paradise, she didn't have the chance to come out. In fact, she didn't even know about the big things that happened outside. This was the first time she had come out after much difficulty, so she wasn't very clear about what had happened to Lin Xian. Now that she saw that Xianxia actually knew Lin Xian, she was very surprised. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Since you know that I defeated Xianxia, why don't you kneel on the ground obediently and kowtow and admit your mistake? Humph, brat, you are really arrogant. However, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you defeated Xianxia. Although Xianxia had some status in the Misty Peak, what about his strength? He was just ordinary. He was just a newbie who had just entered the Misty Peak. My strength isn't something that he can compare to. Therefore, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. I will catch you, cripple you, and then bring you back to the Misty Peak. When I hand you over to the Star Tribe, they might even thank me for it. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out from Xiaoxia's body and swept across the entire sea. Endless blade light rushed out from the sea and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed and dodged quickly. At the same time, he said to Xianxia, go somewhere far away and protect yourself. Leave this guy to me. Okay, be careful. Xianxia gritted her teeth and retreated quickly with the 2 sage ruler weapons. At the same time, the 10 ultimate sword formation was activated in front of the sea and blocked the blade light. Lin Xian roared. His fist was like the sun as it rushed out and evaporated the endless sea. He charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia was disdainful at first, but when he felt the terrifying fist, his eyes turned cold. That terrifying power shocked him greatly. The boundless water in the sky condensed to form a shield of the sea, blocking in front of him. In the next moment, the terrifying sun fist landed on the ocean shield and let out an earth-shattering sound. Thousands of thunderous sounds fell. The ocean shield only lasted for a moment before it was covered with cracks. Then, it suddenly cracked open. That power, Xianxia was stunned. He was pushed back by the power. Boundless saber light surrounded him, and only then was he able to block the fist. His face had become extremely cold. His opponent's cultivation was only a sage ruler, but that power was enough to threaten him. Thinking of the boast he had made before and the sorry state he was in now, he couldn't bear it. He snorted and spat out a blue long blade and held it in his hand. The blade light flashed and slashed downwards. Clang, Lin Xian didn't dodge and caught the blade with his bare hands. Endless flames burst out. As for Lin Xian, he was holding on to his saber. Then, his other hand formed the human ruler seal and slammed forward. Boom, the long blade was caught and Xianxia couldn't dodge, so he used the human ruler seal again. Xianxia was sent flying, and endless cracks appeared on his body. Boom. Boom, boom. Like a kite with a broken string, Xianxia fell into the sea and tore a crack in the sea. It formed a canyon. Xianxia was stunned. Had Lin Xian become so strong, she had used all her strength but couldn't block it. But now, Lin Xian had suppressed his opponent and even sent him flying. Had this guy become so strong? Had he reached the middle stage of the sage ruler realm? Xianxia looked carefully and realized that Lin Xian was only a sage ruler. She couldn't believe it. She had already become a half-step sage ruler and was only one step away from becoming a true sage ruler. She didn't expect that Lin Xian's strength would far surpass hers even though his cultivation was behind hers. At the bottom of the sea, Xiaoxia's body stopped, and his face became extremely ugly. Damn it. How could Lin Fan be so powerful? Lin Fan actually suppressed him. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan was just a sacred venerable. Damn it. He roared and rushed out. Lin Xian looked down and sneered. Lin Xian thought, you're just SOSO. How dare you be so arrogant? Is Ethereal Peak trash? Humph. Don't be so arrogant. I'll show you the ultimate technique of Ethereal Peak. Terrifying laws appeared on Xiaoxia's body. He formed a seal with his palms and formed a strange rune. More and more runes appeared. Finally, it formed a picture scroll. Heavenly River Picture, with a roar, endless. Water flew into the Heavenly River Picture. That shocking power made Xianxia tremble and almost fall from the sky. This power is too terrifying. Can Lin Xian withstand it? Looking at the immeasurable water in the sky, Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold aura. 9 suns, mountain-embracing seal. A primordial demon mountain appeared and suppressed the world. On the demon mountain, endless flames burned. Lin Xian pushed his palm and the flaming primordial demon mountain charged towards the heavenly river picture in the sky. Boom, when the two collided, monstrous power and flame swept out. The heavenly river picture was instantly shrouded and shattered. It couldn't withstand it at all. Damn it. So powerful? Seeing the heavenly river picture shattered, Xiao's face turned ugly. He took out the blue saber again and attacked wildly. Heavenly river saber technique. The saber light was very sharp and contained shocking power. It was murderous. It was enough to kill anyone below the middle stage Sage King realm. But it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword chi turned into a huge dragon and roared. It broke free from the saber light and sent Xiao flying. The people of Ethereal Peak are indeed trash. A cold smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. How is that possible? Xiao spat out blood again and his body shattered. He roared in horror. Who are you? The golden flames are like the sun. Could it be the legendary 9 suns divine body? What's that dragon roar? Are you a dragon? He was really too shocked. Lin Xian was shocked. You can recognize the 9 yang divine body? He was quite knowledgeable. It really was the 9 yang divine body. Xiao was horrified. It was no wonder that he had been defeated. This was the starry skies, and his physique was extremely powerful. He turned around to flee. Lin Xian's huge hand came down like the 10,000 dragons picture, covering heaven and earth. Since you have seen through my divine body, do you still want to escape? Go to hell. No, you can't kill me. I am from the Misty Peak. If you kill me, it will be very troublesome. Let me go, and I promise I won't tell your secret. I don't believe in you. I only believe in people who go to hell. As for killing you, is it that troublesome? I've killed more than one expert of Ethereal Peak. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian waved his hand and a monstrous sword light blossomed, completely enveloping his opponent. Boom. Boom, boom. Like 1,000 dragons emerging from the sea, the other party turned into a blood mist and his soul did not escape. Lin Xian put away the storage ring and sealed the other party's saber before throwing it into the Great Sage Pagoda. Behind, Xianxia was stunned. The changes in the battle made her unable to react at all. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Xiao was already dead. Her face turned pale. Why did you kill him? He was from the Misty Peak. So what if he was from the Misty Peak? Lin Xian looked at the other party and laughed. Since he wanted to kill us, isn't it normal for me to kill him? Besides, he wasn't the first Misty Peak expert to die in my hands. He should be the 5th one. Xianxia went crazy. In her knowledge, the Misty Peak was a supreme existence. The people of the Grotto Heaven would definitely not dare to touch the existence of the Misty Peak. But at this moment, Lin Xian did not have any scruples at all. What was the identity of this guy? Why, was he scared silly? Don't worry, the Misty Peak will not know about this. Oh right, tell me about your situation. Xianxia came back to her senses and said. There were treasures ahead. Lin Xian was surprised and followed Xianxia. The two of them flew into the sea. Along the way, Xianxia told him about her situation. Back then, the Hehuan sect was suppressed as well. Everyone else was turned into puppets. She did not become a puppet because she had the bloodline of the Qingqiu tribe. They returned to the Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. However, her status in the Grotto Heaven was not high. Back then, she was in despair because her master, the Closed Moon Sage King, had died in order to protect her. After Xianxia came to the Grotto Heaven, she went into seclusion. Now that she had just come out, she did not know about the situation of the others. Lin Xian nodded and told him about his own situation as well. When Xianxia heard about Lin Xian's situation, she was even more shocked. Taichu, Qi. This guy turned from a battle servant to the prince consort of the 1,000 Mountain Grotto Heaven and even a disciple of the Shantian Pavilion. It was just like a legend. By the way, what are you grotto heavens looking for here? Lin Xian asked. Xianxia said that she did not know. She only knew that an ancient treasure was about to appear in this sea area. So, when we received the news, we set out with the elders. We set up an array formation here. I saw that the time was not right, so I prepared to come out to look for some opportunities. I found that there was a 10,000-year-old dragon marrow at the bottom of the sea. Quite a few people noticed this as well. Even the sea shark at the back had come. He defeated everyone and even wanted to kill me. Next, it's up to you to save me. Lin Xian finally understood. 10,000-year-old dragon marrow? Good stuff, the two of them sped up. Soon, they entered the sea and found that there was a broken cave abode at the bottom of the sea. The cave abode was dilapidated and ancient. There was an array formation, but it was also broken. The two of them walked in easily. After entering, Lin Xian felt a strange energy surging into his body. It made him feel refreshed. There was also a dragon's roar in his body. Lin Xian was surprised and looked forward. There were dragon shadows on the wall of the cave. They were as big as a finger, like small dragons hanging there. This should be the dragon marrow. Looking at the power it contained, it was definitely 10,000-year-old dragon marrow. Lin Xian found that about 1/3 of the 10,000-year-old dragon marrow had been taken away. He was stunned and then quickly checked Xianxia's storage ring. Sure enough, he found the 1/3 of the dragon marrow in the storage ring. It turned out that this guy had taken it away. But fortunately, the storage ring was already his. There were 12 drops of 10,000-year-old dragon marrow left. Each drop of 10,000-year-old dragon marrow was more precious than tens of thousands of other drops. Xianxia said, "How about we split it equally? If you feel that you're at a disadvantage, then I'll repay you with my body." "Okay, I accept your request. When you're free, you can give yourself to me as a gift." Lin Xian smiled. Xianxia also smiled. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and then began to collect the dragon marrow. She carefully stored every drop in a jade bottle. Then, she said, "This is great. When I go back, I can absorb it for a long time with other heavenly treasures." She was really overjoyed. On the other side, Lin Xian grabbed 6 drops of 10,000-year-old dragon marrow and directly absorbed them into his body. He gave it to the dragon sword soul. Xianxia was stunned. "You're absorbing it directly? Can you handle this power?" Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I can handle it. If you can't handle it, you can give yourself to me." Xianxia sighed. "It's a pity that you have so many peerless fairies around you. Now that you're the prince consort of the 1,000-mountain grotto heaven, you shouldn't be interested in me, right?" Lin Xian said, "Don't be discouraged. I know people from Demon Emperor Mountain. I'll introduce you to them one day. With your talent, you'll definitely improve by leaps and bounds." "How dare you make fun of me?" Xianxia gritted her teeth. She wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Suddenly, she said, "Oh right, you promised me to eat seafood. Why did you beat that guy into a bloody mist?" Lin Xian laughed. "What's so good about that guy? I'll find you some shrimp soldiers and crab generals." The two of them left the cave abode. Lin Xian really caught a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals and made a pot of delicious food. Ethereal Peak. At this moment, the atmosphere was solemn. During this period of time, 3 of the Ethereal Peak disciples' soul jade tablets had been shattered. This meant that these 3 people had died outside. This was simply unbelievable. It was something that rarely happened in 1,000 years. What was the status of Ethereal Peak? They were above the grotto heavens and could do whatever they wanted in this area. No one dared to provoke them. Unless they went to other areas, there was a chance of them dying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died at all. But now, within a few days, 3 of them had fallen. Furthermore, all 3 of them were Saint Kings. This was unbearable. Damn it, what's going on? Who did it? Finally, an elder walked out and roared crazily. The others didn't dare to speak. Finally, someone said that these 3 people had accepted the same mission to kill Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? The elder asked. Not long after, he heard the news about Lin Xian. His face instantly turned cold. You're saying that the three of them died in the hands of a saint? Do you believe it? The others also looked at each other. To be honest, they didn't believe it either. Is a saint king really that powerful? To be able to kill so many sage kings? Although Lin Xian had defeated Stardust, defeating a sage king and killing a sage king were two different concepts. If a holy venerate wanted to go all out, a holy venerate would not be able to dodge. The worst case scenario Saint King Sage Saint Kings, Lin the elder said that this kid was not simple and that there might be someone behind him. Lin's his saint and find out his saint. Soon, a few figures left Ethereal Peak and headed to Thousand Mountain Cave. Ethereal Peak was very powerful. Moreover, these elders had their own families. The Star Tribe was one of the most powerful families in Ethereal Peak. At this moment, an elder of the Star Tribe was sitting cross-legged in the sky, cultivating. He was an extremely terrifying elder of the Star Tribe. His cultivation had reached the late stage of a Saint King. The starlight in the sky surrounded him, forming a mysterious starry sky map. At this moment, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. The starry sky map around him flickered non-stop. Heaven and earth cracked. A terrifying murderous intent swept across the area. With a wave of his hand, a soul jade token flew out from his storage ring. At this moment, it was shattered and dim. This meant that the other party's soul had been destroyed. The elder of the Star Tribe was filled with killing intent. Has he died? This person was the one they had sent to kill Lin Xian. He was a Saint King Qi. But now, he had died too. It's definitely not that kid's doing. No matter how strong a Saint King is, he can't kill a Saint King. Who's behind this kid? Men, come and check. How dare he do this to Ethereal Peak? I'll make him regret coming to this world. His palms kept forming seals, quickly forming an astrolabe. The astrolabe shone brightly. Endless illusions emerged from it and finally stopped at the sea. Boundless sea. The elder of the Star Tribe frowned slightly. That guy actually went to the boundless sea. At that moment, another roar echoed through the 9 heavens. The people of Ethereal Peak were all stunned. My heavens, what's going on? The usually quiet Ethereal Peak is having a series of incidents now. The elder of the Star Tribe frowned slightly. He was originally in a bad mood, so he flew out instantly. Demon Whale, what are you shouting for? The elder of the Star Tribe frowned. Below, there was a very tall man. His skin was black and there were terrifying demonic patterns on his face. His original form was a terrifying whale. At the same time, he was also a sea demon. He said that my disciple has died. He actually died in the boundless sea. Damn it, who dares to attack Ethereal Peak? Is it the boundless sea again? The elder of the Star Tribe also frowned. He said that a member of the Star Tribe also died in the boundless sea. There's such a thing? The demon whale was also stunned. Then, he said, doesn't your Star Tribe have the great divination astrolabe? Hurry up and use it. Alright, follow me. The elder of the Star Tribe nodded. I want to see who dares to attack my Star Tribe. The two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared from the mountain peak. They arrived at an extremely frightening palace hall. An astrolabe was floating up and down. There were stars in the sky, looking mysterious. The elder of the Star Tribe cast a spell and activated the great divination astrolabe. The wind and clouds in the boundless sea were changing. In the void, starlight fell and swept in all directions. A voice came from the starlight. His body and soul have been destroyed. Only some blood mist remains. What a ruthless method. Hurry up and take a look. Where did Xianxia die? Another voice came. Then, the starlight disappeared and appeared in another part of the sea. Did he die here? Suddenly, the starlight fell and pierced through the sea, forming a huge crack. A broken cave abode appeared. There was a powerful aura left inside. It seemed that there were treasures. Obviously, Xianxia was killed when he was fighting for the treasures. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. The starlight in the sky flickered and spread quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xianxia had already left the broken cave abode. They appeared in the sea. Let's go. Xianxia was ready to return. Lin Xian was also ready to leave this place. He wanted to find a safe place to study the map. What's going on? He had obtained a key from the map. But where did this key lead to? He still didn't understand. Little White also jumped out. His eyes twitched as he said, "Someone seems to be watching us." He didn't feel comfortable. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, he felt that there was a mysterious force looking for them. What should we do? Is it someone from Ethereal Peak? Xianxia's face turned pale. Why don't you follow me back to Green Hill Grotto Heaven and hide? Lin Yuan shook his head. If it was someone from Ethereal Peak, it would be useless to go to Green Hill Grotto Heaven. Oh no, let's go. Lin Xian instantly set up a formation. Then, with Xianxia, he used the void escape and disappeared. In the next moment, a ray of starlight appeared where they were standing and shrouded them. Then, a voice sounded. Is that the power of space? You can actually escape. You are quite capable. However, you can't escape. The void cracked open, and Lin Xian and Xianxia appeared. Xianxia asked, "What should we do?" "We can't defeat them." Lin Xian said, "The person who attacked us this time is very strong and we can't defeat him. However, it is also impossible for him to find me." After saying that, he stepped out of the array again. In the array, there was also a terrifying power of space. He was originally an array expert, and Xueqi also liked to study array formations. Therefore, there were many array formation materials in her residence. When Lin Xian had nothing to do, he would create a lot of array formations in case of emergencies. Now, he really had to use them. This was also spatial teleportation, and the distance was even further than void escape. After he disappeared, the ray of starlight appeared again. "Damn it, you are using an array formation. I don't believe that I can't find you." In the starlight, an even colder voice sounded. Soon, he caught the aura of an array formation, and his face turned even colder. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying thunder appeared in the sky, and a sword array formation appeared again. It directly slashed the ray of starlight. How could a mere thunder go against the great spread star plate? You are courting death. In the starlight, a cold laugh sounded. The thunder struck the starlight, and there was a deafening sound. The thunder was shattered, but the starlight was unharmed. However, the sword chi was abnormally cold, and it shattered the starlight. Angry roars came from the starlight. How is this possible? In a hall in Ethereal Peak, the Star Race Elder's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There was actually someone who could shatter the starlight of the stellar plate. What kind of weapon was that? Could it be that there was a supreme sword king contending against them? Limitless sea on an uninhabited island, two human figures appeared. There was also a small monkey. Lin Xian and the others. After coming out, Lin Xian activated his heavenly fortune god eyes and observed his surroundings. Xianxia asked. Have they caught up? After waiting for a while, Lin Xian shook his head. He probably wouldn't be able to catch up to them. He had already shattered their starlight. My guess is that they must have used some kind of special weapon to pursue us. At this point, he once again used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to completely erase the auras in the storage rings he had obtained. This way, they shouldn't be able to find us. Lin Xian set up a formation on the island again. It should be safe here for the time being. Let's cultivate first. Didn't you get the dragon marrow? Hurry up and use it. Otherwise, if the people from the Grotto Heaven find out, they might snatch it away. Xianxia nodded. She didn't have a high status in the Grotto Heaven, so she was going to cultivate here. Lin Xian was preparing to absorb the power in the storage rings he had obtained. It wasn't safe to keep these things. He might as well give them to the Dragon Sword Soul to increase its power. If the Dragon Sword Soul increased, his strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. The power of the Dragon Sword Soul continued to increase. Lin Xian felt that his strength was also increasing. At this moment, thunder condensed in the sky, and it seemed to be about to fall. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't break through. He was already at the peak of the Saint Venerable realm. If he broke through, he would be a half-step Saint King. However, he still couldn't feel the opportunity to break through. Yet, another thunder tribulation descended. Lin Xian frowned. He left the island and went to the depths of the sea to receive the impact of the thunder. This time, the thunder was blood red. It was shocking. It seemed that it wasn't a heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. Damn it, he was abandoned by the heavens. He didn't expect that after coming to the buried Emperor Star, he would still receive the heavenly punishment. Moreover, it was even stronger than before. Lin Xian frowned. He entered the Sword Dao small world in his body to resist. However, if he wanted to break through to the Saint King realm, he had to find a place with a great emperor. Otherwise, the heavenly punishment would be even more terrifying. He couldn't resist it. It seemed that the matter was getting more and more urgent. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Fortunately, the mysterious small sword in his body was incomparably profound. It seemed to have formed a world of its own. Only then could he block the terrifying heavenly punishment. The red thunder filled the sky, emitting a destructive aura. The surrounding sea demons in the limitless sea all prostrated themselves. At this moment, a roar was heard. Damn it, who disturbed my rest? Damn it, it's actually the heavenly punishment. Where did this terrifying person abandoned by the heavens come from? A toad jumped out of the sea and kept roaring. When it saw the figure in front of it, it was instantly stunned. Brat, it's you. There was an illusion of a Sword Dao world around Lin Xian. When he felt that there was a force coming from behind him, he slapped out with a backhand. The toad cried out miserably and flew back into the sea. Then it roared. Damn brat, you even hit your own people. However, Lin Xian couldn't hear anything. He was going all out to transcend the tribulation. The toad could only stay there angrily. After waiting for a long time, the red thunder in the sky slowly disappeared. Lin Xian put away the mysterious small sword and heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, he had that thing. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to resist the heavenly punishment. He turned around and revealed a look of surprise. Huh, why are you here? Where's Ruffian Dragon? The toad was furious. Damn brat, you slapped me just now. How are you going to compensate me? Lin Xian was stunned. It was you just now. I thought someone attacked me. However, your skin is really thick. I can't kill you with one slap. The toad was furious. I'll fight you for 300 rounds. It rushed forward, but it was slapped back by Lin Xian. Damn brat, you're clearly a holy venerable. Why are you so strong? You can't compare to a peerless genius. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The toad was so angry that it vomited. The toad said, don't mention it. I followed you to the buried Emperor Star and was then suppressed by someone. I got separated from that fellow. But when I left, that fellow said that he was going to look for some dragons. It seemed that he wanted to return. The dark red divine dragon went to look for dragons. Lin Xian was surprised. Forget it, let's not bother with this fellow. The other party originally had the inheritance of dragons. In addition, his strength and talent were top-notch. Lin Xian was not worried about this fellow at all. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from the small island. A phantom appeared. He was surprised and turned his head to look. He saw the phantom of a nine-tailed fox roaring at the sky. 9 tails danced in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sea swept over. After the toad saw it, it was surprised. The 9-tailed fox was that fairy. She was not simple. He saw Xianxia. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that Xianxia had been underestimated. The Qingqiu bloodline in her body was absolutely terrifying. One must know that the sage king he had encountered in the Qingqiu clan only had 7 tails. But now, Xianxia actually displayed the 9-tailed fox. It was probably a top-notch bloodline talent. The toad said, no, it's not just because of the bloodline. According to my observation, this fellow's origin is not ordinary. It's very likely that she's the reincarnation of someone. The 9-tailed clan was also an ancient clan. The strongest among them usually only appeared with 8 tails. 9 tails was really too rare. Not even one would appear in 10,000 years. There were two reasons why the nine-tailed phantom appeared. First, her bloodline was previously sealed. Second, she was a reincarnator. But no matter which one it was, her future achievements were limitless. When she grew up, she would not be weaker than your divine body. The toad sighed. It was rumored that there was a nine-tailed fox who stirred up heaven and earth and even dared to compete with the great emperor. In the end, she was suppressed by the great emperor. But even so, you can imagine what kind of existence she was, right? So powerful. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the true nine-tailed fox. The toad said, "You might not be able to imagine fighting against the great emperor. Let's put it this way. The great sage was amazing, right? When the nine-tailed celestial fox grew up, it ate the great sage's food. It ate a great sage for every meal. Can you guess how terrifying he is? Who would have thought that Xianxia would have such a terrifying bloodline? The Green Hill Grotto was really burying a genius, brat, you should remind her." The toad said that she came from another world and her foundation is not on the buried emperor star. In other words, she didn't have any powerful background here. Once someone found out that she had such a terrifying bloodline, they would definitely be killed. Do you think those old monsters of the Qingqiu clan will let her go? Even if he didn't kill her, he would extract her peerless bloodline. Therefore, he had to remind him. Lin Xian nodded and flew forward. The phantom of the nine-tailed fox slowly disappeared. Xianxia also opened her eyes and said, "Great, I feel that my strength has increased." He was not far from breaking through to become a true holy king. Lin Xian said, "Xian'er, let me tell you something. Don't be shocked." He recounted the scene that he had seen earlier. Xian'er was shocked after hearing it. "You said that the phantom of the nine-tailed celestial fox appeared on my body?" She was really shocked. As a member of the nine-tailed clan, she naturally knew what this meant. Lin Xian reminded her, "You don't have a powerful background here, so it's better not to show such talent." Xian'er nodded, "I understand. Thank you." Lin Xian smiled, "What are you thanking me for? You've already given yourself to me, how can I not help you?" Xian'er's face turned red. The toad exclaimed, "Damn, I came late. What did I miss?" Scram. With a kick, Xian'er sent the toad flying. "What are you going to do next?" Lin Xian asked. Xian'er said, "I have to go back. If I don't go back for a long time, they will find me and interrogate me. At that time, the secret will be discovered." Lin Xian nodded, "Go back to the Green Hill Grotto Heaven first. We'll contact each other then." "What about you?" Xian'er asked. After all, Lin Xian had killed many experts of the ethereal peak. If he was targeted by the ethereal peak, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian smiled, "They can't catch me." The two of them bade farewell and Xian'er returned. Lin Xian rose into the air and flew in another direction. Xian'er did not return to the Grotto Heaven. Instead, she returned to the palace above the limitless sea. After all, she came back with the elder this time. When she came to the nearby sea, she felt that the atmosphere was unusually tense. She was extremely nervous. She wanted to go back quietly. Suddenly, she felt a group of people walking towards her. The leader was a man who said coldly, "Xian'er, where did you go? Come with me to see the elder." Xian'er was stunned, wasn't the secret discovered? She could only brace herself. The person in front sneered, "Don't forget your identity. Although you are from the Qingqiu tribe, you are from another world. You are not a prince or princess. How dare you sneak out without orders? Just wait to be punished." Xian'er heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if she was punished. At most, she would be locked up for a few days. Or she would be asked to do more missions. As long as their secret was not discovered. Indeed, Xian'er was punished. After returning, she probably wouldn't be able to come out again. She was happy to go into seclusion. After waiting for 2 days, these people left. They seemed to have gained nothing. Coupled with the death of the ethereal peak experts, these people did not dare to stay here. Hence, they left in a hurry. On the other side, Lin Xian and Brother Toad were on their way. "Kid, where are we going next?" Brother Toad asked. Lin Xian said, I don't know. I have a map in my hand. It should be a treasure ground. I just don't know where it is. Let me take a look. Brother Toad took a look and said, this is a fragment of a map. Did you get the rest? Lin Xian shook his head, no, I got this map by chance. With this map, I got a key in the boundless sea. Lin Xian took out the key. It was a bronze key. It was incomparably simple. There were countless Tao patterns on it, emitting a mysterious aura. Brother Toad looked at it for a long time but could not understand it. This should be the key to a certain place. It must be related to the map. Kid, it seems that I didn't look for it properly. And Xiao Bai, isn't he an expert at finding treasures? Let him look for it. Xiao Bai glared at him angrily and said lazily, not interested. Indeed, the little guy's interest was in all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit herbs. Lin Xian said, there's no hurry. This kind of thing can only be found by chance. If I can't find it, I won't go. I came out this time to find some opportunities. The territory ruled by the Misty Peak was boundless and contained endless secrets and legends. There were a few ancient cities that had been left behind since ancient times. No one knew the exact time, but no one dared to behave atrociously in the ancient cities. This place was very sacred and had a mysterious aura. However, on this day, something happened in Xianxia, an ancient city that shocked countless people in the city. On this day, an old sigh could be heard from Xianxia, an ancient city. It was as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. It shocked countless people. Every full moon night, they would hear such a sigh. As a result, the news spread quickly. Many experts came to investigate but to no avail. However, on this full moon night, other than the old sigh, the entire Xianxia, an ancient city shook. It was as if it was about to ascend. The people in the city were shocked. The news spread even wider and countless people were sure that there were changes in the ancient city. Perhaps, the legendary buried secret was about to appear. For a moment, many people were ready to head over. It was said that the 6 grotto heavens had received the news and were heading over. Even Ethereal Peak would send people over to investigate. Lin Xian also received the news. He took the map and found that Xianxia, an ancient city, was not far from them. They would arrive after flying for about 5 days. Hence, he was ready to head over. Xianxia, an ancient city, was very majestic and untraceable. It was like an ancient beast that stood between heaven and earth. The city walls were very tall and there were runes flickering on them with mysterious power. There were 2 statues at the city gate. They were 1,000 meters tall and were completely black. They had a majestic aura and gave people a sense of grandeur as they approached. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian was also amazed. It was really surprising. As expected of an ancient city. At this moment, he had changed his appearance and identity. After all, he did not want to be targeted by Ethereal Peak. This time, he knew that many experts from the grotto heavens would come as well. Hiding his identity might save him some unnecessary trouble. The Toad was also amazed. He felt that there was definitely a treasure in this city. That fairy was quite good-looking. The Toad looked at the person in the distance and drooled. Brat, it's very suitable for you. Do you want me to help you snatch it? Lin Xian glanced at him. You better keep a low profile here. The people here are all very strong. Otherwise, they might catch you and cook you. The surrounding people were all shocked. Did this Toad want to die? Don't you know that they're from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven? The leader of the group was the leader of the heavenly abode. He was a late-stage Saint King, however, there were quite a lot of fairies who knew about the Grotto Heaven. Every single one of them was peerless. The one in the purple dress should be Fairy Yin Su. Many people looked at the purple figure with envy in their eyes. Lin Xian looked over and a smile appeared on his face. It was this woman again. It wasn't the first time he had seen him. The first time they had met, he had been watching the battle from afar. It was when he killed Mr. Ling Su. The people from the Qingqiu Grotto Heaven descended. The one leading the team was Elder Tianin. Previously, he went to the Limitless Sea without any success. Recently, he received some news, so he came here, Xianxia, an ancient city. At this moment, looking at the majestic ancient city, she also sighed with emotion. She hoped that she would gain something this time. Insu was also by his side. As an outstanding disciple of the Qingqiu Grotto Heaven, she was very valued. This time, her cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If she wanted to break through to the Saint King realm, she still needed an opportunity. Therefore, she was prepared to come to Qianquan ancient city to fight for her own opportunity. Feeling the countless envious gazes around her, Insu ignored them all. As a peerless fairy, a favored daughter of the heavens, she had received the attention of tens of thousands of people since she was young. However, the person who could move her had yet to appear. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and a huge fear emerged. She turned her head abruptly, revealing a puzzled gaze, giving her a familiar and terrifying feeling. She looked around but didn't find anything. However, she saw a figure. That person was wearing a red robe, but his face was extremely unfamiliar. On his shoulder, there was a little monkey, and beside him was a toad. It was very strange. This man gave her an indescribable feeling. She seemed to have seen him before, but she couldn't remember. Moreover, from the other party's calm gaze, she actually felt a kind of fear from the bottom of her heart. Junior Sister Sue, what's wrong? Beside her, the people from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven asked with concern. Insu shook her head. It was nothing. She withdrew her gaze. However, two figures raised their heads and looked in the direction of Insu's gaze. When they saw Lin Xian, a cold glint appeared in their eyes. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Humph, they sneered and ignored him. In addition to the people from the Green Hill Grotto Heaven, Lin Xian also saw people from other grotto heavens. Even the people from the Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven had also come. Lin Xian realized that most of the people who came this time were Saint Kings. It seemed that these were the true experts of the grotto heavens. There were even some that Lin Xian had never seen before. It seemed that they had just come out of seclusion. Or perhaps they were people who had rushed over from outside to do missions. These people were all powerful experts and geniuses who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their appearance shocked countless people. It seemed that this Qianquan ancient city would definitely stir up a storm this time. Let's go in too. Lin Xian said to the toad. Then, they also walked forward. After entering, it was very lively. The streets were very wide, and there was no problem for dozens of monsters to walk side by side. There were also pavilions that were scattered all over the place like stars in a chessboard. There were restaurants, inns, weapon pavilions, elixir halls, and everything else. The two of them exclaimed as they walked. Suddenly, the toad saw a hall that was even more majestic than an imperial palace. It flew out from inside and smelled all kinds of food. It said, "I'm hungry, let's go in and eat." Lin Xian looked and saw that the plaque on the hall's forehead said, First Hall of Qianquan. What a domineering name. He nodded. Okay, let's go. They walked inside. At this moment, a sneer came from the side. Get lost, a toad wants to enter here, can you afford it? Every grain of rice in the First Hall of Qianquan is a heavenly treasure, and the price is calculated in dragon marrow. With just the two of you, I think you'd better not embarrass yourselves here. Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked to the side. A few people in green robes walked out. The leader was a tall man who looked very arrogant. Next to him was a pale-faced, short-haired man with a sword on his back. It flickered with a cold light. Both of them had reached the Grand Sage realm, and judging from the tokens they were wearing, they should be from Qingqiu Grotto Heaven. Lin Xian recognized them at a glance. They were the two people who had followed Insu back then. They were Yi Xiaofeng, the fox hero. The two of them looked at Lin Xian with killing intent. Senior brothers, what are you waiting for? Insu's voice came from behind. She walked over, and a strange fragrance wafted over, causing many people's eyes to light up. The two people in front of her also smiled. Junior Sister Sue, we're waiting for you. Let's go. Insu nodded and walked over. When she saw Lin Xian, she was stunned again, and her eyes were filled with even more confusion. When Yi Xiaofeng saw this scene, he asked, Junior Sister Sue, do you know this person? Insu shook her head. No, let's go. She nodded slightly at Lin Xian and walked in. Kid, if you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have killed them with a slap. Damn it. The toad was so angry that it stomped its feet. How dare you call me a toad? He wanted nothing more than to smash their faces. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It doesn't matter. Let's wait for a while. I'll remember these two guys. I won't let them off. The two of them walked forward. At this moment, another person walked over and exclaimed. He jumped. Lin Xian turned his head and revealed a look of surprise. Xianxia, is she here too? Lin Xian said with a smile. Aren't you punished? Xianxia was stunned at first, but then she understood. Lin Xian had changed his appearance. She said, originally, I was going to be punished, but for some reason, Elder Tianyin brought me here. Lin Xian and Xianxia walked inside. During this time, Xianxia also told Lin Xian some strange things in Xianku, an ancient city. Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing this. There were sighs even before the full moon. Moreover, Xiankuan city seemed to be about to ascend. It was really strange. No wonder so many experts were gathered here. The two of them entered the hall and went to the second floor. They found a place by the window and sat down. Junior sister Qin, why are you here? At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. A woman in purple walked over. It was Yinsu. Yinsu looked at Xian'er with great surprise. She looked at Lin Xian again, a trace of doubt in her eyes. Then, she smiled. Junior martial sister Qin, this young master looks unfamiliar. Aren't you going to introduce him? Xian'er was stunned at first, but she soon realized that Lin Xian wasn't willing to reveal his true identity. This was Sword Maniac Young Master. When Lin Xian was in the Green Hill Grotto Heaven, he used the name Sword Maniac. Now, Xian'er naturally said it out loud. Sword Maniac, Yinsu was surprised. She thought about it carefully and did not recall anyone using this name. Therefore, she asked which paradise the Sword Maniac Prince belonged to. I'm not from the heavenly abode. Lin Xian shook his head. What a cold person. Phonim was surprised. One had to know that with her beauty, as long as a man saw her, their eyes would definitely turn red and they would even try to curry favor with her. However, the man in front of her didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he didn't even seem to want to talk to her. This made her feel defeated. What was going on? Could it be that she couldn't compare to Xian'er? She retracted her thoughts and said, Junior martial sister Qin, since you're your friend, come with me. Xian'er originally wanted to refuse, but Lin Xia said that it was fine. Then, the group of people walked forward. Lin Xian and the others were only sitting in the ordinary seats, but Phonim brought them to the VIP seats. There were individual courtyards inside. This time, they were going to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, which was east of the main hall. There was another small courtyard. After entering, the interior looked like a paradise. There were many people standing in front of them. Some were from the Grotto Heaven, and some were from other Grotto Heavens. Junior martial sister Su, you're back. Yi Xiaofeng turned his head and smiled. He walked over to welcome them. However, when he saw Lin Xian and Lin Xian beside Phonim, he frowned. Kid, how did you get here? Is a toad qualified to come here? Damn you, the toad immediately jumped up. If you don't accept it, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Do you want to die? Yi Xiaofeng's face darkened, and the aura of a sage ruler spread out from his body. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to shake. What happened? The people in front also turned their heads. Are you not giving us face by fighting here? Junior martial brother, what's going on? Hu Renjia also walked over. His expression was cold. He naturally also saw Lin Xian and the toad, and immediately frowned. Phonim said, Senior martial brothers, don't be angry. She's someone I brought here. The two of them are junior martial sister Qin's friends. Hu Renjia looked at Xian'er, and a light appeared in his eyes. He remembered this person who had just come from another world. She went into seclusion not long after she arrived, and they hadn't seen each other much. He didn't expect her to come this time. Immediately, he smiled. So it's junior martial sister Qin. In that case, I'll give junior martial sister Qin some face. He waved his hand and came to Xian'er's side. Xianxia held Lin Xian's arm, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Hu." Then, she held Lin Xian's hand and walked in. Hu Renjia's expression froze. Looking at their backs, his face turned cold. "Senior Marshal Brother Hu, do you like this girl?" Yi Xiaofeng asked. Hu Renjia didn't say anything. Yi Xiaofeng smiled. "Senior Marshal Brother, don't worry, I'll help you later." With that, they also walked up. There were many seats in front, and the toad directly jumped to the best one and sat down. Countless people exclaimed, and Yi Xiaofeng's face darkened. However, Hu Renjia didn't say anything. He would let the toad be smug for a while first. He would skin these two toads alive and pull out their tendons. Phoneme introduced Xianxia and Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, everyone ignored him. He wasn't even a grotto heaven, so he probably didn't have any status. However, everyone paid close attention to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's appearance wasn't inferior to Phoneme's. In fact, she was even more beautiful than Phoneme. In addition, she was a newcomer who had just arrived, so it should be easier to woo her. "Junior Marshal Sister Qin, I'm from the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven." "Junior Marshal Sister Qin, I'm from the Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven." "Junior Marshal Sister Qin, if you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me." The surrounding people began to introduce themselves. They were either geniuses from Grotto Heavens or powerhouses from other ancient races. In short, their identities were extraordinary. These people all stared at Xianxia with a hint of passion in their eyes. Obviously, they were all interested in Xianxia. "Junior Marshal Sister Xianxia, sit with me." At this moment, Hu Renjia stood up and said with a smile. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were also surprised. It seemed that Hu Renjia was also interested in Xianxia. Moreover, these two should be from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Since Hu Renjia had taken a fancy to Xianxia, many people gave up on the idea. Hu Renjia's strength wasn't weak. In the younger generation of Qingqiu Grotto Heaven, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. Xianxia was also stunned. She said, "No need, I'll sit here." This guy actually refused. Many people were shocked. Yi Xiaofeng said, "Junior Sister Qin, you just came to Qingqiu Cave, so you don't know. Our senior brother Fox rarely invites people to sit with him. Senior brother Fox is definitely in the top 10 of the younger generation, and he even has the chance to be in the top 5. It's a great honor to sit beside him." "No need." Xianxia shook her head, then took Lin Xian's hand and said, "I'll sit here." Her meaning was obvious. The people around all stared at Lin Xian. Could it be that this guy and Xianxia were cultivation partners? They didn't expect that such a good cabbage would be taken by an ant. They looked at Lin Xian with disdain in their eyes. Some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. Hu Renjia's face darkened again. Xianxia had rejected him twice. No one had ever dared to reject him twice. There was also a trace of coldness in his eyes. Junior Sister Xianxia was really unapproachable. Was this Junior Sister Xianxia's cultivation partner? His strength was not very good. It seemed that he wasn't a Saint King. Everyone below the Saint King realm was an ant. Had Junior Sister Xianxia heard of this? It was obvious that he was mocking Lin Xian with those words. Sure enough, Yi Xiaofeng also laughed when he heard this. Which cave did this sword maniac come from? Or which family did he belong to? "I'm a rogue cultivator," Lin Xian said lightly. "A rogue cultivator? No wonder." Yi Xiaofeng sneered. "He's still a Saint Venerable. The weakest here is a half-step Saint King, and many are even Saint Kings. Do you think you're qualified to sit with us?" "Kid, if I were you, I would have left long ago because I don't have the face to stay here." Hearing Yi Xiaofeng's words, the others also burst into laughter. The man from the Flying Feather Cave said, "Kid, you said you're not qualified to come here. Our status is beyond your imagination. Our rings and necklaces are all super powerful saint weapons and magic treasures. I'm afraid you've never seen them in your life." Xianxia's face instantly turned pale, and anger appeared in her eyes. These people are too despicable. They were mocking Lin Xian. Despicable. Moreover, it was because of her. She looked at Lin Xian apologetically. However, he noticed that Lin Xian's expression was calm. Xianxia started to get nervous. She knew Lin Xian's true strength. Although he was still a holy venerate, killing holy kings would not be a problem. That was because there had been more than one saint king that had fallen in his hands. Furthermore, the ones he had killed were from the Misty Peak. A single finger of the Misty Peak was more precious than all the people present. Lin Xian could kill someone like that without hesitation, let alone these people. If these people angered Lin Xian, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Thinking of this, she shook her head slightly and sighed, feeling sad for these people. Originally, they were from the same paradise, and she wanted to help them. However, these people mocked Lin Xian, and even had designs on her. Naturally, she had to look on coldly. Insu also frowned slightly. After all, she was the one who had brought Xianxia and Lin Xian here. Yet, they were being ridiculed in such a manner. She said, "Everyone, why do you have to do this? Can you give me some face?" As soon as she said this, the people from the other paradises stopped talking. They all looked at Yi Xiaofeng and Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes also turned cold. Yi Xiaofeng said, "Junior sister Supersonic, I advise you to stay out of this matter." You. Insu also frowned. Do these two really think they can do whatever they want just because they are holy kings? Since you don't welcome us, I'll leave with junior sister Qin and Sword Maniac Prince. At the same time, she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't treat you well. I'll open a separate courtyard, and we'll go there to eat." After that, she wanted to leave with Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not have the intention to leave. Xianxia looked at Insu with a smile on her face. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister Insu. It seems that there are still good people in Green Hill Paradise. After all, senior sister Insu is a good person. If she is in trouble in the future, I can help her." "You want to leave?" Xianxia smiled when he saw this scene. "Sure, you can leave, but you have to get out yourself. You two can't leave." He stared at Lin Xian, then stared at Insu and Xianxia. The corners of Yi Xiaofeng's mouth also lifted into a smile. Since Xianxia was interested in Xianxia, Insu was his. He had been chasing this junior sister for a long time, but she always found an excuse to reject him. This time, he would definitely not let the other party escape. Insu's face changed when she heard this. Damn it, this guy is also thinking about me. Xianxia sighed. These people are really courting death. Courting death? She was ready to watch a good show. Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. He came in front of Xianxia and said coldly, "Get out?" "How? Why don't you show me?" "Kid, do you want to die? I didn't attack you just now because of my two junior sisters. How dare you challenge me? Do you believe that I can kill you in one move? Even if I don't kill you, I can break your limbs and destroy your cultivation." He was already a saint king, and Lin Xian was only a saint venerable. He could kill Lin Xian with his eyes. However, Lin Xian was courting death. "Is that so? With your cultivation?" The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up in disdain. "Make your move. Let me see if you have the right to kill me. Ignorant ant. I'll fulfill your wish." Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. He was really angry. Lin Xian was not from the Grotto Heavens and did not have a powerful identity. So what if he killed him? Thinking of this, he threw out a palm attack. Under the palm attack, the whole world shook. The geniuses from the Grotto Heavens were shocked. He's too strong, no wonder he's from the Grotto Heavens. His strength was so strong that even a saint king of the same level would not be able to block it. Not to mention a saint venerable. Under the palm attack, Lin Xian's soul would be destroyed. The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian looked at the attack and threw out a palm attack. "You dare to fight back?" Xianxia was stunned. Then, a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The law on his palm was even more terrifying. In the next moment, the two palms collided. Boom, the sound of thunder and bones breaking could be heard. The people from the Grotto Heavens laughed. "Junior sister Qin, it's such a pity. I'm afraid your cultivation partner is going to be destroyed." They smiled coldly. However, in the next moment, when they saw the situation in front of them, the smiles on their faces froze. Then, a look of horror and shock appeared on their faces. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, a bloody mist filled the air. Xianxia's palm was broken and turned into a bloody mist. Then, his arm also cracked. In the end, half of his body was torn into pieces. He retreated and roared crazily. It was hard to believe that he was in such a miserable state. Lin Xian retracted his palm. There was not even a crack on his palm. What was going on? The other party was unscathed from the clash of the two, however, a sage king was seriously injured, the surrounding people were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yi Xiaofeng was even more stunned. His senior brother, Xianxia, had been defeated. How was that possible? Yinsu was also dumbfounded. She could not believe it. Only Xianxia smiled. It seemed that the dragon was about to awaken. These people were unlucky. With one palm, Xianxia was smashed into a bloody mist. Then, Lin Xian continued to walk forward. His expression was extremely cold and emotionless. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he roared crazily. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? You're dead, I'll skin you alive. I'll break your bones. I'll make you wish you were dead, not only you, but everyone related to you will go to hell. A crazy roar was heard. Yi Xiaofeng also came back to his senses. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he also jumped out and said, Brat, how dare you hurt senior brother Horan? You're dead. Senior brother Horan is from the Qingqiu clan. Senior brother Horan's father and grandfather are both elders. Kneel down and accept your death now. Otherwise, you're finished. Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the other party. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword as he looked at Yi Xiaofeng. Yi Xiaofeng was so scared that he took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. Damn it, he could not believe that the other party was only a sage king. His gaze was like a divine sword that was about to pierce through his body. Yi Xiaofeng was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia again. Xianxia also felt his hair stand on end. He felt like his body was about to be pierced through by the gaze. He could only roar arrogantly. Brat, do you know who I am? Do you know that many elders and powerhouses of our grotto heaven are here this time, as long as they know that you're dead when they arrive? Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and call for help. Lin Xian said indifferently. I'll give you a chance. Call all the elders you know over. Cold killing intent also surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he wanted to have a big battle. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Shantian Pavilion. Even if an unparalleled Saint King appeared, he wouldn't be able to escape. He also believed that those people would not dare to touch him. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even Xianxia did not believe it. What did he say? The other party wanted him to seek help from the elders and experts? Did this brat really think that he could fight against the elders of the grotto heaven? This was a good opportunity. This brat was too arrogant. He hurriedly informed his elders. On the other side, Yi Xiaofeng also revealed a ferocious smile. This brat who doesn't know his limits is definitely going to die this time. Phonim was also stunned. What was this sword maniac thinking? It looked at Xianxia and said, Junior sister, take the young master and leave first. I will deal with the situation here. However, Xianxia shook her head. I can't change his decision. Phonim sighed. Why was this junior sister Qin so stubborn? She had no choice but to take out the voice transmission bell. Master, something has happened on my side. Can you come over for a while? It didn't take long for the voice transmission bell to return. Sewer, don't worry about this matter. Xianxia's family is extremely powerful. I can't fight against them. Phonim's eyes were filled with despair when she heard this news. Who dares to cause trouble in the first hall of heaven and earth? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Everyone was taken aback as they looked ahead. The next moment, they saw a tall man walking over. This Renha was handsome and wore a luxurious robe. He had many saint artifacts on him. His every move was surrounded by endless laws. It was as if a god had descended. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. This middle-aged man looked like a scholar. There was a mysterious power in his eyes. "Who are you?" The man from the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven frowned and asked. "Who dares to interfere in our business?" "My name is Luo Fifan. I'm also the owner of the first hall of heaven and earth," the man said proudly. Hearing this, the surrounding people exclaimed. Luo Fifan, the owner of the hall of heaven and earth. His identity was extraordinary. Although it was their first time in the ancient city of heaven and earth, they had heard of his name. He could be said to be one of the three young masters of the ancient city of heaven and earth. His identity and strength were unparalleled. Even if they saw him, they would have to treat him with respect. The ancient city of heaven and earth had been passed down for a long time. It had a mysterious power. As one of the three top families in the ancient city of heaven and earth, the Luo family's background and strength were terrifying. As the young master of the Luo family, Luo Fifan's identity was extraordinary. Therefore, the surrounding people were stunned. This was one of the three young masters of heaven and earth. Now that they had met him, he was indeed extraordinary. Many of the geniuses from the Grotto Heavens were excited. Luo Fifan looked forward and saw the injured Xianxia. He frowned slightly. "You guys are fighting here. Don't tell me you guys don't care about the rules I set." Sensing the anger in the voice, everyone gasped. The others sucked in a breath of cold air as well. Although they were strong, their status was still far from being comparable to the other party. Even the arrogant Vulpera hero's expression changed. He said, "It's this guy who started it. He doesn't know what's good for him." He pointed at Lin Xian. Luo Fifan looked at Luo Fifan. He also looked at Lin Xian. Then he said, "Did you do it?" He was distorting the truth. Lin Xian snorted. "You should know who did it." "Who is it?" Luo Fifan asked. "Those people from the other Grotto Heavens." They all pointed at Lin Xian. "Yes, it's this guy." They didn't dare to offend Xianxia, let alone Luo Fifan. "It seems that you did it. In that case, kneel down and cut off your hands. Crawl out of here and I'll spare your life," Luo Fifan said coldly. The rules he set were not allowed to be broken. Once someone broke the rules, they would have to pay the price. Lin Xian smiled when he heard that. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Fifan frowned. Lin Xian said, "I'm laughing at your stupidity. You're the first palace in the world. There should be a lot of arrays around you. Not only are there defensive arrays, but also observation arrays. You must have seen what happened before. Otherwise, you wouldn't have rushed here in the first place. Since you saw it, you must know who provoked me first. But you still attacked me. This shows that you're not a powerful person. You don't want to offend the people from the Grotto Heavens. Instead, you chose me, who has no background. But I can only say that you're really stupid." The surrounding people gasped. This guy dares to fight with Luo Fifan. Does he want to die? Even they didn't dare to offend Luo Fifan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk out of Xianxia ancient city alive. "Great, you're courting death." A ferocious smile appeared on Yi Xiaofeng's face. "It seems that I don't need to do anything." Luo Fifan also smiled. His courage was commendable. "Do you know? In Xianxia ancient city, no one has ever dared to resist me, let alone challenge me. You are the first." Speaking of this, his face became gloomy, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The surrounding space continued to fall and freeze. Even the Saint Kings felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Fifan's strength was definitely at the Sage King level, and it was very terrifying. If such a person were to attack, no one would be able to resist. "I haven't fought for a long time, and I didn't expect that when I fight again, it would be to kill you, an ant. You should feel honored." He stretched out a finger, and the Dharma danced in the sky, stirring up the wind between heaven and earth. When he pointed out his finger, it was like a vast sea, rushing over. Everyone was pushed back, and their faces were pale. Buzz. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes also burst out an extremely cold light like lightning. He took a step forward and clenched his hand into a fist. When he threw out a punch, it was like a giant dragon, sweeping across the world. Boom. This punch, with an indomitable force, tore the void into pieces. His finger was instantly shattered. Not only that. This punch sent Luo Fifan flying. Luo Fifan was like a kite with a broken string, and he directly hit the array. He fell down and vomited blood. Endless cracks appeared on his body, and his blood instantly dyed the ground red. Those people in the surrounding grotto heavens went crazy. What did they see? He actually attacked Luo Fifan. Moreover, he injured Luo Fifan with a punch. How strong was this kid? Why was he so strong? At the same time, they felt that he was too bold. He would definitely not be able to walk out of the first hall alive. Luo Fifan was injured, and at the same time, countless saber guards appeared in front of him. Their eyes were cold and murderous, and they all stared at Lin Xian. As long as the order was given, they would attack ruthlessly. The middle-aged man with a white face and no beard who had been following him also frowned. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "You dare to attack here? Did you mean his guards? In that case, attack." He was the one who didn't know right from wrong and wanted to bully others. I was just teaching him a lesson on how to behave. The middle-aged man did not say anything. He closed the folding fan in his hand, and a cold aura appeared in his eyes. Endless, mysterious trajectories appeared in his eyes, forming the shape of a hexagram. An extremely terrifying soul power flew out from his eyes. The people around him, their souls. This was a destructive soul aura. This middle-aged man was an eye master. Not good. Insu's expression turned ugly. Even Xianxia exclaimed. Soul attacks were the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of both body and soul. Golden light burst forth from Lin Xian's eyes. At the same time, a ray of reincarnation light appeared and flew forward. He managed to block his opponent's hexagram. The Dharma's Dharma. No, where? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted and his face paled. He didn't attack again, his heart filled with shock. He was now 4,800 years old. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Saint King realm. However, he had been injured previously and had fallen to the middle stage. Now, he was in Xianxia, an ancient city, recovering from his injuries. Although he was only a mid-stage sacred venerate at the moment, he was a cultivator of ocular techniques. His six-light ocular technique was extremely terrifying. No one in the same realm could stop him. This time, he chose to stay in the Luo family to protect Luo Fifan because the Luo family had saved him. He did not expect to see today's incident. Elder Tong. Please take him down. Suppress him. I want him to live a life worse than death. I want him to regret coming to this world, Luo Fifan roared crazily, his face hideous. He could not believe that he was defeated by an ant. It was a great humiliation to him. Only by torturing Luo Fifan could he vent his anger. Lu Meng Daoist frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. He did not make a move. Luo Fifan stood up and roared crazily. Elder Tong, I told you to kill him. Did you not hear me? He was really mad. What was wrong with him today? How dare the people around him disobey his orders? Lu Meng Daoist frowned. To be honest, he came to protect Luo Fifan to repay his kindness. However, Luo Fifan was not qualified to order him around. He could even ignore Luo Fifan's father, let alone Luo Fifan. When he, Lu Meng Daoist, was running rampant in the world, these people were not even born yet. Of course, there was another reason why he did not make a move. He was too shocked. Although the young man in front of him was only a sacred venerate, he was far inferior to him. However, the eye technique just now had shocked him. He felt the power of reincarnation in Luo Fifan's eyes. There was only one person in this area who could control such power. He was from the ethereal peak. Only an extraordinary person in the ethereal peak could control the power of reincarnation. The young man in front of him was from the ethereal peak. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person. Even though the Luo family was one of the three major families in the Xianxia ancient city, they would be in trouble if they offended such a person. At the thought of this, he shook his head slightly. If he offended the ethereal peak, he could just leave. The world was big. If he found a mountain to hide in, those people would not be able to find him. However, the Luo family could not do that. The Luo family's foundation was in the Qianquan ancient city. Once they offended the ethereal peak, they would not be able to escape. Lu Meng Daoist sighed when he thought of how the Luo family had saved him. He took out a voice transmission talisman and was about to send a voice transmission to the Luo family head so that he could be prepared. Everyone waited in silence, their scalps tingling. When Luo Fifan saw the voice transmission talisman lit up, he heaved a sigh of relief. Great! It seems like the experts from the Luo family are here. As long as the experts from the Luo family arrive, this kid will definitely regret it. Ha 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 ha. This kid is dead meat. Yi Xiaofeng laughed hideously. After injuring young Master Luo, he would not be able to walk out of the hall today even if he had 10 lives. Insu's face was pale. He whispered, "You two should leave quickly." Xianxia was also surprised. This kid was too lawless. If it were her, she would not have dared to do so. However, this guy seemed to have always been like this. No matter where he was, he would press forward and no one could stop him. Seeing that Lin Xian and Qin Xianer did not leave, Sui sighed. He had tried his best. Buzz. Buzz, at this moment, another team walked in from outside. The leader was an old man. At the same time, there were 8 figures following behind him. When these people walked in, their powerful aura suppressed everything. That's great. Elder, you're here. Yi Xiaofeng exclaimed when he saw this. Hu Renjia also stood up and revealed a hideous smile. The elder waved his hand, and the 8 battle servants immediately walked over. Among the 8 battle servants, 3 were Saint Kings, and the other 5 were half-step Saint Kings. At this moment they attacked together, and their momentum was shocking. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Kid, aren't you good at fighting? Why don't you come and fight me? How dare you attack me? I'll make you wish you were dead today. Hu Renjia roared crazily outside. He could finally take revenge. To be honest, he was also stunned by the opponent's strength. But so what, now that there were 3 Saint Kings and 5 half-step Saint Kings here, no one could fight against them if they attacked together. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned to look at Hu Renjia. A golden glow appeared in his eyes. Hu Renjia held his head crazily and knelt down, trembling non-stop. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The elder was furious. The others were also shocked. How could Hu Renjia be so embarrassed with just a look? This kid's strength was too terrifying. Hu Renjia felt that his head was about to split open, and his soul was severely injured. This pain was worse than killing him. Kill. Seeing this scene, the 8 battle servants attacked crazily. Their master was injured, and they would definitely tear him into pieces. The aura of the 3rd great sage king body burst out, and it was incomparable. 3 swords slashed over, and the other 5 people held battle swords and formed a sword array to attack. The sword light was biting cold, and it split the sky and earth. The sword light flashed, and it was incomparable. You guys? Feeling these people's attacks, Lin Xian's eyes were sharp. In the next moment, a cold light appeared in his eyes. From his body, a power spread out, and the sky and earth shook. Then, he struck out with his palm. As soon as he used the man-ruler seal, he was like a peerless god of war, sweeping away everything. The 3 swords were shattered in an instant. The 8 people vomited blood and flew backward, turning into a blood mist. This strike was so terrifying that no one could compare with it. The surrounding people were stunned. Whether it was the experts of the Grotto Heaven or the people of the Luo family, they were all dumbfounded. Now they knew that they couldn't measure this kid's strength by his cultivation level. This kid definitely had the strength of a Saint King. Moreover, he was already close to the Saint King stage. What kind of divine being was this? How could he be so powerful? You're courting death, the old man from the Xianxia Utopia also shouted angrily. He slapped out with both hands, which transformed into 2 sharp claws, and charged over. The void shattered. Like a storm, it swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was grave as he struck out with another palm. Instantly, the sharp claws that filled the sky continuously shattered. The elder felt a strong sense of danger and hurriedly used 3 shields to protect him, resisting the destructive power. Even so, he was still hit. His body was torn into pieces as he flew out, unable to stand up again. How powerful was Lin Xian? Adding on the fact that he was using the Peerless Man Ruler seal, ordinary elders would not be able to withstand it. He sent the elder flying with a single palm strike. Then, he continued to walk forward. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. Yi Xiaofeng was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kept shaking. Xianxia also escaped from his soul. He looked at this scene and roared in horror. Damn it, what are you trying to do? How dare you kill me? The Qingqiu Utopia will not let you off. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will cut off your limbs and cripple your cultivation. Those were the words that the other party used to threaten him. At this moment, he returned them to them. Not only did he say those words, but he also did it. A sword light appeared in his hand and instantly cut off the other party's limbs. Then, he struck out with the Man Ruler seal and shattered his cultivation. Xianxia fell to the ground and screamed crazily. He felt that he no longer had any power and had completely become a cripple. He was in despair. The Qingqiu Utopia would definitely not raise a cripple. He would probably end up worse than death in the future. Don't kill me, please spare me. Yi Xiaofeng, who was next to him, also kowtowed crazily when he saw this scene. He was really scared. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He also cut off his limbs and crippled his cultivation. It was too terrifying. This method was even more terrifying than killing these people. Moreover, the people from the other grotto heavens also felt their scalps go numb. Previously, they had also mocked this guy. What would happen to them, they did not know. Some people even wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian's gaze swept over them. Suddenly, these people stopped and were all terrified. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare our lives. Yes, sword maniac young master, please let us go. We will be your slaves. These geniuses from the grotto heavens kept begging for mercy. They were still arrogant before, but now they were as timid as mice. No one dared to go against Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. In front, a few figures walked out. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, and there was a great Tao flickering under their feet. Obviously, the people who came were very powerful. Father, you are finally here. Luo Fifan laughed. Is this person the head of the Luo family? The other people from the same grotto heavens also breathed a sigh of relief. Not only did they beg for mercy, but they also showed a sneer. Great, after such a peerless overlord came. The other party would definitely not be able to escape death. Luo Yuanshan walked in. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he had lived for nearly 4,000 years. For a saint king, this was considered very old, so he had found a successor. Luo Fifan, as the next head of the family. Luo Fifan's performance had been very good, which made him very satisfied. However, today's matter really made him worried. Luo Yuanshan, a late-stage saint king. After he appeared, he did not say anything, but his terrifying aura suppressed all directions. No one dared to be arrogant, and all of them kept silent. Xianxia was also nervous. Such a terrifying person, even Lin Xian could not resist. He secretly glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked calm. He could not defeat a late-stage saint king now, but so what, if he wanted to leave, the other party could not stop him. Moreover, he had the Shantian token, so the other party would definitely not dare to touch him. After Luo Yuanshan came, he came to Lu Meng Daoist and asked something. Lu Meng Daoist whispered a few times, and Luo Yuanshan frowned even more. He glanced at Lin Xian, and then walked over. Seeing this, Luo Fifan's mouth curved into a smile. Great, my father is going to take action personally, this kid will definitely die. The people in the surrounding grotto heavens heaved a sigh of relief. The devil was dead, and they were safe. Xianxia and Yi Xiaofeng, who had been crippled, also smiled. They wanted to see the other party die with their own eyes. Both Xianxia and Insu were extremely nervous. They did not know how Lin Xian would deal with it. Lin Xian looked calm. Although the other party's aura was terrifying, his divine body was strong. However, with his divine body, he could still withstand it. He only needed an instant to summon the Grand Sage Tower. At that time, no matter how strong the other party was, he would not be able to hurt him. Luo Yuanshan spoke. Sword maniac young master, I have offended you before. My son, Luo Fifan, has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young master can forgive him. Everyone was stunned. What did they just see? Luo family's patriarch, Luo Yuanshan, was actually apologizing. Were they dreaming? Luo Fifan was even more dumbfounded. What a joke. Father, this kid has no background. He's not even from the Grotto Heaven. Kill him and avenge me. He was really crazy. His father was the patriarch of Luo family. Luo family was one of the 3 major families in Xianxia ancient city. They had an extraordinary status and no one dared to provoke them. Especially now, they were in their territory. Why should they apologize? He really couldn't understand. Luo Yuanshan frowned. Stupid thing, I've trained you for nothing. He was really mad. The person in front of him had an extraordinary identity. Even if they were from Xianxia ancient city, they did not dare to provoke him. However, his son actually provoked him. If he was not his biological son, he would have slapped him to death. The other party was an existence that could use the power of reincarnation. In Misty Peak, his status was extremely extraordinary. To offend such a person was to offend Misty Peak. Their Luo family could not stop Misty Peak's strength. After the initial madness and shock, Luo Fifan also calmed down. His eyes were filled with fear. He knew that his father was not a coward, but an overlord. He could devise strategies and create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Such a person's strength, vision, and knowledge were far from what he could compare with. Since his father was so respectful, it showed that the other party's identity was definitely not ordinary. Some things could not be found out at all. This person's identity was above his father's. Thinking of this, he was so scared that he almost knelt down. He actually offended such a person. Damn it, these idiots in the Grotto Heaven actually misled him. Those people in the surrounding Grotto Heaven were even more shocked. They became desperate and knelt on the ground one by one. Before, they were apologizing and begging for forgiveness. However, later, when Luo Yuanshan came, they became arrogant again, thinking that the other party was dead. But who would have thought that Luo Yuanshan had to treat him with respect? How could this kid be a rogue cultivator? This guy was definitely hiding his strength. They no longer dared to be arrogant. They all knelt down and kowtowed out incessantly, begging for mercy. Lin Xian looked at Luo Yuanshan and said. He hoped that the Luo clan would not pass on this matter to him. Hearing this, Luo Fifan's face changed. Was he going to deprive him of his status as the young patriarch? He exclaimed, Father. Shut up. Luo Yuanshan shouted coldly, then looked at Lin Xian. Young master, you're right. I understand. From now on, Luo Fifan was no longer the young lord of the Luo family, nor would he inherit the Luo family. The guards of the Luo clan were all stunned. This was a shocking change. Luo Fifan fell to the ground with a thump. His soul seemed to have disappeared. His most precious identity had been stripped away with a single sentence. I wonder if young master is satisfied? Luo Yuanshan asked again. Lin Xian nodded, then looked at the people in the surrounding Grotto Heavens. As for these people, I want to cripple their limbs and destroy their cultivations. Do you have any objections? Luo Yuanshan shook his head. He had no objections, it was all up to the young master. Very well. Lin Xian waved his hand and endless sword chi cut off the limbs of the Grotto Heaven's experts and destroyed their cultivations. They were completely crippled, screams could be heard, making one's scalp numb. Luo Yuanshan's pupils shrank. This person was young, but he was very decisive. He did not show any mercy to his enemies. Fortunately, he came personally and apologized. Otherwise, the Luo clan would be in danger. Young master, please come to the Luo clan. We will definitely treat you well and give you a welcome. Luo Yuanshan invited him again. Lin Xian nodded, then looked at Xianxia and Insu. He said, "You two can go back to the Green Hill Grotto Heaven. As for today's matter, don't worry. If the elders of the Grotto Heavens are not convinced, ask them to come to me." After saying that, he turned around and led the way. He walked out of the main hall with the Luo clan's members. At the back, Insu was stunned. She pinched her face and exclaimed, "Who is this young Master Jianqi?" Xianxia also sighed and smiled bitterly. "I can't see through him anymore." Lin Xian and Insu left. What happened here spread, and people from the other Grotto Heavens rushed over. When they saw their geniuses and experts being crippled, they immediately roared into the sky. Who was it? They had to catch the culprit and tear him into pieces. After an elder of the Luo clan arrived, he said a few words, and the people of the Grotto Heavens calmed down. The person who attacked was respectfully asked to leave by the Luo clan's head. Moreover, the young clan leader of the Luo clan lost his position as the young clan leader because he had offended the culprit. This scene shocked the people of the Grotto Heavens. They knew that the culprit must be an extraordinary person. It seemed that their disciples were too stupid to offend such a person. They were lucky to be alive. Therefore, they did not dare to talk about revenge. In the following time, more and more experts entered the Qianquan ancient city. The people of the Grotto Heavens also restrained their disciples from causing trouble. After all, the matter of the Qianquan first palace had spread, and others were shocked. Such an unknown person could very well have a boundless background. If they were to provoke him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, these people were cautious. In addition, the day of the full moon would arrive soon. At that time, they would be able to find out the true secret of the Qianquan ancient city. The Luo clan was one of the 3 great clans of the ancient city. The mansion was very grand and huge. In a pavilion of the Luo clan, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. The laws on his body flickered, and the surrounding treasures gradually melted and were absorbed by him. Not long after, he opened his eyes, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Buzz, he took out a scroll and looked at it carefully. After arriving, the Luo clan treated him with respect. And he was happy to do so. Moreover, the Luo clan was one of the great clans here, and naturally knew more about the Qianquan ancient city. Lin Xian asked some questions and learned some secrets. The origin of the Qianquan ancient city was not ordinary, and could even be said to be extremely shocking. This ancient city was built by a great emperor. The Heaven and Earth Emperor. In the ancient times, he was also a very terrifying great emperor. The Heaven and Earth Emperor had 2 disciples, and they were the Great Sage of Qianquan and the Great Sage of Kuan. Both of them eventually reached the peak of the Great Sage, but they were unable to take another step forward and had no fate with the Great Emperor realm. These 2 Great Sage had once fought for the ancient city of Qianquan when the Great Emperor of Heaven and Earth was still alive. The 2 fought earth-shattering, but in the end, neither could do anything to the other. Thus, they settled down in the ancient city of Qianquan. Each occupied half of it. It was said that the Great Sage of Qianquan passed away here, while the Great Sage of Kuan left in his later years. In the end, no one knew where he went. These legends undoubtedly indicated that there was something incredible buried in the ancient city of Qianquan. Otherwise, it would not have made the 2 peak Great Sage fight so fiercely. Perhaps it was really related to the Great Emperor of Heaven and Earth. After learning this news, Lin Xian was also surprised. This ancient city was related to the Great Emperor. In other words, he could break through in the ancient city of Qianquan. Thinking of this, he was really too happy. Since he already knew the location of the breakthrough, then the next step was to find enough resources to break through. Lin Xian took out the map again and looked at it. At the same time, he also took out the bronze key. At this moment, the door opened, and the Toad and Little White flew in. Their stomachs were bulging. Obviously, the 2 of them had eaten endless heaven and earth treasures. The Toad was swaying as it walked. It was really too high. This was the first time I was so satisfied. The Toad burped as it spoke. Little White couldn't walk any further and jumped into the black earth to sleep. Lin Xian also threw the Toad in and then set up the array again. He activated the heavenly secret god eye and carefully looked at the key. Lin Xian poured his power into the bronze key to see if there were any changes. However, at this moment, the entire ancient city of Qianquan was in shock. What happened? Countless people were shocked. They all soared into the sky. Did the ancient city of Xianxia change again? Everyone felt an old sigh in their ears. What was going on? The situation had happened again. Everyone was shocked. One by one, the powerhouses pierced through heaven and earth to investigate. Who exactly was it? Some people in the ancient city of Xianxia frowned. It should not be. Today was not the night of the full moon. Why would such a change happen? Lin Xian was also shocked. What a terrifying phenomenon. There was really a sigh. He used his heavenly secret god ability to look around, but he did not discover who made it. However, what shocked him even more was that the bronze key in his hand changed again. Countless runes appeared on the surface of the bronze key. They spread out and formed a spirit formation gate. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect such a change to occur. Could it be that the sighing sound was because he had brought the bronze key? Then, was the place he was Xianxia? Without any hesitation, he placed the bronze key on top of the spirit formation gate and began to rotate it. Kacha! The spirit formation gate seemed to have been opened. The next moment, the entire Xianxia ancient city started to tremble violently. Everyone in the Xianxia ancient city was startled awake as they soared into the sky. What happened? Xianxia city was Xuan heaven? It couldn't be. Could it be that this ancient city was about to ascend and become a flying immortal? Kun. The Luo family to Xianxia. Luo was Xuan earth. The Luo family's family head and a group of elders walked out. Sure enough, there was a change. Furthermore, it was an advance. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once the order was given, the surrounding spirit formations flickered. The experts focused their attention on the changes. Lin Xian also walked out. He floated in the air and carefully sensed the changes. He wondered what sort of change would happen in the end. Outside the ancient city of Xianxia, countless people were rushing over. They had arrived late. However, they were not worried. There were still 5 days until the night of the full moon. However, when they arrived near the ancient city of Xianxia, they discovered that there was a change ahead. The ancient city of Xianxia was rising from the ground. It was as if it was about to ascend. They were anxious and wanted to approach it. However, the enormous power sent them flying. A sage ruler's body was directly turned into a bloody mist. The others did not dare to approach it. They could only watch from afar. What was that? They saw an enormous palm reaching out from the cracked ground. The palm was enormous. It was dragging the ancient city of Xianxia. The ground around the ancient city was cracking non-stop. A large canyon appeared. From within the crack, an even larger shadow emerged. It was still a city. The ancient city of Xianxia was only a part of it. There was more underground. Countless people were stunned. They rose into the air one after another. At this moment, the area that appeared from underground was twice as large as the ancient city of Xianxia. The ancient city of Xianxia was already very large. It was like a country. At this moment, it was twice as large. It was truly unimaginable. Did no one notice it before? That hand, whose hand was it? It could actually lift an ancient city. Countless shocked voices sounded. Inside the ancient city of Xianxia, everyone felt the sky and earth shake. Some of them wanted to escape, but they were also forced back by that force. Soon, they also discovered it. Some people stood at the edge of the city wall. However, at this moment, a new area appeared in front of them. It had just come out of the ground. There was soil on it and a lot of gravel scattered all over the ground. What was going on? Countless people were surprised. The families that had originally lived in the ancient city of Xianxia were even more shocked. They did not expect that the city that they had lived in for countless years would actually hide a part of it. Only now did it truly appear. Not only that, they felt an extremely mysterious and terrifying aura burst out from the ancient city. These new areas were not simple at all. It seemed that the secret was in these new areas. Countless people took a deep breath. When the shaking calmed down, they were ready to move out and investigate. Lin Xian was also incomparably surprised. He did not expect it to be like this. He had the heavenly secret divine eye and could see through everything. He saw a gigantic palm stretching out from the ground. However, he was unable to investigate those areas that had just appeared. There seemed to be mysterious runes blocking everything. It seemed that he could only go there personally to investigate. After a long time, the ancient city of Qianquan stopped, shaking and gradually calmed down. An aura surged in all directions. Let's go. Some people couldn't wait any longer and flew off in all directions. It seemed that they wanted to investigate. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He looked at the toad and said, "Let's go and take a look too." The toad could not wait any longer. When it heard this, it instantly jumped out. "I'm here to hunt for treasures." Its strange cry sounded between heaven and earth. These new areas of the city were very cold. It was unknown whether it was because they had been buried under the ground for countless years or because of other special reasons. It gave people a creepy feeling. The ground was black, and the surrounding buildings had endless runes on them. Although they were simple and dim, the aura that was emitted was still shocking. It was truly a mysterious place. Buzz. On the deserted street, two figures suddenly appeared. It was Lin Xian and the toad. They came to this new area and looked around curiously. "Something is wrong. We have to be careful." The toad doesn't dare to be careless either. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, this was an ancient city built by the great emperor himself. Who knew what terrifying things there were? At this time, more than a dozen figures rushed over from behind. They were disciples of the Grotto Heaven, ancient race, and even native clans of Qianquan ancient city. After they arrived, they also looked around curiously. No one looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian changed his appearance, so these people didn't recognize him. In addition, Lin Xian's aura wasn't strong, so these people ignored him. There were so many buildings here. There might be treasures inside. Let's go check it out. 3 silhouettes flew forward. There was a pavilion in front. It was 7 stories tall and looked very simple. The 3 of them came forward and smashed the door with one palm. Then, they walked in. The others also took a deep breath and prepared to move. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the pavilion that they had entered earlier. Then, Saint Blood flew out. There was even the sound of bones breaking. What happened? Everyone here was an expert. The weakest was a half-step Saint King. At this moment, they felt their hair stand on end. Was there anyone else in this area? It shouldn't be. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Someone came earlier than him. He frowned. His eyes flashed as he looked forward. The next moment, his pupils shrank. The others exclaimed and took 3 steps back. They were all facing a great enemy. From the broken pavilion, a figure rushed out. It was one of the 3 who went in. At this moment, he was covered in blood. Half of his body had disappeared. His internal organs were shattered. Demon. There's a demon inside, run. Demon? Everyone was taken aback. Before they could react, they saw a pitch-black hand grabbing onto the doorframe. Then, a figure walked out. It was a black figure. It was very ferocious. There were barbs on its body. It looked like a demon beast. His eyes were incomparably blood-red. Furthermore, they were extremely large. They took up nearly half of his entire face. The remaining half was a bloody mouth with sharp fangs that were comparable to a saint weapon. He looked extremely ferocious, like a demon that had crawled out from hell. At this moment, Saint Blood was dripping from the bloody mouth, as well as some bones that had yet to be swallowed. Clearly, these were the bodies of the 2 people from before. Was it actually eaten by the other party? The faces of the surrounding people were extremely ugly. Roar! With a roar, the ferocious black demonic figure jumped out and crushed the expert who was trying to escape. That person was a half-step Saint King, but at this moment, his body was crushed by this foot. Then, his blood was swallowed by the ferocious demonic shadow on his back. Roar! His blood-red eyes emitted an even more terrifying light. He roared at the sky, and a boundless bloody aura filled the air. At the same time, deep roars could be heard from the surrounding buildings. No way, could there be more than one? The surrounding people were stunned. They saw a pair of scarlet eyes shining through the cracks of the buildings. Boom, boom, boom. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. The windows of the buildings were torn apart, and then all the black demonic shadows flew out. Some of them were in human form, standing and walking. Some were like demonic beasts, running on all fours. Some even had black tails and black wings. But without exception, all of them had blood-red eyes and ferocious faces. The surrounding people's faces were extremely ugly. They had originally come to search for treasures, but who would have thought that this new area would have so many terrifying things? Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Could it be that all these things had been sealed under the ground before, now that they had been opened for some strange reason? He was very suspicious now. What exactly was this key that he had obtained? Could it be that it would release countless terrifying demons? Terrifying demonic shadows appeared around them. There were nearly 50 of them, and they surrounded Lin Xian and the others tightly. At this moment, there were already shocking sounds of collisions in the distant area, and there were also screams. Someone exclaimed. It seemed that they were not the only place. Other places also had such demonic shadows. There was even a huge battle, and some people had already fallen. Let's do it. Lin Xian roared. He stomped his foot and slashed out with his sword. The toad roared, "Get out of my way." His voice turned into sound waves that swept out in all directions. The surrounding void continued to shatter as the earth rumbled under the impact of the collision. However, this building was personally built by the great emperor, so it would not be destroyed. But it was still shaking violently. Hurry up and do it. After Lin Xian made his move, the surrounding powerhouses of the Grotto Heavens and families also made their moves. They had all been through hundreds of battles to cultivate to this level. Even though he had been scared stiff earlier, his counterattack was extremely sharp and fierce at this moment. There were only a dozen of them, but they managed to stop the demonic shadows. Their cooperation was also getting better. Of course, there were also people who were injured in the process. One of them even had half of his body torn apart. Although these guys were strange and mysterious, they were not very strong. We can still handle it. The toad also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian frowned because he felt that the first one that appeared was blocking him. The strength of this one was more terrifying than the others. That pair of blood-red eyes made him feel extremely uncomfortable. But soon, he sneered. Want to attack me? You must be tired of living. Golden light burst out from his eyes, and the soul sword flew out. The pupils of the other party's blood-red eyes shrank. His soul was severely injured. In the next moment, he let out a shrill roar. Many people were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their ears were about to burst. He crazily charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. He was still alive? That shouldn't be. With his soul power and the heavenly secret god eyes, this attack would definitely shatter the other party's soul. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost the power to resist. But the other party still charged over. Moreover, his aura did not weaken. What was wrong with these guys? Lin Xian frowned. His body swayed, and he dodged the other party's attack. Then, he kicked out. It collided with the other party's huge demonic claw, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The demonic shadow was sent flying and crashed into a wall in the distance. This guy was so strong. When the experts from the surrounding Grotto Heavens saw that Lin Xian had forced his opponent to retreat with a single blow, they were shocked beyond words. They felt that the other party was only a wholly venerable. Where did this genius come from? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. When he was approaching, he used the heavenly secret god eyes to check. These demonic shadows seemed to have no souls. No wonder they ignored his heavenly secret god child. Without souls, the eye technique was useless. His kick had shattered the other party's claw, but no blood flowed out. In front of them, the huge demonic shadow was injured. It was extremely angry and roared as it charged over. Its blood-red eyes caused a red light to appear on its body. Another grab. This attack was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the man-ruler seal to send the other party flying. The broken body was torn into pieces and scattered all over the ground as if it had turned into sand. Go. Lin Xian waved the man-ruler seal and sent all the demonic shadows flying like a peerless god of war. On the toad's side, 2 of them were also sent flying. The 2 of them directly broke out of the encirclement and soared into the sky. Good opportunity, let's go. Behind them, the experts of the grotto heavens saw this scene and rushed over. However, in the next moment, they were swallowed up by even more demonic shadows. There were even 2 people who were directly swallowed as food. Lin Xian and the others were about to leave when Xiaobai jumped out and pointed at the pagoda. There seems to be something inside. Unfortunately, I can't get it out of my treasure bowl. Hearing this, the toad was also stunned. Then, it said, "Kid, the thing that Xiaobai is talking about must be something good." Lin Xian was also surprised. He looked at the pagoda and directly went to the 7th floor. He smashed the window with a palm. After the 3 of them went in, they found a skeleton sitting there. There was no flesh on it, but there was a heart in his hand. It was the will of a sage king, and it seemed to be the will of a peak sage king. The toad exclaimed. This thing contained endless great Tao of heaven and earth. It was very helpful for one's comprehension of the great Tao. Lin Xian's eyes lit up instantly. He had obtained the will of a sage king before, and it was indeed helpful to the great Tao. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing here this time. Kid, hurry up and take it away. The toad couldn't wait. However, at this moment, there was the sound of wind breaking behind them. In an instant, the void behind them was torn apart and they were nearby. A powerful aura suppressed everything. The toad was stunned. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Many figures descended from the sky and floated in the void. These people had lofty horns on their heads and wings of laws on their backs. When they flapped their wings, they brought about a strange storm of laws. Lin Xian from the flying feather grotto heaven frowned slightly. The law wings on his back were the symbol of the flying feather grotto heaven. The man in the lead had a pair of green laws behind his back. Great Tao interweaved on the wings, making them look exceptionally mysterious. Right now, he was standing in the air, his eyes able to see through everything. He looked at the heart of the Sage King with a smile on his face. Looks like my luck is pretty good. I've just arrived and I've already found a good treasure. In other words, it seemed that the Sage King's will was already his. What was the meaning of this? Are you blind? Can't you see that we're here first? The toad snorted coldly. These people were too arrogant. No, they were too arrogant. A toad dares to be arrogant in front of us? Get out of here, someone stood out and shouted coldly. This person exuded the aura of a sage ruler. F*CK, do you believe that I won't slap you to death? The toad was also enraged. Lin Xian looked ahead. In front of him, there were a total of 12 figures. Among them, there were actually 5 to 6 figures who had reached the Sage King realm. Especially the one in the lead. His aura was extremely cold. He was an extremely terrifying existence in the early stage of the Sage King realm. Such a powerful team could indeed suppress everything. But to meet him? I'm afraid it's not enough. You're courting death, the Sage King who stood out roared angrily. The fiery red wings on his back directly slashed down. Like a flaming heavenly blade, it slashed towards the toad. The people from the other grotto heavens also laughed. A toad. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. The toad was furious. He didn't dodge and directly jumped up. Divine Toad Palm, he slapped out his claws and hit the flaming wings, causing the wings to tremble and dim. The flames on them were extinguished. The Sage King retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. The people around him also couldn't believe it. Could it be that this toad was a Sage King realm demon beast? Damn it, the injured Sage King still wanted to attack. He was simply embarrassed to be injured by a toad. But at this moment, the leader, Xianxia, waved his hand and stopped him. Junior brother, don't be rude. The injured Sage King could only grit his teeth and stop unwillingly. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the toad, then looked at Lin Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I'm Xianxia. These are all my fellow disciples. We're from the Flying Feather Grotto Heaven. Can the 2 of you give me face and leave this place? Give me the Sage King will. Although it was a discussion, his words were unquestionable. The people behind him also laughed. They had such a powerful lineup. 5 great sage kings. As long as the other party wasn't a fool, they definitely wouldn't attack again. You want us to give up with just one sentence? The toad was furious. Come, come, come. I'll teach you how to be a person. He wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian held him down and then smiled. All right, I'll give it to you. What's going on? The toad was stunned. Are you sure this wasn't Lin Xian's style? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and then sent a voice transmission. Let's go. It's not safe here. Let them attack first. After the toad heard this, it immediately grinned. Good boy. It turns out that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Interesting. The toad snorted coldly. Today, I'll give in to you. After saying that, he directly jumped out. Lin Xian also swayed and soared into the sky. However, Little White, who was on his shoulder, had already disappeared. Very good. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. The others also smiled. As expected, with such a powerful lineup, no one dared to fight against them. The group of people landed on the 7th floor of the pagoda. Looking at the Sage King Will in front of them, their eyes emitted a fiery red light. At this moment, Xianxia said, Junior brothers, can you give this Sage King Will to me? As for your losses, I'll compensate you with other treasures. The pupils of the 2 Sage Kings constricted. A hint of unwillingness appeared in their eyes. This was also a very important thing to them. It was very helpful to their comprehension of the Great Tao. However, the other 3 Sage Kings smiled and said, Of course, we won't fight with senior brother Xianxia. The other half-step Sage Kings naturally didn't dare to say anything. The 2 Sage Kings looked at each other and sighed. They didn't resist. Forget it. After thinking about it, the other party would probably use other treasures to make up for their losses after returning. Thank you, junior brothers. I won't stand on ceremony. There was a satisfied smile on Xianxi's face. He flew to the front and directly grabbed at the Sage King Will. He was about to grab it. However, at this moment, a blood-red light suddenly burst out from the 2 eye sockets of the white bones. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Xianxia was pierced through. His heart had been crushed. He was severely injured. Damn it, there was a trap, oh no, help senior brother, the others shouted angrily and attacked with their divine abilities. They attacked the black claw. The claw tore the void apart, and a demonic shadow walked out again. With a roar, he charged out. Damn it, kill him for me. Xianxia shouted angrily. The treasure was right in front of him, but he fell into a trap. He couldn't stand it. His broken heart healed, and his body emitted a green light. A wind blade flew out and swept through the 9 heavens. He attacked aggressively, and at the same time, he looked at the white bone that was sitting cross-legged. This, he exclaimed. The Holy King's Will in the white bone palm was swept away by a white light and disappeared. Damn it. Where do you think you're going? He attacked the void with a terrifying wind thorn. However, it hit nothing but the void. The white figure had long disappeared, and the Holy King's Will disappeared at the same time. Damn it, was it snatched away? Damn it. Who was it? Xianxia roared. He felt that he had been tricked. He wanted to find out who dared to plot against him. However, the black storm rushed over and turned into claws that covered the sky, enveloping him. He could only fight with all his strength. This time, the black demonic shadow was unusually terrifying. However, they had more people, and 5 holy kings were still able to deal with it. However, at this moment, another low roar was heard. Then, a palm stretched out from the white bone, and a second demonic shadow appeared. Oh no. Xianxia and the others were in despair. They were afraid that they were in danger with 2 demonic shadows. To their surprise, the second demonic shadow only let out a roar, tore through the void, and disappeared. In the distant void, Lin Xian and the toad stood there and waited. Little White returned with the Holy King's Will in his hand. Great! Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The toad also laughed heartily. Little guy, well done. Little White's big eyes narrowed into crescents. Boom, suddenly, a palm shattered the void and enveloped him. Little White disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on Lin Xian's shoulder. Who is it? Lin Xian roared. The toad also roared. Who was it? You dare to hit something that this great master has his eyes on? The two of them looked ahead. The void in front of him shattered, and a black demonic figure walked out again. Not good, they actually chased after him. Damn it, aren't these guys too strong? Lin Xian frowned. The toad was also astonished. Brat, be careful. This one seemed to be even more terrifying than the previous ones. Lin Xian took a deep breath and let Little White enter the great sage pagoda first. His eyes shone with an extremely cold light. Streaks of golden light emerged from his body, as if he had transformed into the Sun War god. Roar, the demonic shadow in front didn't say anything. It opened its mouth and roared. A black storm flew towards Lin Xian. It turned into a crescent of light and descended from the sky. Fight, Lin Xian coldly harumphed. He formed a seal with his palm, the man-ruler seal, and slapped out. At the same time, in the surroundings, the 10 ultimate sword formation was activated. The sword lights that filled the sky poured down like a rainstorm. The toad also moved out. Divine Toad Palm. She was like a ghost, attacking from behind. With a clang, she slapped the other party's back, causing the other party to tremble and almost fall. Only some cracks appeared on the other party's body, but it didn't shatter. F***ck, so strong? The toad was surprised. This guy had the cultivation of a middle-stage holy king. The toad had also reached the holy king realm. An ordinary early-stage holy king would definitely be torn apart under this palm. But the other party resisted. Lin Xian frowned. The man-ruler seal hit the other party's body and sent him flying. Cracks also appeared on the other party's body, but it didn't shatter. The demonic figure roared, his eyes bursting with a terrifying red light. At the same time, there was a black aura in his body that spread to the surroundings. The surrounding void kept shattering. How terrifying, this guy could actually increase his strength. The toad exclaimed. What the hell was this? Lin Xian said that it wasn't demonic energy. He had the Great Destruction Spear, so he could naturally feel the powerful demonic energy. This wasn't demonic energy, but it was a bit like his death law. What the other party used was a cold aura of death. Boom, a terrifying vibration sounded, and a wave of power swept out. Lin Xian used his divine body to block. The toad was blown away and cried out in pain. F***ck, it hurts. Kid, hurry up and kill him. Buzz, Lin Xian's figure swayed, and the great Dao spread under his feet. Endless sword shadows appeared in his hand. Sword chi overflowed, and 10 types of laws swept through everything. It completely destroyed that terrifying aura of death. Buzz, the demonic figure was forced back, roaring angrily. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his red eyes. He flew out and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian blocked. With a clang, the sword chi shook, and he was forced back. His entire arm was numb. Humph, Lin Xian was completely enraged. He slapped out with the man-ruler seal, and a terrifying power slammed into the other party's body. The demonic figure was sent flying. Before he could stand up, a huge mountain pressed down from the sky. The mountain-embracing seal had completely suppressed the other party. It was settled. The toad flew over. This kid was good, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. He could even suppress a mid-stage holy king. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He realized that something was amiss. Although he held the mountain and suppressed the other party roared crazily. The power in his body surged as if he was going to carry the ancient mountain. With a roar, the ground split open and the void shattered. The ancient demonic mountain was actually carried by him. Too strong, the difference in strength between a mid-stage holy king and an early-stage holy king was more than 10 times. A mid-stage holy king could kill an early-stage holy king with a single punch. He had absolute strength to suppress. Only Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and the divine body could cross 2 realms to contend against him. But even so, he couldn't immediately suppress the other party. The demonic figure was truly incomparably terrifying. The toad's scalp also went numb. He thought of something and said with a pale face. Damn it, this couldn't be something from the Nine Nether Underworld, right? What do you know? Lin Xian asked. The toad dodged and said, let's deal with him first. I know. This guy's defense is very strong. I'll break through his defense later. Take the opportunity to attack his vital points. You must shatter his body. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dragon roared in his body and the dragon-shaped sword energy flew out. It could destroy everything. The demonic figure's body was strong, but cracks appeared under the dragon sword chi. There was no blood. But it was indeed shocking. The toad seized the opportunity and used it crazily. Divine Toad Fist, his body grew larger, turning into a huge monster. With a palm, he blasted the other party into pieces. Under the attacks of the two, they finally killed the other party. Whoosh. It was finally settled. The toad's body was like a mountain. It quickly shrank and finally became the size of a palm. It jumped up again. It really wasn't easy. If you didn't have the great dragon sword soul, it would be very troublesome to kill this thing. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. These things were too troublesome. Not only were there a lot of them, but they were also very powerful. If they were careless, they would probably die. His guess was right. Many geniuses and experts had already died in other places. But fortunately, although it was dangerous, their harvest was quite bountiful. Lin Xian summoned Little White. Little White held the Sage Monarch will and squinted its eyes into crescents. Lin Xian took it and slashed out with sword chi, splitting the Sage Monarch will into 3 pieces. He took one piece and gave the other 2 to the toad and Little White. Lin Xian held the piece of Sage Monarch will and asked while absorbing it. Toad, what do you know? What is the Nine Nether Underworld that you mentioned? I think you should have heard of it when you were in the true spirit world. The human realm, the underworld, and the heavenly court. You have already seen the human realm. The underworld and the heavenly court are the other 2 mysterious existences. They are not weaker than the human realm. They had existed since ancient times. No one knew exactly where they were, and no one knew who was in their organization. They only know that they are spread throughout the universe. Lin Xian was shocked. He had naturally heard of it. When he was in the true spirit world, he had also encountered the underworld. Zhou had killed it. He just didn't expect to encounter the underworld again. This buried emperor star was really mysterious. The human realm was here, and the underworld had also appeared here. Moreover, it had appeared in the Qianquan ancient city. What was the connection between the two? The toad knew more. He said that the human realm controlled the heavenly punishment. You should have experienced this. Lin Xian nodded. He was called the person abandoned by the heavens. Every time he broke through, there would be a blood-colored heavenly punishment that would destroy his soul. And these people had connections with the human realm. Therefore, the human realm controlled the heavenly punishment. What did the underworld control? The toad took a deep breath and said. The underworld controlled reincarnation. Reincarnation, he had seen the power of reincarnation before. The reincarnation protector who controlled the passage and the ethereal peak's power of reincarnation seemed to be related to reincarnation. Lin Xian said, could it be that the underworld and the ethereal peak are related? I am not sure, but I don't think it's a big deal. Although the power of reincarnation was rare, it was not under the control of any single power. Most importantly, it was controlled by hell. As for the other powers of reincarnation, they might seem formidable in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in the eyes of top-tier powerful beings, they were nothing more than some trump cards. Things were getting more and more interesting. The toad was like an old monster with a mysterious smile. Lin Xian asked, what else are you hiding? The toad said, do you know what the main force behind divine punishment and samsara is? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be the heavenly punishment sword and the samsara sword? The toad nodded. That's right. There must be the heaven's punishment sword behind the human world, and there should be the reincarnation sword behind the underworld. Of course, I'm not sure if it's the complete heaven punishment sword and samsara sword. After all, there had been a terrifying battle in the past. In that battle, even the great dragon sword was broken, and the great dragon sword's soul was scattered. The Samsara sword and the heavenly punishment sword were probably also badly damaged. When Lin Xian heard this, he was shocked. Just what kind of battle could cause such a divine sword to be damaged? He only had the great dragon sword's soul now, and the great dragon sword was still missing. From what the toad said, it seemed to have been damaged. Could it be a battle between great emperors? He was asking, but the toad shook its head and said, I'm not sure either. It was too long ago. Ah, look, he's going to disappear. At this moment, Little White pointed at the dismembered body in front of him and shouted. Lin Xian and the toad turned their heads to look. They saw that the demonic shadow that they had broken was slowly healing. Then, his body gradually grew bigger. There was a millstone-like thing that seemed to be absorbing him. Kid, leave it behind. Maybe you can still find out the secret of reincarnation. The toad shouted. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul. Sword chi swept across, cutting through the void and destroying the power of reincarnation. He formed a sword domain and enveloped the demonic shadow. Since this thing was related to reincarnation, and Lin Xian's heavenly secret child prodigy had absorbed the power of reincarnation, he was going to try and see if he could control this demonic shadow. His heavenly secret divine eyes shone brightly, and terrifying runes appeared. The power of reincarnation sprinkled down and enveloped the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow struggled in pain. Its eyes were red as if blood was about to drip out. In the end, it was still controlled by Lin Xian. How magical. Lin Xian was surprised. If it were anyone else, they could use the heavenly secret divine eyes to attack. However, this demonic shadow seemed to have no blood or soul. Therefore, he could only use the power of reincarnation to control it. Attack! Lin Xian ordered. The demonic shadow roared and tore open the sky with its claws, shattering the void in front of it. That's great. Lin Xian smiled. This was equivalent to a powerful battle servant. This time, many experts from the Grotto Heavens and the ancient race had come. Those from the Misty Peak would come too. They would meet sooner or later. Those people were experts and had brought many battle servants. If they really met them, it would be very troublesome. If they were surrounded, it would be even more dangerous. However, he was not worried now. With such a demonic shadow as a battle servant, would he be afraid of the experts from the other Grotto Heavens? Moreover, there were so many demonic shadows here. If he controlled a few more, they would be courting death if they competed with him in numbers. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away the demonic shadow. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. On a deserted street, the 8 figures combined with each other to form a formation. Around them were layers upon layers of mountain shadows, as if they were going to suppress the world. Terrifying laws of power surged out, causing the surrounding void to shatter continuously. Inside the formation, there were 2 demonic shadows that roared at the sky. Their power was very strong. Every time they attacked, the formation would tremble. It was in danger of shattering at any time. Nearby, there was another figure dressed in white. She carried an ancient sword on her back and had a beautiful face. At this moment, she was staring at an empty hall in front of her. There was a sage king's will that was undulating. Senior Sister Xueqi, hurry up. We can't hold on any longer. A woman among the people who formed the formation gritted her teeth and spoke. These people were from the 1,000-mountain Grotto Heaven. The woman who carried an ancient sword on her back was a peerless beauty. She was Xueqi. She nodded and didn't hesitate. Her body flickered and turned into ice. She instantly entered the hall. She looked at the sage king's will that was floating there and waved her hand. Roar! At this moment, another crazy roar echoed out. A demonic shadow tore apart the void and charged out. It had appeared suddenly and came next to Xueqi. Its sharp claws seemed capable of tearing apart everything. Xueqi snorted coldly. Terrifying black frost appeared on her body and sealed the world. The whole hall was sealed in ice, and the demonic shadow was also frozen. Xueqi grabbed the Sage King's will and retreated quickly. She had just left the hall when the demonic shadow broke free from the ice and charged out. It was so terrifying, Xueqi was surprised. She already had a 9 body, and she was able to use her peerless ice, which ordinary sage kings couldn't use. However, this demonic shadow could easily do it. What kind of existence was it? Let's leave quickly. She waved her hand. These demonic shadows were too terrifying. When the 8 sages of the 1,000-mountain wonderland heard her, they all retreated and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, more than 20 people descended from the sky and suppressed everything. Do you want to leave? Hand over the will you have obtained. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave today, an ice-cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Xueqi stopped and furrowed her brows. The expressions of the 1,000-mountain wonderland's people became even more unsightly. Xianxia looked at the peerless fairy in front of him, as well as the sage king's will, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He was one of the Xiling Wonderland's outstanding powerhouses, and he had brought more than 20 people with him. However, his luck wasn't too good, as he hadn't found any treasures. Instead, he had encountered many demonic shadows. They could only run away, and they didn't expect that they would finally find a treasure here. It was the Sage King's will. If he could get it, his power would rise again, and he could even shorten the time he needed to reach the middle stage of the Sage King realm. This was the best outcome for him. Fairy Xueqi, I advise you to be obedient and hand it over. Otherwise, you will suffer some physical pain. Do you think you can do it? Xueqi snorted coldly and thrust out her palm. Cold ice covered the sky, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. Xianxia shouted coldly, and 10,000 bolts of thunder danced in the sky. They were like thunder dragons, and they swept across all directions. Thunder and ice collided, and a dazzling radiance erupted. The two of them were unexpectedly in a deadlock. How is this possible? The people of the Wonderland and the surroundings were stunned. Their senior brother had already reached the Sage King realm for 10 years, and he had far surpassed Xianxia. However, they were now in a stalemate, and they couldn't believe it. What a terrifying ice. He was really a peerless genius. However, no matter how strong you are, so what, I have brought twice as many people as you. I also have more Sage Kings than you. Moreover, you will be attacked by the demonic shadows. If you continue fighting them, apart from you, all of you will surely die, even you one won't be able to escape. Are you sure that you want to do this? Xiao's voice was piercingly cold. The people of the 1,000-mountain cave had ugly expressions on their faces. Xueqi snorted coldly and thought, how despicable. You're wrong. This is called strategy and tactics. Xianxia smiled and said, hand over the item obediently. Just the likes of you still want to obtain the Holy King's will? Ants. Get lost, a voice rang out. 1,000-mountain grotto heaven, do you want to die? Xianxia roared. The people from 1,000-mountain grotto heaven were also at a loss. They were not the ones who said that. They hurriedly explained. Xueqi also furrowed her brows. Who was it? Did another expert come, who dares to meddle in the affairs of our Xiling paradise? Get over here and accept your death. 2 figures stood out and shouted coldly. However, in the next moment, they were sent flying. The void split open as 2 streaks of piercingly cold sword light slammed into their bodies, splitting them apart. Blood flowed, dyeing the earth red. Damn it, the others all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Who was this person? He was so powerful. Who dares to go against us? Xianxia also roared. At this moment, a figure in a red robe appeared. He stared coldly at the people below. Do you have a problem with me going against you, a bunch of trash? Quickly kneel down before me and obediently become my puppet. Then, I can spare your lives. The toad jumped out and said coldly. Where did this toad come from? Go to hell. The people from Xiling Paradise were furious. These people were courting death. Another 3 streaks of sword light shot out. Oh my, you want to fight me? The toad sneered and sent several figures flying. Lin Xian said, since you want to fight, then stay here. A terrifying killing intent appeared on his body. You? Xianxia sneered. You're not even a holy king. Go to hell, a cold light flashed in his eyes. 10,000 streaks of thunder rushed out. They were majestic and could pierce through heaven and earth. In an instant, they engulfed Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, the people from Xiling Paradise laughed. You can't even block one of our senior brother's attacks. How dare you be so arrogant, I can't be bothered to dodge such weak thunder. From the sea of lightning, a figure walked out. His robes fluttered, but he was unharmed. How could it be? The surrounding people were stunned. Was this guy not injured? That was purple thunder. It was a peerless thunder-type ability. Even holy kings of the same level couldn't block it. They couldn't even use their strength after being hit. However, this guy was actually fine. What did he use to block the purple thunder? Zizhao's face was cold. Kid, it seems that you have a treasure on you. In that case, I'll kill you and take your treasure. An even more terrifying killing intent bloomed in his eyes. The law of thunder swept out. Purple lightning condensed into a long spear. Purple lightning danced wildly. Thunder filled the sky, turning into thunder dragons that danced wildly. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone retreated. Because the power of this attack was extremely strong. Lin Xian stood there with a calm expression. Oh? The strongest attack? But it seemed to be pitifully weak. He stretched out his palm and attacked in front of him. Boom, like a god exploding, thousands of divine lights flew out. After a shocking collision, the purple spear was broken in half. Zizhao retreated. Endless cracks appeared on his body. Then, with a crack, he was split in half. The lower half of his body stood there, but the upper half fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked. The people of Xiling Grotto Heaven were stunned. The other party had killed their senior brother with one punch. The people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were even more shocked. Who was this? He was too strong. Zizhao was injured. Half of his body wanted to heal, but it was trampled into pieces by the toad. His heart and soul were destroyed. Noisy ants. The toad sneered. Dead, the people of Xiling Grotto Heaven went crazy. They were terrified. Damn it, kill them and avenge senior brother. More than 20 people burst out together. 10 of them were geniuses of the Grotto Heaven, and the other dozen were battle servants. These battle servants didn't even care about their lives and directly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted. He didn't make a move. A demonic shadow appeared in front of him. The demonic shadow's eyes were red. With a roar, its claws tore open the sky. This was a mid-stage Saint Venerable. Under one attack, more than 20 figures were all turned into pieces. None of them survived. Behind him, the people of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven were so scared that they almost knelt there. What kind of scene was this? So many saints could not even block a single attack from him. This demonic shadow was definitely at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Killing all of them in an instant was probably just a matter of a slap. Also, who was this person? Why could he control the demonic shadow? Could it be that he was also a mysterious existence here? These people's scalps went numb. They didn't dare to imagine. It had been dealt with. The toad jumped over and went to search the storage ring. Lin Xian turned his head around and looked at the Thousand Mountain Paradise's members. The Thousand Mountain Paradise's members felt great pressure from his gaze, and they felt like their bodies were bending. It seemed like they were about to kneel down and worship their king. A man among them gritted his teeth and spoke. We are the Thousand Mountain Paradise's members, and we are grateful for your help. May I know your name? Lin Xian had changed his appearance, and none of them recognized him. Xianxia curled the corners of her mouth into a smile. She was also shocked a while ago, and she didn't know who could be so terrifying. When he used his power, she sensed that her Nining body had been stimulated, and it wanted to erupt with boundless ice. There was only one person who could cause such a scene to her, and it was the Nine-Yang divine body. He was her husband, so he wouldn't harm her. However, Xianxia didn't know why he had changed his appearance and why he wasn't with her. However, she trusted Lin Xian unconditionally. Lin Xian looked coldly at the Thousand Mountain Paradise's members, then looked at Xianxia. He transmitted his voice to her. Be careful, as I will act alone for now. If you run into any danger, use the formation to inform me. Xueqi transmitted her voice back to him. Lin Xian turned around and soared into the sky with the toad. Did he finally leave? When Lin Xian had disappeared, the Thousand Mountain Paradise's members heaved a sigh of relief, and they quickly left. The toad flew outside with the Great Sage Pagoda. Apart from Lin Xian, there were 3 other demonic shadows in the Great Sage Pagoda. One of them was the one he had captured before. As for the other 2, he had just taken them from Xueqi's side. After the 2 of them came here, they kept roaring. However, they were quickly suppressed by Lin Xian's battle servants. Lin Xian used his reincarnation power to control the 2 of them. Now, he had 3 demonic shadow battle servants by his side. Great, their power increased again, and he didn't need to do anything now. Once the demonic shadow appeared, it could sweep away everything. Let's go and find more treasures. Lin Xian walked out of the Great Sage Pagoda and increased their speed. Buzz, 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 the melodious sound of a zither came from afar, shaking the 9 heavens. This caught Lin Xian's attention. The toad also spoke. Who was it? How could he be in the mood to play the zither here? The 2 of them landed and looked down. That was also a new region. Below it was a mansion that had existed for a long time. It carried a wave of dust. The sound of the zither came from below. When Lin Xian was about to land, he discovered that there were many people in the courtyard. They were most likely from the other grotto heavens and primeval races. These people had outstanding talents, and when they saw Lin Xian and Lin Xian descend, they all turned their heads. Their eyes were cold and filled with warning. Then, they turned their heads. Damn, what's going on? Toad cried out in alarm. The surrounding people glared at him. One of them whispered, "Lower your voice, there are people from the misty peak inside. I'm from the boundless grotto heaven. My name is Meng Hao. How should I address you?" He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "My name is Sword Fanatic." "Brother Meng Hao, what's going on here?" "Someone wants to make a move on the Luo family." Meng Hao said. "The Luo family?" Lin Xian was stunned. He had just come out of the Luo family. Who was it? Could it be someone from the Misty Peak? That's right, they wanted to make a move on Luo Fifan. This Luo Fifan was really unlucky. He was originally very talented, but he offended someone and was removed from the position of young clan leader. Now, he didn't have many battle servants with him, and it seemed that he had some treasures on him. This time, he was really in trouble. Luo Fifan, Lin Xian was surprised. He knew this person because he was the one who had removed him from the position of young clan leader. This guy was courting death again. Did he challenge someone? It seemed that he was really hopeless. He shook his head. Meng Hao said, "You guessed wrong this time." This time, it was not Luo Fifan who challenged him. It was someone else who specifically challenged him. Luo Fifan's face was extremely ugly. Since he was removed from the position of young clan leader, his life had been very difficult. Although he would not be bullied, no one would revere him as much as they did before. He had very few battle servants and people that he could use. This time, he came personally to look for some opportunities. If he could break through, he might have a chance to redeem himself. However, he did not expect that he would be targeted. The people who targeted him were from the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. Logically speaking, with his strength, he should be able to resist them. However, he did not expect that the Misty Peak was behind the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. Bai Hao looked at Luo Fifan and said with a smile, "What do you think, kid? Hand over the things obediently, and I'll let you live today. Otherwise, my brother will kill you, even if you're from the Luo family. Moreover, you're not the young clan leader anymore. If we want to kill you, it's no different from killing an ant." Damn it. If he was the young clan leader, these people would not dare to be so presumptuous in Xianxia, an ancient city. "You want my things? Ask your brother to come personally." Luo Fifan gritted his teeth. There was an old man next to him who also looked ugly. At this moment, his body was stained with blood. One of his arms was broken and was recovering. He was a middle-stage king sage and had watched Luo Fifan grow up. Although Luo Fifan had lost his identity, he was still by his side. Logically speaking, with such an expert protecting him, he would not be afraid even if he faced the geniuses of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. However, the woman who was playing the guqin at the side was very terrifying. She was an expert from the Misty Peak. Coupled with the guqin in her hand, she was an extremely powerful sage King Wu. He was injured. A person from the Misty Peak was already so terrifying. If there was another one, it would be even more dangerous. Oh, you want me to come personally? You? Let me see if you're qualified. A loud laughter was heard. A figure walked out from the depths of the mansion. This person was wearing a white robe and had a strong aura. He crossed 1,000 miles in one step and came to the crowd. In front of the mansion. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings like lightning. The surrounding onlookers exclaimed when they saw this figure. By Xianxia, it's him. He was ranked 20th on the Misty list. The Misty list was a list set by the Misty Peak. Those who could be ranked in the top 100 of the Misty list were extremely terrifying experts. Any one of these people could defeat the young geniuses of the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. Ranked 20th was an extremely terrifying supreme existence in the Misty Peak. This list only included people under 3,000 years old. Bai Xianxiong could be said to be young and promising. Damn it. Luo Fifen's face was ugly. Even if he was the young clan leader, he might not be able to resist. It seemed that this time, he was really screwed, he said, although I don't have the identity of the young clan leader now, the things belong to the Luo clan. If he took them away, the Luo clan would not let it go. Are you threatening me? Bai Xianxiong sneered. Well, I'll give you a chance. If you can block my finger. I don't want the things and let you go. What if you can't block it? One finger, the surrounding people exclaimed. Bai Xianxiong was powerful, but he was only an early-stage saint. King, the same realm as Luo Fifen. Was he going to defeat Luo Fifen with one finger? As expected of the genius of Misty Peak, he was confident enough. Why wouldn't he dare? Luo Fifen snorted. Although Bai Xianxiong was powerful, he couldn't even block one finger, he didn't think so. Fine, you said so. Luo Fifen gritted his teeth. He had to block Bai Xianxiong's attack even if he had to risk his life. Therefore, he said, go ahead. Bai Xianxiong laughed proudly. You won't have a chance if I attack. So, I advise you to use your strongest technique. Luo Fifen didn't say anything. He took a deep breath and his eyes shone with a sharp light. In the next moment, the law on his body burned rapidly. A shocking force swept out. He moved his fists, which could shatter heaven and earth. This guy was going to risk his life, many people exclaimed when they saw the scene. That was for sure. He was a Saint King, and he could leave as long as he blocked Bai Xianxiong's finger. There was no reason for him not to risk his life. He punched out with both fists, which drew a mysterious trajectory in the sky. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. That was the power of the law burning. Hee, you can't even withstand a single blow. Even if you risk your life, you are still no match for me. Bai Xianxiong looked at the scene with a disdainful smile. Firmament divine finger. Heaven and earth were shattered by Bai Xianxiong's finger. Luo Fifen's fists couldn't block it at all and were shattered into pieces. His hands were broken and turned into a bloody mist. His body also retreated. He was like a kite with a broken string, falling far away. The surrounding people were stunned and speechless. Luo Fifen's punch was indeed powerful. It was a burning law fist, which made many people's scalps tingle. However, such a terrifying attack couldn't even block a finger. It was shattered and he was severely injured. Was the gap between them really that big? It wasn't the gap between cultivation, but the gap between superpowers and strength. People looked up to the people of Misty Peak. Young master. The old man of the Luo family rushed over with a nervous face. The people of White Cloud Cave sneered. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have fought with Luo Fifen. Wouldn't it be better if they just handed the things over? I lost. Luo Fifen was helped up by the old man. While vomiting blood, he shook his head crazily. He really didn't expect that he couldn't even block a single move. Alright, kid, now kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the item. Bai Xianxiong was like a god looking down on everything. Just when everyone thought that Luo Fifan was finished, a voice sounded. So arrogant? I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me. When these words came out, the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched wildly. Damn, who is this? To challenge Bai Xianxia at this time, was he tired of living? The surrounding people all turned their heads and looked over. In the next moment, they were even more stunned. It turned out that the one who spoke was an incomparably arrogant toad. Beside him stood a man in a red robe with a cold expression. His face was unfamiliar. They weren't geniuses or experts that they knew. Who dares to challenge us? Do you want to die? The expert from White Cloud Cave shouted coldly. Countless gazes were fixed on them. The surrounding void continued to shatter. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to open their mouths. The toad snorted coldly. I thought you could destroy his soul with a single finger. Now, you've only defeated him. What's there to be arrogant about? It seems that your strength isn't that great. You're not even as strong as the kid beside me. The toad's voice once again shocked everyone. Destroy his soul with a single finger? Do you think it's so easy to kill an expert of the same level? And the kid beside you, is he very famous? He had a strange look on his face. Could he compete with Bai Xianxia? Lin Xian glanced at the toad and sighed. This guy really didn't mind watching a show. Was he going to drag him down just like that? However, he wasn't afraid. Although Bai Xianxia was powerful, he wasn't his opponent. During this period of time, he had already absorbed the Sage King's will that he had obtained, and his strength had increased again. He was already very close to becoming a half-step Sage King. Therefore, he didn't take Bai Xianxia seriously. He was more curious about Luo Fifan. What exactly did he have that could cause such a battle? Suddenly, he was stunned. He carefully sensed Luo Fifan's aura and found that the bronze key in his hand had lit up again. Could it be that there was some connection? The bronze key could cause a shocking change in Qiankuan Ancient City. And Luo Fifan was originally from Qiankuan Ancient City. Perhaps he really had some treasure in his hand. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. No matter what, he had to make a move today to at least get the treasure in Luo Fifan's body. The surrounding people didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. After the toad's voice fell, they all looked at Lin Xian and sized him up curiously. Who is this kid? Is he very powerful? Who knows? He's so unfamiliar. I think he's just a fool who doesn't know what's important. Luo Fifan also turned his head and looked over. The next moment, his pupils shrank, and a monstrous anger and killing intent appeared in his eyes. It's this kid. He would never forget that it was the other party who stripped him of his identity with a single sentence. Now, he had appeared again. If it wasn't for the other party, how could he have encountered such a situation? He couldn't wait to fight with the other party. But he didn't dare. The other party was an existence that even his father had to treat with respect. Feeling the killing intent in the other party's eyes, Lin Xian also turned his head and looked over, revealing a faint smile. Oh, what's wrong? You want to kill me? Do you want to make a move on me? Luo Fifan gritted his teeth and quickly lowered his head. He didn't dare. He was now seriously injured. If he offended the other party might dare to kill him. Moreover, he seemed to have made some kind of decision and raised his head. Master, I know you're powerful. If you can save my life, I'll give you the treasure in my hand. I swear that this treasure will never let you down. Oh, really? Since you're willing to give me the treasure, then I can save your life. Lin Xian said. Thank you, Master. Luo Fifan seemed to have found hope. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They were even more curious. Who was this red-robed man? He dared to say such words. Could it be that he also had a great background? The cultivator from White Cloud Cave Heaven sneered. Brat, you dare to talk big in front of me? I'm afraid you're tired of living. Come here now, or I'll let you go to hell. Toad, slap him, I can't wait any longer. The toad directly turned into a bolt of lightning and jumped out. How dare an ant fight with me? The cultivator from the White Cloud Grotto sneered and slapped out with his palm. A blade light flashed in the sky. Boom. Crack, the blade slashed down, shattering the sky and the earth, shattering the void. However, the attack missed. There was no sign of the toad at all. Ah! A crazy roar rang out, stunning the surrounding people. How could a toad be so powerful? Who were these two people? The toad flew back and sneered. You can't even withstand a single blow from me. Cousin, help me kill him. The man's face recovered and he looked at Xianxia. His face was filled with anxiety and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia walked out with a cold face. How dare you snatch what I want? Very well, it has been a long time since someone dared to challenge me. Today, I will personally send the two of you to hell. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent. He was like the divine king of the 9 heavens, looking down. The toad also frowned. It had to be said that this guy was indeed strong and had the right to be arrogant. Xian looked at the other party. You are a genius of Misty Peak, right? It's not easy for you to cultivate to your level. It would be a pity if you died. How about this, seeing that the heavens are virtuous, I'll give you a chance. He stretched out a finger and said, one move. If you can block my move, I will not interfere in this matter and Luo Fifan will be at your disposal. If you can't block it, then kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. I will spare your life. The surrounding people went crazy. Why was this scene so familiar? This was what Xianxia said to Luo Fifan. However, they did not expect that the tables would turn. In the blink of an eye, someone said such words to Xianxia. However, did this guy have the strength to say such words? Xianxia was a Sage King expert. He was ranked 20th in Misty Peak, he was extremely powerful. He could defeat an expert of the same level with just a finger. Perhaps only the scarier geniuses of Misty Peak could defeat such a person. The others had no hope at all. I, Xianxia, have lived for 2,300 years. This is the first time someone dared to say such words to me. Kid, you have completely angered me. I want to see how you can defeat me with a single palm. Xian looked calm and said indifferently. You should make the first move. Oh right, use all your strength. It would be best if you could burn your law. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. You are courting death. The people of White Cloud Grotto roared madly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Xianxia waved his hand and stopped them. He stared at Xian, his eyes shining brightly. You are very arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant person. That's why I decided not to kill you. After I suppress you, I'll make you my battle servant. I want to torture you every day. I want you to know the consequences of offending me. After saying that, he stretched out another finger. It was the firmament divine finger. Did he need to use all his strength to deal with a stranger? What a joke, he could sweep away everything with a single finger. Luo Fifan would be defeated, and so would Xianxia. A single finger moved the universe, causing the winds and clouds to change. This attack seemed to be even more terrifying than the one that had defeated Luo Fifan. This kid was probably going to die for sure. He was too arrogant and didn't know who Xianxia was. Well, it wouldn't be a pity for such an arrogant person to die. The surrounding people sneered. Luo Fifan was also extremely nervous. His life was in the hands of Xian. If Xian was defeated, Xianxia would definitely not let him go. His fate would be worse than death. Therefore, he prayed that even if Xian couldn't defeat him in one move, it would be enough if Xian could defeat him in one move or even take him away. He didn't expect Xian to defeat Xianxia because he also thought that it was impossible. Facing the firmament divine finger, Xian also stretched out a finger and pointed it out. With his finger, the boundless sword light seemed to have turned into a divine sword, piercing through the heavens and earth. Did this guy also want to defeat someone with a single finger? What a joke. He was too arrogant. Countless people went crazy. They had never seen such a reckless person. However, when this finger was pointed out, everyone was stunned. There was very little sword chi on the fingertip, but it rushed to the 9 heavens and shone with cold light. A sword came from the west, flying immortal. Everyone's body seemed to have been destroyed by the sword light. After that sword, Xian retracted his finger. With a crack, heaven and earth split apart, and a big crack appeared. Everyone was shocked. The whole space was split open. What about Xianxia? They turned their heads and saw Xianxia's firmament divine finger fixed in the void. A black dot appeared on that side, and then it quickly split open. Puff. Blood burst out, and the firmament divine finger was destroyed. Not only that, but one of Xianxia's arms also split open. Everyone could see that his bones were broken. Xianxia covered his arm and kept retreating. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. What happened just now? When he was full of confidence, a sword enveloped him, and then he felt as if his whole arm was crippled. He couldn't use his strength anymore. Then, there was endless pain and fear. His mind was blank, and he could only hear countless exclamations around him. Was he defeated? How was that possible? Those people from the White Cloud Cave were so scared that their bodies trembled and they almost knelt on the ground. Their god, Xianxia, couldn't even block a single finger of his opponent. Was the gap between them really so big? He won. Luo Fifan also couldn't believe it. He no longer dared to harbor any killing intent towards Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was an ant facing a god. Xianxia defeated him with one move, but Lin Xian defeated Xianxia with one move. His opponent's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was no wonder that his father was so respectful. It seemed that the gap between him and his father was really too big. Not only was there a gap in cultivation, but even his father's eyesight was so bad. You've lost. Kneel down and kowtow. Lin Xian said lightly. His voice brought everyone back to reality. Then, countless exclamations rang out. Wow, what did I just see? This kid really did it. Who exactly was he? Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. You want me to kneel down and kowtow? Are you kidding me? Damn kid, who are you? The wounds on his body were shrouded by the law and quickly healed. You don't deserve to know who I am. You just need to fulfill your promise. I'll take him away, and you'll kowtow. You want me to kowtow? Dream on. I was careless just now. Now, I'll tear you to pieces, he shouted angrily and charged over. His whole body was like a wisp of smoke, and he instantly appeared behind Lin Xian. He must personally tear Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that he didn't know what was good for him. His body swayed, and he turned into an afterimage, dodging the sneak attack from behind. Then, he threw out a punch. With a crack, his opponent's palm shattered into a bloody mist. Damn it, why is his strength so strong? Xianxia retreated again. He realized that it was a mistake to fight in close combat with Lin Xian. After Lin Xian attacked for the first time, he took a step forward and raised his knee. Like a heavenly hammer, he slammed it on the other party's body. With a bang, the other party lost all feeling in his legs. He lowered his head and found that his legs had turned into a bloody mist. In the next moment, he saw a golden palm grabbing his head and pressing it to the ground. With a bang. He was hit so hard that his head was bleeding, and the ground kept shaking. This was the Antiquity City. It didn't shatter, but his head was smashed. Not only that, the power spread throughout his body, making him unable to resist at all. Then, a foot stepped on his head. Since you don't know how to kneel, I'll teach you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding people were stunned. The battle between the two was too fast. It was over in the blink of an eye. So when they reacted, they saw Xianxia lying on the ground like a dog with his head stepped on. Lin Xian was still calm, as if he had done something insignificant. Impossible, I'm not dreaming, am I? The people of White Cloud Grotto Heaven slapped their faces. They wanted to wake themselves up. However, they found that it was indeed the case. The other spectators swallowed their saliva. This was really a ruthless person. He actually dared to attack like this. The other party's strength was too strong. He was simply beating up Xianxia. Since when did such a powerhouse appear? Why didn't they know at all? Could it be that he came from another region? Xianxia was stunned, but in the next moment, he came back to his senses. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His lungs were about to explode. Damn it, he had lived for more than 2,000 years and had never been suppressed like today. He couldn't stand it. but that foot was like a coiling dragon. He couldn't resist at all. He could only roar. Elder Lu, kill him. Kill him for me, Elder Lu, who was the woman who played the zither earlier, shouted. The pupils of the old man beside Luo Fan shrank. Not good, he was injured by Elder Lu earlier. This Elder Lu was a mid-stage saint venerable. Moreover, the saint artifact in his hand was even more terrifying. Even if this young man was strong enough to defeat Bai Xianxia, he had no chance of winning against Elder Lu. The difference in cultivation between Saint Kings was just that terrifying. No matter how powerful one was, it would be difficult to bridge the gap. Lu Qin frowned when she saw this. She was indeed an elder, and a very young one at that. She was only 3,000 years old. She was only a few hundred years older than Bai Xianxia, but her cultivation was a realm higher than his. The reason why she had come this time around was because Bai Xianxia had spent a large sum of money to invite her. She had always thought that Bai Xianxia was very powerful. As long as she didn't encounter any of those older generation figures, she wouldn't have to make a move. There were even fewer people among the younger generation who could defeat him. There were only a dozen or so people who were ranked higher than him in the ethereal peak. Moreover, he might not even encounter it. But now, an unfamiliar youth had jumped out and beaten Bai Xianxia to such a state. This truly surprised her. She hadn't even reacted to it before. At this moment, her expression darkened and she said in a deep voice, "Young man, you've gone too far. Remove your feet and kneel to receive your punishment. The ethereal peak is not something you can challenge." Punishment? Lin Xian laughed as well. Were the people of the ethereal peak also arrogant? Did they really think that they were gods? Seems like you guys are too superior. Today, I'll teach you guys a lesson. You can't go against the ethereal peak. Lu Qin shook her head. The ethereal peak had been standing here for tens of thousands of years, and no one could change that. Was the six grotto heavens strong? Even if they joined forces, they still weren't a match for the ethereal peak. What could a young man do? Let go of him. This is my last warning. Are you dreaming? Lin Xian snorted coldly. I've said it before. Even if he lost the previous competition, I wouldn't take his life. But after he lost, he wanted to kill me. Then, he can't blame me. Did he think that no one would dare to touch him just because he was a genius of the ethereal peak? What a pity. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He stomped his feet and shattered the other party's body. His palm turned into a dragon-shaped sword qi and pierced through the other party's soul. Boom, Bai Xianxia didn't even have time to scream before his soul was destroyed. How dare you kill him? Lu Qin stood up abruptly with shock in her eyes. Dead, how was she going to explain to the ethereal peak when she returned? One had to know that this was a genius ranked 20th. His future achievements wouldn't be any weaker than hers. He might even surpass her. How could he die outside just like that? He would be punished when he returned. Moreover, the other party was from the Bai family. The Bai family was extremely powerful in the White Cloud Grotto Heaven. He was simply a genius. Who would dare to kill such a person? But now, there was someone who didn't know what was good for him and really killed him. The surrounding people were also going crazy. It was as if they could already foresee that a bloody storm was about to blow over. Go. These people retreated frantically. Lu Qin stood up and said coldly. Since he's dead, you'll be buried with him. A cold light flashed in her eyes. With a flick of her hand, a guqin appeared in front of her. It was the Fengming guqin. The sound of the guqin was bleak, like the cry of a phoenix, soaring through the 9 heavens. Qi, at this moment, played with all his strength. The surrounding people tried their best to resist, and they felt that their ears were about to burst. Lin Xian struck out endless sword qi, which turned into a world of sword Dao. But in an instant, it was also shattered. Middle stage Saint King was indeed powerful. He opened up his divine body to resist. Those sounds fell on his divine body, making the sky shake. Die. He kept retreating. What's wrong with this guy's physique? He's still alive. Although Lin Xian was retreating, it was like a bolt from the blue in the eyes of the crowd. Even Bai Xianxia would be turned into ashes in an instant when facing such an attack. But the other party was only pushed back. What kind of physique was this? The old man from the Luo family was originally in despair, but when he saw this scene, hope was restored in his eyes. With this young man's physique and his help, the two of them might have a chance to escape if they joined forces. So he took a deep breath and prepared to join forces with Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a black figure appeared in front of him. Roar! The roar resounded in all directions, blocking the sound of the guqin. He actually blocked it. The old man from the Luo family was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Some of the experts' pupils constricted. The demonic shadow, not good, retreat. The demonic shadow is here. They had all been attacked by the demonic shadow before, so when they saw this scene, they were all traumatized and retreated. This kid was really unlucky. Not only was he being chased by Elder Lu Qin, but there was also such a terrifying demonic shadow. He probably couldn't escape death. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was dead for sure. The old man from the Luo family's expression changed drastically. He couldn't imagine how the situation would change with the arrival of such a terrifying demonic shadow. But soon, everyone was stunned. They realized that the demonic shadow didn't attack. Instead, it stood beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Why? You've lived for 3,000 years and have an advantage in cultivation, so you can beat me. You want to kill me? Why don't you try? Go, kill him. Lin Xian ordered. The demonic shadow in front of him roared and turned into a black lightning bolt, charging over. It waved its claws, destroying mountains and rivers. The void in front of him kept shattering. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my God, this demonic shadow listened to him. Who was this kid? Could he be a terrifying existence in this unknown region? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. Elder Lu Qin roared and attacked with her zither music. Those sounds blasted on the demonic shadow, sending out earth-shattering attacks. The demonic shadow did not dodge at all and allowed the attacks to come at him. Many cracks appeared on his body, but there was no blood. He fought all the way until he was in front of Lu Qin. He waved his claws and broke one of Lu Qin's arms, sending her flying. It was too terrifying. This was simply a suicidal attack. However, the demonic shadow did not have blood or soul. He did not seem to be a living being. Even if he died, where could he die? However, Lu Qin was different. If he died, he would not be able to live anymore. In an instant, she was severely injured. Damn it. She quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. It was too late to leave now. He continued to attack. The demonic shadow soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Black light flashed in the sky, and every attack was like a peerless blade. Damn kid. Ah. If you have the ability, fight with me head-on, Lu Qin shouted angrily as she fled. She was so angry that she vomited blood. An ant below the Sage King realm could make her so miserable. Lin Xian sneered. You have the face to say this? Do you dare to suppress your cultivation and fight with me at the same level? Lu Qin did not dare to speak. She could only dodge quickly. The demonic shadow chased after her for a long time. In the end, the two disappeared. Did they leave? The surrounding people were still in fear. They looked at Lin Xian with horror. The eyes of the few experts from White Cloud Grotto Heaven flickered. He killed Bai Songqiong. Let's kill him and avenge Bai Songqiong. Yes, that's right. Capture him and bring him back to tear him into pieces. More than a dozen figures surrounded him. Not good, this kid is in danger. That's right, his biggest trump card should be that demonic shadow. Without the demonic shadow, how could he fight? No matter how strong he was, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Brat, now that you don't have any trump cards, let's see how arrogant you can be. The Saint King sneered. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. With a wave of his hand, two more devilish figures appeared. Kill! With a roar, the two demonic shadows rushed out in a frenzy. At the same time, he also punched out. In an instant, the bodies of the two great Sage Kings were shattered by his punch. Lin Xian made his move, and so did the toad. With the addition of the 2 demonic shadows, the dozen or so experts from White Cloud Grotto were all killed. The sky was filled with bloody mist as Saint Blood pierced through heaven and earth. The people around felt their scalps go numb. They were too strong, even without the protection of the Saint King stage. However, the strength of these people was already heaven-defying. Who else wants to have a taste of my strength? Lin Xian looked around. The surrounding people quickly retreated and left one after another. Lin Xian let out a long whistle and directly gave the order. The demonic figure in the distance flew back. His body was covered in blood, but none of it was his. It was the blood of Elder Lu Qin. Although the other party was not dead, she was seriously injured. After returning, the demonic figure stood respectfully beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Luo Fifan. Alright, now you can teach me the treasure in your body. Okay. Luo Fifan did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. He took out a treasure box from his storage ring and carefully opened it. There was a bronze key inside. After Lin Xian saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was very similar to the bronze key he got, but it was not the same. Obviously, if this was also related to the Qiankuan ancient city, he did not know where it was opened. However, it must be very important. It seemed that this time it was really the right thing to do. Lin Xian was very satisfied to get such a thing. Lin Xian put away the key, then looked at Luo Fifan and asked, "Where did you get this thing? Do you know where it is opened?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lin Xian frowned. "How did you get it?" Luo Fifan did not dare to lie. He said, "I got this thing in my family. I found it 3 years ago. At that time I was still the young patriarch, so I could enter some important places. I found this thing in an ancient pavilion. At that time it was covered with dust and seemed to have been forgotten. I thought it was some kind of treasure. I studied it for 3 years, but I found nothing. Then, I threw it into my storage ring and ignored it. Until the Qiankuan ancient city changed and a new area appeared, this key also emitted light, so I knew. If this is related to the Qiankuan ancient city, it must be a treasure." Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. So that was the case. It seems that his key opened the Qiankuan ancient city first, which led to the later situation. I guess it has something to do with the Qiankuan palace. When Bai Cangqiong wanted it, he mentioned this name. Qiankuan palace? Lin Xian was stunned. Luo Fifan said, "Of course, it is the real Qiankuan palace, not the Qiankuan palace of my Luo family. I don't know where it is." "Young master, can you let me go?" "I can let you go." Lin Xian nodded. "Keep a low profile in the future." "Young master, don't worry. I will find a place to hide and will not participate in these things anymore." Luo Fifan's face was pale. He could survive this time thanks to Lin Xian, so he did not intend to take the risk again. Luo Fifan and the old man left. Lin Xian's eyes were shining. "Qiankuan Palace, it seems that we have to go again." "Okay, I can't wait." The toad was also happy, but it asked, "Do you know where that thing is?" Lin Xian smiled. "I don't know, but the people of Misty Peak know. There is the blood of Elder Lu Qin here. We can track his trace and definitely find the Qiankuan Palace. What are we waiting for? Let's go." The toad could not wait. Lin Xian said. "No, it seems that this Qiankuan Palace is definitely extraordinary. It can attract the attention of Misty Peak. At that time other grotto heavens and experts will also come. I don't know if early stage Saint King, or even late stage Saint King will appear. We have to make some preparations." Next, Lin Xian began to look for the Devil Shadow again. He suppressed another Saint King stage Devil Shadow and 2 early Saint King stage Devil Shadows. In total, there were 6 Devil Shadows. This was already the limit. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to control any more than that. Lin Xian felt that this was enough. Next, Lin Xian used his eye technique and used the blood of Elder Lu Qin to determine the location. They moved quickly. Along the way, they encountered many Devil Shadows, but they were directly avoided. The most important thing now was to find the Qiankuan Palace. After flying for about 5 days, they stopped. Lin Xian did not need to use his soul to find the location of the Qianquan palace. Because the surrounding people gradually became more and more. These people were going in the same direction. They should be going to the Qianquan palace. Lin Xian followed these people and flew quickly in the air. The Universal Palace wasn't big, and it was similar to other palaces. It was simple and had a mysterious aura. One didn't need to think to know that there was an independent space inside the Universal Palace. Lin Xian landed on a nearby mountain. There were already many people waiting patiently in the surroundings. There were also some who were rushing over and landing one after another. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the toad were shocked. There were more people than they had expected. It seemed like the Universal Palace was everyone's target. It was Fairy Xueqi. Another voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful figure with an ancient sword on her back descending from the sky. She had a boundless cold aura around her, and there were many people following her. They were Xueqi and the other experts of the Thousand Mountain Paradise. They also landed on a mountain. After Xueqi landed, she looked around as if she was looking for someone. When she saw a red-robed man on a mountain in the distance, her eyes lit up. It seemed like the man was fine. She was relieved. "Husband, how are you?" Xueqi was expressionless, but she quickly transmitted her voice to him. Lin Xian simply told her that he was fine, and she didn't need to worry. Xueqi wasn't the only one who came. Yinsu and Qin Xianer also came. They followed Elder Tianin. The arrival of the Green Hill Paradise also attracted a lot of attention. After all, they were all peerless fairies. The people of the 6 great paradises had come. The other ancient races and the families of the ancient universe city had also come. What was more shocking was that the Misty Peak had also come. They had occupied the best mountain, and no one dared to approach them. However, some people whispered among themselves. "Did you hear? It seemed that the Misty Peak had lost a genius." How could it be? It seemed like his name was Baizongqiong. What? The genius ranked 20th, Baizongqiong, had died. Who did it? Was this a challenge to the Misty Peak? Many people cried out in alarm. They didn't know who it was, but they knew that the person who dared to do such a thing must have a shocking background. They didn't know who it was, but it seemed like even Elder Lu Qin had been injured and fled. All kinds of exclamations and discussions were heard. The people of the Misty Peak snorted coldly. One of them emitted an extremely cold killing intent, suppressing the 9 heavens into silence. No one dared to say anything. At this moment, 2 teams flew over from afar. They were from White Cloud Grotto and Violet Spirit Grotto. What were they trying to do? Many people were paying attention. These people streaked across the sky and arrived at a nearby mountain peak. They surrounded a red-robed man. Lin Xian looked around. Had he been discovered? So what? With the 6 great demonic shadows in his hands, he was not afraid of these people. Moreover, he still had other trump cards. "You must be the one who did it." The strong cultivator from the Violet Spirit Grotto said coldly. "How dare you attack the people of the Violet Spirit Grotto? Now, no one can save you." The people of White Cloud Grotto also looked cold. "You have the aura of a disciple of our White Cloud Wonderland on your body. Since you dared to kill our people, you will definitely die today." What? This guy dares to offend 2 grotto heavens. Many people looked at Lin Xian in shock. Some people's pupils shrank. They seemed to have recognized Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian looked at the 2 grotto heavens and sneered. "Do you have the right to come here? Who ordered you? Is it Lu Qin? Get her to come here herself." "Elder Lu Qin, isn't she an elder of the Misty Peak? This guy actually dares to call her by her name and is so arrogant. Who is this guy?" "Kid, it's useless to say anything. Now, just accept your death." A figure clad in purple armor walked out. This man had an ordinary face, but his aura was unparalleled. He was like a peerless god of war that people looked up to. ZG, it's actually him. He's one of the top geniuses of the Violet Spirit Grotto. His purple sky divine skill had been cultivated to a very high level. It was difficult for him to find a worthy opponent in the initial stage of the Sage King realm. Even some of the older generation figures were no match for him. To defeat him, one had to be at the middle stage of the Sage King realm. I didn't expect him to come. Is he going to take action himself? Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead later. Another figure walked out from the White Cloud Grotto. The two wings on his back were like two clouds, and his head was even more ferocious. By Tigu! Many people exclaimed. They weren't scolding the other party, but shocked. The other party was an expert of the Tiango clan and a top genius of the White Cloud Grotto. It was said that he had once killed two Sage Kings of the same level with a single slash. His strength was unimaginable. Lin Xian looked at the two people in front of him and smiled. Are you too sure you want to take action? Didn't Lu Qin tell you the truth when she asked you to come? Kid, I know you have some relationship with the Luo clan, but we're not afraid. You're dead this time. Lin Xian shook his head. Looks like Lu Qin really didn't tell them the truth. These two are indeed very strong. They're not weaker than Bai Xianqiong, but if they join forces, they'll definitely surpass Bai Xianqiong. But so what? Bai Xianqiong couldn't even block a single finger from me, let alone these two. I'll be able to kill them in 3 moves. Since you're courting death, then let's do it together. I don't want to waste time. Lin Xian waved his hand and said indifferently. The surrounding people went crazy. The two of them together? Does this guy know who he's facing? These two are top experts of the White Cloud Grotto. Their unparalleled existences in the early stage of the Sage King realm. Only a middle stage Sage King can kill them. But is this kid a middle stage Sage King? Why do I feel that he doesn't even have the aura of a Sage King? Countless people were shocked, thinking that Lin Xian had gone crazy. In the distance, Qin Xianer and Yin Su were nervous again. This guy is still as arrogant as before. Those who only knew about Lin Xian's background sighed in their hearts. These two are dead for sure. He killed Bai Xianqiong in 1 move. He didn't even need 3 moves to kill these two. Of course, these people didn't dare to say anything. After all, if they offended Lin Xian, they'd probably end up in a miserable state. They wouldn't forget. Lin Xian knew how to control demonic shadows. Ziji and Bai Tiango were also angry. They sneered. Good boy, no wonder you dare to offend the people of the White Cloud Grotto. You want the two of us to attack together? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Ziji waved his hand in the air. Endless purple aura condensed into a huge purple hand and descended from the sky. It carried the laws and was abnormally terrifying. Even a sage of the same level wouldn't be able to block this palm. On the other side, Bai Tiango also made his move. With a wave of his hand, a white blade light descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Although the two of them didn't use their full strength, it was enough to destroy everything. They even had the confidence to fight against a middle-stage Sage King expert. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stretched out his palms. One of his palms slapped towards the huge purple hand and the other towards the shocking blade light. Bai Tiango and Ziji sneered. Does he really dare to fight against the two of us? Does he really think he's a god of war? Boom, boom. An earth-shattering collision sounded as the golden palm blocked the two attacks. Otherwise, the attacks of the two were destroyed by this palm and turned into dazzling fireworks. How was this possible? He actually blocked it. Was he fighting 1 against 2? The two were shocked. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. Isn't this guy too strong? Lin Xian didn't use any divine abilities and blocked the attacks of the two with just his physical strength. In the next moment, he took a step forward and attacked again. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and a resplendent sun swept in all directions, causing everyone to close their eyes. This punch was aimed at Ziji. Boom, blood spurted out, and Ziji roared as his body was penetrated. There was an uproar below, and Baitigu was also stunned. Damn it. His pupils constricted, knowing that he had been careless. This was a very terrifying enemy that he had to fight with all his might. Heavenly Dog swallows the moon, he launched his strongest attack, which turned into a peerless sword light that could split the moon in half. Sword aura shot out from Lin Xian's palm, cutting down everything in its path and shattering that peerless blade light. How was this possible? Baitiga couldn't believe that Ziji's full-powered attack was shattered just like that. Before he could react, another sword light struck him and sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, the two great experts of the Grotto Heaven were seriously injured. This was only the second move, and it was really unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Xian's third move came out. Endless death laws filled the air, and the death aura turned into arrows of death that pierced through the entire space. No, Ziji and Baitiga roared crazily. Their broken bodies had just healed and they didn't have time to escape, so they had to face such a terrifying death law. They used all their strength to resist, but they still turned into bones in an instant. The death aura disappeared, and Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, and two skeletons fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned. Was the battle over? Those were two experts of the Grotto Heaven, and they couldn't even block 3 moves from this person. Ants couldn't even withstand a single blow. The toad sneered at the side. The people of the Grotto Heaven had ugly expressions. Suddenly, an elder shouted angrily, "You're courting death." He was a middle-stage Saint King. Originally, he disdained to make a move, but now, it seemed that this was a trial for young people. But now, the prodigy was dead. He couldn't care less and attacked madly. With a single palm strike, heaven and earth shattered. It was much stronger than the combined attack of Baitiango and Baitiango. This was the power of a middle-stage Saint King. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the void in front of him shattered, and a black palm slapped out. It collided with his opponent's palm. With a cracking sound, 10,000 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Everyone's chi and blood roiled, and they couldn't stand steadily. The heavenly passage's elder retreated, smashing through the void. Her face was pale, and her palm was trembling. There was actually a crack on it. Damn it, what was that? His face was full of shock. He was actually able to injure him. The surrounding people were also stunned. Even a middle-stage Saint King couldn't do anything to Yi Futian. What was that claw? Was it the opponent's trump card? How could this guy be so strong? Xianxia and the others were stunned, and even Xueqi was stunned. What was that black claw? Why did it look like a demonic shadow? Lin Xian said. You want to suppress me? Dream on. Let Lu Qin come out. Why? Did he not dare to come out? The surrounding people were shocked. Did he chase after Elder Lu Qin? How was that possible? Suddenly, these people were stunned. Wait, they heard a rumor. Could it be that it was him again? Someone killed Bai Songqiong and injured Lu Qin. Was it really him? Kill. At this moment, an angry shout rang out. The sound that filled the sky turned into 81 musical notes that danced in the sky. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian and wanted to kill him. Lin Xian shouted angrily, and his black palm slapped out to block them. In the sky, Elder Lu Qin's figure appeared. Her Guqin erupted again, wanting to attack. However, at this moment, a big hand came across the sky, breaking heaven and earth. Below, the endless mountain range shattered, and everyone was shocked. Another expert came. Who was it? Lin Xian turned his head to look. Lu Qin was also angry. Who dares to stop me? Between heaven and earth, a figure appeared in the sky. He was like an overlord, and with every step he took, the void kept splitting apart. At the same time, there was an extremely terrifying cold aura that made everyone's hair stand on end. Even Lu Qin's expression changed. Ming Chen. What? This person was Ming Chen. The experts in the surrounding Grotto Heavens were shocked, and even the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he actually come here in person? This guy was ranked 3rd on the ethereal list. He was also known as the first physique. He had the physique of the king of hell. This was the king physique of the ancient race, and it was extremely terrifying. Countless people were shocked. Such an expert was much stronger than Bai Tianghua, Bai Songqiong, and the others. Even the middle-stage elders had grave expressions on their faces. Ming Chen walked over, emitting the aura of the king of hell. He said coldly, Elder Lu Qin, let me deal with this person. He had a trump card that could control the demonic shadow. Lu Qin frowned. Ming Chen said. A mere demonic shadow was nothing to be afraid of. With that, he waved his hand and took out 2 demonic shadows from his storage ring. Then, he punched out. With a crack, the two demonic shadows were torn apart. They couldn't resist at all. So powerful. Is this the power of the King of Hell? It's too terrifying, an elder said. The King of Hell was the essence of the ancient race's bloodline. When it grew up, its potential was limitless. Perhaps only those legendary starry sky divine physiques could contend with it. However, this kid obviously didn't have it, so he would definitely die if he encountered the King of Hell. Kid, you're the one who killed Xianxia. Since you dared to kill someone on the ethereal list, I'll personally deal with you today. Ming Chen's voice was biting cold, and it carried supreme confidence. He was ranked third on the list, and Xianxia couldn't be compared to him. He could kill Xianxia with a single palm. King of Hell. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. You're worthy of me taking action. Lin Xian felt a powerful aura from the other party's physique. To be honest, you're not even a sage king, so you're not worthy of me taking action. Bu Hun, since you were able to kill Xianxia, it means that you have the strength to fight those above your level. Since you're a genius, I'll make an exception and kill you with my own hands. Everyone was in an uproar. This kid is dead for sure. That's for sure. The King of Hell's physique was famous, and it was ranked third among the younger generation of the ethereal peak. No matter how strong this kid is, he won't be able to resist it. Indeed, since he was able to kill Xianxia, I think he has the strength to enter the top 10 of the ethereal list. However, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat Ming Chen. This kid is in danger. Insu's face was grave, and Qin Xianer's face was pale. Xueqi also clenched her fists. She had heard of the legend of the King of Hell's physique for many years. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, it was indeed powerful. She wasn't doubting Lin Xian. The nine-yang divine body was extremely powerful. Once it was fully unleashed, its power was endless. However, Lin Xian was only a saint venerable, while Ming Chen was already a saint king. He had even become a saint king long ago. At the early stage of the saint king realm, he was an extremely terrifying existence. There was a difference of 2 major realms between them. If they really fought, Lin Xian would probably be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. He was indeed surprised to meet the immemorial imperial body. In this way, he would be able to completely let go of his hands and fight a great battle. The previous battles didn't give him enough fun. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a golden flame bloomed from his body. This guy's physique was so strong. Could it be that he was also a body tempering expert? The surrounding people quickly retreated. Only 2 figures were left in front of them. Lin Xian, who was like a golden god of war, and Ming Chen, who was cold and indifferent, like the King of Hell. Boom. He stretched out a big hand and slapped out. A black storm blew between heaven and earth, and the world trembled, destroying everything. Buzz. Lin Xian also slapped out with his palm, and the vast world was like the sun. Their palms collided in the sky, and the 2 forces tore everything apart. They were in a stalemate in the sky. So strong, he blocked it. The people from the grotto heavens went crazy. This was the immemorial imperial body, and Ming Chen's cultivation was at the early stage of the Saint King realm, 2 realms higher than his opponent. Now, the strength of the 2 sides was actually on par. Could it be that this kid's physique surpassed Ming Chen's? They didn't dare to imagine. Ming Chen's face turned cold, and he no longer had the smile from before. No wonder your physique is so mysterious. It can actually compete with my King of Hell body. I just don't know how many moves you can take. He was completely enraged now. After his palm landed, he kicked out. The King of Hell's law kept spinning, and the rotating power made the kick seem like a high-speed sword that pierced through heaven and earth. As expected of the King of Hell's body, it could turn into a terrifying weapon to attack. Lin Xian roared, and the man-ruler seal slammed out with his hand, shattering the wildlands. As the kick was deflected, the surrounding void began to shatter. Meanwhile, the place where he stood was completely unaffected, a region of heaven and earth frozen. Boom, in the next moment, he charged out. The 2 of them fought a great battle. Everywhere they passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Tens of thousands of mountains collapsed. Wherever he passed, nothing could stop him. The physiques of these two people were really too strong. Countless people were shocked. An early-stage Saint King would probably not even be able to withstand a single punch from him. Those from the ethereal peak had ugly looks on their faces. There was actually someone who could compete with their first question. Who was this person? That's enough. I've run out of patience. I'm done with you now. Ming Chen snorted coldly. Now that he was really angry, he did not intend to hold back anymore. Hell King sighed. A terrifying aura of the king of the underworld emerged from his body, forming a sickle. The scythe was 100 meters tall, like a black mountain. It was held in his hand and slashed down. The entire world was split in half. Boom! Lin Xian struck out with the man-ruler seal again, pressing forward with indomitable will, shattering everything. Ming Chen retreated, his face pale. The king of the underworld's vase. He formed a seal with both hands, and a black vase appeared, sweeping out with a monstrous aura. This power was too strong. And it was very cold. It was as if an ancient king of the underworld had been resurrected. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The mountain-embracing seal. Between heaven and earth, the primordial demon mountain was about to fall. At the same time, he struck out with the invincible sword. The mountain-embracing seal blocked the king of the underworld's vase. The invincible sword slashed at Ming Chen's body, sending him flying. A sword mark appeared on Ming Chen's body, and blood flowed out. It was black blood, and it was abnormally terrifying. Was he injured? Countless people exclaimed. The people from the ethereal peak went crazy. What kind of power could defeat the king of the primordial demon mountain? How dare you hurt me? You're courting death. Ming Chen roared crazily, and the underworld sea surged around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Terrifying sword intent appeared around him one after another. With an angry roar, the sword chi fell with an incomparable aura, as if it was immortal and indestructible. The inextinguishable sword. This sword illuminated heaven and earth and turned into eternity. The king of the underworld was furious. With another roar, he attacked crazily, and the sky was filled with black aura. It was as if black clouds were pressing down on the city, and two black dragons charged out. Boom! 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 Both of them dissipated between heaven and earth at the same time. Damn it! Ming Chen's expression was ugly. For the first time, he felt defeated. One had to know that he was ranked third in the ethereal peak, and his physique was even stronger. He was known as the #1 physique. There were only two people who could defeat him. But now, there was someone who could compete with him and even hurt him. More importantly, the other party's cultivation was weaker than his. He couldn't stand it. You want to use your trump card against me? You will die without a doubt, Ming Chen roared, but Lin Xian snorted coldly. My sword is indestructible and illuminates eternity. With a roar, the sword chi that had dissipated suddenly emitted an incomparable light. It turned into a divine rainbow and became the only thing in heaven and earth. At the same time, an extremely terrifying dragon roar sounded. It was slashing again. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the power of the great dragon sword soul surged out, carrying the indestructible will as it slashed down from the sky. Boom! Ah! The sky and earth in front of him shattered and turned into nothingness. The earth split open, and tens of thousands of mountains collapsed, filling the air with dust. The surrounding people felt a chill in their hearts. If it were them, they wouldn't have been able to escape from that sword. They wondered how Ming Chen was doing. Could he block it? Everyone was nervous, especially the people of the ethereal peak. Black blood spilled between heaven and earth, and an arm fell from the sky. Ming Chen was injured. Countless people exclaimed. Ming Chen's body was stained with black blood, and one of his arms was missing. His face became extremely ferocious. He was injured. Under that attack just now, he was severely injured. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, and the people of the ethereal peak almost fainted from fright. They knew very well how terrifying the king of hell physique was. But at this moment, he was no match for the other party. Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I will make you regret it. I will make you wish you were dead. Ming Chen roared crazily. I will show you my true unique skill. God of Hell incantation. A crazy roar sounded, and the black law around him quickly swept out. Between heaven and earth, countless black river water surged, and the whole place turned into hell. Is he going to use this unique skill? The people of the ethereal peak were also shocked. Elder Lu Qin and the others also looked solemn. One had to know that only the top two people could make the other party use the God of Hell incantation. Now that the other party had used it, it meant that there was no other way to threaten him. Between heaven and earth, the black thunder condensed into a God of Hell incantation that appeared behind him. He held the God of Hell's treasure bottle in his hand, mysterious. Ming Chen's aura also increased greatly. His broken arm recovered again. The people in the surroundings were frightened, and they kept retreating. At the same time, in the distant void, countless blade lights condensed and slashed everything. A mysterious man descended. He carried a long blade on his back, and the blade while on his body was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was looking down at the battle in the distance. He even used the God of Underworld art. Has he already reached such a stage? It's really hard to imagine. However, when he thought about it, this battle should be over. Once he used the God of Underworld art, that lad wouldn't be able to resist it. The peerless expert said calmly. Boom, along with Ming Chen's movement, the God of Underworld image that condensed behind him also walked out. He aimed the black treasure in his hand at Lin Xian, and a terrifying aura appeared and formed a black ball of light. It seemed like it could destroy a world. This aura was really terrifying, and it could even threaten a middle-stage Saint King. Not good. Xueqi's expression changed drastically. This power was really too strong. Even her nining body felt an intense threat. Endless black frost appeared on his body, and it seemed like it could freeze everything. She tried to resist this power. At the same time, she looked at Lin Xian, and her eyes were filled with worry. She didn't know whether Lin Xian could resist this power. The toad also opened its eyes wide, and it secretly used the law. As long as the situation wasn't right, it would immediately take action. Is he going to risk his life? When Lin Xian sensed this terrifying aura and the God of Underworld image in front of him, he took a deep breath. Since you have the Taigu Imperial body, I will use my body to deal with you. Lin Xian withdrew the sword energy that filled the sky, and at this moment, he fully activated the Nine-Yang divine body. His originally terrifying aura became even more terrifying at this moment. Flames swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and 9 suns appeared around him. They kept rotating, and it seemed like they wanted to illuminate everything. What a terrifying flame, this guy's body seemed to have become even stronger. Countless people were shocked. They felt their blood turn cold. Is he going to use his body to deal with his opponent? Boom. Lin Xian took large strides and charged forward. With every step he took, the flames between heaven and earth kept roaring, and they turned into flaming lotuses that engulfed everything. The 9 suns around him shone brightly, and he was like a peerless sun god of war. 9 suns' divine fist, splitting the heavens with a single punch. Boom. Boom, not good. Elder Lu Qin's expression changed. The people from the surrounding heavenly abodes also quickly retreated. Even the peerless swordsman who was watching the battle from afar narrowed his eyes. You want to fight me? Cultivate for another 10,000 years. Underworld God incantation, kill, Ming Chen roared madly. The god of the underworld phantom in front of him pushed out with both hands, and a black beam of light shot out from the treasure in his hands. This was a destructive attack, and the other party would definitely not be able to block it. Crack! The black destructive light collided with Lin Xian's fist. An unparalleled aura erupted from his body. Storms swept across the world as laws surged, as if they were about to destroy the entire world. The surrounding people all coughed up blood and were sent flying. It was so terrifying. Even the experts and elders were trying to defend themselves. Their expressions were solemn. If they allowed this guy to continue growing, once he reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm, no one would be able to suppress him. Boom, with everything over, Elder Lu Qing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The others also shook their heads. No one could challenge the ethereal peak. However, at this moment, in the black storm, a golden flame suddenly lit up, and then it kept spreading. With a crack, the entire world was opened, as if the sun had just been born, shining on the world. The black storm and laws in the sky kept melting. The 9 suns shone on everything, and a fist pressed forward. It shattered the destructive light ball and then charged over. What? He hasn't been defeated yet. Countless people roared. Buzz. Lin Xian forcefully shattered the other party's superpower and charged in front of him. Looking at the shocked faces, he punched out again. With a boom, the god of the underworld phantom was directly destroyed. Boom. Boom, then, he waved his fist, and the 9 suns bloomed, turning into thousands of golden crows that pounced over. The front was instantly flooded. Billions of suns cracked, and the light made the surrounding people unable to open their eyes. After a long time, when the light weakened, they opened their eyes. How was the situation? Everyone looked carefully, and then they were stunned. The ground in front of them was shattered, and countless canyons were formed. A figure fell on the ground, and his body was covered in blood. Ming Chen, he was defeated. And he was seriously injured. Everyone could already see the other party's internal organs and bones. One could imagine how serious his injuries were. More importantly, they saw a figure descending from the sky. Lin Xian came to the ground. Like a god of war, he took 3 steps and arrived in front of the other party. The immemorial imperial physique was just SOSO. At the same time, he stepped on the other party's body. In the competition of physique, he won. The world was incomparably silent, and the scene seemed to be frozen. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. That was the first physique of the ethereal peak. The immemorial imperial physique. How could he be defeated at this moment? This can't be real, right? I'm not dreaming, right? Yinsu and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Xueqi's lips curled into a beautiful smile. This guy's physique seemed to have become stronger again. The toad also laughed proudly. Damn it, let him go. With a roar, the people of the ethereal peak rushed over, their bodies surging with killing intent. Elder Lu Qing also walked over, his eyes filled with cold killing intent, and a terrifying aura swept out. The toad instantly jumped over. What? You want to fight? Kid, kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying physique surged out. The 9 suns' divine fire swept out, enveloping Ming Chen. Ming Chen used the Nether River to resist, but he couldn't resist it at all. He had the immemorial imperial physique, but he was no match for the 9 suns' divine physique. Not to mention, he was now seriously injured. In an instant, white smoke rose from his body, and it wouldn't be long before he turned into a pool of blood. How dare you? Lu Qin roared, and the sound of the great path exploded, charging toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the void in front of him cracked open, and a hand shot out, blocking the sound of the great path. At the same time, another elder of the ethereal peak walked out and said coldly, "All members of the heavenly abodes, listen up. Kill this kid." The expressions of the people of the surrounding heavenly abodes changed, and they all stood out. Not good. Xueqi's expression changed. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't resist so many people. Xianxia and Yinsu were also very nervous. Don't attack, she said to the people beside her. Xueqi also ordered the people of the Thousand Mountain Paradise not to attack. However, apart from them, there were also the experts of the other heavenly abodes, as well as the people of the ethereal peak. At this moment, there were more than 100 people surrounding Lin Xian. Once a great battle broke out, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to resist it no matter how strong he was. A peerless blade light shot towards Lin Xian. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian roared, turned around, and struck out with his palm. The human sovereign seal appeared and slammed into the blade light, emitting an earth-shaking aura. His arm was numb from the impact. So strong, this person's strength is still in the land of darkness, Lu Qin and the others also exclaimed. Tyranny, you're here too? Great! Hurry up and save Ming Chen. Tyranny? Is he Tyranny, the second ranked of Misty Peak? He was known as the #1 blade. The strength of the top 3 of Ethereal Peak was extremely terrifying. It was simply incomparable. And these 3 had their own unique characteristics. They were known as the number one eye, the number one blade, and the number one body. The number one body was darkness, the immemorial king body, the king of hell body. The number one blade was even higher than his opponent. One could imagine how terrifying his blade technique was. As for the number one Xianxia, known as the number one eye, he was even more terrifying. He cultivated a pair of godly eye techniques. No one could resist his gaze. At this moment, the number one blade, tyranny, shocked everyone. Darkness, you're really a piece of trash. You've embarrassed our misty peak. Tyranny descended from the sky. He stepped in the air like a peerless blade god. Darkness was about to vomit blood. This guy was still in the mood to make sarcastic remarks. He gritted his teeth and roared. Don't say anything else. Let me out first. I owe you a favor. Kid, let him go. Tyranny looked at Lin Xian with an order in their eyes. Elder Lu Qin waved her hand. As long as she gave the order, the experts of the surrounding grotto heavens would attack crazily. At that time, the opponent would definitely die. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Xian was not afraid. He snorted and waved his hand. 6 demonic shadows appeared and surrounded him, emitting a monstrous aura. They roared towards the sky, shaking the 9 heavens. What is this? Damn it, those are demonic shadows. What does this guy want to do with them? Lu Qin cried out in alarm. Everyone, be careful. This guy can control demonic shadows. Hearing the elder's words, the surrounding people went crazy. They controlled demonic shadows. Who the hell was this guy? Kid, let darkness go. We won't attack you this time. Elder Lu Qin said coldly. She knew that the other party was extremely arrogant. Previously, he had killed Bai Songqiong under her threat. If he killed Mingchen this time, they wouldn't be able to bear the loss. Tyranny's expression also turned cold. Of the 6 demonic shadows, 2 of them had auras that made his hair stand on end. Obviously, he was at the Saint King stage. If they really fought, it would be very easy for this kid to escape. Besides, who knew if this guy had more demonic shadows? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Although he was surrounded by 100 experts, Lin Xian was not afraid. On the other hand, Ethereal Peak dared not act rashly for fear of breaking the vases. The Snow Queen's lips curled into a smile when she saw this. Great! It seems like Lin Xian isn't in any danger. Boom. Boom, at this moment, the Universal Palace in front of them suddenly vibrated, attracting everyone's attention. Seizing this opportunity, Ming Chen, who was being trampled on, roared. Ignoring the damage to his life, he split open his body and transformed into countless nether rivers that fled in all directions. Want to escape? Lin Xian snorted and punched out. Save me, quick! His voice rang out. Tyranny's sword slashed down and collided with Lin Xian's fist, creating a deafening sound. Lin Xian's fist was blocked. This is a good chance, seeing that Ming Chen had escaped, Elder Lu Qing sneered. The people around him wanted to attack. Lin Xian snorted. The 6 demonic shadows roared towards the sky, and a terrifying aura erupted. Even more roars came from afar. Not good. There are more demonic shadows coming. This guy isn't going to summon an army of demonic shadows, is he? For a moment, everyone's scalp went numb. Tyranny also said, Elder Lu Qing, let this kid go first. We'll go to the Universal Palace first. Kid, you're lucky. We'll spare your life this time. Next time we meet you, you'll definitely die. Tyranny looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Then, he turned around and left quickly with his people. Seeing that Misty Peak had left, the people in the surrounding grotto heavens naturally wouldn't attack again. They also took a deep breath and led their own teams, preparing to explore the Universal Palace. Great! Xianxia, Xueqi, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Toad also said, You scared me to death. I thought I'd have to run away again. Indeed, with so many experts fighting, they couldn't resist at all. They could only escape. However, if they wanted to escape, these people couldn't hurt them. Lin Xian snorted. The first slash? I'll remember it. Sooner or later, I'll trample you under my feet. His eyes emitted a cold killing intent. With a wave of his hand, he collected the 6 demonic shadows. Let's go to the Universal Palace. He turned into a ray of light and flew forward. In front of him, those people had already arrived at the Universal Palace. They wanted to enter, but they were pushed back by a force. Many people vomited blood, and some people's bodies were even pierced. Damn it, there's a seal. We can't enter. Since we're already here, how can we retreat? Everyone attacked together. An expert roared. They gathered several forces and attacked fiercely. Countless experts attacked together. Their power was really too terrifying. Heaven and earth were shattered. However, the Universal Palace was safe and sound. Damn it, we can't break it. Can we only watch and not enter? The surrounding people gritted their teeth. What's going on? The toad also frowned. He said, Kid, should we use your key to open it? Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. He had just obtained a key from Luo Fifan, but he didn't know where it came from. However, it was said that it was related to the Universal Palace. He was wondering if he really had to use his key to open the Universal Palace. After all, the changes in the Universal Ancient City were caused by the key in his hand. However, those guys just besieged him and wanted to attack him. Should he open the Universal Palace and let them in? He wasn't willing to do that. At this moment, a voice sounded in heaven and earth. Step back, I'll do it. Everyone raised their heads. Who was that? How arrogant, some people's eyes were cold. They couldn't open the seal with so many of them working together, so how could the other party do it alone? They didn't believe it. Buzz. In the sky, a figure descended. At the same time, there was a huge pressure. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to split open. They saw a pair of cold and emotionless eyes, as if the eyes of a demon god were looking down on them. What a terrifying eye technique. This person was an expert in eye techniques, even Lin Xian was surprised. What a powerful eye technique. He used heavenly secret god eyes to block it. The toad also frowned. Damn, an expert came out. The people of Misty Peak laughed. They didn't expect Xianxia to come. Great. Xianxia? Was it him? Ranked first on the Misty list, and in the hands of tyranny, he was the legendary #1 eye. The heavenly secret god eye technique was extremely powerful. One glance could kill a saint. The first eye, Xianxia, wore a Taoist robe, as if an immortal had descended. His face was handsome, and his black hair danced wildly. His eyes were even more bizarre than before. Everyone was stunned. They only knew that Xianxia's eye technique was terrifying, but no one had truly seen his eyes. Only a very small number of people had seen it. Now that they saw it, they were all stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. White eyes, that's right, the other party's eyes didn't seem to have black pupils, only white. It was extremely strange, making one's scalp tingle. What strange eyes, Lin Xian was surprised. Toad also exclaimed. This was spirit extinguishing eyes. What was spirit extinguishing eyes? Was it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. It was also a legendary eye. It was incomparably magical. With a glance, it could destroy all life. With his current strength, he could destroy a world with just a glance. So powerful. Lin Xian was surprised. He remembered this name. As expected of Misty Peak, there were indeed many experts. First, there was the immemorial imperial body, then there was the peerless swordsman, and now there was a terrifying eye technique. But he didn't know where this guy got the confidence to break the seal ahead. Relying on his eye technique, the others were also puzzled. Xianxia was incomparably powerful, sweeping through everything. But no matter how strong he couldn't be stronger than so many of them working together, right? They didn't have a solution. What exactly did the other party rely on? Tyranny's elder Lu Qin walked over. Should they work together? Xianxia shook his head. No need, I have my own way. Saying so, he waved his hand. His storage ring flashed, and a bronze key appeared in his hand. What was this? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian exclaimed. The other party also had a bronze key? and from the looks of it, it was different from the other two he had. Could it be that this was the key to opening Heavenly Palace? This was? Elder Lu Qin was also stunned. Xianxia said that without the key, you can't enter, so only I can open Heavenly Palace. Should they clear the area? Tyrannical ambition looked around with a biting cold gaze. It seemed that they didn't intend to let others enter. However, Lifeslayer smiled and said, no need. Although I can open the Universal Palace, no one knows what is going on inside. Wouldn't it be better to let these people scout the way for us? That's true. Tyranny laughed. Even if these people went in and found any treasures, would they be able to take it away? Everything belonged to Ethereal Peak. Since they had made up their minds, Elder Lu Qing and the others did not say anything else. They moved to the side and waited quietly. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked forward with his pale eyes. Then, he infused the precepts into the bronze key. The bronze key shone brightly and floated forward. With a cracking sound, it disappeared in front of him. The Universal Palace started to spin as the seal was broken. A desolate aura spread out from the Universal Palace in all directions. The ancient aura made everyone's eyes light up. Great, it's finally open. Behind him, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Since the other party had opened the Universal Palace, it meant that the key in his hand was to open another place. Could it be somewhere in the Universal Palace? It's getting more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it won't disappoint me. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he followed the others and flew forward. Around them, the Grotto Heaven and ancient race experts could not wait any longer. As soon as the array formation was activated, they rushed in. As soon as they entered, screams could be heard. Some people were turned into blood mist. Some were seriously injured and flew back while vomiting blood. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. They did not dare to move forward rashly. They were all bewildered. Stupid. Xianxia stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Although he was the one who opened the Universal Palace, he did not immediately move. Elder Lu Qing smiled. It seemed that letting them in was the right choice. At least, we know that not everyone can easily explore this place. The rest of us shouldn't have any problems. The other old man turned around and looked at the surroundings. Those from the ethereal peak who had come were all experts among experts. However, Tyranny frowned and looked at Dark Star. He said, "You're seriously injured. I think you should stay outside." "Damn it, you dare to look down on me." Dark Star roared, his face cold. "I'm already recovering. I'm fine." "I hope so." Tyranny said coldly, "Don't lose again. Otherwise, you'll embarrass us and Ethereal Peak." Dark Star did not say anything. Losing to Lin Xian really made him lose face. However, Lin Xian's physique was definitely terrifying. It must be a super strong legendary physique. He was not sure yet. But no matter what, she would take revenge. The other Grotto Heavens also began to discuss. Clearly, not everyone could enter the Universal Palace. Those who were weak should not go. Soon, the elders of Purple Spirit Grotto Heaven and White Cloud Grotto Heaven said, "We've already explored. Those below Holy King should stay outside. Those above Holy King, follow me in." Yes. Those people agreed. Some of the young geniuses looked gloomy. They were half-step Holy Kings. They were originally dazzling geniuses in the Grotto Heavens. After all, they were only 1,000 or 2,000 years old. Their future was limitless. But in such a dangerous situation, no one cared if you were a young genius or an expert of the older generation. Everything depended on strength and cultivation. Many people stayed. They were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. The aura inside was enough to destroy them. As for the Holy Kings, they prepared to move. Xianxia and Insu also stayed. On the other side, Xueqi met up with the elders of Thousand Mountain Grotto Heaven and prepared to enter. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Lin Xian, telling him to be careful. Lin Xian replied, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. You should be careful." Then, the Holy Kings of the Grotto Heavens began to enter, followed by the people of Misty Peak. After the people of Misty Peak entered, Lin Xian and the toad also began to move. They also entered the Universal Palace. When Lin Xian stepped into the Universal Palace, he felt an extremely ancient aura sweeping toward him. It was as if it wanted to penetrate his body. No wonder those people before were injured. This pressure was unbearable for those below Holy King. Although he was only a holy venerable, Lin Xian's physique was extremely strong. He snorted coldly, and the power of his divine body burst out, blocking the pressure. He turned his head and found that the toad beside him had disappeared. Did it contain the law of space? It seemed that these people were not necessarily together. He did not need to worry about the toad. The toad was knowledgeable and had its own means. It was absolutely safe. Let's see what was so magical about this place. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden radiance, which penetrated the surrounding fog. In the next moment, he was taken aback. It was Xueqi. He saw a peerless woman walking toward him with an ancient sword on her back. After Xueqi walked over, she looked at Lin Xian and smiled. She sped up and came to Lin Xian's side. She then opened her arms. Lin Xian also smiled. However, in the next moment, his pupils contracted. He felt a great power collide with his body and sent him flying. His battle robe was torn apart, and there was a mark on his divine body. Did you attack me? Lin Xian was infuriated. In the next moment, his pupils contracted. You aren't Xueqi. His eyes emitted a terrifying radiance, and Lin Xian shot out a beam of sword energy toward his opponent. The sword energy was peerless, and it carried with it the sound of a dragon's roar as it cut his opponent in half. Xueqi's illusory image turned into a dense fog and dissipated. Illusion techniques are so powerful that they even managed to deceive me. Lin Xian was startled. As expected of something created by a great emperor. Even though he possessed the heavenly secret divine eyes, he was still affected by it. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless, and he used the heavenly secret divine eyes with his full power as he walked forward. The fog in front of him became thicker, and after he walked for a while, the fog started becoming thinner. Moreover, he also heard some sounds, which weren't sounds of fighting. They were sounds of laughter and talking. Lin Xian was startled. There are so many people here. What's going on? He sped up. In the next instant, he passed through the fog. The sun rose in the surroundings, and its radiance shone in all directions. Lin Xian discovered that he had come to a small town. Where is this? Lin Xian was startled. Although the sun was high in the sky, his whole body felt ice cold. He shouldn't have left the Universal Palace, as he didn't sense any spatial power. This meant that he was still in the Universal Palace. However, the changes in his surroundings, as well as Xueqi's phantom, caused Lin Xian to take a deep breath. This is also an illusion technique. Did I just walk into a giant illusion technique? He pushed his heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme, and golden light shone in all directions. However, he could not tell at all. It was as if this was a real world. What kind of method was this? If this was the real world, this would be acceptable. If it was an illusion, Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine it. How powerful was the person who created this illusion? It was definitely not a sage king. At the very least, it was the great sage. It might even have been created by the Heaven and Earth Emperor. In the small town ahead, some youths looked in the direction of Lin Xian and discussed among themselves. Lin Xian walked over and asked what this place was. The eyes of the youths suddenly shone with a shocking light, and they stabbed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. What a terrifying eye technique. Were these youths really that terrifying? Golden light appeared in his eyes, blocking the eye technique of his opponent. In the next moment, his face sank, and a terrifying law was used. The expressions of the youths changed, and they all ran away, leaving the kite on the ground. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked over. The middle-aged man took a step forward with a majestic gait and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Why did Tianlin come so late? Come back with me. Have you finished your mission? After saying that, he grabbed Lin Xian's arm, and an extremely cold light bloomed in his eyes. It was actually a golden rune. Lin Xian felt that his soul was about to be controlled, and his memories were about to be changed. It was as if he was about to become the heavenly forest that the other party spoke of. In the next moment, the power of the heavenly secret god eyes erupted, and a golden light appeared in his eyes, blocking the other party. He snorted coldly, and his divine body shook, blasting the other party's hand away. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and his pupils constricted. In the next moment, he smiled. "Sorry, I got the wrong person. I thought you were a disciple of the heavenly secret race. May I know who you are?" The heavenly secret race, Xianxia was stunned. "You're from the heavenly secret race?" He was really too shocked. One had to know that his eyes were the heavenly secret god eyes, and it was given to him by the heavenly secret race. He didn't expect to see someone from the heavenly secret race. Was this really an illusion, or had he come to a strange world? Xianxia felt that he couldn't tell. Moreover, the people here were very strange. Previously, this person had clearly wanted to control his soul. If he didn't have the heavenly secret god eyes, his memories would have been changed. Perhaps he would stay here for the rest of his life. Apart from him, did anyone else come in? If the others didn't have powerful eye techniques, would they be able to resist? He wondered how Xianxia was doing. He was a little worried. At this moment, the middle-aged man in front of him asked again. Xianxia came back to his senses and said, "Yes, that's right, I'm from the outside world." "Is this where the heavenly secret race lives?" The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right, this is where the heavenly secret race lives. Very few outsiders can come here. I didn't expect you to come. It's fate that you're here. You can walk around by yourself. Don't hurt anyone from the heavenly secret race." The middle-aged man left, and Xianxia started strolling around. He discovered that the town was bigger than he had imagined, and there were even other cities outside of the town. On the other side. After Xianxia came in, she walked with the others. She passed through the fog alone and came to the front. She also found a town. The people in the town berated her and called her Xianxia. Their eyes shone with a golden radiance. She felt that the piercing pain in her soul seemed to have become Xianxia. She followed them, but later, the Nining body erupted with terrifying ice, and she came back to her senses. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly retreated and distanced herself from these people. Damn it, what's going on? Why were my memories changed by them? It was too terrifying. What is this place? This town is too strange. She wasn't the only one. All the people who were shrouded in the fog saw a strange town after passing through the fog. In the next moment, they were all affected by eye techniques, and their memories were changed. They became members of the heavenly secret race and lived here. They forgot their true identities and their past. Even the elders of the heavenly secret race were lost. Only a few people were exceptions. Only then could they escape. For example, they had a peerless bloodline, an extremely powerful body, or an extremely terrifying eye technique and soul. For example, Xianxia, Mingchen, tyrannical ambition, Xianxia, elder Lu Qing, and others. They either had an extremely powerful bloodline or a strange soul. These people weren't under their control, but even so, they were still very careful. Xianxia's eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. In the fog, he encountered two people from the heavenly secret race. He snorted coldly. The two people from the heavenly secret race wanted to escape, but their bodies shattered and turned into nothingness. Xianxia also saw the town and felt the strange light in the other party's eyes. His pupils constricted. Could this be the legendary Tianji eyes? He didn't expect to encounter it, he was too shocked. If he were able to learn the secrets of the heavenly fortune eye technique here, he would be able to further evolve his soul-extinguishing eye technique. He was too shocked. He began to frantically search the town for the secret to the evolution of his eyes. On the other side, Xianxia was also walking in the town. He felt that everything around him was mysterious. He realized that there were really people from the Divine Eye tribe here. Their eyes were very strange. Of course, not everyone had a golden light. Moreover, even if they opened their divine eye, the golden runes in their eyes varied in strength. "Young man, you can't go any further. You can't enter that place." An old man kindly reminded him. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that the old man had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. However, his eyes were ordinary, just like a normal person's. There was no shocking light that surprised him. This old man didn't open his divine eye. "Senior, what's the place in front?" "It's called the Divine Eye Pavilion. It used to be the place where the Divine Eye tribe cultivated. However, that place has been sealed now. No one can enter." The old man shook his head and left. The Divine Eye Pavilion? Lin Xian was shocked. A place to cultivate. He decided to take a look. He found that there was a seal there that prevented him from entering. However, the aura on it surprised him. He took out the bronze key. Was the second bronze key he obtained used to open the Divine Eye Pavilion? At the same time, Ming Chen, Tyrant Sky, Elder Lu Qin, and Zhang Songxing were also investigating if there was a place to cultivate. They also received news about the Divine Eye Pavilion. Was it a sealed cultivation ground? They all rushed over. Apart from Misty Peak, there were also a few experts from the other Grotto Heavens and ancient race experts who weren't controlled. They rushed over and saw a red-robed man standing there with his back to them. "It's that brat." Ming Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Tyranny and Lu Qin's expressions also changed. "It's him. He's here too." He wasn't being controlled. Great, now is the best time to kill him. These people increased their speed. Lin Xian used the bronze key when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. With a click, he opened the seal and walked in. He also took the bronze key with him. He went in. He, too, had a bronze key. Everyone exclaimed. Zhang Songxing's eyes shone with a cold light. Stop, he had a bronze key, so he naturally knew that it was impossible to open this place without it. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the time when the seal was closed to enter. Or leave the key in the other party's hand. In his eyes, the eye of exterminating spirits emitted the light of exterminating spirits, destroying everything. However, he was still a step too late. The seal in front of him was restored, and Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Damn it, when the spirit extermination light collided with the seal, it caused a shocking tremor. The light was reflected back, scaring the surrounding people into dodging. Damn it, after Zhang Songxing arrived, he slammed his palm onto the Heaven Secrets Pavilion. However, it had no effect at all. Was there no other way? Tyranny, Dark Star, and the others frowned. The other Grotto Heavens and ancient race experts walked over, their expressions similarly cold. They looked forward and said, "Young Master Zhang Song, let's join hands." These people joined hands and unleashed a terrifying attack. Whether it was the law of divine abilities or soul attacks, they tried everything, but they still couldn't open it. Damn it, there must be a secret of the Heaven Secrets race inside. There might even be an inheritance of the Heaven Secrets race. These people's eyes turned red. Good brat, you dare to snatch the treasure in front of me. I want to see if you can take the treasure away when you come out. Zhang Songxing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stood there and waited silently. It seemed that he wanted to wait for Lin Xian to come out so that he could capture him and take his soul. The others were also waiting. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Even if they had to wait 100 years, they would still wait. As for the others who came in, let alone finding the Heaven Secrets Pavilion, they even lost their own identities. They had become disciples of the Heaven Secrets race and would live here forever. On the other side, after Lin Xian entered, he discovered that the interior of the Heaven Secrets Pavilion was incomparably bright, and there were many passages around it. Moreover, there were figures on every floor. These people were very blurry, and they were all cultivating in secret rooms. There were actually people here. Was this an illusion? He didn't know. He continued to walk towards the Heaven Secrets Pavilion. There were 7 floors in total. He arrived at the 6th floor and discovered that there was an empty cultivation room there. He walked in. When he entered, he felt that the secret room was sealed. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked around the secret chamber curiously. He realized that there were many diagrams inside, all of which were ancient stone carvings. There were all sorts of strange Dao runes drawn on them, and there was even a pair of magical eyes that dazzled him. Just one look would cause his soul to feel a piercing pain, as if it was about to split open. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This was the cultivation of eye techniques. These diagrams could cultivate the soul and strengthen eye techniques. Great, he had come to the right place. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't pay attention to anything else. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend and cultivate. There were a total of 12 diagrams in front of him. The 12 diagrams of heaven's secrets. Lin Xian began to comprehend with all his might. In his golden pupils, all sorts of Dao runes were constantly intertwining, forming mysterious and strange runes one after another. Some of these runes were attacks, some were illusions, and some could control the soul of others with just a glance. They could even modify the soul memories of others. It was really mysterious. It opened a new door for Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed to have forgotten about time and everything as he comprehended here. After some time, he felt that his eyes were so painful that they were about to bleed. Only then did he look away and stand up. Dong He was about to go out and see what was in the other secret rooms. However, he found that he couldn't get out at all. This secret room had formed another seal. It had extremely strong soul power, and Lin Xian couldn't break it. Damn it, could it be that there was a key? He took out the bronze key and found that it couldn't be opened at all. Of these two keys, one was to open the Qianquan ancient city. The other was to open the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion. However, there was no secret room at all. Could it be that there were other keys? Lin Xian frowned. Other than him, there was another person who had a bronze key, and that was Xianxia. However, his bronze key was to open the Qianquan palace. He had never seen anyone open a secret cultivation room. What was going on? Could it be that after entering, there was no way out? No, it's impossible to be trapped here. Lin Xian observed carefully. The soul on the seal was extremely powerful, and he was very familiar with it. He discovered that the seal was formed by the fusion of the 12 mysterious heavenly diagrams. Could it be that he had to comprehend all 12 mysterious heavenly diagrams before he could leave? He took a deep breath and sat back down cross-legged. He took out a treasure to recover his soul and ate it. In the next moment, he started comprehending the 12 mysterious heavenly diagrams with all his might. In the small town. The autumn wind blew and the leaves fell. Winter arrived. Ice and snow fell and then melted. Another summer had arrived. The cycle of spring and autumn had been repeated many times. Ming Chen walked over in front of the mysterious heavenly pavilion and said with gritted teeth. 100 years had passed. Damn it, this time passed by too quickly. Xianxia was still standing in front of him. He said coldly, if I'm not wrong, everything we see is an illusion. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. It might pass in the blink of an eye. 100 years here might only be a second outside. So, we can continue to wait. Hearing that, some people heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, they could afford to wait. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste for them to wait for 100 years in vain. However, at this moment, an old man said coldly, the flow of time here is indeed different, but it's also possible that 100 years here is comparable to 1,000 years outside. We don't know how it's distributed. I don't intend to wait any longer. After saying that, he prepared to leave. He even wanted to leave the small town and return to reality. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. In the past 100 years, many people had died in the small town. The cycle of life and death had begun. Those whose memories had been changed seemed to have lost their monstrous magic power. Some people died and were buried by others, turning into a pile of bones. Some people were old and seemed to have one foot in the grave. Xueqi looked at those scenes with a grave expression. Some of them were from the Thousand Mountain Cave. Before coming here, they had fought side by side with her. But now, they had become white-haired old men. Some of them had even turned into bones. She had tried to find a few companions and tried to wake them up. But she found that it was useless. The Nining body could only guarantee that she would not be controlled, but it could not save anyone else. Xueqi frowned as she wondered how Lin Xian was doing. Naturally, she also saw the Divine Mysteries Pavilion and the people standing there. However, she did not go over. Instead, he hid far away. However, it was fortunate that those people were guarding the place and didn't investigate it. Otherwise, those people would have noticed Xueqi. Inside the Divine Secrets Pavilion. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Mysterious runes flickered in his eyes. Success, he stood up, and the golden radiance in his eyes seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. The 12 mysterious heavenly maps in front of him slowly disappeared, as if they had never been there. Lin Xian turned around and faced the powerful soul seal. His eyes glowed with a golden light. The 12 heavenly mysteries maps floated in his eyes, rapidly changing and merging with the seal. With a kacha sound, a crack appeared on the seal. The seal slowly opened, revealing a passageway. He had finally succeeded. Lin Xian was overjoyed as he walked out of the passageway. After he opened the secret chamber's seal, the seals in the other secret chambers also reacted and opened one after another. Lin Xian was startled, and he went to look at the other secret chambers. However, he discovered that they were empty. Moreover, most of the people in those secret chambers had already turned into skeletons. Only a small number of people managed to escape. These people were also emaciated, as if they were made of bones. After they appeared, their gazes were like lightning as they fixed their gazes on Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and a terrifying aura. They are so terrifying. They are surely not from the younger generation. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyes emitted a terrifying golden radiance, and it seemed as if they had turned into 2 divine lamps to warn these people. 3 people came out of the secret chamber, and their hair was disheveled as they fixed their gazes on Lin Xian. They quickly searched the other secret chambers, and they discovered that those people had already turned into skeletons. They then faced the sky and roared. Hateful, ah! I have finally come out, damn it! They are all dead. How many years have passed? Ah! The 3 people faced the sky and roared. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion swayed, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Lin Xian was shocked. These 3 people were too terrifying. Late-stage Saint King? Or had they already reached the level of the great sage? Also, how long had these 3 people been trapped for? Were these skeletons from the same era as these 3 people? So many elites and saints had already turned into skeletons, so several thousand years had definitely passed. These 3 people were still alive. When I came, I was still a young prodigy, but now, I don't even have much time left. How many thousand years has it been? A gray-haired person looked up and sighed. He blinked, and tears flowed out. A young prodigy had directly turned into a living fossil. Lin Xian didn't dare to believe it. This was more than 5,000 years, right? The other 2 people's eyes also erupted with a piercing cold radiance. They stared at Lin Xian. Brat, who are you? When did you come in? This time, we didn't seem to have seen you. This time, there were a total of more than 30 people here. They all knew each other, and they didn't see each other. Lin Xian said, I came in later, and I don't know how long I've been here. It's normal that you don't know me. Has the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion opened again? You actually managed to walk out of the secret chamber. They were really too shocked. Which side are you from? Their eyes were filled with shock. They were all soul eye technique experts, but they were still trapped inside and couldn't come out. They didn't expect a young man to actually do it. The other party definitely had a secret. Lin Xian was also facing a great enemy. These 2 old guys had just come out, and were they targeting him? He snorted coldly, flipped his palm, and took out the Xiantian token. I'm from the Xiantian Pavilion. Xiantian Pavilion? The 3 people were stunned, and the eyes of the 2 white-haired people shone. Xiantian Pavilion, you really surprised me. They walked toward Lin Xian. The 3rd person, the gray-haired person, stepped forward and said, What, you 2 want to fight here? Kill each other? I don't know how many years have passed. Let's go out first. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. They weren't in a hurry. They should go out first. Seeing the 2 of them walking forward, the gray-haired man glanced at Lin Xian and transmitted his voice. Be careful. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Then, he also walked forward. Brat, how did you get in? Do you have a key? Lin Xian took it out and used the bronze key to open the seal. This time, the bronze key disappeared. It seemed that he couldn't enter here anymore. However, he didn't regret it. He had already cultivated the 12 maps of heavenly secrets, and there was nothing left here for him to stay. What happened to Xueqi and the others? Was this really the Heaven's Legacy tribe? Was this all a fantasy, or was it real? With such thoughts in mind, the seal in front of him began to rumble as it slowly opened. Outside the Heaven's Legacy pavilion, Xianxia and the others stood there, waiting. At that moment, the number of people beside him had already decreased by half. The others had already given up. Only a portion of people were still waiting there. They decided to wait for 100 years. If no one came out after 100 years, they would give up. On this day, he discovered that the seal in front of him had finally changed. This is great, the person inside had come out. The surrounding people were overjoyed. Their 200 years of waiting had not been in vain, that kid was finally coming out. They could take revenge. Ming Chen's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Xianxia snorted. He would capture him and take his soul. No matter what inheritance he obtained inside, it would be his. The moment the seal was broken, Xianxia moved. The light of destruction shot out. On the other side, Ming Chen roared and slammed his palm into the seal. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, two figures retreated. They were Xianxia and Ming Chen. Their faces were pale, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were shattered. What happened? Lu Qin and the other elders' expressions changed. That kid had become so terrifying, a single person had defeated two top-notch experts. Tyranny's expression was also serious. But in the next moment, they were all stunned. They discovered that the first to walk out was not Lin Xian, but two elders. Two white-haired old men. Their bodies were withered, but their auras were extremely terrifying. Especially their eyes, which were like bright lights that could see through everything. Previously, Xianxia and Ming Chen had been injured by these two. How dare you plot against us here? Are you courting death? One of the elders said coldly. His eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying starlight, as if it was going to sweep through everything. Not good, this was an extremely terrifying expert. How could there be someone inside? The surrounding people were all going crazy. Elder Lu Qin hurriedly stood out. Senior, we have no ill intentions. We didn't know it was you inside. We are all from the Ethereal Peak. For the sake of the Ethereal Peak, please let us off. Humph. People from Ethereal Peak. Do you dare to be arrogant in front of me? A figure snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. They had been trapped for thousands of years and were already furious. How could they not be angry when they were ambushed the moment they came out? The two figures walked over with killing intent. Use your blood to atone for your sins. Boom, an old man made a move. His terrifying aura was vast and mighty. The pupils of the surrounding people suddenly shrank, and their faces became unsightly. Retreat quickly. They frantically retreated, but they were still beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The other old man waved his hand, and a huge black flag appeared in his hand. Countless souls flew out from it and swept out in all directions. The two of them didn't use eye techniques, but their souls were terrifying. Eye techniques were only one type of soul attacks. There were millions of other types of soul attacks. Just like the voice and the black flag. It was too scary. Even though the people of the Ethereal Peak were strong and stood above the paradise, they were still no match for these two elderly men. They were forced to retreat bit by bit. Go quickly. The elders roared crazily. Xianxia roared and unleashed his light of annihilation, but he couldn't block it either. There was no choice. The other party was too strong. Their cultivation states were way higher than theirs. No matter how strong his extinguishing spirit eyes were, it wasn't enough. The people of the Ethereal Peak retreated quickly. At the same time, they called for reinforcements from the paradise. When the powerful beings of the paradise rushed over, they were dumbfounded. To think that there were people who could chase after Ethereal Peak. Just who were they? When they found out that it was two old monsters who came out of the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion, they were so scared that their hair stood on end. How many years ago were these old monsters? Their strength had reached a heaven-defying state, and they had to leave this town. However, it was impossible for them to leave this place in a short period of time. They could only keep shuttling back and forth inside to escape. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. These people of the ethereal peak were really courting death. However, they deserved it. Who asked the other party to strike? He guessed that the other party must have wanted to capture him. However, he hadn't expected that there would be others other than him inside. Outside the Heaven and Earth Palace, countless people were waiting. They did not know what was going on inside. There were sounds of fighting everywhere in the Qianquan ancient city. Some people were fighting with the demonic shadows, while others were rushing towards the Qianquan palace. There were even some people who wanted to settle their previous grudges. At the same time, many people were rushing towards the Qianquan ancient city to look for opportunities. In the sky, a stream of light flashed past, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. A powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. Wherever it passed, mountains and rivers would shatter and everything would bow down. A terrifying and vast aura spread out in all directions. In the Thousand Mountain Paradise, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor and Black Ice old ancestor suddenly opened their eyes. They felt that the great Tao was dancing between heaven and earth. What a terrifying great Tao aura! It was the Great Sage. And it was the existence at the peak of the Great Sage. The two of them were really shocked. Although they were also the Great Sage, they were only in the early stages of the Great Sage. They couldn't be compared to the peak of the Great Sage. One was on the ground and the other was in the sky. At this moment, the two of them were facing a formidable enemy. Such a terrifying existence had appeared here. Who was it? Was it the existence of Ethereal Peak? But it shouldn't be. Even if Ethereal Peak had such an existence, it would be in a deep slumber. It wouldn't appear unless it was a matter of life and death. They didn't know. In fact, it wasn't just the Thousand Mountain Paradise. The Flying Feather Grotto Heaven, Xiling Grotto Heaven, Qingqiu Grotto Heaven, and the other 6 grotto heavens were all alarmed. All of them looked solemn. They didn't even dare to investigate. They were just guessing who it was. Ethereal Peak, the sacred land of martial arts. At this moment, in the core area of Ethereal Peak, a few figures suddenly opened their eyes. Then, they tore through the void and came to the sky. Did you feel it? An old man asked. Another young man nodded his head. What a powerful great Tao. It was an existence at the peak, reporting to the old ancestor. I wonder why such a person has descended here. The other few great sage nodded their heads as well. They couldn't make the decision and could only come to the more mysterious cave abode. The few great sage said respectfully. Old ancestor, a mysterious peak great sage has appeared in the sky. I wonder if he's here to target Ethereal Peak. Old ancestor, please make a decision. There was a cave abode in front. It was majestic and simple. It was completely silent inside. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a voice came from inside. The peak of the Great Sage is just a clone. He's not targeting Ethereal Peak. End of chapter 45-25. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.